Everyone look. School Beauty Sue is here at our freshman party holding a cup of milk tea. With this shout, the students at the freshman party all tiptoed and looked toward the door, their eyes burning with intense fervor. These freshmen were originally bored by the school leader's opening speeches, but suddenly the school beauty of Tianhai University appeared. How could they remain calm? It was said that this School Beauty Sue was the most beautiful campus belle in the 100-year history of Tianhai University, and naturally, everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of her true appearance. Zhang Cheng was also feeling a bit bored listening to the school leader's speech, so he subconsciously turned his head to look toward the door. He saw that the legendary most beautiful school beauty in history was indeed very pretty. Her jet-black silky hair casually draped behind her head, her stunning face was breathtaking. Even the phrase, country-toppling beauty, could not fully describe her. What was most striking were her autumn water-like eyes, which carried a hint of aloofness. Her face was already perfect, and her figure was even more extraordinary. Her voluptuous curves were astonishing, whether it was her high and proud chest, her rounded derriere, or her snow-white long legs that were impossible to look away from. All were strikingly flawless. She wore a snow-white short skirt, and as she walked there she was like an oasis in the desert, enchanting and maddening. Yet the aloof aura she exuded made people feel awestruck. Such a beauty capable of toppling cities and kingdoms truly drove boys wild and made girls envious. Wow, she's so beautiful. No wonder she is the most beautiful school beauty in the 100-year history of Tianhai University. My tears are flowing from my mouth. Put away your drool. School Beauty Sue is not only beautiful, but also comes from a good family. You're not a toad who can eat swan meat. Hey, what is School Beauty Sue doing here with milk tea? She's a sophomore, right? Why is she at our freshman party? This remark sparked intense curiosity among everyone. Why would sophomore School Beauty Sue come to the freshman party holding a cup of milk tea? For a moment, all the freshmen started discussing among themselves. Zhang Chen glanced at the school beauty a few times and sighed inwardly. The legendary century's most beautiful school beauty was indeed not exaggerated. Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs. She was truly good-looking, even more so than those big stars. But Zhang Chen only took a few extra glances before quickly looking away. No matter how beautiful she was, it didn't matter. He already had a fiancée, and he was destined not to have any interactions with other girls. Although he hadn't seen his fiancée in 10 years and didn't know what she looked like now, according to the engagement, the wedding date was set for the end of this year. Su Qinglua, holding a cup of milk tea, walked through the crowd of the freshman party looking around as if searching for someone. Seeing this, someone immediately stepped forward to offer help. Qinglua, can I help you with something? In the volunteer team leader of the freshman party, very familiar with this place. If you're looking for someone, I can help you. A tall senior from the student council approached, clearly trying to strike up a conversation with School Beauty Sue. Unfortunately, Su Qingluo didn't even glance at him. No need, I'll find them myself. Thank you, Su Qingluo said, without stopping her searching gaze. The senior student council member, feeling snubbed, had to retreat in embarrassment. The freshman became even more curious. Who exactly was the school beauty looking for? Whoever she was looking for must be someone extraordinary. Over here, Qinglao, I'm over here. Suddenly, a handsome rich boy stood up among the freshmen. He was the representative of this year's freshman, named Hong Mingliang, very handsome and from a well-off family. Seeing that it was Hong Mingliang, the freshman sighed inwardly. The person School Beauty Sue was looking for was indeed not simple. He was this year's freshman representative, not only handsome, but also from a good family. He was undoubtedly the new school heartthrob admired by many girls. It made sense that she was looking for him. Unfortunately, Su Qingluo's gaze lingered on him for only a second. When she confirmed he wasn't the one she was looking for, she shifted her eyes and continued searching through the crowd. Hong Mingliang was left embarrassed. He had seen her gaze, and confident as he was, assumed she had come for him, never imagining she had no intention of finding him at all. Seeing this, the freshmen were even more puzzled. Who is the school beauty looking for? She didn't even give Hong Mingliang a second glance. I thought she came for the new school heartthrob. Turns out not. Hong Mingliang is really flattering himself. Does he think everyone would fall for him? After finishing searching one row of freshmen, Su Qingluo held the milk tea and walked toward the other side. The freshman's eyes instinctively followed her movement. Suddenly, Su Qingluo found the person she was looking for in a corner. A hint of joy flashed across her pretty face, and she quickened her pace in that direction. When the freshmen saw Su Qingluo's expression, they knew she had found the person she was looking for. They immediately followed her gaze, all eager to know who could be so important to her. The row Su Qingluo entered had 20 people, all boys. Some handsome, some talented, some from good families. The freshman guessed who would be the one she stopped for. I bet it's Lu Boyu. I heard he plays the piano very well, was called the Piano Prince in middle school, and has already passed level 10. I bet it's Chao Ming. His family is very rich, and they own a well-known real estate company in Tianhai. It shouldn't be either of them. Look, School Beauty Sue has already passed their seats. Everyone's guesses failed one by one, and finally Su Qingluo stopped at the corner seat of that row. Junior, hey, raise some milk tea for you. Su Qingluo held the cup of milk tea in front of Zhang Cheng with sincere expression. This scene shocked everyone. After a moment of stunned silence, many pulled out their phones to take photos of Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. Whoa, who is this guy? He actually got the school beauty to personally bring him milk tea. He looks just a tiny bit handsome. Why would the school beauty give him milk tea? I don't recognize him at all. He's not famous in the slightest. Not only were others shocked, but Zhang Cheng himself was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the school beauty suddenly give him milk tea? He didn't even know Su Qingluo. Seeing Zhang Cheng frozen, Su Qingluo extended the milk tea to him again. Junior, don't you like milk tea? Su Qingluo said while pursing her lips. The freshmen were completely excited. Su Qingluo was a cold, aloof goddess, and no boy had ever successfully pursued her. Any gift would be rejected outright. But today this aloof school beauty not only personally delivered milk tea, but also appeared to look at Zhang Cheng with a different expression. Zhang Cheng was a bit speechless. Having the school beauty give him milk tea out of the blue and in front of so many people left him at a loss. Just as he hesitated whether to accept, the ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Perfect. Tycoon system successfully bound. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's milk tea. Reward 100 times consumption cashback. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's milk tea. Reward become 10 centimeters shorter. Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned upon hearing the system's voice. But he quickly came to his senses. This must be the legendary system. However, the options seemed somewhat tricky. At that moment, the male classmates around him were all staring at him, their eyes burning with jealousy, as if about to erupt in flames. If he accepted the school beauty Su's milk tea, he would become the target of everyone's hatred. But if he didn't, his own manhood would shrink by 10 centimeters. What would become of his future happiness? Zhang Cheng hesitated for only a second before decisively choosing the first option, accepting Su Qingluo's milk tea. Compared to his future happiness, being envied by others was a small price to pay. Thank you, Senior Su, for the milk tea, Zhang Cheng said as he took the cup from Su Qingluo's hand, though inwardly, he wondered why she would give him milk tea for no apparent reason. Ding! Mission completed. Reward 100x consumption rebate valid for 24 hours, maximum rebate capped at 1 million. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Zhang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. 100 times rebate on spending would allow him to make a fortune in no time, but it was a pity that the rebate only lasted 24 hours, and the maximum was 1 million. No need to thank me, Junior. See you later. Su Qingluo smiled charmingly, then waved at Zhang Cheng. But just as she turned to leave, he called out to her. Senior Su, may I ask why you gave me the milk tea? Zhang Cheng was desperate to know the answer. He and Su Qingluo had no prior connection. Why would she suddenly give him milk tea? Anyone would be curious. This question was not only on Zhang Cheng's mind, but also on the minds of all the other freshmen present. Zhang Cheng was only marginally handsome, had no fame, and didn't seem wealthy. How could the school beauty, Su, give him milk tea? This was truly baffling to everyone. You guessed. Su Qingluo said with a mysterious smile, her tone playful. Clearly Su Qingluo was not yet ready to tell Zhang Cheng the reason, which left him speechless. Hearing her explanation, the others' gazes at Zhang Cheng deepened with envy and jealousy, and they all began to speculate why the school beauty had given him milk tea. All right, thank you for the milk tea, Senior Su, Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly. He had no choice. The system had ordered him to accept it, and he dared not refuse. Goodbye, Junior. Oh, and you can only drink this milk tea yourself. I'm leaving. Su Qingluo turned back to give Zhang Cheng a smile over her shoulder, then drifted away, leaving behind a trace of fragrance that stirred hearts. That smile stunned everyone once again. Su Qingluo was known as the aloof goddess. She had never smiled at any boy before, yet today, she smiled at this freshman, and it was so beautiful. Indeed, a single smile from a beauty eclipses all palace ladies. It was utterly enchanting. The male students on the scene were all captivated, drool practically dripping from the corners of their mouths. Their gazes followed the school beauty until her charming figure disappeared into the crowd. After Su Qingluo left, everyone's attention refocused on Zhang Cheng, especially his 3 roommates. Zhang Cheng, you're something else. You actually got the school bowtie's milk tea. What's your relationship with her? Fatty Wang Hao said enviously. The aloof school beauty Su Qingluo personally gave milk tea to a freshman. Zhang Cheng, you're about to become the campus celebrity. Fin Lin Yang stared at the milk tea in Zhang Cheng's hand, his eyes fixed longingly, but he could only look. Why don't I ever have such luck? Sighed the bespectacled Li Yuanhao. Zhang Cheng was speechless. He actually didn't like milk tea much as it was too sweet, but since Su Qingluo had said he could only drink it himself, he had to keep it. As for the other boys' murderous glares, Zhang Cheng simply ignored them. After the freshman welcome party ended, he didn't return to the dormitory, but went off campus alone. He had just received the 100 times consumption rebate reward, so naturally, he wanted to try it out. Besides, it only lasted 24 hours. He couldn't waste it. After leaving campus, Zhang Cheng first went to a nearby convenience store and casually bought a bottle of mineral water, spending 3 yuan. Ding Ho successfully spent 3 yuan rebate of 300 yuan. Reward valid for 23 hours, remaining maximum rebate, capped at 1 million. As soon as the system's voice fell, Zhang Cheng's phone received a text message. Your XX bank account has received 300 yuan. Balance 1328. 9 yuan. Zhang Qing took out his phone and glanced at it immediately thrilled. The 100 times consumption rebate is real. I spent 3 yuan and got 300 back, 100 times. Great. There are still 23 hours left. I need to spend more. Zhang Qing had over 130 yuan left in his card. He had to use the rebate to earn a full 1 million within these 23 hours, or head waste the reward. I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat first. Zhang Qing rubbed his stomach. It was already past 7 in the evening, and aside from the milk tea Su Qingluo had given him, he hadn't eaten anything all afternoon. With the 100 times rebate buff, he naturally wanted to eat something good and expensive. His gaze fell on the Qinglai restaurant across from the school. This was a mid to high-end restaurant, the most expensive dining place near the school. Most of its patrons were wealthy students or nearby white-collar workers. After his family's decline, Zhang Qing had been living frugally. He usually ate very simply. If not for the 100 times rebate buff, Zhang Qing would never have set foot in this restaurant. Back in her dormitory, Su Qingluo's heart was still racing and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Having given the milk tea to Zhang Qing in front of so many people, she was nervous as a girl, but she was also delighted to have handed it to her fiancé, whom she hadn't seen in 10 years. However, the fact that Zhang Qing didn't recognize her left Su Qingluo a little regretful. Stinky little brother, it's only been 10 years, and you don't even recognize your fiancé. Humph. Su Qingluo snorted cutely, then stood in front of the mirror to admire herself. But 10 years really have changed me. The little chubby girl has become a beauty, and I even changed my name. No wonder he didn't recognize me. Su Qingluo was secretly delighted. Just then a graceful figure burst in urgently. Before the person appeared, her voice rang out in the dormitory. Qingluo, big news, big news. Lin Baiwei rushed in frantically. Behind her, 2 other girls hurried in, their faces full of gossip. Baiwei, what big news? Su Qingluo sat on a chair, leisurely eating an apple. Qingluo, I'm asking you, did you go to the freshman welcome party just now, eh? Lin Baiwei asked breathlessly, showing how fast she had run. Yes, I did. Su Qingluo nodded while eating her apple, her calm tone driving Lin Baiwei and the 2 roommates crazy. Oh my god, so the posts on the campus forum are true. You actually bought milk tea and gave it to a freshman? Lin Baiwei asked excitedly again. Who was Su Qingluo? She was the most beautiful school beauty in the 100-year history of Tianhai University. Since she entered the university, countless boys had pursued her madly. Among them were many rich, handsome, and talented men, enough to circle Tianhai University 10 times. But Su Qingluo had rejected all of them, earning the title of the most aloof goddess in the school's history. Yet tonight, this aloof goddess had actually taken the initiative to give milk tea to a freshman at the welcome party. It was absolutely explosive. It also sparked the deep curiosity of her 3 roommates. Qingluo, is it true that you went to the freshman party and gave milk tea to a first-year student? Another roommate, Lu Yinran, couldn't help asking. Qingluo, tell us. Is the post on the campus forum true? Another roommate, Yi Shiming, also asked urgently, her face full of intense curiosity. The 3 roommates now stared at Su Qingluo with wide eyes, determined to get to the bottom of the gossip. Su Qingluo felt a bit embarrassed under their intense gazes. She hadn't expected the freshman to post about her milk tea delivery on the campus forum so quickly. Now she had no choice but to admit it. She swallowed the apple in her mouth and nodded her head in acknowledgement. Yes, I did give milk tea to a freshman. This statement shocked the 3 roommates. The top school beauty in Tianhai's history, the most aloof goddess, had actually personally given milk tea to a boy. Oh my god, our aloof goddess actually took the initiative to give milk tea to a boy. Are you bewitched? Qingluo, don't tell me you like that junior. What does he look like? Is he handsome? He must be very rich, right? Which rich family's son is he? Tell us. The 3 roommates' gossip fire burned fiercely, all wanting to know the truth, staring at Su Qingluo's face without blinking. Su Qingluo felt a bit embarrassed under their gaze. She also wanted to tell them that Zhang Qing was actually her fiancé, but now was clearly not the time. Then with a slightly evasive look she explained, stop guessing. I just made a bet with a friend from the club. If I lost I had to randomly give a freshman some milk tea, so I just picked that junior. Obviously Su Qingluo wasn't very good at lying. She couldn't even look her 3 roommates in the eye, and they weren't fools. They could see right through her. You little minx, still hiding things from us. Spill it now. Do you like this junior or not? Lin Baiwei placed her hands on her slender waist, wearing an expression that said confess, and get leniency, resist, and face severity. Yeah, come clean now. We don't believe you lost a bet and had to give him milk tea. Lu Yinran also looked determined to get to the bottom of things. We want to hear the truth. If you don't come clean now, we'll have to resort to tickling. Yi Shiming said, raising her hands as if to tickle her. Seeing them relentlessly press on Su Qingluo had no choice but to use her last resort. I really am not lying to you. It happened exactly as I said. With that, Su Qingluo changed the subject. Oh, it's getting late now? How about I treat you all to dinner at Qinglai restaurant? Can we just drop this matter here? One had to admit Su Qingluo was quite clever. She knew her 3 roommates were foodies, so she deliberately used the offer of a meal to divert their attention. Sure enough, as soon as they heard she was treating them to dinner at Qinglai restaurant, they immediately shifted their focus. Fine, we'll let you off this time since you're treating us to dinner. Lin Baiwei and the others finally relented. Su Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. At Qinglai restaurant, Zhang Cheng had booked a private room and started ordering dishes by himself. Although Zhang Cheng was simply dressed, he didn't incur any disdain or contempt from the waitstaff. The service here was very professional. Even if a beggar walked in, they would be attended to. That's why this restaurant was so popular and had an excellent reputation. The dishes were a bit pricey, but there was a reason for it. They focused on service and word of mouth. Sir, we use mobile ordering here. Just scan this QR code to place your order, the waitress said warmly, pointing to a QR code on the corner of the table. Okay, thank you. Zhang Cheng was using mobile ordering for the first time. The restaurants had been to before were all very ordinary, where you either called out the dish names or ticked items on a paper menu. Zhang Cheng took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and entered Qinglai restaurant's ordering page. Seeing the prices of the dishes, he couldn't help but swallow hard. The food here was indeed more expensive than at other restaurants. For instance, a plate of minced pork with eggplant could easily cost twice as much as elsewhere, though the name sounded more elegant. In the past, Zhang Cheng might have walked out immediately upon seeing such expensive prices. But now, armed with the 100-fold rebuff, the pricier the better. Miss, I'll have this Australian lobster, 8 top-grade abalones, a king crab, royal fried rice, and a bottle of good red wine. To finish, some imperial bird's nest to rinse my mouth. Zhang Cheng had the air of a nouveau riche. The waitress was somewhat astonished to see him ordering so many of the restaurant's most expensive items. Sir, are you sure you can finish all that? We advocate a clean plate policy, no waste allowed. I can finish it. Just bring it all out. Zhang Cheng had actually ordered less than he wanted. If he weren't worried about wasting food, he would have ordered even more. All right, sir. You can submit your order on your phone, and our kitchen will start preparing it right away, the waitress reminded him warmly again. Okay, you'll submit it now. Zhang Cheng nodded and submitted his order on his phone. He only submitted it for now. Payment would come after the meal. After the order was submitted, the young lady politely withdrew. Soon after, another dedicated waitress pushed a cart into the private room. Sir, here is a hot towel to wipe your hands, she said, handing Zhang Cheng a snow-white hot towel with both hands. Zhang Cheng took it and wiped his hands, silently marveling at the restaurant's impeccable service. No wonder it had such a good reputation. Soon the dishes he ordered were brought out one after another. Sir, all your dishes are served. Please enjoy, the waitress said warmly. Zhang Cheng had eaten such luxurious meals as a child, but after his family fell from grace 10 years ago, he hadn't tasted them again, and life had been quite tight. So much good food. I won't hold back. Zhang Cheng was already salivating. He grabbed his chopsticks and dug in. Qinglai restaurant wasn't just about great service. The food was delicious too, far better than ordinary eateries. He nodded in satisfaction as he ate. Delicious. So much better than outside restaurants. There's a reason it's expensive. I haven't had food like this in ages. While he was eating, Su Qingluo and her 3 roommates also arrived at Qinglai restaurant. The appearance of Tianhai University's most stunning campus, Belle, instantly drew the attention of many diners. Among the customers were quite a few students, not just from Tianhai University, but also from nearby colleges. Many had heard of or knew Su Qingluo, the unparalleled beauty. So when she appeared, she naturally became the center of attention. The male students in particular couldn't take their eyes off her, nearly drooling. Qingluo, every time we go out with you, we're just background. Those handsome guys don't even give us a second glance. Lin Baiwei said rather dejectedly. She was quite pretty herself, but compared to Su Qingluo, it was like heaven and earth. Baiwei stopped sighing. Today we're going to make Qingluo pay. Lu Yanran said with a smile. Yeah, we really need to make her pay. Hearing this, Lin Baiwei perked up. They wanted to book a private room, but the waitress told them none were available, so they had to settle for a window seat in the main hall. Qingluo, we won't hold back this time. Lu Yanran said as she sat down and scanned the restaurant's QR code with her phone to start ordering. It's my treat today. Order whatever you like. Su Qingluo said with a smile. Su Qingluo was a quintessential rich beauty. Not only stunningly beautiful, but her family, the Su family, was a major conglomerate in Tianhai with businesses across the country worth hundreds of billions. Moreover, she had plenty of scholarships, so money was never an issue. With Su Qingluo's go-ahead, Lin Baiwei and the others ordered without restraint. After finishing his meal, Zhang Cheng walked out of the private room. He had thoroughly enjoyed the meal, which cost a total of 7,500 yuan. Spending so much on one meal would have been unthinkable before, but today Zhang Cheng didn't think it was expensive at all. In fact, he thought it was cheap. At the same time, the system had rebated him 750,000 yuan. Suddenly acquiring such a large sum of money excited him greatly. I've already received 750,000 in rebates. There's still 250,000 left to rebate. I need to spend more. With that thought, Zhang Cheng couldn't wait to go out and spend. But as he casually glanced around, he noticed that all the customers in Qinglai restaurant were staring in one direction. Zhang Cheng instinctively looked over and saw 4 girls sitting by the window. One of them was Su Qingluo, the unparalleled campus Belle, who had given him milk tea that afternoon. So it's her. No wonder she's attracting so much attention. Truly worthy of being Tianhai University's most stunning campus Belle. Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly and was about to leave when a thought struck him. I still have 250,000 in rebate quota to use. Why not use it on her? She treated me to milk tea this afternoon, so now I'll treat her to a meal. Zhang Cheng felt quite clever. With this plan in mind, he walked back to the checkout counter. Boss ID like to settle the bill for table 14 by the window. Table 14's total is 2,000 yuan, the owner said after checking the list. Only 2,000. Zhang Cheng was speechless. That meant he was still 500 short, or else he wouldn't be able to use up his 250,000 rebate quota. But he quickly thought of a solution. Boss, add a French mousse cake and send it to Miss Su Qingluo at table 14. Tell her it's a prize from the restaurant's lucky draw. The French mousse cake cost over 500 yuan, bringing the total to exactly 2,500. With the 100-fold rebate, that would be exactly 250,000. That way the 1 million rebate quota would be perfectly used up. Since Su Qingluo had given him a cup of milk tea, he would repay her through a lucky draw. This way they'd be even. Alright, sir. That'll be 2,500 total, the owner said, glancing at Zhang Cheng. She assumed Zhang Cheng was secretly in love with the campus belle Su Qingluo, and knowing a direct offer would be rejected, was using this method to quietly pay for her. The owner had seen many boys try to pay for Su Qingluo only to be turned down. Zhang Cheng was the first to use a lucky draw as a pretext to secretly settle her bill. She silently praised the young man for being clever and promising. But the owner was mistaken. Zhang Cheng only wanted to use Su Qingluo to earn money and incidentally repay her kindness for the milk tea. After settling the bill, the system immediately sent feedback. Ding. Spent 2,500 rebate 250,000. The 100-fold consumption rebate quota has been used up. Not bad, not bad. With 1 million I can do something else. Zhang Cheng paid and strode out. No sooner had he left than Su Qingluo finished her meal and came to settle the bill. Boss, table 14 to pay. Su Qingluo took out her phone ready to pay, but received an unexpected message. Miss Su, our restaurant had a lucky draw today, and your table won. So your meal is on the house. Also, I'm giving you a French mousse cake as a gift, the owner said, personally handing the cake to Su Qingluo. Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and the other roommate were pleasantly surprised. Are we really that lucky? We won a free meal and a French mousse cake worth over 500 yuan. Lin Baiwei stared at the cake, her mouth watering. The other two roommates were also eyeing it eagerly. Although they had just finished dinner, the French mousse cake was the signature dessert at Qinglai restaurant, rumored to be incredibly delicious. They had been craving it for a long time. But Su Qingluo frowned. She didn't believe they could win a lucky draw that included a 500 yuan cake. Boss, don't fool me. Who paid for my meal? Su Qingluo was sharp and quickly saw through the ruse. Her face turned slightly cold. She hated it when boys paid for her. It really was a gift from our restaurant's lucky draw. The owner tried to insist, but Su Qingluo was firm in her conviction. Boss, if you don't tell me the truth, we won't come here again. She didn't want other boys to pay for her. It would make her feel indebted. The owner broke out in a cold sweat. Su Qingluo's patronage brought in many male customers. Just during her short visit, many boys had flocked to the restaurant within an hour, boosting sales significantly. After weighing the pros and cons, the owner decided to tell the truth. Alright, a young man did pay for your meal. He also asked me to give you this cake, and to tell you it was a lucky draw prize. Just as I thought. Who is he? I need to pay him back. Su Qingluo's eyes were resolute. Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran knew her personality well, so they didn't try to dissuade her. He just walked out. The handsome guy in the white t-shirt at the entrance is him, the owner said, pointing toward the door. Su Qingluo followed the owner's gaze and was stunned to see that the young man in the white t-shirt was none other than Zhang Cheng. It's him? Are you sure, boss? She said, suddenly excited. She never expected that her fiancé Zhang Cheng had paid for her. Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran, not knowing who he was, assumed he was just another admirer of Su Qingluo. Yes, it's him. He paid 2,500 in total. He just left, so if you hurry you might still catch him, the owner reminded her. But Su Qingluo showed no intention of chasing after him to repay the money. Since it's him, forget it. They'll treat him next time, she said, a hint of joy flickering across her face. She now had an excuse to invite him to dinner. She had been worried about how to get close to Zhang Cheng, and now she had her chance. Hearing this, the owner, Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and Yi Shimeng were all dumbfounded. Su Qingluo, who always refused to let others pay for her, had actually accepted this young man's treat. It was a first. Qingluo, who is that handsome guy? You actually let him pay? Lin Baiwei leaned in, utterly astonished. Yi Shimeng and Lu Yanran also looked at her in surprise. But Su Qingluo didn't answer them. Instead, she deliberately ran out. Oh, it's too late. We need to get back. We have to prepare for the art club's recruitment in a few days. With that, Su Qingluo quickly ran out. Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and the others finally realized that Su Qingluo had no intention of telling them, so they hurried after her. You little trickster, fooling us again. We want to ask about the handsome guy, but are you going to share that French mousse cake with us? No way. He bought it for me. Su Qingluo clutched the cake tightly to her chest as she ran, afraid someone might snatch it. This was the first gift her fiancé had given her in 10 years, and she was determined to eat every last bite herself. When Zhang Cheng returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were absent, and he wondered where they had gone so late at night. The dormitory was momentarily left with only Zhang Cheng alone. Sitting on his bed, he instinctively took out his phone. The phone's wallpaper displayed a chubby yet adorable little girl named Su Yao, a photo he had taken of her 10 years ago. This girl Su Yao was Zhang Cheng's fiancée. Their families had been close when they were young, and their parents had arranged an engagement for them. Zhang Cheng still remembered how he and Su Yao often played together when they were children. She would follow him around like a shadow, and although she was a year older, she sometimes depended on him like a younger sister. When he found her annoying, he would tell her to go away, but she would puff up her chubby cheeks and retort, "I'm your future wife. Oh, wherever you are, I have to follow." Speechless, Zhang Cheng could only let her continue following him, and over time he grew accustomed to it, even preferring to bring her along wherever he went. They spent several years together, forging a deep bond that could be described as a childhood friendship. Until 10 years ago, when a great upheaval occurred in the capital. To preserve the Su family's business, they were forced to relocate their enterprises and the entire family to Tianhai City, while the Zhang family chose to remain in the capital. From that day on, Zhang Cheng and Su Yao were separated. He vividly remembered little Su Yao crying and telling him before she left, "When my hair grows long enough to touch my waist, remember to come and marry me." Zhang Cheng had always held on to that promise and never forgotten it. The reason he gave up Qingbei University to study at Tianhai University was partly because of Su Yao, who was in Tianhai City. However, after the great upheaval in the capital 10 years ago, the Zhang family, who stayed behind, fell from grace. Their conglomerate went bankrupt. His father was driven to jump to his death, and his mother had no choice but to take him back to her family's home, where they lived under someone else's roof. Meanwhile, after the Su family moved to Tianhai City, their family business flourished. In just 10 years, it reached a market value of hundreds of billions, becoming a first-class conglomerate. The two families were now worlds apart. Zhang Cheng feared that the Su family would deny the marriage due to the Zhang family's decline, so he had to rely on his own efforts to gain their recognition. Only then could he successfully marry Su Yao and fulfill that promise. Another reason Zhang Cheng chose Tianhai University was that its finance department was the school's flagship program and one of the most professional in the country. He needed to become stronger and earn a vast fortune to be with Su Yao. Now that I have this 1 million, I have the capital to invest. Zhang Cheng decided to use this 1 million to begin his path to rise. The next morning, just after Su Qingluo returned to her dormitory from class, Lin Baiwei walked in holding a letter. "Is there someone called Xiao Yao in our dorm? Someone sent a letter to our room." Lin Baiwei examined the envelope, but found no other recipient. "It's for me." Su Qingluo suddenly spoke up. "For you? Qinghua, since when did you go by Xiao Yao?" Lin Baiwei was puzzled, but still handed the letter to Su Qingluo. "I used to be called Su Yao, now I'm Su Qingluo. Xiao Yao is my nickname." As she spoke, Su Qingluo took the letter. Seeing it was from her grandmother, a look of realization dawned on her face. Only her grandmother still called her Xiao Yao. The rest of the family had long stopped using Su Yao, and now called her by her new name, Su Qingluo. 10 years ago, when they moved away from the capital, her father had given her a new name, Su Qinghua, chosen by a renowned feng shui master. It was said that renaming his daughter would bring good fortune to the Su family, and indeed, after Su Yao changed to Su Qingluo, the family quickly established roots in Tianhai City and rapidly expanded, eventually becoming a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. After receiving the letter, Su Qingluo eagerly tore it open. Reading its contents, a smile spread across her beautiful face. "Grandma really understands me. She's already preparing a custom wedding dress for me, unlike my father, who won't even mention my engagement to Zhang Cheng." Su Qingluo's expression lit up with joy as she unconsciously imagined herself in a wedding dress marrying Zhang Cheng. Lost in that beautiful vision, she couldn't help but giggle foolishly. "Qingluo, what are you giggling about?" Lin Baiwei approached curiously, trying to sneak a peek at the letter, but Su Qingluo alertly tucked it away. "Nothing." Su Qingluo hid the letter close to her body, then retrieved a large bag of snacks from her cabinet. All premium imported treats, including nuts from 3 squirrels, a hefty bag full. Lin Baiwei's eyes sparkled at the sight of the large snack bag. "Qingluo, when did you stash such a big bag of snacks?" "I'm starving, let me have some to tide me over." As she spoke, she instinctively reached out, but Su Qingluo hugged the bag protectively. "This bag isn't for you. If you want some, I'll buy more later." Su Qingluo clutched the bag tightly with both hands, looking like a creature guarding its food, afraid Lin Baiwei would snatch it. Lin Baiwei was taken aback. "Girl, what's gotten into you lately? You've been acting strange. Tell me, who are these snacks for?" Lin Baiwei immediately sensed something amiss. In the past, snacks in the dorm were always shared, but Su Qingluo had been hoarding them several times recently. She hadn't even let them have a bite of yesterday's French mousse cake. Clearly, Su Qingluo was acting out of character. "These snacks are for someone else, than buying them on commission, so I can't give them to you." With that, Su Qingluo hugged the bag and dashed out, afraid Lin Baiwei might catch her. Watching Su Qingluo flee, Lin Baiwei furrowed her brows. That girl is definitely up to something. In the market investment class, Zhang Cheng listened attentively, determined to enrich himself if he wanted to achieve success in the future. Just as the class was about to end, Su Qingluo suddenly appeared at the classroom door. The moment the campus bell arrived, the 50 or 60 students in the room erupted. Whoa, isn't that our Tianhai University's beauty, Su Qingluo? Why is she here in our classroom? So beautiful. No wonder she's the most stunning campus belle in Tianhai University's history. If I could date her even once, I'd gladly give up 10 years of my life. Dream on. Even if you gave up 100 years, she'd never date you. The crowd buzzed with chatter, especially the male students who were practically drooling and eager to ask for her contact info. Zhang Cheng naturally noticed Su Qingluo's arrival amid the commotion, but he only glanced at her before calmly organizing his lecture notes. This investment class had taught him a great deal. His heart already belonged to his fiancée Su Yao, and he had no interest in other girls, even if she was the most beautiful campus belle in Tianhai University's history. Soon the bell rang. A swarm of male students rushed out almost instantly, surrounding Su Qingluo. But her first words were, "I'm here to see Zhang Cheng." This declaration stunned everyone. Why was the campus belle visiting Zhang Cheng again? Envious and jealous glares immediately fixed on Zhang Cheng, who was equally baffled. Was Su Qingluo never going to stop? Still he approached her. "Senior Su, what brings you here this time?" Zhang Cheng asked politely. "Junior, these snacks are for you," Su Qingluo said, extending the bag toward him, her peach blossom eyes filled with anticipation. Her words shocked the crowd once more. What's going on? The campus belle is giving snacks to Zhang Cheng again. Is this for real? What's so special about Zhang Cheng that she keeps giving him things? Breaking news. The campus belle is back to treating her junior to snacks. Students whipped out their phones to capture the scene, which was sure to be the biggest news at Tianhai University today. Zhang Cheng was equally dumbfounded. Why was Su Qingluo giving him snacks again? "Senior Su, why are you giving me snacks again? We don't even know each other, do we?" Zhang Cheng said helplessly. He really didn't want to accept the snacks, as he wanted no entanglements with her. He just wanted to study quietly and use his million to invest and make money. Zhang Cheng's question was on everyone's mind. Could it be that Su Qingluo had actually fallen for him? "If we don't know each other after one meeting, we will after 2 or 3. Su Qingluo replied with a charming smile. It was a specious argument, but Zhang Cheng couldn't refute it. "But I can't accept gifts without reason." Zhang Cheng was exasperated. He really didn't want to take the snacks, fearing it would lead to misunderstandings. Seeing his reluctance, Su Qingluo thought for a moment and said, "This is to thank you for treating me to dinner last night, and for the cake. That French mousse cake was delicious." Her words left the onlookers stunned. Oh my god, Zhang Cheng treated the campus belle to dinner yesterday. This guy's got game. Are they dating? He treats her to dinner, and she returns the favor with snacks. No way the goddess is dating. It don't jump to conclusions. The male students seethed with envy, and Zhang Cheng was slightly surprised. He never expected Su Qingluo to know he had paid for the meal the night before. This was bound to cause misunderstandings. He had only intended to earn money from her, but now she seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. "Junior, don't you like snacks?" Su Qingluo asked, blinking her big eyes when he hesitated to take them. "Then I'll treat you to dinner tonight to return the favor for paying my meal last night." Su Qingluo finally voiced her excuse. This statement astonished the surrounding male students again. Was this the aloof goddess of Tianhai University? Why wasn't she aloof with Zhang Cheng? Not only was she giving him snacks, but she was also inviting him to dinner. Was heaven blind? All the good luck was falling on Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly. This was getting out of hand. He didn't want any rumors with Su Qingluo, especially if Su Yao found out about them in college. Zhang Cheng didn't want to upset his fiancée, but just as he was about to refuse, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding, perfect Tycoon system has triggered a mission. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's dinner invitation and her snacks. Reward 10-fold investment returns. Option 2, reject Su Qingluo's invitation. Reward your manhood shrinks by 10 centimeters. Zhang Cheng was once again dumbfounded by the system's voice. What now? Another mission triggered, and the penalty for refusal was again a 10-centimeter reduction in his manhood. Damn system, it was clearly out to oppose him. Zhang Cheng cursed inwardly, then reluctantly chose the first option again, accept Su Qingluo's dinner invitation and receive her snacks. Though choosing the first option would incur the jealousy of the other boys present, he had no choice for the sake of his future happiness. "Senior sister Su, I really like your snacks, and am very willing to have dinner with you tonight." Zhang Cheng feigned eagerness, though in his heart, he was reluctant. If not for this wretched system forcing him, Zhang Cheng would never have agreed. "Really? Then it's settled. He'll be waiting for you at 6 in VIP room 2 of the Qinglai restaurant. And here, take all these snacks." Su Qingluo, overjoyed, stuffed the bag of snacks into Zhang Cheng's hands and said with a smile, "Goodbye, Junior. I'm really looking forward to seeing you tonight." With that, she hummed a tune and turned away, clearly in high spirits. The crowd stared at the departing goddess, utterly stunned. What was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be an aloof goddess? Why did it seem like campus beauty Su was chasing after Zhang Cheng, giving him snacks and inviting him to dinner? Their minds were completely overwhelmed, too shocked by the scene before them. Ding, mission complete. Reward 10-fold return on investment up to a maximum of 10 million. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Chung snapped back to reality, and while everyone's attention was still fixed on Su Qingluo's retreating figure, seized the chance to slip away. If he didn't leave now, he'd surely be cornered by them. Back in the dormitory, Zhang Chung immediately closed the door behind him. Good thing I ran fast, or they would have surrounded me. He caught his breath, placed the bag of snacks on the table, and checked the reward the system had just given him. Tenfold return on investment. Any money spent on investments would yield a tenfold return with no time limit up to a maximum of 10 million. Zhang Chung read the description and felt a surge of excitement. Though accepting Su Qingluo's dinner invitation would provoke envy, obtaining the tenfold investment return reward was a small consolation. First it was 100-fold cashback on spending, now it's a tenfold return on investment. Not bad at all. Zhang Chung was very pleased with the reward. He now had 1 million in hand. If he invested all of it, he could exactly obtain the 10 million investment return. Not only would he then have 10 million in cash, but the 1 million invested would not be lost, and with good investments that million could grow even more. So the top priority was to choose a good investment project. What investment project should I choose? Zhang Chung began to ponder. Just as he was deep in thought, the dormitory door suddenly burst open with a bang, and his 3 roommates rushed in frantically. Zhang Chung, you sly dog, you sure ran fast. What's the deal between you and Campus Beauty Sue? First she buys you milk tea, then gives you snacks, and now she's inviting you to dinner. Zhang Chung, we're brothers, we won't tell anyone. Spill the truth and satisfy our curiosity. Zhang Chung was speechless. He really had no relationship with Su Qingluo, so he patiently explained, I really have nothing going on with senior sister Sue. Who'd believe that? The milk tea was one thing, but now snacks and dinner, that's nothing. Fatty Wang Hao said incredulously. I don't believe it either unless you swear a solemn oath. Skinny Lin Yang chimed in. Faced with their relentless pressure, Zhang Chung felt helpless. He had to give a satisfactory answer to get past this. Fine, I swear. I have absolutely no relationship with Su Qingluo, not in the past, and nothing will ever happen in the future. If I break this oath, may my manhood shrink by 10 centimeters. Zhang Chung said firmly. He already had his fiancée Su Yao in his heart, and he would never get involved with any other girl in this life, so his oath was sincere. Satisfied now, the 3 roommates, seeing him swear such a serious oath on his manhood, temporarily believed him. You're ruthless, we believe you. Fatty Wang Hao nodded. Zhang Chung, since you have nothing with Campus Beauty Sue, shouldn't you share those snacks with your brothers? Glasses-wearing Li Yuanhao eyed the large bag of snacks, already salivating. Especially since they were bought by Campus Beauty Sue, a treat others couldn't get. The other 2 roommates were also eyeing the bag with gleaming eyes. Go ahead, eat up, Zhang Chung said casually. The bag was too big for him to finish, and Su Qingluo hadn't told him to keep them to himself. Hearing this, the 3 roommates pounced on the snacks like hungry wolves scrambling for them. Snacks from Campus Beauty Sue were something ordinary people couldn't get. They were lucky to share in Zhang Cheng's fortune. After afternoon classes, Su Qingluo hurried back to her dorm so fast that even her 3 roommates couldn't catch up. Once inside, she sat down and began to carefully apply makeup. Su Qingluo usually didn't wear makeup, but even barefaced, she was the top campus beauty at Tianhai University. The reason she suddenly put on makeup today was entirely because she was having dinner with Zhang Chung that evening. It would be their first meal together in 10 years since they were engaged, so she naturally wanted to dress up. Little rascal, you'll be amazed by me tonight, Su Qingluo thought to herself as she applied mascara. After finishing her lashes, she carefully applied pink lipstick to her delicate lips. Though it was light makeup, it made her look even more beautiful, breathtakingly, so outshining even famous celebrities. Let me change into a skirt. The new one I bought a few days ago just arrived. Su Qingluo took out a new black, pleated miniskirt from her wardrobe and held it up against her lower body. She quickly realized it was really short, the hem reaching only 10 centimeters above her knees, almost fully exposing her fair, slender legs. Is it too short? Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed involuntarily. She had never worn such a short skirt before. But thinking it was for Zhang Chung to see, she made a decision. It's for that little rascal anyway, so a little shorter doesn't matter. She covered her blushing face with her hands shy, but quickly put on the black, pleated miniskirt. Once on, the skirt was indeed very short, barely covering her bottom, almost fully revealing her long, fair legs. Looking at her flawless reflection in the mirror, Su Qingluo was almost mesmerized by herself. So beautiful, that little rascal will definitely be captivated by me. She imagined Zhang Cheng's expression when bewitched by her, lost in thought. Let me put on some Japanese-style white stockings too. That little rascal will surely like them. Su Qingluo took a pair of Japanese-style white stockings from the wardrobe, sat on a chair, and stretched out her long, fair legs. She slowly pulled the stockings over her feet, gradually covering her thighs with the white fabric. The black pleated miniskirt paired with Japanese-style white stockings created a look that was both innocent and alluring. Su Qingluo smiled at her reflection in the mirror, very satisfied. With a Korean-style white chiffon short-sleeve top, it'll be absolutely perfect. Her heart was full of girlish excitement, eager to look her best for the one she liked. After changing, Su Qingluo's curvaceous figure was fully accentuated, especially her long legs, which looked both pure and seductive in the white stockings. She then took out a curling iron and slightly curled her straight jet black hair. She had put immense effort into preparing for this dinner. Before leaving, Su Qingluo put on new pink high heels. But as she opened the door, her 3 roommates were just returning from the cafeteria. Seeing her meticulously dressed up, they were stunned. "Oh my god, Qingluo, are you entering a beauty pageant today?" Lin Baiwei exclaimed in surprise. Yi Shimeng and Lu Yanran were also awestruck. Su Qingluo, who rarely bothered with makeup, was now so breathtakingly beautiful. Even they as women felt a flutter. She was more beautiful than any celebrity, like a fairy descending to earth. "Qingluo, where are you off to?" Lu Yanran couldn't help asking. "I'm running out of time, gotta go." Su Qingluo glanced at her phone, and seeing it was nearly 6, pushed past Lin Baiwei and the others without a second thought, rushing out. She was eager to meet Zhang Cheng for dinner. Lin Baiwei and the others watched her hurry away, puzzled. What's gotten into her lately? She's all love-struck. Could she be dating? Lin Baiwei wondered. It's possible. I saw on the campus forum that this morning Qingluo went to give snacks to a junior again. Yi Shimeng took out her phone and showed the photos to her roommates. Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran were astonished. Oh my god, is Qingluo going on a date with that junior tonight? The thought was hard to believe. Since they'd known her, Su Qingluo had never accepted any boy's advances. And now she was chasing after a junior. It was truly unbelievable. Near 6 o'clock, Zhang Cheng also left his dorm. He hadn't bothered to dress up, wearing casual clothes. In his view, having dinner with Su Qingluo was something he was forced into by that damned system. But since had agreed, he wouldn't stand her up. Arriving at the Qinglai restaurant, a waitress soon came to serve him. Su Qingluo invited me. It's VIP room 2. I'm here to meet her, Zhang Cheng explained. What's your name, handsome? The waitress asked cautiously. Zhang Cheng, he replied. Please follow me, the waitress said after confirming his identity, leading him to VIP room 2. The service here was truly meticulous. Soon Zhang Cheng was led to VIP room 2. He pushed the door open and entered, finding Su Qingluo already waiting inside. She was dressed beautifully tonight, even more stunning than a movie star. Zhang Cheng was momentarily dazed. She was like a fairy descending to earth. Su Qingluo noticed Zhang Cheng was captivated and felt a secret thrill, but he quickly regained his composure. Senior sister Su, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Cheng entered and closed the door behind him. Though Su Qingluo was beautiful, he already had his fiancée, Su Yao, in his heart, so he only gave her an extra glance. Have a seat, Zhang Cheng. Order whatever you like, tonight's on me. Su Qingluo said joyfully, her eyes never leaving him since he entered. This made Zhang Cheng a bit awkward. I'm fine with anything. You order, senior sister Su. He felt uncomfortable, as if she might devour him. Have some orange juice first, Su Qingluo said, picking up a bottle of orange juice and walking over. But because she was wearing high heels, she moved unsteadily. She never usually wore heels, but today she had put them on specially for Zhang Cheng. The orange juice was also something she had ordered because she knew Zhang Cheng had loved it since childhood. Senior sister Su, let me pour it myself. Zhang Cheng didn't want to trouble her and reached for the bottle. But Su Qingluo insisted, Junior, let me do it. As she tried to take the bottle from his hand, she overexerted herself, lost her balance in her heels, and stumbled, falling straight toward Zhang Cheng. Caught off guard, Zhang Cheng was knocked over by Su Qingluo, and inertia sent him sprawling backward onto the floor. Su Qingluo fell on top of him. As they both lay dazed, Zhang Cheng felt a soft, sweet sensation on his lips. Su Qingluo felt the same. When they opened their eyes, they both froze in place. At that moment, their posture was exceedingly intimate. Zhang Cheng lay on the ground, while Su Qingluo was sprawled atop him, and crucially their lips were pressed together. When they opened their eyes, both became aware of this awkward situation, and for a moment they were both frozen in place. Zhang Cheng's mind went completely blank. Was his first kiss really going to be taken by senior sister in such an ambiguous manner? How could he ever explain this to his fiancée Su Yao? He was no longer pure. Defiled by senior sister, he felt like crying. At that moment, Zhang Cheng truly wanted to weep. He had saved his first kiss for his fiancée Su Yao, but now it was gone. In contrast to Zhang Cheng's despair, Su Qingluo felt a secret delight. Oh my heavens, I kissed my future husband, and it was my first kiss. She wished she could kiss him longer. It turned out that kissing could be truly addictive. Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed crimson, and her heart raced uncontrollably, yet she showed no intention of getting up. Instead, she even wanted to kiss Zhang Cheng a bit more. As for Zhang Cheng, once he regained his senses, he pushed the unparalleled campus Belle, Su Qingluo, away, quickly wiping his mouth with his hand, feeling deeply vexed. Any other young man would likely have been reluctant to get up, let alone push Su Qingluo away. However, as a gentleman, Zhang Cheng was the first to show concern for her. Senior Su, are you alright? I'm fine, I'm so sorry. I didn't hold on to the drink properly. Su Qingluo apologized repeatedly, though inwardly, she felt a twinge of regret. They had only kissed for such a short while, as she wished it could have lasted longer. As she spoke, she savored the memory of the kiss, the sweet and soft sensation lingering in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily again. She even forgot that the orange juice had spilled all over her legs. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng noticed and promptly reminded her. Senior Su, the orange juice spilled on your leg. Let me help you clean it up. With that, he grabbed a few tissues from the table and instinctively bent down to wipe the juice from her thigh. At that moment, Zhang Cheng was diligently wiping the orange juice from Su Qingluo's thigh. When she came to her senses and saw him using tissues to wipe her leg, she was momentarily stunned, and then her face flushed even deeper. No man had ever touched her thigh before, yet today Zhang Cheng was rubbing it back and forth. What mattered most was that she didn't feel repulsed. In fact, she found it acceptable for Zhang Cheng to touch her thigh. On the other hand, when Zhang Cheng realized what he was doing, he felt awkward and embarrassed, quickly withdrawing his hand. Senior Su, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just wanted to wipe the drink off your leg. Zhang Cheng hurriedly explained, fearing she might think he was trying to take liberties. Heaven was his witness. He had never intended to take advantage of Senior Su. It's fine, it can't be wiped clean. I'll take them off and wash them when I get back. Senior Su said, and to his shock, she began to remove her stockings right in front of him. Senior Su, I need to use the restroom. You go ahead. After saying this, Zhang Cheng fled the private room in a panic. Su Qingluo watched his hasty retreat and couldn't help but chuckle. What an adorable little brother. Covering her mouth with a laugh, Su Qingluo's mind involuntarily wandered back to the kissing scene. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng's heart was still pounding wildly after he reached the restroom. Su Qingluo was truly a femme fatale, stunningly beautiful and dressed in a way that was both innocent and alluring. What man could resist that, especially a vigorous young man like Zhang Cheng? And what frustrated him most was the loss of his first kiss, which he had kept for 20 years. That was an accident, but doesn't count. My first kiss is still intact. Zhang Cheng tried to console himself, splashing cold water on his face in the restroom to calm down. After more than 10 minutes, a calmed Zhang Cheng finally returned to VIP room No. 2. When he came back, Su Qingluo had already removed the white stockings stained with orange juice. She sat quietly, her two fair slender legs exposed in the air, and she was wearing a miniskirt. Yet Zhang Cheng didn't look. His heart already belonged to Su Yao, so he wouldn't gaze at any other girl. Zhang Cheng, you're back. I ordered a few dishes. Do you like them? Su Qingluo asked enthusiastically. Zhang Cheng glanced at the table, braised pork, mashed potatoes, and more. All his favorites. Senior Su, let's eat quickly. After this meal, we shouldn't stay in touch anymore. Zhang Cheng was afraid of this campus belle. Sitting down again, he picked up his chopsticks and began devouring his food rapidly. He truly didn't want any further connection with Su Qingluo. It was interfering with his plans to invest. So he aimed to finish the meal as soon as possible. Unlike Zhang Cheng's boorish haste, Su Qingluo ate delicately, taking small bites. As she ate, her watery eyes remained fixed on Zhang Cheng. There's a saying that beauty can be a feast for the eyes. At that moment, Su Qingluo seemed to feast on the sight of Zhang Cheng while eating plain rice. As long as he was with her, even plain rice tasted wonderful. Little brother, you're still so handsome when you eat. Su Qingluo rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Zhang Cheng with infatuation. Her mind couldn't help but replay the kiss from earlier on the floor, and as she thought deeper, her cheeks flushed once more. The meal lasted nearly an hour, mainly because Su Qingluo ate so slowly. After finishing, Zhang Cheng burped and glanced at Su Qingluo, who had been staring at him the whole time. Senior Su, we're done. Should we head back? Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Su Qingluo snapped out of her reverie. Are we done? Have a bit more. I'll order more. She wanted to spend more time with Zhang Cheng and was reluctant to part so soon from her future husband. But Zhang Cheng didn't want to stay with Su Qingluo any longer. He was eager to get back to his investment plans. Senior Su, I'm full. Let's go back, he urged again. All right, but you have to walk me back to the dormitory. Su Qingluo said with a hint of playfulness. No problem, let's go. Zhang Cheng agreed without hesitation. This request wasn't too much, and he was anxious to get rid of her, so he readily nodded. Seeing that Zhang Cheng agreed to escort her, Su Qingluo immediately stood up. Let's go then, she said sweetly. After leaving the private room, the Qinglai restaurant still had many diners. As Su Qingluo walked out, nearly every guest turned their heads to look at her. Su Qingluo was already very beautiful, but today she had specially dressed up, making her look like a celestial maiden. Even the female customers found her captivating, let alone the men who were practically drooling. Zhang Cheng deliberately kept some distance from Su Qingluo, not wanting to be misunderstood. But she intentionally moved closer, almost linking arms with him. The onlookers were astonished. Who's that guy? He's walking with Su Qingluo. Today's campus belle Su is so beautiful, even more lovely than a fairy. Did they come out from a meal together? Oh my god, campus belle Su actually agreed to dine with a guy. As they spoke, they all pulled out their phones to take pictures. Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly. He would be on the campus news headlines again tonight, and he could already imagine the titles. Shocked. Campus belle Su dines with a guy. Breaking news. Campus belle Su meets a mysterious man at night. Shocking. Campus belle Su is in a relationship. Her partner is an ordinary freshman. Zhang Cheng paid them no more heed and quickened his pace to leave. Along the way, they encountered many students who turned to look at Su Qingluo's beauty. Some even walked into railings while looking back at her. This was a bit over the top. With a nervous heart, Zhang Cheng finally escorted Su Qingluo to the entrance of the female dormitory. We're here, Senior Sue. He'll head back now. After saying this, he turned and ran off. He feared that any more time with Su Qingluo would spark more rumors. He had no desire to be on the campus news headlines again. Su Qingluo watched him flee with a charming smile. Little brother, I ordered all your favorite dishes, but you still haven't caught on. You'll have to make the hints even more obvious next time. Only after Zhang Cheng's figure completely disappeared from her sight did she turn and head back to the dormitory. As soon as she entered, her three roommates surrounded Su Qingluo, looking like they were about to interrogate her. Little Ming, spill it. Who did you dress up so beautifully to have dinner with tonight? Lin Baiwei was the first to ask. I didn't have dinner with anyone. Su Qingluo shook her head a bit flustered. Someone already posted your pictures on the campus network, and you still deny it? Lin Baiwei said, showing her phone with the photo of Su Qingluo and Zhang Cheng walking together at Qinglai restaurant. The gossip had spread incredibly fast. The evidence is ironclad. What do you have to say for yourself? Su Qingluo hadn't expected them to post the photos so quickly. Just as she was about to confess, Lu Yanran suddenly leaned in and said, Wait, Qingluo, where are your white stockings? I saw you wearing them when you left. At this reminder, the three roommates noticed that the white stockings she had worn out were missing. Now her two long, fair, smooth legs were bare in the air. Did you two get into something while eating? Lin Baiwei exclaimed suddenly. Such a bold remark made Su Qingluo's face turn crimson. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran, upon hearing this, instantly became intensely curious, widening their eyes as they looked at Su Qingluo, eagerly awaiting her answer. How could that be? My white stockings got stained with orange juice, so I took them off. Su Qingluo quickly explained. To prove her innocence, she took the orange juice-stained stockings out of her bag. See, the stockings are indeed stained. I'm not lying. This evidence did support her story, but as she spoke, her face involuntarily reddened. Seeing the stockings reminded her of the embarrassing moment when Zhang Cheng had wiped her thigh with tissues. That's true, but why is your face so red? And I think I smell a man's scent on you. Lin Baiwei said, mischievously leaning in to sniff Su Qingluo. Having had many boyfriends, Lin Baiwei could indeed detect Zhang Cheng's scent lingering on her. Hearing this, Su Qingluo panicked, afraid they might discover something. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a shower. She made a quick excuse, pushed past them, and fled to the dormitory bathroom, her face flushed with shame. Su Qingluo was afraid that if she stayed any longer they would see through everything. As for the man's scent on her, it must have been left from when she and Zhang Cheng had kissed on the floor. The thought made her blush even more. Little brother, this is all your fault. Su Qingluo murmured shyly in the bathroom. Yet knowing that her first kiss had been given to Zhang Cheng, she felt it was worth it. Still, she was a bit disappointed that he still hadn't recognized her. He'll have to give him another hint tomorrow, and this time it has to be more obvious, or he'll never guess that I'm his fiancé, this big dummy husband. After class the next morning, Zhang Cheng ventured alone outside the school, seeking opportunities for investment, knowing that sitting in the dormitory would never yield such chances. He was eager to use the tenfold investment rebate card in his possession. Beyond the school gates, most establishments were modest food stalls, barbecue, Sha County snacks, stir-fried noodles. All small ventures unworthy of investment. Nearby there were convenience stores, supermarkets, and malls, yet after a thorough stroll, Zhang Cheng found no suitable opportunity. This left him somewhat disheartened. However, on his way back, as he passed the Qinglai restaurant, he noticed a large poster advertising a massive recruitment of chefs. Why does Qinglai restaurant need to hire so many chefs all at once? Head chef, sous chef line cooks. Zhang Cheng frowned slightly as he read the recruitment poster, sensing that something had gone wrong at Qinglai. While it was normal for a restaurant to hire chefs, a sudden demand for so many was decidedly abnormal, likely signaling an upheaval in the entire kitchen brigade. This was an exceedingly minor recruitment ad, one that most people would overlook, but after reading it, Zhang Cheng seemed to have found his investment opportunity. He promptly strode into Qinglai restaurant. That day, Qinglai restaurant had few diners. The handful of customers, after finishing their meals, shook their heads in dissatisfaction. Why is today's food at Qinglai so terrible? Indeed, has the chef changed? At such high prices, the dishes are this awful. I heard the owner ran off with his mistress, divorced his wife, and took all the chefs with him. I reckon this restaurant is doomed. As Zhang Cheng entered, he overheard these hushed murmurs, confirming his suspicions. Qinglai restaurant was in grave trouble. Yet despite this, the service remained impeccable. No sooner had Zhang Cheng stepped inside than a warm-hearted waitress came to greet him. Sir, how many in your party? A pretty waitress asked with a smile. Just one. Zhang Cheng did not rush to see the proprietress. Instead, he decided to taste the current fare himself. This way, please. The waitress led him to a small table by the window, and personally poured him a cup of barley tea, her demeanor gracious and amiable. After sitting down, Zhang Cheng took out his phone, scanned the QR code on the table corner, and began ordering. He chose Grandma's braised pork belly, delicate steamed fish, and a bowl of jasmine egg drop soup. 2 dishes and 1 soup were enough to fill him, while the 3 items would test the current chef's skill. Before the meal, a waitress brought a hot towel for Zhang Cheng to wipe his hands. Afterward, the 3 dishes were quickly served. Zhang Cheng frowned slightly at the sight. Clearly, in terms of appearance, these dishes fell 2 notches below the previous standard, resembling street food with no aesthetic appeal. The earlier dishes were not only delicious, but also elegantly plated, exuding a sense of refinement that was pleasing to the eye. It seems the chefs at Qinglai have indeed been replaced. With this thought, Zhang Cheng picked up his chopsticks and began to taste. The braised pork was tender but not greasy, yet the preparation seemed amateurish and the texture was far inferior. Although the dish was edible, it was merely an ordinary home-style meal incomparable to the previous version. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Indeed, with the change of chefs, the braised pork has lost its edge, and significantly so. At a normal price it might be acceptable, but Qinglai charges double. Even with impeccable service, the restaurant's reputation is bound to collapse. Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly. Just a few days ago, during his first visit, he had praised the service and flavors, yet now, within 2 days, Qinglai faced a crisis of reputational ruin. After sampling the pork, he tried the other 2 dishes, finding them equally mediocre, a far cry from the previous excellence. This further corroborated his hypothesis. After finishing his meal, Zhang Cheng approached the checkout counter to pay. This time, however, he did not see the proprietress handling the cash, though instead an older woman, the assistant manager, named Fong Man, was at the register. "Where is your boss?" Zhang Cheng inquired specifically. Fong Man, assuming he was dissatisfied with the meal, quickly stood up and asked, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Our boss is busy with something." "I don't need help, but I can solve Qinglai's current crisis," Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile. Coming from a freshman, these words were hardly convincing. Fong Man did not take him seriously. "Sir, you are overthinking it. Qinglai isn't facing any crisis," Fong Man replied with a smile. In truth, only she knew that the proprietress was holding an emergency meeting on the 2nd floor. Zhang Cheng had anticipated this response. "I have a way to resolve your shortage of chefs. Are you sure you don't need my help?" Zhang Cheng asked again. Fong Man was slightly taken aback, surprised that he had pinpointed the restaurant's exact problem. This time she did not refuse outright, but hesitated before saying, "Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go ask the boss." "All right, go ahead." Zhang Cheng nodded. He was fond of Qinglai and would hate to see it fail. Of course, his actions were also driven by the desire to use his tenfold investment rebate card. In the office on the 2nd floor, the proprietress Zhou Qing was discussing the crisis with several managers. "Old Lu, how are things with Chef Yuan and Chef Lin? Have they agreed to come to Qinglai?" Zhou Qing asked, her brows furrowed. At just over 30, Zhou Qing was a striking woman with a fine figure and a sharp short hairstyle that exuded competence and strength. Yet the current crisis had left this strong woman anxious and uneasy. "Zhou, both Chef Yuan and Chef Lin have refused no matter how much we offered. I suspect they were threatened by Chairman Li," old Lu said helplessly. Zhou Qing sighed deeply upon hearing this. Chairman Li was her ex-husband who, after their divorce, had not only siphoned off most of her funds, but also maliciously taken all the chefs from Qinglai. He intended to destroy Qinglai entirely. "Zhou, we can manage without chefs for now, but the capital chain has broken. We might not be able to pay employee salaries this month," old Lu added. Without chefs, they could slowly find replacements, but without funds, the staff's morale would crumble, and Qinglai would truly die. "They'll find a way. Employee salaries will not be delayed." Though Zhou Qing made this promise, she had no confidence, as her ex-husband had siphoned off the funds before the divorce, leaving her penniless for payroll. In her moment of despair, assistant manager Fong Man hurried in from outside. "Zhou, there's a freshman outside who says he can solve Qinglai's crisis," Fong Man reported. "A freshman solving our crisis? Don't joke, send him away." Zhou Qing laughed dismissively. How could a freshman have the capability to resolve their predicament? Even she, a seasoned businesswoman, was temporarily stumped. A mere freshman solving it. That was a pipe dream. Seeing that the boss had refused, Fong Man accepted the decision, as she too had little faith in the student. "All right, I'll send him off," she said before retreating. Zhang Cheng paid for his meal while waiting. Soon Fong Man returned. "Sir, thank you for your kindness, but we'll handle Qinglai's issues ourselves. No need to trouble you," she said politely. Zhang Cheng was not offended. After all, who would believe a freshman? This was expected, but he needed to do something more. "Could you give me a piece of paper and a pen?" Zhang Cheng asked with a slight smile. "Of course, sir," Fong Man replied, seeing no harm in such a request. She handed him a blank sheet and a pen. Zhang Cheng wrote something on it, folded the paper, and returned it to her. "This is a simple plan to resolve Qinglai's crisis. If your boss is interested in learning more, she can find me at Building 3 of the male dormitory at Tianhai University. My name is Zhang Cheng." After speaking, he placed the paper on the table and strode away gracefully. Fong Man picked up the paper after he left. To be honest, as an assistant manager, she had little regard for this freshman from Tianhai University. What good solution could a freshman possibly have for Qinglai's crisis? Despite her skepticism, Fong Man couldn't resist unfolding the paper and reading Zhang Cheng's plan. To her surprise, her eyes lit up. The plan was truly unconventional, offering a fresh perspective that might just help Qinglai weather the storm. However, without the boss' approval, Fong Man dared not act on her own, so she quickly ran back to the office. Zhou Qing saw Fong Man return and asked, "Fong Man, why are you back? Is something wrong?" Zhou, before leaving, that student left a note saying it could perfectly solve Qinglai's current crisis, Fong Man said, handing over the paper. "What good method could a student have?" Zhou Qing scoffed, but she still took the paper. Upon reading it, she shot up from her seat, her eyes wide with shock. Excellent plan. Who is this student? To come up with such an innovative approach. Zhou Qing was thrilled, never expecting an unknown student to surprise her so. His name is Zhang Cheng, a freshman. Oh, he's the one Su Qingluo invited to dinner, Fong Man added after a moment's thought. Su Qingluo was well known at Tianhai University, renowned as the most beautiful campus belle in its history. Since she often dined at Qinglai, the staff knew her well. Over the past year, they had never seen Su Qingluo eat with a male student except for last night, when she had invited Zhang Cheng. It seems Miss Su's judgment is indeed exceptional. This freshman is no ordinary one, Zhou Qing remarked, now intrigued by Zhang Cheng. Did he leave any contact information? Zhou Qing asked. No, he said if you're interested in learning more, you can find him at Building 3 of the male dormitory at Tianhai University, Fong Man replied truthfully. Let's go, well, invite him now, Zhou Qing said, rising and heading out, determined to secure the student's help. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had returned to campus, but was dragged by his 3 roommates to the club recruitment event. Joining a club not only earned credits, but also expanded one's social circle, and many freshmen were eager to make friends through clubs. The recruitment square was packed with students, mostly freshmen, browsing the options. Upperclassmen from various clubs were pulling out all the stops to recruit newcomers. Zhang Cheng was pushed along by his roommates. Zhang Cheng, which club do you want to join? Fatty Wong asked as they walked. I haven't decided yet, Zhang Cheng replied, scanning the booths. He had little interest in ordinary clubs, and was looking for something finance-related that might benefit him. Unfortunately, after searching half the square, he found no such club. Perhaps such specialized clubs were too niche for students. How about the art club? I heard Su, the campus belle, is the president, and it's full of beauties, Skinny Lin suggested eagerly. Joining the art club? Dream on. I heard they're very selective. Every year hordes of freshmen apply, but only 1 or 2 get in, Glassesly chimed in. But what if we get lucky? Fatty Wong argued, unwilling to give up. Though the odds were slim, the 3 roommates were clearly tempted. Let's go check it out. Even if we don't get in, we can feast our eyes on the beauties, Skinny Lin said, leading the way. Wong and Li followed quickly, with Zhang Cheng being urged along. At the art club booth, a long line had formed with over 100 freshmen signing up, mostly male. Clearly their intentions were less than pure. At the recruitment booth, Lin Baiwei, Su Qingluo, and 3 other members were busy processing applicants. Wow, so many people. Let's hurry and line up, Wong exclaimed, dashing off to queue, followed by Lin and Li. Only Zhang Cheng held back, as he wasn't keen on joining the art club. However, someone else had other plans for him. Su Qingluo was diligently recruiting new members, her first time as club president. But the sheer number of applicants overwhelmed them. Baiwei, there are too many people. Let's raise the requirements, or we'll be here till dark, Su Qingluo said, wiping sweat from her brow. You're right, we need to set some conditions, Lin Baiwei agreed, looking at the long line. What conditions should we set? No more male applicants. They're obviously here for the wrong reasons. Also, members must have a painting grade of 5 or above, or equivalent skill. Just those 2 conditions, Su Qingluo decided. These 2 conditions should weed out 90% of the applicants, easing their workload. Yes, quality over quantity, Lin Baiwei nodded, finding the logic sound. Soon Lin Baiwei wrote the conditions on a whiteboard and placed it in front of the booth. She then picked up a megaphone and announced to the waiting students. Dear juniors, the art club has new recruitment criteria. We are now accepting only female members with a painting grade of 5 or above, or equivalent skill. If you don't meet these conditions, please feel free to leave. This announcement caused an uproar, especially among the male students, who were instantly disheartened. It's over, we can't join the art club. I was hoping to meet some senior sisters, but now there's no chance. Everyone, let's go. No hope. As the crowd began to disperse, Su Qingluo suddenly spotted Zhang Cheng in the crowd. Her face lit up with joy, and she grabbed a recruitment flyer and ran over. Lin Baiwei and the others were puzzled. Qingluo, where are you going? Not only Lin Baiwei, but everyone present was confused. Soon Su Qingluo reached Zhang Cheng, her face beaming with excitement, as she said, Junior, would you like to sign up for our art club? As she spoke, she handed him the flyer, her large watery eyes filled with eager anticipation. This stunned the onlookers. What was happening? Su, the campus belle, was actively inviting a male junior to join the art club. Hadn't she just been turning people away? And wasn't she not accepting male members? Everyone was utterly bewildered. All eyes in the venue instantly focused on Zhang Cheng, everyone eager to see who this mysterious figure was that had prompted the campus belle, Su, to personally recruit him. Zhang Cheng was equally bewildered. What was happening? He hadn't even signed up yet. This senior Su was persistently clinging to him. Junior, would you like to join our painting club? You can pass without an interview, and our club offers all kinds of great perks. Su Qingluo said, a hint of urgency in her voice, as Zhang Cheng remained silent. This statement left the crowd utterly astounded. What was going on? Weren't they supposed to fill out forms first, then interview, and then have a second round? How did this junior get to skip straight through without even an interview? The crowd was in turmoil, especially the male students, who gazed at Zhang Cheng with a mix of envy and resentment. Lin Baiwei watched in quiet astonishment. Hadn't Su Qingluo just declared they weren't accepting male members? Why was she now personally inviting a junior to join? Zhang Cheng snapped back to reality, feeling utterly speechless. He had no interest in painting. Sorry, senior, I can't paint, and I'm a guy, so I don't meet your club's recruitment criteria. Zhang Cheng declined, tactfully pointing to the whiteboard the club had just set up, which displayed the 2 conditions Lin Baiwei had listed. The implication was clear. It wasn't that he didn't want to join, but that their own rules disqualified him. Zhang Cheng genuinely had no interest in painting, so he resorted to this polite refusal. His rejection stunned the crowd once more, particularly the male students. Damn, this guy actually turned down the campus Belle Sue. Is he crazy? Rejecting Sue, the school beauty. Incredible, incredible. The first man at Tianhai University to refuse the campus Belle Sue. This kid's insane, passing up such a golden opportunity. If it were me, I'd have agreed in a heartbeat. At Tianhai University, no one had ever rejected Sue, and Zhang Cheng was the first, leaving everyone utterly exasperated. Even Su Qingluo hadn't anticipated Zhang Cheng's refusal. Since arriving at Tianhai University, she had never been turned down before. Yet she wasn't the least bit angry. After all, Zhang Cheng was her future husband. Junior, wait here for a moment, Su Qingluo said before hurrying back, erasing the 2 recruitment conditions from the whiteboard with an eraser. The crowd watched in confusion. What was the point of erasing them? But they soon found out. Su Qingluo returned to Zhang Cheng and sweetly invited him again. Alright, our painting club now has no conditions for recruitment. Will you agree to join us now? At these words, the onlookers were dumbfounded. What was happening? The campus Belle Sue had actually changed the recruitment rules she herself had set, just to get Zhang Cheng into the club. Lin Baiwei, witnessing this, gaped in disbelief. The 2 conditions for recruitment had been Su Qingluo's own idea: no male members, and a painting grade of 5 or above, or equivalent skill. Yet now she had altered the rules for this junior. Is this still the aloof campus Belle I know? Lin Baiwei felt her worldview crumbling. Zhang Cheng too hadn't expected Su Qingluo to change the rules for him. But even so, he had no desire to join the painting club. He simply wasn't interested in painting, nor did he want any connection with Su Qingluo. Just as he was pondering how to refuse again, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the perfect Tycoon system has triggered a new mission. Option 1, agree to join Su Qingluo's painting club. Reward master-level painting skills, tenfold profit from selling paintings. Option 2, reject Su Qingluo's invitation. Reward, increase height by 50 centimeters. Zhang Cheng stared at the 2 rewards, speechless. This wretched system was forcing him to choose again. Although option 2 didn't involve shrinking this time, what used was an extra 50 centimeters. In the end, there was only one outcome: reluctantly agreeing to Su Qingluo's invitation. Senior Su, since you're so sincere in your invitation, I'll reluctantly agree to join your painting club. Zhang Cheng's heart bled as he succumbed to the system's coercion. Su Qingluo's face lit up with joy upon hearing his agreement. Really? You've agreed to join our painting club? Su Qingluo confirmed in disbelief. Yes, I've agreed to join. Zhang Cheng nodded, letting out a silent sigh. Despite his displeasure, the system's reward arrived promptly. Congratulations, host, on making your choice. Reward: top-tier master-level painting skills, tenfold profit from painting sales, limited to 3 days. As the system's voice faded, countless painting techniques and knowledge flooded Zhang Cheng's mind, instantly transforming him into a world-class artist. Additionally, the system granted him a tenfold profit buff on painting sales, though it was time limited to 3 days. With so many people around, Zhang Cheng couldn't study the buff in detail and decided to examine it carefully once he returned home. Su Qingluo was overjoyed by Zhang Cheng's decision to join her club, barely restraining herself from jumping for joy in public. Junior, since you've agreed, please fill out this form. Su Qingluo said, sweetly handing a form to Zhang Cheng. Alright. Zhang Cheng reluctantly took the form. Having only agreed under the system's duress, filling out paperwork only added to his reluctance. The crowd, seeing his obvious reluctance, could have killed him. They yearned to join the painting club, but couldn't, while Zhang Cheng was unwilling. Truly, comparison was infuriating. Zhang Cheng sat at a table in the painting club, grabbed a pen, and filled out the form under the envious and resentful gazes of everyone. Su Qingluo sat across from him, chin resting on her hands, gazing at him intently. She thought about how he would now be a club member, and she could see him every day, filling her heart with delight. Silly boy, you'll never escape my grasp now, he. Su Qingluo secretly rejoiced. Zhang Cheng, are you thirsty? Hey, raise some water, have a drink. She eagerly offered him a bottle of water. The crowd was once again astonished. When had this aloof campus Belle become such a sycophant? In the past, it was always male students offering drinks to Su Qingluo, but today she was the one offering water to Zhang Cheng, and he seemed rather unwilling. Just put it down. He'll drink it later. By the way, do I need to fill in my WeChat ID? Zhang Cheng frowned. Yes, of course. Su Qingluo was eager to secretly add Zhang Cheng on WeChat later, so why wouldn't she want him to fill it in? Fine. Zhang Cheng sighed in exasperation, but complied. After completing the form, Zhang Cheng handed it to Su Qingluo. Senior Su, I'm done. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Okay, but Junior, the first club activity is tomorrow at noon at the art hall. Make sure to come on time. Su Qingluo reminded him with eager anticipation. Got it. I'll come if I have time. Zhang Cheng replied impatiently before leaving. The crowd was incensed. What kind of attitude was that? How dare he treat the campus belle, Sue, so coldly? Was he asking for trouble? Lin Baiwei was also taken aback. It was the first time she had seen a male student treat Su Qingluo so indifferently. Was he pretending to be aloof, or just showing off? Su Qingluo, however, didn't mind in the slightest. In fact, she was secretly pleased. After Zhang Cheng left, the crowd's attention returned to the painting club, as Su Qingluo had just announced they were accepting members without conditions. Everyone grew restless. The campus belle said, "There are no conditions. I want to sign up." Soon someone rushed to the club's recruitment booth, grabbing a form to fill out. Others followed suit, all eager to seize the chance. But Su Qingluo turned around and addressed them. "Sorry everyone, but our painting club now has conditions again. Applicants must be female and have a painting grade of 5 or above or equivalent skill." These words stunned the crowd once more. Hadn't they just accepted a male member who couldn't even paint? Lin Baiwei couldn't stand it and whispered to Su Qingluo, "Qingluo, this is too obvious. People will gossip. I don't care. Let them say what they want." Su Qingluo clutched Zhang Cheng's information form, her heart brimming with joy. She couldn't care less about others' feelings. In her heart, only Zhang Cheng could unconditionally enter her world. After leaving the club square, Zhang Cheng went straight back to the dormitory, and his 3 roommates immediately rushed after him. "Zhang Cheng, you're something. Sue, the campus belle, actually invited you to join the painting club. Could she have taken a liking to you?" Fatty Wang Hao was the first to reach Zhang Cheng, asking excitedly. "That can't be possible, right? She's the most stunning campus belle in Tianhai University in a century. What am I? How could she fancy me?" Zhang Cheng shook his head, disagreeing. In Zhang Cheng's view, Su Qingluo was so beautiful that her suitors could circle Tianhai University several times over, including wealthy second-generation heirs, officials, offspring, talented scholars, and rich businessmen. Zhang Cheng was currently just a penniless and powerless poor soul. Compared to those pursuers, he was worlds apart. How could Su Qingluo possibly take a liking to him? If she didn't fancy you, why would she change the recruitment rules just for you? You didn't see it, but after you left, Su immediately changed the rules back, leaving no chance for anyone else. Glasses-wearing Li Yuanhao said regretfully. Right, and I noticed the way Su looked at you was different. She even gave you water, which has never happened before." Fin Lin Yang also chimed in. "You're overthinking it. She can't possibly like me. If she fancied this poor guy, I'd expect the sun to rise from the west." Zhang Cheng replied seriously. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't believe Su Qingluo would take a liking to him. There was no reason, right? "I also think Su wouldn't fancy you, but what if? What if she's blind and does?" Fatty Wang Hao was unwilling to give up, pausing before analyzing further. "Besides, she gave you milk tea and snacks before, and even invited you to dinner. All these signs clearly show she likes you and wants to pursue you." Although Zhang Cheng had suspected Su Qingluo might like him, the idea seemed absurd, and he firmly stated, "There's no what if. Even if Su were blind, she wouldn't fancy me." As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at the male dormitory building No. 3. Zhang Cheng noticed Fong Man, the deputy manager of Qinglai Restaurant, and Zhou Qing, the owner, waiting there. When Zhang Cheng saw them, they spotted him too and immediately approached. "Brother Zhang Cheng, we've been waiting for you. Do you have time now? Our manager wants to talk to you." Deputy manager Fong Man requested sincerely. Zhang Cheng nodded and asked his 3 roommates to go back to the dorm first while he stayed to discuss matters with them. Zhang Cheng, Zhou Qing, the owner of Qinglai Restaurant. "I'm very interested in the solution you left for us to resolve the crisis and would like to discuss it in detail." Zhou Qing paused before continuing. "If you can truly help us through this crisis, I can pay you 100,000 yuan as a reward." Upon hearing this, Zhang Cheng smiled noncommittally. Did he leave that note for the sake of 100,000 yuan reward? What he valued was the service and potential of Qinglai Restaurant. "Let's find a place to talk first. This isn't suitable for business discussions," Zhang Cheng said with seasoned tact. The dormitory entrance was bustling with people, indeed not ideal for such talks. "Then let's go to the meeting room at Qinglai Restaurant," Zhou Qing quickly suggested. Zhang Cheng nodded, and the 3 of them left the campus and headed straight to the restaurant across the street. In the meeting room, Zhou Qing, Fong Man, and Zhang Cheng took their seats. "Brother Zhang Cheng, the plan you gave us is to transform Qinglai Restaurant into a hot pot place. But how exactly should we execute it?" Zhou Qing asked impatiently as soon as she sat down. Indeed, the note Zhang Cheng left contained the idea of converting the restaurant into a hot pot establishment. A hot pot restaurant doesn't require a large team of chefs, which perfectly solves the current dilemma of lacking a chef team. However, the key was how to stand out among the many hot pot places. In the note, Zhang Cheng mentioned that to excel they should seek him out. This was why Zhou Qing and Fong Man were so eager to consult Zhang Cheng. The reason Qinglai Restaurant succeeded before was due to its service and taste. Now, after transitioning to a hot pot restaurant, you can only rely on your service, which is your strength. Zhang Cheng paused before continuing. "So to stand out among the numerous hot pot places, you must perfect your service, elevate it further. Anticipate what customers want, let the staff genuinely care for them, especially in the details." Zhou Qing and Fong Man agreed. With no good chef team available, transforming into a hot pot restaurant was their only way out. However, a full transformation required a large sum for equipment and renovation, and their capital chain was tight, making it difficult to achieve quickly. Brother Zhangcheng, to be honest, our capital chain is a bit short. Do you have any cost-saving methods? Zhou Qing asked with some embarrassment. Zhangcheng smiled slightly at this. Wasn't this his investment opportunity? He straightened up and continued. I can invest in you. An initial investment of 1 million yuan and later, I'll add another 9 million totaling 10 million. Zhangcheng said calmly, taking a sip of tea. He saw potential in Qinglai restaurant and wanted to increase his investment. Zhou Qing and Feng Man were greatly shocked. A freshman casually offering to invest 10 million yuan. How could that not astonish them? After a long moment, Zhou Qing reacted. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to invest 10 million? Zhou Qing swallowed, even changing her address, clearly elevating Zhangcheng's status in her eyes. If she could secure a 10 million yuan investment, Zhou Qing was confident in fully transforming Qinglai restaurant into a hot pot place. Yes, but I want 51 of the shares. However, the company will still be run by you. I want interfere directly, Zhangcheng said after thinking. This was his first investment, so he was very cautious, ensuring he held control. He also planned to turn the hot pot business into a brand and expand it nationwide, even worldwide. Zhou Qing and Feng Man exchanged glances, suddenly realizing this freshman was quite savvy about investing. Exchanging 10 million yuan for 51 of Qinglai restaurant shares was a condition they could accept, especially since they had no better options. After hesitating for a moment, Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. No problem. He'll have Sister Feng prepare the contract now. If convenient, when will the investment funds be available? The funds will be transferred in 2 installments. The first million will be sent after signing the contract, and the remaining 9 million will be transferred a week later, depending on your transformation progress. Zhangcheng stated. He split the investment to apply some pressure, encouraging them to complete the transformation within the week. Zhou Qing had no choice but to accept. No problem. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Mr. Zhang. By now, Zhou Qing fully regarded Zhangcheng as a business partner, not just a freshman. Soon, Deputy Manager Feng Man printed the investment contract in duplicate. As a finance major, Zhangcheng could understand the contract and signed it after confirming its accuracy. Then Zhangcheng took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Qinglai restaurant on the spot. Of course, when making the transfer, he used the tenfold investment return card. After receiving the 1 million from Zhangcheng, Zhou Qing's anxious heart finally settled. Zhangcheng also heard the system's prompt. Host invested 1 million, received 10 million investment return. As soon as the prompt faded, Zhangcheng's phone received a bank notification of 10 million yuan deposited. Seeing this, Zhangcheng smiled slightly. The investment was a done deal. Mr. Zhang, it's a pleasure to cooperate. From now on, you're the major shareholder of Qinglai restaurant. Zhou Qing stood up and shook hands with Zhangcheng, her tone full of warmth and courtesy. By the way, Sister Zhou, after transforming into a hot pot restaurant, you can't keep calling it Qinglai restaurant. It won't fit. Zhangcheng suggested with a smile. What should we change it to? Zhou Qing also felt the name was no longer suitable. Moreover, she had grown to dislike the name because Qinglai was a combination of one character from her and her ex-husband's names. Now divorced, keeping the name would be unpleasant, so a change was ideal. How about Shuidi Lao underwater scoop? It gives customers a sense of surprise while eating hot pot, Zhangcheng said after some thought. Shuidi Lao. Zhou Qing and Feng Man exchanged glances, both feeling the name was fitting and vivid, perfectly aligning with a hot pot restaurant's identity. That's a good name. From now on, our restaurant will be called Shuidi Lao. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. I hope you can make Shuidi Lao a brand in the catering industry, expanding nationwide. When people mention Shuidi Lao, they'll think of service. We sell both hot pot and service, Zhangcheng said thoughtfully. Selling both hot pot and service. Zhou Qing repeated the phrase a few times, secretly admiring Zhangcheng's vision and insight. After everything was done, Zhangcheng left as he had classes in the afternoon, while Zhou Qing and Feng Man personally saw him off. Watching Zhangcheng's retreating figure, Zhou Qing felt he was no ordinary person. No wonder Su Qinglua, the top campus Belle of Tianhai University, accepted his invitation and even invited him to dinner the next day. This girl's taste is indeed exceptional, Zhou Qing murmured to herself. However, she was mistaken about Su Qingluo. The reason Su accepted Zhangcheng's invitation and invited him to dinner was simply because Zhangcheng was her fiancé. This might be a beautiful misunderstanding. It also added an extra layer of mystery to Zhangcheng's identity in Zhou Qing's eyes. In the dead of night, Su Qingluo lay restless in bed, unable to sleep. The mere thought of seeing Zhangcheng every day filled her heart with boundless joy. She quietly retrieved the membership form he had filled out. Ever since Zhangcheng completed that form, Su Qingluo had kept it with her. She had already saved his phone number into her contacts. Now all that remained was to add his WeChat account, so she could chat with him daily and even video call. I wonder if that brat is asleep yet. It's only 8 o'clock, probably not. He'll add him on WeChat and have a chat. Su Qingluo thought sweetly. She took out her phone and sent a friend request using the WeChat ID from the membership form. Yet after sending the request, Zhangcheng did not accept it for a long time. Why hasn't he accepted my friend request? Su Qingluo furrowed her delicate brows, clutching her pink phone in anxious anticipation. She pondered what her first words to him should be once he added her, and what they would talk about. Or perhaps she should drop some hints leading him to realize that Su Qingluo was his fiancée Su Yao. However, after waiting nearly an hour, there was still no response from Zhang Cheng. Why hasn't he added me yet? Could I have entered the wrong number? He'll try adding him again. Unwilling to give up, Su Qingluo sent another request, but after waiting a long while there was still no reaction. Maybe his phone isn't with him. She sighed, finally comforting herself with that thought. What she didn't know was that Zhang Cheng had already seen her friend request, but had simply ignored it. It's that senior Su again. What a nuisance. Zhang Cheng saw the request from Su Qingluo, and without a moment's hesitation disregarded it. He truly wanted nothing more to do with this campus belle. Now on the campus network, rumors about him and Su Qingluo were rampant, delivering milk tea snacks, eating together, and her special invitation to the art club. For the past 2 days, posts about Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo had dominated the campus headlines, each garnering higher clicks than the last. If his fiancée Su Yao found out, she would surely be jealous and angry. The thought of it vexed Zhang Cheng. Yet if others knew that he had ignored the campus belle's friend request, they would probably go mad with envy. Others couldn't even get her WeChat, but Zhang Cheng had simply turned her down. Truly, comparisons could drive one to despair. Zhang Cheng sighed, tossed his phone aside, and lay on his bed pondering the system's reward, a tenfold rebate on the sale of his paintings. After reading the description, Zhang Cheng quickly grasped the gist. As long as the paintings I create within 3 days are sold, I'll receive a tenfold rebate on the sale price. He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that this reward would be harder to cash in on than the previous two. Even if I paint well as an unknown artist, I might not fetch a high price. Besides, I have no idea about the current market for paintings. Zhang Cheng was utterly clueless about the art market. To sell at a high price, he needed to understand the market first to maximize his profits. Tomorrow is the art club's first activity. Su Qingluo and the others should know about the market. He'll ask them then. Zhang Cheng had initially decided not to attend the club activity, but reality forced him to reconsider. The next afternoon, in the art studio at the school's gallery, it was the first club activity of the new semester. Before the members arrived, a handsome, tall, and wealthy-looking young man stood inside, wearing a pair of scholarly glasses that gave him an artistic air. He was Lin Wenwei, the vice president of the art club, and its art instructor, a junior majoring in fine arts. Lin Wenwei was a top student in the art department, having studied under the renowned Tianhai painter Qin Yuan. His works were fairly well known in Tianhai's art circles, and even many art teachers at Tianhai University couldn't match his skill. He had passed the highest level of the art grading exam long ago. With his professional level painting skills, being in an amateur art club was a waste of time. Yet Lin Wenwei had joined and taken on the role of part-time instructor solely to pursue Su Qingluo. He had arrived early today specifically to see what Zhang Cheng, whom Su Qingluo had personally recruited yesterday, looked like. Soon club members trickled in, mostly girls. When they saw the senior heartthrob Lin Wenwei, they flocked around him like lovesick fans. Senior Lin, you're here so early today? Senior Lin, after the activity, could I treat you to dinner? Senior Lin, I have some questions about sketching. Could you give me some pointers later? A group of girls fussed over Lin Wenwei, acting like desperate admirers. He merely brushed them off with perfunctory replies. It wasn't until a graceful figure appeared at the studio door that Lin Wenwei eagerly pushed through the crowd and approached her. Qingluo, you're here. How have you been after the summer break? Lin Wenwei asked impatiently, his fawning demeanor unmistakable, mirroring the girls from earlier. The break was fine, Su Qingluo replied briefly, her beautiful eyes scanning the studio. She was looking for Zhang Cheng, wanting to ask why he hadn't accepted her WeChat friend request last night, keeping her waiting all night, until she now had dark circles under her eyes. Unfortunately, Zhang Cheng hadn't arrived yet, so she had no one to ask. Lin Wenwei noticed her searching and couldn't help asking curiously, Qingluo, who are you looking for? No one. She shook her head, not even glancing at him. But Lin Wenwei wouldn't give up. He had joined the art club to pursue Su Qingluo, and after a whole year, he still hadn't gotten her contact info. Qingluo, we've known each other for almost a year. Could I add you on WeChat? ITLL make it easier to stay in touch, he coaxed patiently. No, I generally don't add people on WeChat, Su Qingluo replied with a sweet smile, rejecting him once again. Lin Wenwei's face darkened. After a year of chasing her, he couldn't even get her contact info. How humiliating. Just then Zhang Cheng walked in. Su Qingluo's eyes lit up like water, and she trotted over on her long legs. Zhang Cheng, why are you so late? I sent you a friend request last night. Why haven't you accepted it? She asked reproachfully. Senior Su, I don't usually add people casually. Zhang Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. He had ignored her request to avoid further entanglement, but the campus belle was clearly upset. Brad, am I just anyone? I'm your... Su Qingluo nearly blurted out the truth, but caught herself. I'm your club president. I waited all night for you to accept, and now I have dark circles, she huffed angrily. Her words stunned everyone present. The most beautiful girl in Tianhai University's history had actually taken the initiative to add a guy's WeChat, and he hadn't even accepted. It looked like Su Qingluo had become the desperate one. Lin Wenwei's face turned ashen. Was this the aloof goddess he knew? He had chased her for a year without getting her WeChat, yet she was actively pursuing Zhang Cheng, who wouldn't even agree. Truly comparisons could drive one mad. Jealousy burned in Lin Wenwei's heart, and his expression soured. Senior Su, I really don't add people casually, Zhang Cheng said, swallowing hard as he backed away from her persistence. But Su Qingluo was determined to get his WeChat today. She had waited all night and dark circles had formed under her eyes. Yet she couldn't be too obvious. She had to maintain some modesty as a girl. So she made an excuse. Without WeChat, how will I contact you for club activities? I have everyone else's WeChat. You're the only one missing. Su Qingluo lied, without blushing, though in reality, she only had a few female members' contacts. Lin Baiwei, who had come with Su Qingluo, was stunned. Such an innocent girl was lying without batting an eye just to get Zhang Cheng's WeChat. Was this the aloof goddess she knew? It was a complete revelation. Clearly Zhang Cheng meant a lot to Su Qingluo. Well, if that's the case, fine. Zhang Cheng agreed, reluctantly, unable to refuse since she claimed to have everyone else's WeChat. Zhang Cheng was too easily fooled. Or perhaps Su Qingluo's angelic face had clouded his judgment. That's more like it. I'm watching you add me, she said, relieved, her pretty face lighting up with joy. He took out his phone and turned on the screen. Su Qingluo kept her eyes fixed on it, afraid he might change his mind. When she saw that his wallpaper was a photo of her as a chubby little girl, she was both surprised and deeply moved. Oh my god, my husband's phone wallpaper is a picture of me as a child. He must really care about me, seeing me every time he opens his phone. Su Qingluo forgot all about last night's disappointment, touched by the small gesture, and nearly threw herself into his arms. Zhang Cheng opened WeChat and immediately accepted her friend request. Senior Su, I've accepted it. Can you let me go now? He asked helplessly, only to find her looking at him with tearful gratitude. But I didn't know you cared so much about me. Su Qingluo blurted out her true feelings. But Zhang Cheng didn't get it, sighing inwardly. Was accepting a friend request really that touching? Lin Baiwei's mouth fell open in shock. Why did Su Qingluo look more and more like a desperate admirer? She was moved to tears just because he accepted her request. She was practically the ultimate simp. The aloof goddess persona was crumbling. The other members were equally stunned, having never seen Su Qingluo so eager about a guy. Lin Wenwei grew even angrier. Zhang Cheng had completely captured the goddess' attention, as if no one else existed in her eyes. Damn it, I can't let this kid stay in our art club. I have to kick him out so Su Qingluo's eyes won't be fixed on him. With that thought, Lin Wenwei strode over. Zhang Cheng, you're a new member this year, right? He asked, feigning politeness. I'm Lin Wenwei, vice president and art instructor. Hello, Senior Lin, Zhang Cheng replied politely. I heard you were specially invited by Su Qingluo. Is that true? Lin Wenwei asked, knowing the answer. Yes, so what? Zhang Cheng sensed hostility. Nothing much. Lin Wenwei adjusted his glasses and said challengingly. This is an art club, and we usually only recruit people who know how to paint. I heard you can't paint, is that right? If you can't paint, you might not fit in. I suggest you find a more suitable club. Lin Wenwei's words were a blatant attempt to drive him away, and he didn't bother to hide it. Su Qingluo was furious. Zhang Cheng was her recruit, and Lin Wenwei wanted to expel him. How could she tolerate that? Senior Lin, if Zhang Cheng can't paint, he can learn. Who knows how to paint from the start, she retorted. Is that so? But what we teach here is quite challenging. We can't slow down everyone's progress just for one person, Lin Wenwei said, glancing at the surrounding members. Many of the female members who admired Lin Wenwei chimed in. Yes, someone who doesn't know how to paint won't fit in here. We can't hold everyone back for him. Better to let him go. The art club isn't for him. He doesn't know how to paint. Clearly these girls were siding with Lin Wenwei. In truth, whether a member could paint or not didn't affect them at all, but they supported him out of admiration. Su Qingluo was about to defend Zhang Cheng again when he stepped forward himself. I said I couldn't paint yesterday, but that doesn't mean I can't today, Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile. Though he didn't like the club much, he had joined and wouldn't quit halfway, at least not until he got the credits. Lin Wenwei snorted in disdain. You couldn't paint yesterday, but today you can. You'll say anything to stay, won't you? He sneered at Zhang Cheng. Fine, since you claim you can paint, show us. If we're not satisfied, you'll have to leave the club. Lin Wenwei was dead set on driving Zhang Cheng out. Su Qingluo interrupted anxiously. Zhang Cheng, don't agree to this. I'm the president, and I have the final say here. No one can make you leave. But Zhang Cheng ignored her and met Lin Wenwei's gaze. No problem, I accept. If my painting isn't as good as yours, I'll leave voluntarily. Zhang Cheng wanted to test his master-level painting skills and see what he could produce. Then he could ask Su Qingluo and the others to appraise it, helping him plan his next move. Lin Wenwei smirked as Zhang Cheng agreed. This fool thought he could surpass him in painting. What a pipe dream. Seeing Zhang Cheng agree, Lin Wenwei eagerly yielded his painting spot to him. This spot was originally used for teaching, but now he unhesitatingly gave it up to Zhang Cheng. Paint. My spot is yours. The pigments, brushes, canvas, and paper are all here ready to use. Lin Wenwei urged, eager to witness Zhang Cheng's embarrassment. Before coming, he had inquired thoroughly. Yesterday Zhang Cheng himself admitted he couldn't paint. Today he planned to humiliate him publicly. If Zhang Cheng's work was utter rubbish, then he'd have grounds to expel him. Seeing this, Su Qingluo grew anxious and couldn't help stepping forward to persuade him again. Zhang Cheng, maybe you shouldn't paint or wait a few days. I can help you train. Su Qingluo thought to give Zhang Cheng some painting tips so he might muddle through later. But Zhang Cheng had already made up his mind, his heart remarkably calm. He had nothing to fear. Sitting down composedly, he casually picked up a brush and twirled it in his hand. So this is how long a paintbrush is? Zhang Cheng remarked playfully. It was his first time holding such a professional brush. Then he glanced at the pigments, surprised to find over 30 varieties. Get painting, what are you staring at? Never seen such professional tools before. Lin Wenwei urged. What's the rush? I need to think about what to paint. Zhang Cheng shot him a glance, pondering his subject. Seeing him hesitate, everyone assumed he was stalling, and Lin Wenwei smirked smugly, taking it as proof of his incompetence. Only Su Qingluo fretted silently, her small hands sweating with tension. Soon Zhang Cheng decided on his subject, gripped the brush, mixed the pigments, and began painting. Though he possessed master-level painting skills, his unfamiliarity with the tools made him slightly clumsy, but it didn't hinder his work. Lin Wenwei and the others, seeing his awkward handling of the tools, grew even more convinced he couldn't paint. Su Qingluo's heart tightened further. It seemed Zhang Cheng truly wasn't skilled. Yet she resolved to keep him in the club, even if it meant teaching him herself. Su Qingluo even fantasized about meeting Zhang Cheng every day in the art club. Zhang Cheng painted with intense focus, unaffected by the crowd. His brushwork grew increasingly adept, taking on the air of a true artist, but the content on the paper was a chaotic mess, almost incomprehensible. Onlookers couldn't discern what he was painting. It seemed like random scribbles. Whispers began to spread. What is he painting? I can't make it out at all. Yeah, me neither. Looks like he's just messing around. Clearly can't paint. What garbage is this? I could paint better with my feet. Hearing the murmurs, Lin Wenwei rejoiced inwardly. This fool really couldn't paint, expelling him would be easy. Once Zhang Cheng was out, he'd have another chance to pursue Su Qingluo. Even Lin Baiwei found it hard to watch. Qingluo, what is Zhang Cheng painting? I can't tell at all. Is it abstract? Lin Baiwei whispered to Su Qingluo. Maybe. But it's not finished. No one knows the outcome. Su Qingluo tried to comfort herself, though despair crept in. As time passed, Zhang Cheng's brush and pigment use grew more fluent, yet the content remained baffling, a jumbled mess. By the end, even Su Qingluo had lost hope, convinced Zhang Cheng truly couldn't paint. Others turned away, certain Zhang Heng couldn't paint. Soon Zhang Cheng set down his brush, placed the pigment tray aside, and clapped his hands. Done. The moment he spoke, Lin Wenwei was the first to sneer. Zhang Cheng, is this your painting? What a load of rubbish. With skills like this you want to surpass me. You couldn't in 100 years. Lin Wenwei mocked mercilessly. Yeah, it's so chaotic, what is it? Others chimed in, genuinely believing his work was trash. Even Lin Baiwei found it terrible, and Su Qingluo dared not look. Zhang Cheng, with painting like this, do you have the nerve to stay in our club? Lin Wenwei said bluntly. I suggest you pack up and leave. The other members too thought his work was abysmal, feeling that associating with such a poor artist would tarnish the club's reputation. Though they held back out of respect for Su Qingluo, their expressions said it all. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng smirked, brimming with confidence. Oh, I almost forgot something. With that, Zhang Cheng flipped the canvas upside down. As everyone watched in confusion, the inverted painting revealed a vivid scene: a chubby, adorable little girl crouched on the ground, carefully cradling an injured bird in her hands, her face etched with concern as she gently stroked it. The girl was portrayed with remarkable lifelikeness. Her worried expression and posture were incredibly vivid, and every detail was exquisitely rendered. The garden and grass behind her were also flawlessly painted. This was a masterpiece. Even an art professor couldn't produce such a perfect, expressive work in just over an hour. And Zhang Cheng had painted it upside down, adding layers of difficulty. As the canvas turned, everyone was stunned by his divine skill and the painting's content. My God, Zhang Cheng was painting upside down all along. No wonder we couldn't understand it. Such incredible skill. Painting upside down and still this good. This is better than our art teacher's work. Yes, the handling of light and shadow is flawless. And done upside down with every detail perfect. This is master level. Exclamations of awe erupted, changing everyone's view of Zhang Cheng. Even Lin Baiwei was dumbfounded, her legs trembling in shock. I never expected Zhang Cheng's painting to be this superb, upside down and still flawless. The detail, the light and shadow. It's better than the art department teachers. Lin Baiwei murmured, her gaze toward Zhang Cheng shifting entirely. She had thought he couldn't paint, but the flipped canvas completely reversed her opinion. Su Qingluo was equally stunned, not only by Zhang Cheng's unparalleled skill, but also by the subject of the painting. The little girl in the painting was her at age 11, a bit chubby but adorable. The injured sparrow was one she had found in Zhang Cheng's yard, and she had sadly picked it up, wanting to heal it. She never imagined Zhang Cheng would remember that moment, not only for 10 years, but also perfectly depicted today. It showed how important this little chubby girl was in his heart. At that thought, Su Qingluo loved him even more, longing to throw herself into his arms and shower him with kisses. The most shaken was probably Lin Wenwei. A second ago he was confident about expelling Zhang Cheng. The next Zhang Cheng's skill left him utterly astounded. How is this possible? This kid clearly can't paint. How can he produce such a perfect work upside down, and with such skill? Lin Wenwei staggered, unable to accept the result. The technique and style surpassed the art department teachers, including himself. Seeing everyone awed by his painting, Zhang Cheng felt satisfied, and turned to Lin Wenwei. Senior Lin, what do you think of this painting now? Can I stay? Zhang Cheng asked with a slight smirk. Su Qinglua, seeing Zhang Cheng produce such a flawless painting, was both surprised and delighted. Then recalling something, she spoke to Lin Wenwei with a hint of coquettish pride. Senior Lin, now Zhang Cheng can stay here, can't he? At these words, everyone's gaze turned toward them. Given Zhang Cheng's current painting prowess, he was more than qualified to enter the art club, let alone teach as an art instructor. Instantly, the club members' looks toward Zhang Cheng shifted. Several girls even cast admiring glances his way. Being able to paint so perfectly upside down was worthy of their admiration. Lin Wenwei, witnessing this, was filled with resentment. He had never imagined Zhang Cheng's painting skills could be so formidable, surpassing even his own as a top student in the fine arts department. Now, having no reason to drive Zhang Cheng away, he said somewhat angrily, "Fine, he can stay. But I'm not feeling well today, so I can't teach everyone painting. He'll take my leave." With that, Lin Wenwei packed his things and left with a grim expression. The club members, already captivated by Zhang Cheng, paid Lin Wenwei no heed. Seeing no one bid him farewell, Lin Wenwei grew even more furious, slammed the door hard, and disappeared. After Lin Wenwei left, the club members swarmed Zhang Cheng, chattering with questions. "Junior Zhang, when did you start learning to paint? How can you paint so well even upside down?" Yeah, Junior, can you teach me how to paint upside down? Junior, I want to learn too, can you teach me? Junior Zhang, how about we grab dinner together tonight? And you can teach me painting. Most of the club members were girls, so Zhang Cheng felt a bit embarrassed being surrounded by so many. Su Qinglua, seeing Zhang Cheng encircled by a crowd of girls, pouted with jealousy, and then spoke up to everyone. Everyone stopped pestering him with questions. Junior has been painting for over an hour, and must be tired. Let's not disturb him. Saying this, Su Qingluo pulled Zhang Cheng to her side. This was her husband, Tobe, though she wouldn't let other girls get too close. The crowd then turned their attention to Su Qingluo. Lin Baiwei also looked over and, as if recalling something, said, "Qingluo, you really have an eye for talent, recruiting Zhang Cheng into the art club. Did you know from the start that he was such an amazing painter?" Upon hearing this, the other members also showed expressions of realization. "President, you're amazing to have such insight, bringing in such a talented junior. Not only is he handsome, but his painting is also superb." Su Qingluo felt a slight awkwardness, not expecting things to turn out this way, but she was happy to accept the credit. It seemed to her that there was no harm in it. Instead, it perfectly covered up her real reason for recruiting Zhang Cheng into the club and highlighted her discernment as the president. "Of course, I've known all along that Junior's painting skills were exceptional. Otherwise, why would I be so eager to invite him into our club?" Su Qingluo lied, without blushing, even adding to her own glory. Zhang Cheng watched in speechless disbelief. Before this, he truly couldn't paint, and Su Qingluo certainly didn't know he could, let alone so well. So only Zhang Cheng knew Su Qingluo was lying, but he saw no need to expose her. "So that's the case. Yesterday, I thought you recruited Junior because you liked him, but now it seems that's not it." A cute-looking female member suddenly spoke up. How could I possibly like Junior Zhang Cheng? I simply thought he was a painting prodigy, so I rushed to recruit him. Don't misunderstand. Su Qingluo explained somewhat guiltily. The truth was she had recruited him because she liked him, hoping for more opportunities to be with him. Lin Baiwei, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. She had really thought Su Qingluo might have fallen for Zhang Cheng yesterday. "Qingluo, I really thought you had a crush on Zhang Cheng yesterday. Since that's not the case, that's great," Lin Baiwei said with relief. "Not at all, you're overthinking it." Su Qingluo continued to explain nervously, but her eyes kept darting toward Zhang Cheng. "Since you don't like Zhang Cheng, President, that's wonderful." The cute female member's face lit up with joy, then she turned to Zhang Cheng again, blushing, as she said, "Junior Zhang Cheng, can I add you on WeChat? I have many things about painting I'd like to ask you." At this, other female members also chimed in. "I want to add you too, Junior Zhang Cheng, let's exchange WeChat." "Me too, we'll scan your QR code." "Junior, are you single? Let's add each other on WeChat." Su Qingluo was once again pushed out of the crowd by the female members. Zhang Cheng was simply too popular among them. Handsome and skilled at painting, it was no wonder he attracted so much attention. But Su Qingluo watched with growing jealousy, even beginning to regret recruiting him into the club. Fortunately, Zhang Cheng turned them all down politely. "Sorry everyone, I can't add anyone on WeChat right now." Okay." The female members didn't persist, and gave up. Su Qingluo, seeing this, breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Her little brother hadn't let her down. After the club activity ended, everyone gradually left. But Zhang Cheng called out to Su Qingluo. "Senior Su, can I ask you something?" He wanted to inquire about the market value of paintings, needing to make use of the tenfold return buff on his artwork quickly, as it would expire in 3 days. "What is it, Junior?" Su Qingluo, who had been hoping for a chance to talk to Zhang Cheng, was delighted that he had taken the initiative. "I was wondering if you know anything about the market for paintings." Yes, of course. Are you looking to buy or sell?" Su Qingluo nodded eagerly, afraid that Zhang Cheng might stop talking to her. Normally she would coldly reject anyone trying to chat her up, but with Zhang Cheng she wished he would keep talking. As they spoke, most of the club members had already left. Lin Baiwei wanted to wait for Su Qingluo, but she declined. Baiwei, you go ahead. Junior has something to discuss with me. As the president, it's my duty to help him. Su Qingluo put on a righteous facade, lying without a hint of shame. All right, then I'll head back first. Lin Baiwei didn't think much of it and left. Soon only Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo remained in the club. A man and a woman alone in a room. Wasn't this exactly what Su Qingluo wanted? She even deliberately went to close the door so no one would know what was happening inside. Junior, now that everyone's gone, you can speak, she said, gazing at him with tender affection as if he were the only one in her sight. I wanted to ask, how much is the painting I just did worth? Zhang Cheng said, pulling out the painting again. This time Su Qingluo didn't act coy, but seriously examined the artwork once more. I must say this painting is of exceptionally high quality, Su Qingluo commented with her professional eye. Setting aside the upside-down technique, the details, light and shadow, are all handled to perfection. If sold in a gallery, it could fetch at least 100,000. At an auction, perhaps a bit more, but not exceeding 300,000. Zhang Cheng frowned slightly upon hearing this, as it was far from his estimate. After all, he was now a master-level painter. Was his master-level skill worth only this much? Is that all? He asked with a furrowed brow. As a newcomer with no reputation in the art world, getting such a high price is already quite rare, Su Qingluo explained, frowning in thought. You see, besides the quality of the work itself, the artist's fame is also crucial. Sometimes just a name can fetch millions. Zhang Cheng could understand her point. The value of a painting indeed depended heavily on the artist's reputation. So, I need to build my name in the art world, he mused with slight frustration. Still, selling for over 100,000 wasn't bad. With the tenfold return it would amount to around 1 million or 2, which was decent. The tenfold return on paintings only lasts 3 days. I need to paint more quickly and cash them in. With that thought, Zhang Cheng turned to Su Qingluo and said, Senior Su, may I use your tools to paint? No problem, go ahead. Su Qingluo readily gave up her seat to Zhang Cheng and asked curiously, Zhang Cheng, it's so late. Are you still going to paint? Yes, I need to paint a few more to sell at the gallery, Zhang Cheng replied, eagerly sitting in her spot. You're going to sell paintings? Su Qingluo said in surprise. Yes, Zhang Cheng nodded. Su Qingluo's eyes lit up, and she spoke hesitantly. Zhang Cheng, since you want to sell, could you sell me that painting of the little girl? Su Qingluo truly loved that painting, not just because it was well done, but because the little girl in it was her as a child. A beautiful memory. Most importantly, it was painted by Zhang Cheng, making it a valuable keepsake. I don't want to sell that painting, Zhang Cheng refused decisively. Why not? You said you wanted to sell. Selling it to me is the same. He'll pay you 200,000 for it, Su Qingluo said generously. That painting is of the most important person to me, Zhang Cheng said seriously. When Su Qingluo heard him say she was his most important person, she was so moved, she almost cried. She thought Zhang Cheng, like her, considered each other the most important person in their lives. But the next moment his words brought her back to reality. So you'll have to pay more, Zhang Cheng said after a moment's thought. Although Su Yao was the most important person in his heart, this was just a painting. Making money was the priority now. Only by improving his status could he truly marry Su Yao. Otherwise, with his current lowly position, he might face a broken engagement from the Su family. As for the painting, he could always paint another one. Su Qingluo was momentarily stunned when Zhang Cheng mentioned paying more, but quickly recovered. No problem, I'll add another 200,000, making it 400,000 in total. Does that work for you? Zhang Cheng glanced at Su Qingluo and then nodded. Fine, you have good taste. Consider this painting a collectible, it's bound to appreciate in value. You've made a great deal. I think so too. I believe you'll become a great painter one day, Su Qingluo said with admiration. Zhang Cheng rolled up the painting and handed it to Su Qingluo. Keep it safe. This is my most important person, he said earnestly. Okay, I'll take good care of it. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money now, Su Qingluo said, carefully storing the painting. After all, this was a painting by her little brother, and it was of her. How could she not preserve it well? Soon Zhang Cheng sent his account number to Su Qingluo, who promptly transferred 400,000 yuan to him via mobile banking. Done, it's been transferred. Junior, please check it, Su Qingluo said with a sweet smile. As a top student in the foreign languages department, who received scholarships every year and came from a large corporate family, this amount was nothing to her. Zhang Cheng's phone soon received a message confirming the deposit of 400,000 yuan. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for selling a painting for 400,000 yuan. Tenfold return 4 million. As the system's voice faded, Zhang Cheng received another deposit notification, this time for 4 million yuan. With over 4 million yuan suddenly in his bank account, Zhang Cheng was very satisfied. Excellent. Next he'll paint a few more pieces and sell them at the art market for another big profit. Thank you, Senior Su. I've received the money. After expressing his gratitude, he added, by the way, Senior, are you free tomorrow? I'd like you to take me to the art market to sell paintings. I'm not familiar with the market. I'm free, of course. Tomorrow I'll take you to the largest art market in Tianhai City. I know the manager of one of the galleries there, and he'll help you list your paintings. Su Qingluo said cheerfully. She would jump at any chance to spend time with Zhang Cheng. How could she refuse his request? Thank you so much, Senior Su. They'll treat you to a meal then. Zhang Cheng said gratefully. After saying this, Zhang Cheng intended to paint a few more pieces quickly. Su Qingluo, watching his handsome profile, hesitated before asking softly. Junior, could I ask you something? The little girl in the painting. You said she's your most important person. Who is she to you? Zhang Cheng paused, put down his brush, turned around, and said with utmost seriousness, she is the person. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Qingluo hummed a cheerful tune, her steps light and bouncy, clearly overjoyed. It turned out that while she eagerly awaited Zhang Cheng's arrival to marry her, he was also striving to reach her. This kind of mutual affection was the sweetest love. You little rascal, you didn't disappoint me. My hair is now long enough to reach my waist, and the wedding is set for the end of the year. Then you can come and marry me, Su Qingluo said, her pretty face brimming with anticipation. Returning to the dorm, Lin Baiwei saw her come back so late with a rosy glow on her cheeks, and couldn't help but gossip. Qingluo, why are you back so late, and with such a flushed face? Did something secret happen between you and Zhang Cheng in the art club? This remark instantly ignited the fiery curiosity of the other two roommates. Zhang Cheng. Is he that junior who's been rumored to be involved with Qingluo? Yi Shiming leaned over with a face mask on. What happened between him and Qingluo? Baiwei, tell me quickly. Lu Yanran, who was binge-watching a drama, also hurried over. Neither of them were members of the art club, so they were unaware of the afternoon's events, which explained their intense curiosity. You don't know, yesterday Qingluo specially recruited that junior Zhang Cheng, and he claimed he couldn't paint. Yet this afternoon he casually painted a piece that turned out exceptionally well. Both the handling of light and shadow and the intricate details of the lines were flawless, rivaling the works of a master. Lin Baiwei paused, then continued with excitement. The key point is he painted it upside down. Such a difficult technique, probably even the art teachers couldn't pull off. This revelation stunned Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran. Really? Painting upside down, and still producing something so good? Didn't he say he couldn't paint? Is he playing the fool? Yi Shiming exclaimed in surprise. Do you have one of his paintings? I find it hard to believe he could paint upside down, Lu Yanran questioned doubtfully. At that moment, Su Qingluo interjected with a hint of pride. It's true. The painting I have here is the one he drew upside down. As she spoke, Su Qingluo showed the painting to her three roommates. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming, upon seeing the exquisite artwork, let out continuous sighs of admiration. It's truly beautiful. The little girl and the bird in her hand are so vividly depicted with fine details in the hair and feathers. I never expected this junior to be hiding his talents. Yi Shiming praised. Lin Baiwei had already seen the painting, so she wasn't surprised, but she was amazed that it had ended up in Su Qingluo's hands. Qingluo, how did you get this painting? Did Zhang Cheng give it to you? Lin Baiwei asked curiously. I bought it for 400,000. Su Qingluo answered truthfully. This statement sent a shockwave through the three girls. Oh my god, Qingluo, are you crazy? You spent 400,000 on just one painting. Are you rich and foolish? Lin Baiwei exclaimed in astonishment. Although she thought the painting was indeed well done and painted upside down, Zhang Cheng had no reputation, so it wasn't worth that much, at most 100,000. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran shared the same opinion. Qingluo, did he trick you? I have to go confront him for daring to swindle our Qingluo's money. Lu Yanran was about to storm out to find Zhang Cheng when Su Qingluo stopped her. He didn't trick me, though I bought it willingly. Su Qingluo said with utter seriousness. You bought it willingly. Just a lousy painting like this costing you 400,000. I don't want to say anything more. Lin Baiwei looked defeated. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming also sighed, convinced that Su Qingluo had been duped by Zhang Cheng, and judging by her expression, she seemed content to be deceived. But only Su Qingluo herself believed the painting was worth 400,000. In my eyes, this painting is worth far more than that. It's priceless. She carefully stored it away, placing it against her chest, her eyes brimming with sweetness and happiness. Lin Baiwei and the others shook their heads, silently thinking Su Qingluo was beyond hope. Cheated, yet still feeling it was worth it. The next day was Saturday, a day off, but Zhang Cheng still rose early. It was the last day for the tenfold profit on painting sales, so he had to sell the 3 paintings he'd done in the art club last night to claim the reward. After washing up, Zhang Cheng opened his phone and saw a WeChat message from Su Qingluo. Little rascal, time to get up. Today we're going to the art market. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected her to remember his plans so well, so he replied. I'm already up. What do you want for breakfast, senior? He'll bring it to you. Since he needed Su Qingluo's help, Zhang Cheng thought it wise to treat her well, so she'd be more eager to assist. I want an egg pancake and soy milk, savory soy milk with scallions. Su Qingluo replied quickly. This breakfast was her childhood favorite, and her detailed description hinted at something, but Zhang Cheng didn't overthink it. No problem, I'll be at your dorm in 15 minutes. Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Ah, you're so fast. I just washed my hair. Su Qingluo responded with a crying emoji. Zhang Cheng chuckled and didn't reply, further heading straight out of the dorm and off campus. While Zhang Cheng bought breakfast, Su Qingluo was blow-drying her hair. The noise of the hairdryer woke her 3 sleeping roommates. Lin Baiwei rubbed her sleepy eyes, glanced at her phone. Just past 7 in the morning, and couldn't help but be surprised. Qingluo, it's Saturday. Why are you up so early? Lin Baiwei poked her head out from the bed curtain, still half asleep. I'm going to the art market. I won't be back for lunch, Su Qingluo replied casually. After drying her hair, Su Qingluo sat at her desk to apply makeup, foundation, lipstick, and even perfume. This was less like a trip to the art market and more like a date. Seeing this, Lin Baiwei perked up. Little girl, you're acting strange today. Putting on makeup this early. This isn't about the art market, it's a date. Spill it, who's the guy? It's not a date. I'm just going to look at art and check the market trends. Su Qingluo finished spraying perfume and began carefully picking out a dress, even pulling out a pair of Balenciaga black stockings that had arrived the night before. You're lying. Wearing Balenciaga black stockings. Today you're going for a seductive look. At this, the other 2 roommates were also woken up and poked their heads out from behind their curtains. They saw Su Qingluo putting on the Balenciaga stockings, widening their eyes. Qingluo, you've got style? Going for the seductive vibe. Where did you learn that? Lu Yanran asked with interest. Indeed, Su Qingluo in those Balenciaga stockings exuded an irresistible allure that would make any normal man weak at the knees. Su Qingluo wouldn't tell them she'd learned it from a Weibo blogger called How to Chase Guys. Earlier tactics, like giving milk tea snacks and a pure white stocking look, had all been from that Douyin blogger, but they hadn't worked on Zhang Cheng. So today Su Qingluo deployed the seductive style of black skirt, Balenciaga stockings, and curled long hair, radiating irresistible charm. Oh my god, Qingluo, dressed like this I can barely control myself. Yi Shiming crawled out of bed and hugged Su Qingluo, playfully reaching her pale hand towards Su Qingluo's stocking-clad thigh. Shiming, that tickles he. Su Qingluo laughed and pushed Yi Shiming away. Impressive. Going for the seductive look. Tell me, which young guy are you dating today? Yi Shiming pressed after being pushed away. Really, I'm just going to the art market to check things out. Su Qingluo set her cheeks, slightly flushed. I don't believe you. Last time it was the pure white stocking look, now it's black stockings and seductive style. You're definitely feeling romantic. Yi Shiming teased. Feeling she couldn't hide it anymore, Su Qingluo slipped on a pair of heels and hurried out. I'm off. Got to catch the bus. That girl must be in a relationship, but who's the guy? Yi Shiming speculated as she watched Su Qingluo rush away. Not just her, but the other 2 roommates were also curious about who could make the aloof Su Qingluo go to such lengths to attract him. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng stood at the school gate holding breakfast. He had initially planned to wait at the female dorm, but with so many girls there he feared misunderstandings, so he waited at the gate. Soon Su Qingluo, dressed in her seductive black stocking style, walked gracefully toward him. Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned by her Balenciaga stockings and black skirt. She was absolutely stunning, a true enchantress. Fortunately, it was early Saturday, and most people were still asleep, or her appearance would have caused a commotion at the gate. Little rascal, what are you staring at? Su Qingluo felt a mix of satisfaction and secret delight at his dazed look. Nothing, Senior Su. Hey, race your breakfast. Egg pancake and savory soy milk. Zhang Cheng quickly snapped out of it and handed her the food. His heart was already set on his fiancée, so no matter how beautiful Su Qingluo was, it meant nothing. Thanks. Su Qingluo took the breakfast and glanced at Zhang Cheng, disappointed to see he wasn't looking at her anymore. She had dressed up so beautifully, yet that little rascal only gave her a single glance. What a blockhead. Soon the car Zhang Cheng had called arrived. They got in and instructed the driver to head to the largest art market in Tianhai City. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo sat in the back seat. Zhang Cheng intentionally kept some distance, but Su Qingluo deliberately moved closer. The subtle scent of her perfume wafted toward him, intoxicating and pleasant. Combined with her stunning looks and figure, any man would be tempted. Even the driver couldn't help glancing at Su Qingluo in the rearview mirror. She was so striking today that anyone would want to steal a few more looks. Yet Zhang Cheng, sitting beside her, seemed unmoved, his gaze fixed on the 3 paintings had made last night, obsessing over how to sell them at a high price. Today's the last day for the tenfold profit on painting sales. I need to figure out how to sell them for a high price. Seeing Zhang Cheng so absorbed in the paintings, Su Qingluo felt a twinge of annoyance. What a blockhead. A stunning beauty right next to him, and all he could do was stare at paintings instead of looking at me. Just then a child suddenly darted onto the road ahead. The driver, startled, swerved sharply to avoid the child. Caught off guard by the sudden turn, Su Qingluo, being delicate, was flung toward Zhang Cheng by the inertia. Zhang Cheng was also thrown back by the force. When the car steadied, he found Su Qingluo's entire body pressed against his chest. The warm, soft sensation spread through him instantly. Any other man might have lost control, but Zhang Cheng remained composed, immediately steadying her and asking with concern. Senior Su, are you okay? I'm fine, but I twisted my wrist a bit when I fell. Su Qingluo was reluctant to leave his warm embrace, feeling a bit lost in it. His embrace was so warm she thought her cheeks flushing slightly. Twisted your wrist. Let me massage it for you, Zhang Cheng said instinctively. Any other man would have been refused, but she couldn't bring herself to reject him. Su Qingluo nodded, her cheeks rosy. Then could you get up first? Zhang Cheng said instinctively. Su Qingluo then realized she was still lying in his arms. When she fell, she had instinctively braced herself with her wrist, causing a minor sprain, but it wasn't serious. Zhang Cheng took her delicate jade-like wrist and gently massaged it. As he rubbed her wrist, Su Qingluo felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, an unfamiliar feeling that made her want to sink into it. A blush crept onto her face as she gazed at his handsome profile and focused eyes. In that moment, she was completely captivated. The little rascal looks so handsome when he's serious. Su Qingluo couldn't help but swoon, utterly lost in the moment. If anyone from Tianhai University saw the aloof goddess Su Qingluo acting so smitten with Zhang Cheng, they would surely go mad. The driver, observing everything in the rearview mirror, couldn't help but comment, "Miss, your boyfriend is really good to you." This remark made Su Qingluo's face turn crimson with a mix of shyness and joy. But Zhang Cheng quickly explained, "Driver, actually we're not." Before Zhang Cheng could finish, the car arrived at their destination. "We're here," the driver interrupted. Zhang Cheng tried to continue, but Su Qingluo cut him off. "Zhang Cheng, we need to get off now." Zhang Cheng had no choice but to pull out his phone to pay. Seeing this, Su Qingluo's lips curled into a slight smile. She secretly cherished the feeling of being in his arms, wishing he could massage her wrist forever. But she wasn't in a rush. Soon it would be the end of the year, the date of their engagement, and by then they would be together. Haiyuan Art Street was the largest hub for artistic exchange in Tianhai City, where calligraphy, paintings, and collectibles were traded. Though it was barely 9 in the morning, the street was already bustling with people thanks to the Saturday weekend. Zhang Cheng was visiting this place for the first time and was unfamiliar with it, but fortunately Su Qingluo was there to guide him. This art street deals in all kinds of calligraphy, paintings, and collectibles. The section we're walking through now is the East Street, where the items traded are of a lower tier. Many of the collectibles here are fake. Further ahead lies the area for mid to high-end artworks. As she spoke, Su Qingluo pointed ahead and continued her introduction. The middle section is where mid to high-end collectibles are traded, including ancient calligraphy and paintings. Whether you can pick out something good depends on your eye. Many high-quality forgeries are hidden among them. If you misjudge, the loss could be substantial. At the far end of the art street is where modern calligraphy and paintings are traded, along with exhibition halls, auction houses, and art galleries. The art gallery in particular often hosts live calligraphy and painting duels, and it's the most crowded spot on the entire street. There are live painting duels. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up slightly. If he could make a name for himself on this street, the value of his paintings would skyrocket. Yes, there's a painting duel competition here every Saturday. Many fine arts professors from Tianhai University occasionally show up to participate. Su Qingluo elaborated. Is that so? Can anyone join, or are there conditions? Zhang Cheng asked as they walked. He wanted to take part in this painting duel to boost his reputation, but once he gained fame, the price of his paintings would naturally rise. There are no conditions. As long as you have the confidence to challenge, you can. Su Qingluo explained again. Zhang Cheng nodded to himself upon hearing this. No conditions was good. Zhang Cheng, if you want to sell your paintings, I can take you to a gallery on West Street. I know the person in charge there, and he might offer you a higher price than others. Su Qingluo said kindly. However, Zhang Cheng had no intention of selling his 3 paintings just yet. Instead, he wanted to first participate in the duel, or rather to build his reputation, so he could sell his paintings at a higher price. Since it's still early, I'd like to check out the art gallery first. Zhang Cheng had his own plans. Alright, since it's still early, let's head to the art gallery. Let's see which painters are dueling there today. Su Qingluo agreed without much thought, as she too was curious about who was competing. Each duel was always incredibly exciting. Su Qingluo led Zhang Cheng to the art gallery. Though it was just past 9, the place was already packed with people, which surprised her slightly. It's only 9, and there are already so many people here. Su Qingluo furrowed her delicate brows, then suddenly thought of something. Could it be that a master painter has come to duel here today? Zhang Cheng, let's hurry in and see. With that, she excitedly grabbed Zhang Cheng's hand and rushed inside. Before Zhang Cheng could react, he was pulled along. Once inside the art gallery, Zhang Cheng realized it was not only spacious, but also highly professional. The walls were adorned with various domestic and international paintings, including several master-level calligraphy pieces, each exquisitely crafted. Beyond these, there was a circular stage in the center of the hall, where 2 master painters were creating works on the spot. Zhang Cheng didn't recognize these 2 painters, but the stage was surrounded by art enthusiasts, more precisely painting aficionados. From their fervent gazes, Zhang Cheng could tell these painters were quite renowned. Su Qingluo's eyes also sparkled with excitement when she saw them. They're Tianhai City's master painters, teacher Qin Yuan and teacher Zhou Kuan. Both are famous masters in Tianhai. Su Qingluo had loved painting since childhood, though her father had insisted she major in foreign trade and economics in college. Deep down, her true passion remained painting. Are these 2 painters very famous? Zhang Cheng asked, noticing Su Qingluo's excitement. Of course. They're top-tier master painters in Tianhai City, and even nationally they rank among the top 30. Su Qingluo introduced them with fervor. Is that so? Zhang Cheng's gaze shifted to the painters on stage, silently pondering if he could defeat them in a duel wouldn't his fame soar. As Zhang Cheng was lost in thought, a familiar voice interrupted him, and Su Qingluo. Qingluo, you're here to watch the duel at the art gallery today too. Hearing this, both Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo turned their heads instinctively and saw that it was Lin Wenwei. It was Senior Lin from the art club yesterday, the one who had been driven away by Zhang Cheng. Senior Lin, you're here too. Su Qingluo greeted him politely before turning her attention back to the stage. Lin Wenwei was used to Su Qingluo's indifference and didn't mind, but today her outfit made his eyes burn with desire. Parisian black stockings paired with a short black skirt, Su Qingluo, in her seductive mature style, was nothing short of a goddess. Her long legs wrapped in sheer black captivated Lin Wenwei, who couldn't tear his gaze away. Today's attire had completely enchanted him. Qingluo, you look stunning today. Master Qin Yuan on stage is my mentor in painting. I heard you love painting. How about after the duel I introduce you? With my recommendation, my master will surely take you as his disciple. Lin Wenwei schemed inwardly. Su Qingluo's heart stirred at this. She recalled that Lin Wenwei's mentor was indeed Qin Yuan. If she could become Qin Yuan's apprentice, her painting skills would undoubtedly improve rapidly. Really? Su Qingluo was clearly tempted. Of course. Seeing Su Qingluo's interest, Lin Wenwei was thrilled. If he could bring her under his master's wing, they would become fellow disciples, closer in relationship, and have more opportunities to get close to the campus Belle. Moreover, since he was the one arranging it, Su Qingluo would surely be grateful to him, opening up opportunities. Lin Wenwei's scheme was quite clever. Zhang Cheng overheard this and couldn't help asking, is your master Qin Yuan really that impressive? Of course. My master Qin Yuan is one of the top painters in Tianhai's art scene, ranking in the top 20 nationally. Lin Wenwei said this with a hint of pride. As if to prove his words, the two masters on stage soon concluded their duel, and the victor was Lin Wenwei's master Qin Yuan. Hearing the referee announce his masters, when Lin Wenwei held his head even higher. See that? Even Master Zhou Kuan couldn't beat my master. Lin Wenwei's eyes brimmed with pride and arrogance. He then turned to Su Qingluo again. Qingluo, do you want me to introduce you to my master? With just one word from me, he'll surely take you as his disciple. Then both your painting skills and your reputation in the art world will soar. Su Qingluo was tempted. She had loved painting since childhood, but her father had forbidden her from studying it. So in college, she joined the painting club to pursue it as a hobby. If she could receive guidance from Master Qin Yuan, her skills would skyrocket. Just as she hesitated, Zhang Cheng suddenly spoke up. So your master is really that formidable. He's perfect as my opponent. If I beat him, my fame will surpass his. Zhang Cheng's words stunned both Lin Wenwei and Su Qingluo. Zhang Cheng, you're quite arrogant, thinking you can challenge my master. Do you even have the qualifications? Lin Wenwei scoffed at Zhang Cheng after recovering from his shock. Why not? Zhang Cheng retorted with a slight curl of his lips. Look at you thinking you're something special just because you can paint upside down. Let me tell you, there's always a greater sky beyond, and there are always greater people beyond. My master is one of the top painters in Tianhai City. Someone like you going up there would only bring shame upon yourself. Lin Wenwei didn't hold back his insults. In his eyes, someone like Zhang Cheng wasn't worthy of dueling with his master. It would be an insult to his master. I beat you so I can beat your master too. Zhang Cheng said with a faint smile, subtly slapping Lin Wenwei's face. After all, the painting Zhang Cheng had created yesterday was far superior to Lin Wenwei's, which was why Lin had been driven away. You? Lin Wenwei was indeed angered again, but had no comeback. The truth was that Zhang Cheng's painting from yesterday had surpassed his in both technique and detail. My master's skills are far above mine. 10 of you wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lin Wenwei said sullenly. If you can beat my master, I'll kneel and call you dad. No thanks, I don't want a son like you. Let's make it practical. If I beat your master, give me 100,000 yuan. Zhang Cheng said nonchalantly. He was short on cash, so he'd take whatever he could get. Every little bit counted. Lin Wenwei hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to propose a monetary bet, but he wasn't about to back down. Fine, no problem. If you win, I'll give you 100,000. But if you lose, you'll leave the painting club voluntarily. Lin Wenwei wasn't short on money. His family owned a company, and his parents were wealthy. Besides, his paintings sold for a good sum. So 100,000 was nothing to him. He just wanted to get rid of the irritating Zhang Cheng, who was always hovering around Su Qingluo. Otherwise, he'd be very unhappy. Deal it settled then. Zhang Cheng smirked and turned to Su Qingluo. Senior Su, you'll be our witness. Also, if I beat Master Qin Yuan, will my reputation in the art world rise accordingly? Zhang Cheng's goal in challenging Master Qin Yuan was to boost his standing in the art world so he could sell his paintings at a high price. The bet with Lin Wenwei was just a side bonus. Snapping back to reality, Su Qingluo nodded. Yes, if you win the duel against Master Qin Yuan, your fame in the art world will skyrocket, and the price of your paintings could soar to hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Su Qingluo said with utmost seriousness. She secretly admired Zhang Cheng's courage in challenging Qin Yuan. That's good to know. After getting Su Qingluo's confirmation, Zhang Cheng handed her his 3 paintings and instructed, "Keep these safe for me. He'll be right back." With that, Zhang Cheng walked toward the center stage. "Go for it, Junior Zhang Cheng." Su Qingluo called out encouragingly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Watching this, Lin Wenwei clenched his fists in jealousy, more determined than ever to drive Zhang Cheng out of the painting club. At that moment, Master Qin Yuan was in high spirits after his victory. The referee handed him the microphone, inviting him to say a few words. Since a figure like Master Qin Yuan rarely visited the art gallery, they wanted him to speak a little longer. The audience was also eager to hear from Master Qin Yuan, a true master. "I think it's wonderful that Tianhai City holds these painting duels every week. It elevates the overall level of folk art in the city." Qin Yuan said some pleasantries before continuing. "This time I came to the art gallery to exchange painting skills with everyone. If anyone is interested, feel free to come up and spar." The opportunity to exchange skills with Master Qin Yuan was invaluable, but since even Master Zhou Kuan had lost, no one else dared to hope for victory. Thus no one in the audience dared to step forward. Just as the crowd hesitated, Zhang Cheng spoke up. "I'd like to spar with Master Qin Yuan." As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. They noticed that the one challenging Master Qin Yuan was a young handsome boy. Even Master Qin Yuan on stage instinctively glanced over. Under the crowd's gaze, Zhang Cheng slowly ascended the stage. "My name is Zhang Cheng, a freshman in the finance department at Tianhai University. I humbly seek your guidance, Master Qin Yuan." Zhang Cheng introduced himself modestly. The audience murmured in surprise upon learning he was a freshman. This kid's got guts, daring to challenge Master Qin Yuan. A newborn calf fears not the tiger. But at his age, losing isn't shameful. Youth has its perks, but I wonder how his painting skills are. The surrounding chatter was incessant. Some praised his courage, others called him reckless. Most, however, were eager to see his painting skills. Lin Wenwei watched with a cold sneer. Biting off more than he can chew. How could he possibly challenge my master? Clearly Lin Wenwei had full confidence in his mentor. Though Su Qingluo also thought Zhang Cheng's chances of winning were slim, she still cheered loudly, "Go Zhang Cheng." As she spoke, she waved both hands toward Zhang Cheng on stage. Once Zhang Cheng reached the center stage, Master Qin Yuan looked him over and said with a smile, "Young man, you have courage. How many years have you been studying painting?" "I only started painting yesterday," Zhang Cheng answered truthfully. This statement was indeed. It was the honest truth. Zhang Cheng had only acquired master-level painting skills a few days ago, and as for actually wielding a brush, that was just yesterday. So he had truly been learning to paint for only a single day. Yet the moment he uttered these words, the gathered crowd was utterly stunned. This kid only started learning to paint yesterday. Is that for real? Is this guy here to cause trouble? He just started learning and dares to challenge Master Qin Yuan. This kid must be insane. He's only been painting for a day and has the nerve to step onto the stage to challenge Master Qin Yuan. A chorus of heated discussions erupted from the crowd, and everyone immediately concluded that Zhang Cheng was there to stir up trouble. Someone who had just taken up painting daring to challenge Master Qin Yuan. What else could it be? Lin Wenwei was also taken aback. He had never imagined Zhang Cheng had only been painting for a day. But recalling that upside-down painting from yesterday, he quickly dismissed it as nonsense. "Showing off right in front of my master. Well, see how you get taught a lesson." Lin Wenwei sneered. Su Qingluo too was astonished that Zhang Cheng would claim to have just started painting. That painting from yesterday was far beyond what a beginner could produce in a single day. Regardless, Su Qingluo offered him unconditional support. "Go for it, Zhang Cheng," she cheered loudly once more. She was practically his blind fan, backing him no matter what he did. On stage, Qin Yuan was also stunned by Zhang Cheng's claim of having painted for only a day. He was at a loss, having initially admired Zhang Cheng's courage, but now he didn't know how to respond, a hint of awkwardness creeping onto his face. "Are you sure you're not here to cause trouble?" Qin Yuan felt Zhang Cheng was up to mischief. A novice of one day daring to challenge him on stage. What else could it be? He wasn't alone in this belief. Most of the audience likely shared the same thought. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Cheng realized that his honest truth sounded like sheer nonsense to others, so he quickly amended his statement. "Actually, I've been painting for a short while. Today I just wanted to seek guidance from Master Qin Yuan." Hearing this, the crowd changed their view, though they still regarded him as a fledgling artist. Master Qin Yuan's attitude softened slightly as well, and he said, "In that case, let us begin." Soon the host took the microphone and returned to the stage. "I must say, Mr. Zhang has admirable courage. A novice painter daring to challenge Master Qin Yuan. Though the outcome is all but decided, let's applaud his bravery." The host's words were utterly exasperating. What did he mean by the outcome is all but decided? He was essentially saying Zhang Cheng was doomed to lose. In truth, everyone already believed that. Master Qin Yuan was sure to win. How could a beginner possibly defeat him? Since Mr. Zhang is a beginner, let's keep today's painting theme simple. Let it be the lotus flower, the host said, then couldn't help asking, "Mr. Zhang, do you know how to paint lotuses?" "Of course." Zhang Cheng nodded. "Very well then. The painting duel begins now. The time limit is 1 hour. The theme is the lotus, and you may both express yourselves freely," the host announced. As soon as the words fell, Master Qin Yuan returned to his painting station, casually picked up a brush, and prepared to start. Since Zhang Cheng was a novice, Qin Yuan was confident he could win with minimal effort. He could even offer some guidance afterward to enhance his own reputation. Zhang Cheng, however, dared not be careless. He picked up his brush and began meticulously mixing his paints. To defeat Master Qin Yuan this time, he would have to unleash his full painting prowess. If he won, his name would rise overnight in the art world, and his paintings would fetch high prices. Su Qinglua watched Zhang Cheng on stage with bated breath, her palms slightly damp with nervousness. Win or lose, she stood by Zhang Cheng unconditionally. Lin Wenwei, on the other hand, eagerly awaited Zhang Cheng's humiliation. He was certain that the kid could never surpass his master, not even with his upside-down tricks. You're only good at painting upside down, but those gimmicks are nothing before a true master. Lin Wenwei sneered coldly. The crowd also anticipated what kind of lotus a beginner like Zhang Cheng could produce. Yet after more than 10 minutes, Zhang Cheng was still mixing paints with not a single stroke on the canvas, leaving them anxious and puzzled. It's been over 10 minutes and this kid is still mixing paints. Does he even know how to paint? He's a complete novice who just started. He probably doesn't even know where to begin. Oh, this kid sure has guts. He knows nothing and still dares to challenge Master Qin Yuan. The crowd murmured among themselves, further convinced that Zhang Cheng was a novice. After all, who takes this long just to mix paints? Lin Wenwei watched with a mocking grin, waiting for the joke to unfold. Fortunately, after half an hour, Zhang Cheng finally finished mixing his paints. There was a reason it took so long. Paints ready, Zhang Cheng grabbed his brush and finally began to paint. In contrast, Master Qin Yuan was nearly finished. Master Qin Yuan is almost done, and he's only starting now. Such a rookie. Is this a comedy show? So slow, I can hardly bear to watch. The crowd whispered again, but Zhang Cheng ignored them, focusing intently on his work. Once his paints were prepared, he painted with remarkable speed. This time he painted right side up, not upside down. By the 50th minute, Master Qin Yuan had completed his lotus painting, while Zhang Cheng was still at work. The audience shook their heads in pity, assuming he was hopeless. Still, they understood. He was a beginner, so slowness was expected. Fortunately, in the final 10 minutes, Zhang Cheng finished his complete lotus painting. Time's up, the host announced, returning to the center of the stage. Both of you, the painting time is ended. As the host's voice fell, the crowd craned their necks, eager to see what both lotuses looked like. At this critical moment, Su Qingluo's tension mounted once more. Both paintings are complete. Let's first take a look at Master Qin Yuan's work. I'm sure everyone shares the same eagerness to see the master's lotus. The host moved to Master Qin Yuan's side with the microphone. This was what the audience anticipated. As for the novice Zhang Cheng's painting, honestly, they held no expectations. Soon Master Qin Yuan turned his painting around, revealing its content to the crowd. The lotus depicted was a feast for the eyes, drawing unanimous admiration. A master indeed. The Westlake lotuses are so vivid, every detail impeccably rendered. The lotus leaves stretch to the horizon, green without end. The lotus flowers under the sun glow a different red. Master Qin Yuan's painting perfectly captures this ancient verse. It's absolutely exquisite. Magnificent. Blooming lotuses for miles, their vibrant red seemingly dyeing the sky. Both the artistic conception and details are top-notch. The crowd showered Master Qin Yuan's work with praise. Lin Wenwei watched with immense satisfaction. My master's lotus is far superior to mine. This time Zhang Cheng is going to be utterly humiliated. Lin Wenwei turned to Su Qinglua, speaking with smug pride. Qinglua, how is my master's lotus? If you become his disciple, you too can paint like this someday. Su Qinglua, having seen Master Qin Yuan's painting, was also filled with admiration. This was no mere painting, it was pure poetry. The lotus leaves stretched to the horizon, green without end. The lotus flowers under the sun glow a different red. The verse was perfectly visualized, the artistic conception profound. Yet while marveling at Qin Yuan's work, Su Qinglua worried about Zhang Cheng. Or rather, she held a faint hope for what he had painted. Master Qin Yuan is truly one of Tianhai City's finest. His lotus perfectly embodies the ancient poem's spirit, truly remarkable. After offering a few compliments on stage, the host turned to Zhang Cheng. Now let's take a look at Mr. Zhang's painting. As the host moved, the audience's gaze shifted to Zhang Cheng. Su Qinglua watched him nervously. Mr. Zhang, please turn your painting board around, the host said. All right. Zhang Cheng nodded, turning his board toward the audience while introducing it. This painting is called Lotus After the Rain. When the painting was revealed, everyone craned their necks to see. The content differed greatly from Master Qin Yuan's Westlake lotuses. Zhang Cheng had painted lotuses in a Jiangnan river without the endless green leaves or the sky-tinting red blossoms. Instead, it depicted the serene, tranquil lotuses of Jiangnan with a dragonfly perched on a budding lotus tip. This peaceful scene brought a pleasant surprise to the crowd. Zhang Cheng's painting isn't bad. The details and light-shadow handling are excellent. It evokes the verse, a little lotus bud just shows its tip, a dragonfly has already alighted on it. Though he took ages to mix his paints, the result is impressive. The details and artistic conception are spot on. Looking at it gives me a sense of inner peace. This kid has some real skill. His artistic conception rivals Master Qin Yuan's. Indeed. What a surprise. But if it's a lotus after the rain, why aren't there any raindrops? And all the lotuses are still buds, not a single one in full bloom. What's going on? These questions sparked a flurry of speculation. Master Qin Yuan's lotuses were all in full bloom, even dyeing the horizon red. Zhang Cheng's painting, however, featured only unopened buds. What's more, he called it lotus after the rain, yet there was not a single raindrop, not even on the leaves. This was very strange. Could it be that he didn't finish? He forgot to paint the raindrops. This suggestion met with widespread nodding. That's possible. He probably ran out of time and left out the raindrops. The crowd seemed to agree with this theory. Lin Wenwei, who had been astonished by Zhang Cheng's skill rivaling his master's, now smiled again. His technique is still lacking. He forgot the raindrops, and all the lotuses are just buds. It ruins the overall beauty of the painting. Lin Wenwei offered his professional critique. Still too green. My master has this duel in the bag. Su Qingluo sighed regretfully. The absence of raindrops and the unopened lotuses indeed detracted from the painting's aesthetic. It seems Zhang Cheng's skill still falls short of a master's. The host naturally noticed the flaws. Compared to Master Qin Yuan's work, Zhang Cheng's painting indeed seemed immature. The winner was clear. Alright, everyone has seen both paintings. Mr. Zhang's work has commendable detail and artistic conception, but his technique is still a bit raw. All lotuses are buds, and there's no rain effect. A pity. The host paused, then announced, I now declare the winner of this painting duel to be Master Qin Yuan. Before he could finish, Zhang Cheng interrupted. Wait, the true form of my painting hasn't been revealed yet. Why rush to judgment? Zhang Cheng raised the corner of his mouth. True form. Your painting is right there. What do you mean by hasn't been revealed? Not only the host, but also the audience was baffled. The content was fully painted on the board. What did he mean by not yet revealed? Is Zhang Cheng just saying this to avoid admitting defeat? Who knows? Maybe he's stalling for time. What a sore loser. Losing to Master Qin Yuan is no shame. Zhang Cheng, unfazed by their remarks, turned to the host with confidence. Get me a bottle of water, and then the true form of this painting will be revealed. Water? Alright, I'll get it for you. Though puzzled, the host fetched a bottle of mineral water from the staff and handed it to Zhang Cheng. Hey, race the water. Zhang Cheng took the bottle, unscrewed the cap, took a small sip, and walked toward his painting. Everyone was bewildered. What was Zhang Cheng doing? Even Su Qingluo couldn't understand his intent. Lin Wenwei watched him like a clown, convinced he was just grandstanding. Master Qin Yuan disdained to even watch his performance. But when Zhang Cheng evenly sprayed the water from his mouth onto the painting, a dramatic transformation occurred. The budding lotus tips visibly bloomed before their eyes, and traces of raindrops appeared on the leaves. The true lotus after the rain was finally revealed to the audience. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Even Master Qin Yuan, noticing the change, stood there in stunned disbelief. The lotus bloomed upon contact with water, an astonishing sight that left the entire crowd utterly dumbfounded. Having lived for so many years, they had never witnessed such a miraculous way of painting. How is this possible? How did he do it? The lotus in the painting can actually bloom when it meets water. It's simply unbelievable. Oh my god, this painting skill makes my scalp tingle. Using the principle of pigment gradient upon contact with water to dynamically simulate the blooming process. This technique is incredible, isn't it? Well, now I understand why he spent so long mixing pigments earlier. He was preparing those gradient paints all along. Truly remarkable. Now that you mention it, I realize how amazing Zhang Cheng really is. Not only were the spectators stunned, but Lin Wenwei was also left spellbound by Zhang Cheng's miraculous painting technique. How is this possible? How did that brat do it? Using the principle of pigment gradient upon contact with water to simulate the dynamic blooming process. How can such a technique exist? Lin Wenwei's face was a picture of disbelief, his expression sour beyond words. Even Master Qin Yuan was astounded by Zhang Cheng's divine-like artistry. He had only heard of the legendary technique of blooming upon contact with water, but had never witnessed it firsthand, until today, when its sheer magnificence overwhelmed him. Qin Yuan was a first-class master in the painting world, yet even he could not replicate Zhang Cheng's divine skill of pigment gradient blooming upon contact with water. In this regard, he had to concede defeat. This young man is extraordinary, using pigment gradient to simulate the blooming process, a technique that even a national master painter might not achieve. Truly formidable. Master Qin Yuan expressed deep admiration. Su Qingluo was also stunned by Zhang Cheng's miraculous skill. She had never imagined that her annoying brother could paint so masterfully, creating lotus blossoms that bloomed upon contact with water. That annoying brother is so amazing. How did he learn to paint like this? It's so cool. He shocked everyone. Su Qingluo's heart raced with excitement, her gaze fixed on Zhang Cheng on stage, filled with adoration. The host on stage had been left speechless by Zhang Cheng's divine painting skill, even forgetting to speak. Satisfied with the crowd's reaction, Zhang Cheng curled his lips slightly and addressed the host. Host, you can now announce the winner. Hearing Zhang Cheng's words, the host snapped back to reality. Looking at Zhang Cheng's painting Lotus After the Rain, it was incredibly vivid and lifelike, absolutely unparalleled. Moreover, his technique surpassed Master Qin Yuan's by a clear margin. It was evident that the outcome of this painting duel was Zhang Cheng's victory. Before the host could announce the result, Master Qin Yuan stepped forward to the center of the stage and spoke. I admit defeat. Truly masters are found among the people. Young brother Zhang Cheng's technique of blooming upon contact with water is the most remarkable I have ever seen. I accept my loss wholeheartedly. The waves behind drive those before. The painting world of our dragon kingdom has hope. These words sent the entire venue into an uproar. A top-tier painter from Tianhai City had been defeated by an unknown young man, sparking heated discussions among the crowd. Oh my god, Zhang Cheng, this nobody actually beat Master Qin Yuan. Unbelievable. Zhang Cheng is about to rise to fame overnight. With the blooming technique and his victory over Master Qin Yuan, the painting world of Tianhai City will surely remember his name. He's so talented and still so young. He's practically the youngest master-level painter in Tianhai City. The crowd buzzed with chatter, all praising Zhang Cheng's extraordinary talent and predicting a boundless future. Among them, Lin Wenwei found it hardest to accept. His most revered Master Qin Yuan had lost to his rival Zhang Cheng. How could he bear it? What made it worse was that Zhang Cheng had risen to fame by stepping on his master's shoulders, leaving Lin Wenwei's expression sour. That brat's painting skill is incredible. Lin Wenwei's eyes burned with resentment. He had hoped to see Zhang Cheng humiliated, but instead he witnessed the highlight of his rise to glory. Su Qingluo was the happiest person there. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Lin Wenwei and said, Senior Lin, you asked me earlier if I wanted to become your master's disciple, didn't you? Qingluo, have you changed your mind about becoming my master's disciple? Don't worry with me here, he'll surely agree to take you as a student. Lin Wenwei's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that Su Qingluo had reconsidered and was about to agree? If so, it would ease his mind a little, as it might bring him closer to her. But Su Qingluo's next words chilled him further. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Lin, but your master is too weak. I want to learn painting from Zhang Cheng, she said with a faint smile. This remark stung Lin Wenwei deeply. He had hoped to grow closer to Su Qingluo, but instead it had brought her and Zhang Cheng closer. Lin Wenwei's face darkened even more, and he was so furious he wanted to curse. Standing on stage, Zhang Cheng observed the crowd's praise and nodded inwardly. This was exactly the effect he desired. Only by gaining fame could he sell his paintings at higher prices, which was his purpose for participating in this duel today. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to auction this painting Lotus After the Rain right here on the spot. If you like it, feel free to bid. The starting price is 100,000 yuan. Zhang Cheng announced loudly from the stage. With so many art enthusiasts present, this was the perfect moment for an auction. As expected, the announcement stirred excitement among the crowd. Zhang Cheng, so young, had created a divine painting that bloomed upon contact with water, which held great collectible value. Having just defeated Master Qin Yuan, his reputation had soared. I bid 150,000, someone immediately called out. 160,000. 170,000. Bids came in rapid succession from the crowd, who clearly had high hopes for Zhang Cheng. Both his skill and reputation made Lotus After the Rain highly collectible, though the increments were modest, rising by 10,000 each time. I bid 400,000. Su Qingluo suddenly spoke up from the crowd. This bid doubled the price of Lotus After the Rain, drawing gasps of astonishment from everyone. At the same time, it eliminated 90% of the bidders. On stage, Zhang Cheng saw Su Qingluo wink at him and immediately understood what she was up to. Not bad, this girl has potential. She knows how to drive up the price. Zhang Cheng felt a surge of gratitude for bringing her along. Su Qingluo's price hike had an immediate effect, doubling the bidding amount. Although fewer bidders remained, some still competed. I bid 450,000. A chubby man raised his hand and shouted. I bid 500,000. A tall, middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses at the edge of the crowd raised his hand high. I bid 510,000, the chubby man countered. I bid 520,000. The two went back and forth fiercely, but the increments were too small for Zhang Cheng's liking. His target price was above 800,000. Just then Su Qingluo, as if reading his mind, spoke up again. I bid 800,000. Her clear voice sent another shockwave through the crowd. Though Lotus After the Rain was skillfully painted, Zhang Cheng was still a newcomer, and a price of 800,000 was somewhat steep. Zhang Cheng mentally applauded Su Qingluo for raising the price again. This girl did well. We'll treat her to an extra chicken leg at lunch. The 800,000 had reached his target, but he worried no one would bid higher, which would end the drama. Fortunately, after a few seconds of hesitation, the chubby man bid again. I bid 810,000. The price was a bit high, but Zhang Cheng's youth and potential made the painting a worthwhile investment if he became famous later. However, the middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses shook his head and gave up. Seeing no further bids, Zhang Cheng announced, "Congratulations to that gentleman for winning my painting Lotus After the Rain at 810,000 yuan." Zhang Cheng was overjoyed. The chubby, wealthy businessman, delighted with his win, hurried to the stage to complete the transaction. He was a well-known investor in Tianhai City named Tang Chuan with a sharp eye. He had dared to buy the painting at 810,000 yuan because he believed in Zhang Cheng's future. Upon reaching the stage, Tang Chuan approached Zhang Cheng with a smile and extended his hand. Mr. Zhang, I have high hopes for you. You will undoubtedly become a giant in our Dragon Kingdom's painting world. Tang Chuan praised without reservation. Thank you for your kind words. I hope I can live up to them. Zhang Cheng picked up a brush and signed his name on Lotus after the rain before handing it to Tang Chuan. This painting is yours now. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Please give me your bank account number, and I'll have someone transfer the money immediately. Tang Chuan clutched the painting with barely concealed excitement. Soon Zhang Cheng provided his bank account and Tang Chuan instructed his finance department to transfer 810,000 yuan. Zhang Cheng's phone immediately received a notification of the incoming payment. 810,000 yuan. The moment the money arrived, the system's voice followed. Congratulations, host, for successfully selling a painting for 810,000 yuan. You have received a rebate of 8,100,000 yuan. As the system's voice faded, Zhang Cheng's phone received another bank notification, the rebate of 8,100,000 yuan. Zhang Cheng was ecstatic. In one go, he had earned 891,000 yuan, a massive profit. After stepping off the stage, Su Qingluo rushed over immediately. Zhang Cheng, you're amazing. You painted a work that blooms upon contact with water. I admire you so much. Su Qingluo praised him unreservedly, her watery eyes brimming with admiration and affection. You did well too. Otherwise it wouldn't have sold for such a high price. Zhang Cheng whispered his praise. Without her two deliberate price hikes, it might not have reached 81,000 yuan. I helped you so much today, so shouldn't you treat me to lunch? Su Qingluo said with a hint of playfulness. Of course. You can order whatever you want. Zhang Cheng replied, grateful for her help, as his gaze shifted to Lin Wenwei standing nearby. Lin Wenwei's expression was sour. Senior Lin, your master isn't so impressive after all. A bet's a bet. Hurry up and transfer the 100,000 yuan to me. Zhang Cheng said with a smile and high spirits. Su Qingluo chimed in. I'm a witness. Senior Lin, you can't back out. Watching them act like a harmonious couple, Lin Wenwei was so furious his liver nearly burst. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Give me your Alipay and I'll transfer it now. Lin Wenwei said with a grim face. Zhang Cheng nodded and gave him his Alipay account. Reluctantly, Lin Wenwei transferred 100,000 yuan via Alipay. Done, he said bitterly. Received. Thank you, Senior Lin. If there's another bet like this, feel free to call me again, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Count on it. Just wait. Lin Wenwei spat out these words before turning and leaving. Zhang Cheng couldn't care less, overjoyed with the money. He had earned over 9 million yuan in total. Not bad at all. But Zhang Cheng's luck seemed just beginning. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses approached him. Mr. Zhang Cheng, am Su Gang, owner of Yunxiang Gallery. Hey, raise my business card. Su Gang handed the card to Zhang Cheng with both hands. Yunxiang Gallery. Zhang Cheng glanced at him, recognizing him as one of the bidders for Lotus after the rain. After a moment's thought, he asked, Mr. Su, is there something you need? I didn't win your painting, so I was wondering if you have any others for sale. Su Gang corrected himself. Not buy. I want to collaborate. Collaborate. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo exclaimed in unison. Yes. Do you have other paintings you could place in our gallery? We have 10 galleries in Tianhai City and rank among the top 3. We specialize in mid to high-end modern paintings perfect for emerging artists like you. Su Gang explained professionally. Zhang Cheng now understood. This man was seeking his paintings. His victory over Master Qin Yuan had caught the attention of industry professionals. Fame indeed made strangers recognize you. With that thought, Zhang Cheng's gaze fell on the 3 paintings in Su Qingluo's hands. These were completed in his studio last night, and he had brought them to this art event to sell. This situation was like finding a pillow just when he felt sleepy. Mr. Su, I do have 3 more paintings, but I want you to buy them outright today, Zhang Cheng said after a moment's thought. He still had the 10-fold rebate buff on painting sales, which would expire after today. So he wanted Su Gang to purchase all 3 at once, allowing him to make another killing. You have 3 more paintings. Can I see them? Su Gang's face lit up with excitement. No problem. I have them right here. Zhang Cheng handed the 3 paintings from Su Qingluo's arms to Su Gang. Really? Let me have a look. Su Gang hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to have them on hand. Without hesitation, he eagerly examined them. The 3 paintings, a landscape, a portrait, and a fierce beast, were all exquisitely crafted masterpieces in their own right. Su Gang was thrilled. Mr. Zhang, I can buy these 3 today, but what price are you asking? He asked with great anticipation. 2,400,000 yuan for all 3. Zhang Cheng had considered quoting a lower price since these lacked the divine blooming technique, but seeing Su Gang's excitement, he decided to test a higher figure. He also wanted to establish his market value, but once accepted, future works would command even higher prices. Su Gang frowned slightly at the 2,400,000 yuan, but after brief hesitation agreed generously. Fine, 2,400,000 it is. But I have one request, Mr. Zhang. What request? Zhang Cheng was surprised Su Gang had agreed and felt a surge of goodwill toward him. I hope that in the future you'll collaborate exclusively with Yunxiang Gallery for your new works. You focus on painting and well handle sales and promotion, ensuring higher prices. Our commission will be just 5%. Su Gang said politely. Unsure if this was a good deal, Zhang Cheng turned to Su Qinghua, who nodded in approval. Clearly she thought the terms were excellent, and Yunxiang Gallery was indeed one of the top 3 in Tianhai City. Typically galleries charged over 10% commission for selling and promoting an artist's work. Su Gang's offer of 5% was a significant concession, likely because he didn't want to miss out on Zhang Cheng, a rising star in the painting world. The value of paintings often relied on promotional teams to hype them up. Especially at auctions, a painting fetching hundreds of millions was largely due to orchestrated marketing, not its intrinsic worth. Thus, a good promotional team could greatly boost an artist's income. Alright, I'll come to you with future paintings, Zhang Cheng said, tucking Su Gang's business card into his pocket with care. It seemed painting could be quite lucrative. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Zhang. Su Gang shook Zhang Cheng's hand eagerly. After Zhang Cheng provided his bank account, Su Gang quickly transferred 2,400,000 yuan. The moment the payment arrived, the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations, host, for selling 3 paintings for 2,400,000 yuan. You have received a rebate of 24 million yuan. Zhang Cheng's phone buzzed with the notification and his heart raced with excitement. He had earned another 26,400,000 yuan. Money was so easy to make. He was one step closer to marrying Su Yao. This trip to the painting market netted Zhang Cheng a staggering 35 million yuan, the most he had earned in recent days. Combined with the 10 million yuan remaining in his account, his liquid assets now totaled 45 million yuan, making him a bona fide multimillionaire. Yet in Zhang Cheng's eyes, this sum was still far from sufficient. The Su family's corporate empire had a market value of over 400 billion yuan. With his meager fortune, the Su family would never take him seriously. To earn their recognition, Zhang Cheng needed a personal net worth of at least 1 billion yuan, if not more. Before the year-end engagement, I must raise my net worth to 1 billion. Zhang Cheng silently set himself a small goal. The end of the year marked the scheduled marriage with Su Yao, and he had to boost his wealth before then. Otherwise, the Su family would never accept him, let alone allow him to marry Su Yao. Zhang Cheng was well aware of the harsh realities of society. After his family's decline, he could only rely on himself. Without money or influence, even with the betrothal agreement from years ago, he might not gain the Su family's approval and could even face ruthless humiliation and a broken engagement. After leaving the art district, Su Qingluo felt genuinely happy for Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, now that you have so much money, what do you want to do? She asked eagerly as they walked. Save up to marry a wife, of course. Zhang Cheng replied, half jokingly, half seriously. He had earned all this money precisely to marry Su Yao. Save up to marry a wife. Su Qingluo blinked her big eyes, then realized that the wife he mentioned was none other than herself. Her pretty face flushed crimson as she spoke with a hint of shyness. You're only a freshman and you're already thinking about saving up to get married. Though she said this, Su Qingluo was overjoyed inside. She hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to start saving for her so early. This silly boy was simply adorable. She loved him to bits. Yes, because I want to give her the best, so I have to start saving now, Zhang Cheng said with utmost seriousness. His efforts weren't just for marrying Su Yao, he wanted to give her the best life possible. Hearing this, Su Qingluo was so moved, she nearly cried. It turned out she meant so much to him. Silly boy, I will marry no one but you in this life. On the surface, however, Su Qingluo pretended to be envious. I really envy your future wife having such a wonderful husband who cares for her. In truth, she was praising herself. What a mischievous girl. Zhang Cheng smiled without replying, instead changing the subject. By the way, Senior Su, you've helped me so much this time. Let me treat you to a big meal. Whatever you want to eat, you name it. Chinese or Western, it's on me. He genuinely wanted to thank Su Qingluo. Without her bringing him to the art market, he wouldn't have sold those 3 paintings so quickly. Moreover, Su Qingluo had helped raise the bids twice during the auction, securing high prices for his paintings. She deserved credit for that too, so Zhang Cheng sincerely wished to express his gratitude. I don't know what to eat. How about noodles? Su Qingluo suddenly broke into a smile. Since Zhang Cheng was saving to marry her, she naturally wanted to help him save money. It must be said that Su Qingluo was a considerate and thoughtful girl, always looking out for Zhang Cheng. But Zhang Cheng, unaware of her thoughts, was determined to thank the school beauty. Noodles? Are you sure? He was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that after all her help, Su Qingluo would only want noodles. Yes, noodles. Su Qingluo nodded again. Zhang Cheng looked at her curiously, unable to fathom her thoughts. However, he had no intention of actually taking her for noodles. Instead, he thought of a better place. Senior Su, let me take you to a hot pot restaurant. Zhang Cheng remembered the Shuidi Lao opposite the school, which had just reopened after 2 days of renovation. He needed to check on how Zhou Qing and her team were doing. This was his first investment in a restaurant, so he naturally took it very seriously. Hot pot. That sounds good. Su Qingluo agreed once Zhang Cheng had made up his mind. Soon they took a taxi back to the school area, not to the campus itself, but to Shuidi Lao opposite the school. Indeed, in just 2 days, Zhou Qing had swiftly transformed the Qinglai restaurant into a hot pot place, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. The sign Shuidi Lao stood out prominently. Today was the official first day of business. Thanks to the excellent reputation built up earlier, business was booming from the start. Even at noon, many customers were still waiting inside. To prevent waiting customers from leaving impatiently, Zhou Qing had set up a waiting area indoors with tables and chairs offering free snacks, various board games to pass the time, and even paper folding activities. Each folded paper crane could be redeemed for 50 cents, a thoughtful and considerate touch. While waiting, dedicated waitstaff would serve tea, water, or even drinks, all free of charge. Additionally, a staff member offered free manicures to waiting ladies. Thanks to this combination of services, none of the waiting customers, male or female, wanted to leave. The waiting experience was incredibly thoughtful, free food, drinks, and even manicures. Zhou Qing had truly taken service to the next level, executing it flawlessly. Zhang Qing nodded in approval, satisfied. The reason he had invested in Zhou Qing's restaurant was precisely because of their unique service approach. Su Qinglua, however, was astonished to see it had become Shuidi Lao Hot Pot. Just 2 days ago, this was Qinglai restaurant. How did it turn into a hot pot place? Her pretty face was full of surprise, but once inside, she was delighted by the attentive service. And after the transformation, the service has improved, the decor is brand new, and there's even free manicures. Sitting in the waiting area, Su Qingluo noticed the free manicure service, and her eyes lit up. Which girl doesn't love beauty? Manicures are a favorite pastime for many, and Su Qingluo was no exception. The owner must have shifted her business strategy, Zhang Cheng said casually. Really? Well, it's a good change. I heard the previous restaurant lost all its chefs. Switching to hot pot means no need for chefs. Pretty smart of the owner. Su Qingluo praised earnestly. In fact, the idea had come from Zhang Cheng. By complimenting the owner, she was indirectly praising him. The assistant manager Feng Man spotted Zhang Cheng from afar and wanted to greet him, but he stopped her with a look. He simply wanted to experience the transformed hot pot place without any special treatment. However, Su Qingluo's presence drew the attention of many, especially the male customers. Today she wore black stockings and a short skirt from Balenciaga, her mature and elegant style completely captivating the men. Sitting beside Su Qinglua, Zhang Cheng felt the envious and jealous glares directed at him. He was already accustomed to such looks. Moreover, Su Qingluo's arrival attracted passing students from outside the restaurant, making Shuidi Lao even more bustling. Zhang Cheng silently marveled at how beautiful women were natural advertisements. Soon a small booth became available, and they were seated. Inside, a waiter immediately brought hot towels for them to wipe their hands, served barley tea, and offered several complimentary fruits. Zhang Cheng savored the atmosphere. It was excellent, even better than before. Ordering was done by scanning a QR code on the phone, though the menu now featured hot pot ingredients. Senior Su, you order? Today is my treat, so feel free to choose whatever you like. Alright, then I'll order. Su Qingluo scanned the QR code on the table and began selecting hot pot items. The prices were slightly higher than average hot pot places, but the ingredients were fresh and carefully chosen. Su Qingluo selected only a few items before stopping. I'm done ordering, she said, submitting the order on her phone. That was fast. Don't you want a few more? Zhang Cheng asked in surprise. I'm on a diet, so I need to eat less. Su Qingluo made an excuse. In truth, she wanted to save money for Zhang Cheng. Since he was saving to marry her, she naturally had to consider her future husband's finances. Let's start with this, and we can order more if it's not enough. Zhang Cheng assumed girls loved to diet and didn't think much of it. Soon the hot pot ingredients arrived, and they began eating. After taking a bite of enoki mushrooms, a mischievous idea popped into Su Qingluo's mind. Zhang Cheng, what do you think your future wife will look like? She put down her chopsticks and looked at him, playfully curious to hear what this silly boy who hadn't seen her for 10 years would imagine. Zhang Cheng started, but then paused. Because the Su Yao in his memory was only 11 years old. Chubby at the time, but girls change dramatically as they grow up. He honestly couldn't describe her current appearance. So he gave a safe answer. Definitely not like you. Zhang Cheng blurted out. This nearly made Su Qingluo laugh out loud. This silly brother was so adorable. Why are you so sure your future wife won't look like me? Don't you wish she were as beautiful as I am? She tossed her hair as she spoke, radiating charm. At the same time, she subtly hinted at him. How could my future wife possibly resemble you? Zhang Cheng smiled as he studied Su Qingluo. But come to think of it, she did seem to bear a resemblance to the young Su Yao. His gaze froze for a moment, then he quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Su Qingluo, however, curled her lips slightly. She wondered how this silly boy would react when he found out she was his fiancée. Su Qingluo eagerly awaited that day. Halfway through the meal, she seemed to recall something important and spoke with earnest seriousness. By the way, Zhang Cheng, since you're so skilled at painting, could you teach me? I'd like to learn painting from you. Su Qingluo was serious about painting. She had loved it since childhood, but her father said it was useless and made her study foreign languages and economics to contribute to the family business. So Su Qingluo had never received formal training in painting, relying solely on her passion. Moreover, asking Zhang Cheng to teach her had a selfish motive. It would give her more time alone with him. It was a win-win situation. Before Zhang Cheng could respond, the system's voice echoed again. Ding, the perfect Tycoon system has triggered a mission. Option 1, agree to teach Su Qingluo painting. Reward master level painting appraisal ability plus an anonymous genuine rebate for each authentic painting identified. Option 2 refuse, Su Qingluo's request. Reward lose 1 testicle. Zhang Cheng was speechless. This damn system was forcing his hand again. Lose a testicle? That would make him half a eunuch. He might even lose the ability to father children. Couldn't it give him a normal choice for once? After cursing the system internally countless times, Zhang Cheng composed himself and said to Su Qingluo, "No problem, Senior Su. If you want to learn painting, I'll teach you." Zhang Cheng quickly made his choice. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice returned. "Ding, congratulations, host, on your choice. Reward master level painting appraisal ability plus an anonymous genuine rebate for each authentic painting identified, limited to 2 uses." With the system's announcement, Zhang Cheng felt a flood of knowledge about authenticating famous paintings enter his mind. In an instant, he became an expert in painting appraisal. This appraisal skill is great. I can make a fortune by identifying genuine paintings at the art market. Maybe dealing in antique paintings could earn even more than painting itself. And the anonymous genuine rebate for each authentic painting, even if limited to 2 uses, is still a great bonus. Zhang Cheng was very satisfied with this new ability. It gave him another way to make money. Su Qingluo, delighted that he agreed to teach her, felt a surge of joy. Great. It's settled then, no backing out. Tomorrow is Sunday, so let's meet at the art club. Su Qingluo said happily. Being alone with Zhang Cheng and learning painting skills, that was perfect. If something unexpected happened between them, even better. As she thought about it, her cheeks flushed. Sure, no problem. Just send me a WeChat message. Zhang Cheng didn't overthink it. Even without the system's choice, he would have agreed. After all, Senior Su had helped him a lot today. Besides, he could paint a few more pieces at the club and have Su Gang sell them. Even without the tenfold rebate, his current reputation would fetch a good price. Su Qingluo was in high spirits, feeling that her relationship with Zhang Cheng had grown closer. But it still wasn't intimate enough, so she proposed. Zhang Cheng, to celebrate your fame and fortune today, let's have a drink. Drink? Can you handle it? Zhang Cheng chuckled. Of course I can. I can finish a whole bottle of red wine. Su Qingluo retorted defiantly. In truth, she wasn't much of a drinker. But she had read somewhere that drinking could bring people closer, so she wanted to give it a try. Alright, I'll order a bottle of red wine, Zhang Cheng said, scanning the QR code and ordering one. Soon the waiter brought the wine and opened it. Hey, race the wine. Let me pour for you this time. Zhang Cheng, wary of repeating the awkward spill incident from a few days ago, took the initiative to pour for Su Qingluo. Alright, you can pour a little more, Su Qingluo said casually. This wine has a strong aftertaste. Better drink less. Zhang Cheng only filled her glass halfway, afraid she might get drunk. Su Qingluo had never drunk alcohol before. This seemed to be her first time. Looking at the half glass of red wine, she took a small sip. It tasted a bit sour and sweet, not unpleasant. It's actually quite nice. She then downed the entire glass in one go, leaving Zhang Cheng momentarily stunned. Senior Su, why did you drink it all at once? Don't worry, I can hold my liquor. No sooner had she spoken than her face flushed crimson and her head began to spin. Shortly after, she slumped onto the seat in an ungraceful position. Zhang Cheng was at a loss for words. And you call that holding your liquor? You boasted about finishing a whole bottle, but one glass knocked you out. He shook his head, took a gulp of the wine himself, and then moved to support Su Qingluo. She was sprawled awkwardly, and he tried to lay her flat on the seat. But as soon as he lifted her, Su Qingluo threw her arms around his neck, her eyes hazy with intoxication. Senior Su, let me help you lie down for a while, Zhang Cheng explained awkwardly. But the drunken Su Qingluo was dizzy and losing her inhibitions. Staring at Zhang Cheng's handsome face, her cheeks grew even redder and her breathing quickened. Silly boy, you're so handsome. With that, she pulled his neck closer and kissed him directly. The moment their lips met, Zhang Cheng stood frozen in shock. Zhang Cheng stood frozen in place, his mind consumed by a single thought. My God, Senior Su just kissed me. This was the second time their lips had met, and he had been defiled by her again. He wanted to cry. But soon, snapping back to reality, Zhang Cheng pushed Su Qingluo away without hesitation. Senior Su, wake up. He quickly wiped off the lipstick lingering on his mouth, filled with regret. If only he had known that Su Qingluo would get drunk after a single glass, he would never have ordered red wine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been kissed by Senior Su again, and this was the second time. Zhang Cheng had been saving his first kiss for his fiancée Su Yao, but now it had been snatched away by Su Qingluo repeatedly. Watching her drunken state, he felt both anger and helplessness. If she were sober, he could at least confront her, but in her drunken stupor, she probably didn't even know what she had done. There was no point in scolding her. With a sigh, Zhang Cheng lifted Su Qingluo again and gently laid her flat on the seat. Lying on the seat, Su Qingluo's graceful curves were fully revealed, especially her legs, sheathed in Parisian black stockings, which were particularly eye-catching. Any other man might have taken advantage of her unconscious state. Yet Zhang Cheng had no such intentions. I can't believe you. If you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. And you made me lose my first kiss, he muttered in exasperation. Still, he asked a waiter for a thin blanket and gently draped it over Su Qingluo. He also requested a bowl of hangover soup. After some effort, he coaxed Su Qingluo into drinking it. Only then did he return to his seat. Finally, I can enjoy the hot pot in peace. Earlier, Zhang Cheng had been entirely focused on Su Qingluo barely eating a few bites. Now he could finally savor the hot pot undisturbed. After drinking the soup, Su Qingluo's mind gradually cleared. She woke up after dozing for over 10 minutes. How did I end up lying here? Weren't we drinking? Su Qingluo rubbed her head, still slightly dizzy, but much better. You're awake, Zhang Cheng said, picking up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks and stuffing it into his mouth. Zhang Cheng, did I pass out just now? Su Qingluo sat up again, looking much more alert. Yeah, didn't you say you could handle a whole bottle of red wine? How did you get drunk after just half a glass? Zhang Cheng teased with a smile. That's because I wasn't in good form today. Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed, then she remembered something and pressed. I didn't do anything inappropriate while I was drunk, did I? She vaguely recalled seeing how handsome her stinky little brother was, and couldn't resist kissing him, savoring the wet, smooth sensation on her lips, though it seemed Zhang Cheng had pushed her away. What do you think? Zhang Cheng said sourly. How dare she force a kiss on him? He was furious, and if it weren't for her drunken state, he wouldn't let her off easily. Seeing his angry expression, Su Qingluo seemed to understand, and her cheeks flushed even more. So I really did kiss my stinky little brother, Su Qingluo thought with a hint of joy. She unconsciously licked her delicate lips, reluctant to let go of the lingering taste of Zhang Cheng. She felt no guilt at all. Instead she thought her drunken self was impressively bold, doing what she had always wanted, but dared not. After finishing the hot pot, Zhang Cheng escorted Su Qingluo back to her dorm. Once inside, she immediately grabbed her phone to text him. Stinky little brother, I'm back at the dorm. Thanks for treating me to hot pot today. Her message carried a playful, cute tone. I should thank you. Without your help, I wouldn't have sold the painting so smoothly today. Zhang Cheng replied promptly. Seeing his quick response, Su Qingluo was overjoyed. She sat on her bed, stretching her black stockinged legs to reveal an elegant, enticing curve, and happily typed back. It's because you paint so well. Otherwise, who would buy your work? Su Qingluo's message was filled with praise. She added, by the way, don't forget your promise to teach me painting tomorrow. Don't worry, Senior Su. I won't go back on my word. See you at the art club tomorrow. Zhang Cheng replied quickly. Su Qingluo felt a surge of anticipation for their meeting the next day. The thought of being alone with him in a room made her so excited that she wished tomorrow would come immediately. Maybe I should bring a bottle of wine. The moment this idea crossed Su Qingluo's mind, she blushed with shame. Just then the dorm doors swung open and her three roommates, Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and Yi Shiming, walked in. Seeing her roommates, Su Qingluo reluctantly put down her phone. Little girl, back from your date. Chatting with some guy on your phone. Lin Baiwei teased. Nothing much. Su Qingluo replied, trying to act calm. You don't have to show me you, I can guess. You went on a date with Zhang Cheng, right? Photos of you two eating hot pot at Haidaleo are all over the campus network. Lin Baiwei pulled out her phone and showed Su Qingluo the picture. In the photo, Su Qingluo and Zhang Cheng were sitting together waiting for a table. They made a striking couple, and the image showed how well they matched. Su Qingluo's face flushed slightly, as she never expected someone to post their hot pot outing online so quickly. It was just a casual hot pot meal together. Nothing like what you're imagining. Su Qingluo explained, her cheeks reddening. Really? Then why is your face so red? Yi Shiming chimed in with a grin. I am not blushing. It's just too hot in here. Su Qingluo fanned herself, pretending to be warm. Her adorable demeanor was utterly charming. Since you don't like Zhang Cheng, you'll go after him. His painting skills are amazing and he's so handsome. I really want to learn from him. Lin Baiwei suddenly provoked. Su Qingluo's heart tightened at the words. No, you can't pursue him, she blurted out. Lin Baiwei, Yi Shiming, and Lu Yanran burst into laughter. There it is, your true colors. I knew you liked him. Did you spend 4,000 on his painting just to keep him as a sugar baby? Lin Baiwei asked curiously. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran leaned in, eager for gossip. Who would spend 4,000 on a painting by an unknown artist? It seemed highly likely that Su Qingluo wanted to keep Zhang Cheng as her kept man. Who likes him? Don't jump to conclusions. Su Qingluo blushed deeply as she defended herself. And Zhang Cheng is no kept man. His paintings are valuable now. Buying one from him for 4,000 is an investment. Definitely not what you're thinking. The three roommates clearly didn't believe her explanation. An investment? Who would believe that? Zhang Cheng is a fledgling artist with no reputation. How much could his painting be worth? Lin Baiwei said skeptically. Su Qingluo felt a surge of indignation and spoke with pride. Zhang Cheng is now a big name in the art world. Even Master Qin Yuan lost to him in a painting duel. His work is worth 810,000 now. Su Qingluo's words carried a protective, almost possessive tone. But her claims stunned Lin Baiwei, Yi Shiming, and Lu Yanran. Master Qin Yuan lost to him in a duel. Who believes that? In a painting worth 810,000. Not just Lin Baiwei, but Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran were equally incredulous. A freshman from the finance department beating the renowned Master Qin Yuan of Tianhai's art scene. It seemed impossible. Anyone hearing this would doubt it too. Su Qingluo wanted to explain further, but realized she had no solid proof. She had forgotten to record the duel. Believe it or not, he's incredibly talented now, and he's no kept man. She gave up trying to convince them, content that she alone knew his worth. Su Qingluo even felt it was better that they didn't know about Zhang Cheng's brilliance. Then no one else would covet him. The next day was Sunday with no classes, but Zhang Cheng still rose early. He planned to visit Haiyuan Art Street to examine ancient paintings, testing his newly acquired master-level appraisal skills and the ability to earn $1 million for authenticating a genuine piece. However, just as he finished breakfast at a street stall near campus, a message from Su Qingluo arrived. "Good morning, stinky little brother." Zhang Cheng glanced at her message, and considering her help yesterday, he hesitated before replying, "Good morning, Senior Su. What are you up to this morning? Handsome teacher, when will you teach me painting?" Su Qingluo sent multiple messages, her words playful and cute. Zhang Cheng found her irresistible. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I'm going to Haiyuan Art Street to look at ancient paintings this morning. They'll teach you painting in the afternoon." He didn't want to break his promise to Su Qingluo. "You're going to Haiyuan Art Street. Wait for me. I need to go there too to see some ancient paintings. Let's go together." Su Qingluo replied quickly. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected her to want to join him. He considered refusing, but remembering her help yesterday, couldn't bring himself to say no. He replied, "I'm at the school gate. They'll only wait for you 5 minutes." "Okay, I'll be right there." Su Qingluo replied, then immediately crawled out of her bed. Yes, it was around 8 in the morning, and Su Qingluo was still curled up in bed. But after receiving Zhang Cheng's reply, she got up at once. She quickly washed up, put on a white dress, and even skipped makeup to save time, leaving barefaced and skipping breakfast. Yet even so, she still exceeded the agreed 5 minutes. It's over. 10 minutes have passed already. Zhang Cheng must have left. Su Qingluo hurried toward the school gate. When she arrived, panting, his figure was nowhere to be seen, and her face fell with disappointment. He's really gone. Disappointment was evident in Su Qingluo's eyes. But then a familiar voice suddenly came from behind her. "You rushed out so quickly, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I bought you something." Hearing this voice, Su Qingluo's heart leaped with joy. She turned around and saw it was indeed Zhang Cheng. Despite her being late by 5 minutes, he hadn't left. He had waited for her and even bought her favorite breakfast. This scene deeply moved Su Qingluo and brought back memories from their childhood. Back then, although she was a year older than Zhang Cheng, she was clingy and acted like a little sister, following him around. Sometimes he would find her annoying and tell her to go away, but in the end, he always let her stay. This moment was so reminiscent of their childhood. "Senior Su, what are you staring at? Do you want the breakfast?" Zhang Cheng noticed her dazed expression and waved his hand before her eyes. "Yes, I want it." "Thank you, stinky little brother." Su Qingluo snapped back to reality, nodded quickly, and took the breakfast from Zhang Cheng's hands. It was egg pancake and soy milk, her favorites. The stinky little brother was still the same as ever, he hadn't changed at all. But Zhang Cheng frowned slightly upon hearing her call him stinky little brother. He disliked that nickname because it was exclusive to his fiancée Su Yao. "Senior Su, please just call me Zhang Cheng or Junior from now on. Calling me stinky little brother might cause misunderstandings, making people think we're siblings." Zhang Cheng said tactfully. "No, I insist on calling you stinky little brother, stinky little brother." Su Qingluo replied, playfully, feeling that her hint was finally working. Zhang Cheng found her stubbornness a bit exasperating. Oh well, a gentleman doesn't quarrel with a lady. He couldn't stop her from calling him whatever she wanted. He couldn't exactly seal her mouth shut, could he? "Fine, suit yourself." Zhang Cheng sighed and gave up the fight. He quickly ordered a ride-sharing car on his phone, and the two set off again for Haiyuan Art Street. This time it wasn't to sell paintings, but to view ancient artworks. Half an hour later, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo arrived at Haiyuan Art Street once more. On his second visit, Zhang Cheng had a slightly better understanding of the art street, though he still wasn't as familiar with it as Su Qingluo. The ancient painting collection area is in the middle of the street. Many ancient paintings and collectibles are traded here from all over the world every day. But there are also plenty of high-quality fakes and forgeries. If you want to make money here, you need to keep your eyes wide open. Su Qingluo reminded him earnestly and repeatedly. Although painting and appraising were both related to art, they were entirely different fields. She worried that Zhang Cheng might suffer losses, so she kept warning him. "I understand, he'll stay sharp." Zhang Cheng nodded and continued walking further in. Reaching the middle section of the art street, he saw many shops dealing in ancient paintings, at least dozens at a glance. "Senior Su, which is the largest ancient painting shop here?" Zhang Cheng looked around, feeling that there were too many shops. If he had to visit each one, it would take all day, so he wanted to pick the biggest one to examine carefully. Su Qingluo tilted her head in thought, then pointed to a shop not far ahead. The largest ancient painting shop is Fantion Ancient Paintings. They have almost all famous paintings from various dynasties. Many wealthy collectors and businessmen prefer to trade there. "All right, let's go to that shop." Zhang Cheng strode toward the shop. "But that shop also has many high-quality fakes and forgeries. Are you sure you want to go there? Don't get cheated out of everything." Su Qingluo followed behind, anxious. Su Qingluo knew that Zhang Cheng had earned a lot from selling paintings yesterday, so she worried he might be swindled. Don't worry, no one can fool me. Zhang Cheng smirked slightly and stepped into Fanteon Ancient Paintings. Inside he found the place to be very professional and spacious. It was divided into 3 zones A, B, and C, each with different values of ancient paintings. Being a first-timer, Zhang Cheng was unfamiliar with the layout, but Su Qingluo seemed to know it well and took the opportunity to explain. Zone C has the lowest grade paintings, mostly fakes and forgeries with prices usually under 5,000. These are mostly used for decoration and have little collection value. But occasionally you can find decent pieces. If you're extremely lucky, you might even stumble upon a genuine work, though the chance is very, very slim. Zhang Cheng nodded, and Su Qingluo pointed to the middle hall to continue. Zone B is the mid-range. Most of the paintings here are high-quality fakes, but genuine ones do exist with a higher probability than Zone C. Still, it requires a good eye. Prices here generally range from 10,000 to 100,000. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected Su Qingluo to be so knowledgeable about this place. Bringing her along was definitely the right choice. As for Zone A, it's the highest tier. Here fakes and genuine works are split about 50-50 with prices usually above 100,000. But even then, making money still requires sharp judgment. Many seasoned collectors have met their downfall here. Su Qingluo warned again. Zhang Cheng nodded and casually scanned the area. He noticed quite a few people trading ancient paintings here, and among them he recognized someone. Hey, isn't that boss Su Gang? Zhang Cheng walked toward Zone A as he spoke. Su Gang was the man who had bought 3 paintings from Zhang Cheng yesterday and had wanted to collaborate with him on selling. Su Qingluo followed along. As he got closer, Zhang Cheng realized that boss Su seemed to be in a bidding war over a painting. He'll pay 800,000 for this bamboo and rock by Zheng Banqiao, Su Gang declared boldly. He'll bid 900,000. Standing opposite him was a bald man with a large head and ears dressed in world-famous brands, clearly also wealthy. Between them stood an elderly man with a refined appearance, sporting a small beard and thick glasses. He held the painting, appearing to be its owner. Zhang Cheng stepped closer and glanced at the artwork with interest. This painting was Zheng Banqiao's bamboo and rock. If genuine, it would be worth at least 1 to 3 million. But if it was a fake, it wouldn't be worth much. Su Gang had called out 800,000, believing it to be authentic, while the bald man opposite him had directly bid 900,000. Clearly the two were locked in a heated competition over the painting. Zhang Cheng scrutinized it carefully and frowned. He'll bid 1 million. Su Gang finally couldn't hold back, determined to secure the piece. 1 million was roughly the painting's upper limit, though it could go higher at auction. Su Gang was betting on its potential. When the bald man heard Su Gang's bid, he glanced at the bespectacled old man. They exchanged a look and both revealed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Zhang Cheng caught all of this. The bald man then spoke with feigned regret. I didn't expect boss Su to be so generous. I do concede, the painting is yours. Su Gang sighed in relief at Dust's surrender. He had long wanted to collect a piece by Zheng Banqiao, and today his wish was finally fulfilled. Boss Du, thank you for yielding. He'll gladly take this bamboo and rock. Su Gang said gleefully, turning to the old man. Master Fong, according to the agreed terms, isn't this bamboo and rock supposed to be sold to me? Yeah. This so-called Master Fong was the renowned painting appraiser of Tianhai City, fully named Fong Fu. His appraisal accuracy rate exceeded 70%, so when Su Gang heard the painting was from Fong, he naturally assumed it was genuine. Of course, as an ancient painting collector, Su Gang had some knowledge of appraising. After thorough examination, he confirmed it was a genuine Zheng Banqiao, and confidently bid up to 1 million. Since you've won the bid, this bamboo and rock by Zheng Banqiao is yours. Fong Fu said amiably. Good, I'll transfer the money now. Su Gang pulled out his phone to make the payment. Fong Fu and Du exchanged a knowing smile, as if their scheme had succeeded. Zhang Cheng observed all this and immediately understood what was happening. No rush, boss Su. Take your time. Fong Fu said this, but eagerly sent his bank card number. Boss Su, I've sent you my card number. Please transfer to it. Alright, I'll have someone transfer it right away. Su Gang was about to instruct the transfer when a voice stopped him. Boss Su, this painting is a fake. It's worthless. The words stunned everyone present, and their gazes turned to the source of the voice. It was Zhang Cheng who spoke. Had it been an ordinary person conducting a transaction, Zhang Cheng might have turned a blind eye, but Su Gang was someone he had some acquaintance with. Although they had only met for the first time the day before, Su Gang had purchased 3 paintings from Zhang Cheng at a high price, and they planned to collaborate on selling paintings in the future. Thus Zhang Cheng kindly spoke up to warn him. Boss Su, this painting is a forgery, completely worthless. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone present was shocked, and their gazes turned towards him. When he saw it was Zhang Cheng, Su Gang was both surprised and delighted. Brother Zhang Cheng, why are you here? Su Gang greeted him warmly. The two had met just the day before, and Su Gang was deeply impressed by Zhang Cheng's miraculous painting technique, which made flowers bloom upon contact with water. He greatly admired and respected him. I came to look at ancient paintings, and I didn't expect to run into you here. Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Is that so? Brother Zhang Cheng, are you also very interested in ancient paintings? I thought you only liked painting. Su Gang couldn't help but add. Du Fatty and Fong Fu, seeing Su Gang and Zhang Cheng chatting enthusiastically while forgetting to pay, grew greatly dissatisfied. Moreover, Zhang Cheng had just questioned whether their painting was a forgery, which made them even more displeased. "Young man, what do you mean by saying my bamboo and ink painting is a forgery?" Fong Fu furrowed his brow and finally couldn't help but question. "Young man, you can eat freely, but you can't speak carelessly. You'd better explain clearly what you just meant." Du Fatty also chimed in. The two seemed to be in cahoots, even voicing their doubts together. "You two are quite in sync, questioning me together," Zhang Cheng said with a slight curl of his lips, his words implying something. As expected, upon hearing this, Du Fatty and Fong Fu's eyes flickered with panic, but they quickly regained composure. Fong Fu sternly said, "You've called my painting a forgery, don't I even have the right to question it?" Hearing this, Su Gang couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang Cheng, this bamboo and ink painting is from Master Fong Fu's collection. He is a renowned painting connoisseur in our Tianhai city. A painting he has personally authenticated couldn't possibly be a forgery. Moreover, I've seen it myself. This painting is indeed from Zheng Banqiu's hand." "Are you sure it's a forgery?" Although Su Gang knew Zhang Cheng was an excellent painter, painting and authentication were entirely different fields. Being good at painting didn't necessarily mean one was proficient in appraising ancient works. Hence Su Gang had this doubt. Zhang Cheng remained very calm. "This bamboo and ink painting by Zheng Banqiu is indeed a forgery, without a doubt," Zhang Cheng said confidently. "Oh, then why don't you tell us what part of this bamboo and ink painting makes it a forgery?" Fong Fu said with an unfriendly gaze. "Yes, speak up. If you can't explain yourself, get out of here," Du Fatty urged impatiently. They had been so close to sealing the deal only to have Zhang Cheng intervene. How could they not be furious? Zhang Cheng curled his lips slightly, then unhurriedly walked over to the bamboo and ink painting. He instinctively felt the paper of the painting, and after confirming his suspicion, he calmly said, "I must say this bamboo and ink forgery is extremely well executed. Both the painting technique and the pigments are identical to Master Zheng Banqiu's." Zhang Cheng paused before continuing, "Moreover, the aging process of this forgery is also very impressive. They likely used the smoking method, hanging the newly finished painting in a relatively sealed room, then burning coconut shells or incense to smoke the painting. After several days of smoking, the paper takes on this coffee color, making it appear ancient." Zhang Cheng's professional explanation surprised everyone present. Su Qingluo hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to be so knowledgeable in painting appraisal, and her gaze towards him grew more admiring. Meanwhile, Fong Fu and Du Fatty felt a flicker of panic, as this painting was their joint high-quality forgery, exactly as Zhang Cheng described. Forcing himself to calm down, Fong Fu questioned again. "What you've described are common aging techniques in the forgery industry. What does that have to do with my bamboo and ink painting? My painting is an authentic piece. If you claim it's a forgery, you need to provide concrete evidence, not just talk." Fong Fu snorted coldly, but Zhang Cheng continued calmly. "Such a high-quality forgery is indeed difficult to authenticate. However, no matter how meticulous the forger, they overlooked one detail." As Zhang Cheng said this, Fong Fu and Du Fatty's hearts began to race, fearing their scheme would be exposed. Even Su Qingluo and Su Gang were intensely curious about what detail had revealed the painting as a forgery. "Brother Zhang Cheng, please tell us," Su Gang urged impatiently. Zhang Cheng glanced at the nervous expressions of Du Fatty and Fong Fu, confirming his suspicions before slowly continuing. "It's the material of the painting paper." "The material of the painting paper?" Everyone was startled. Zhang Cheng nodded and explained confidently. "Yes, the material of the painting paper. The technique and the color of the paper can be imitated, but the material of the paper cannot be faked. Zheng Banqiu was from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty over 300 years ago. In that era, painters typically used raw Xian paper, which was unprocessed and thus harder and thicker. Nowadays, we use cooked Xian paper, which is made with much more advanced techniques, making it softer and thinner. The paper used for this bamboo and ink painting is cooked Xian paper, thin and soft. This is not something that could have existed in Zheng Banqiu's time. Therefore, this bamboo and ink painting is a high-quality forgery." Zhang Cheng announced his conclusion loudly. These words shocked everyone present, especially Fong Fu and Du Fatty, whose foreheads beaded with cold sweat, as Zhang Cheng had hit the mark entirely. They had indeed used cooked Xian paper. Upon hearing this, Su Gang suddenly understood. "So that's it. The technique can be imitated and the paper can be aged, but the material itself cannot be faked, because the paper-making techniques of that era are fundamentally different from modern ones." Su Gang reached out to touch the paper of the bamboo and ink painting, and sure enough, it was thin and soft, exactly like modern Xian paper. Zhang Cheng nodded with satisfaction, seeing that Su Gang had grasped the truth. Then a system voice echoed in his mind, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for identifying a high-quality forgery. Reward 1 million. Zhang Cheng was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected rewards for identifying forgeries. This was a nice bonus, an easy million, and Su Gang now owed him a huge favor. Fong Fu and Du Fatty, realizing their forgery had been exposed, panicked. However, with so many people around, they couldn't make a scene. You brat daring to ruin our plans. They'll remember you. Fang Fu spat angrily, trying to leave, but Zhang Cheng blocked his way. You mean ruining your plans, don't you? Zhang Cheng said, his gaze fixed on Du Fatty. The latter, seeing Zhang Cheng staring at him, grew furious. Kid, what do you mean? The painting being a forgery has nothing to do with me. Du Fatty demanded aggressively. You must have known this painting was a forgery beforehand. And you colluded with Master Fang here to set a trap for Boss Su. Zhang Cheng continued, speaking unhurriedly like a detective. One of you vouched for the painting's authenticity, the other drove up the price. That way Boss Su was bound to fall into your trap. Upon hearing this, Du Fatty and Fang Fu's faces changed drastically. They hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to see through not only the forgery, but also their entire scheme. Su Gang was both shocked and furious. He never imagined that Master Fang Fu, whom he trusted so much, would collude with someone to deceive him. His expression darkened. Seeing the panicked looks in Fang Fu and Du Fatty's eyes, he was even more convinced of Zhang Cheng's words. Master Fang, Du Fatty, you have greatly disappointed me. From now on, our Yunxiang Art Gallery will refuse to cooperate with you. I will also publicize your behavior today throughout the gallery. Su Gang said angrily. If not for Zhang Cheng's sudden appearance, he would have lost $1 million today. Fang Fu and Du Fatty's hearts sank upon hearing this. Su Gang's actions would severely damage their personal reputations, especially Fang Fu's. As a painting connoisseur, losing credibility might mean no one would seek his services again. But it was too late for regrets. Their scheme had been exposed, and there was no turning back. Fang Fu and Du Fatty could only glare hatefully at Zhang Cheng before leaving with grim faces. After this incident, Su Gang was utterly in awe of Zhang Cheng. Brother Zhang Cheng, I must thank you today. If you hadn't shown up in time, I might have lost $1 million for nothing. Su Gang said gratefully. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd give you a heads up. It wasn't much help, Zhang Cheng replied modestly. You've done me a huge favor. Stay for lunch and let me properly thank you. Su Gang said warmly, taking Zhang Cheng's hand. Sure, no problem. Zhang Cheng nodded, as he had other important matters to discuss with him later. Before that, however, Zhang Cheng wanted to use up the remaining $1 million reward for identifying a forgery. He began casually browsing the shop. Seeing Zhang Cheng's interest in ancient paintings, Su Gang couldn't help but ask. Brother Zhang Cheng, are you also very knowledgeable about ancient paintings? You spotted that bamboo and ink forgery at a glance. Just a little bit. Zhang Cheng said modestly. Just a little. I didn't see it at all, but you saw through it immediately, Su Gang said admiringly. Maybe I just got lucky. Zhang Cheng said, his eyes casually scanning the surrounding paintings. Seeing Zhang Cheng looking intently, Su Gang didn't disturb him, but followed closely, curious whether Zhang Cheng's insight was luck or genuine expertise. Su Qingluo also silently followed Zhang Cheng, sticking to him like a shadow. Soon Zhang Cheng stopped before a landscape painting and examined it closely, studying both the front and the back. Su Gang noticed this was Zone C of Fantion Ancient Paintings, the area for the least valuable works. Brother Zhang Cheng, this Setting Sun and Solitary Goose by Tang Bohu is obviously fake. The ink has bled and the technique is poor. It's probably the lowest grade of forgery. Su Gang continued. Buying such a low-quality forgery would be embarrassing as decoration. People would laugh at you. Is that so? But I think it's fine. Zhang Cheng said, calling over the shop owner. The owner, seeing that Zhang Cheng wanted to buy the cheapest Zone C painting, appeared indifferent. Boss, how much for this Setting Sun and Solitary Goose? He'll take it. Zhang Cheng said, pointing at the painting on the wall. 1,000, the owner said flatly. Deal, will take it. Zhang Cheng paid without minding the owner's attitude. After scanning the QR code to pay, the Setting Sun and Solitary Goose by Tang Bohu was now Zhang Cheng's. To others, however, it was merely a cheap forgery. Su Gang was puzzled. Why buy such a low-quality fake which was worthless even as decoration and might invite ridicule? Brother Zhang Cheng, this Setting Sun and Solitary Goose is such a crude imitation. What use do you have for it? Su Gang finally asked, unable to contain his curiosity. This isn't a forgery, Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile, carefully rolling up the painting and heading out. Not a forgery, but the ink has bled and the technique is rough. It can't possibly be by Tang Boho. Su Gang followed, his confusion growing. Even Su Qingluo became curious. To Su Qingluo, an outsider, this Setting Sun and Solitary Goose looked like a fake. How could it not be a forgery? Zhang Cheng carried the painting outside and stopped in a secluded corner. Su Qingluo and Su Gang followed. Brother Zhang Cheng, can you tell me now? What's so special about this painting? Su Gang asked again, burning with curiosity. This Setting Sun and Solitary Goose is an authentic work by Tang Bohu. Zhang Cheng said seriously. What? An authentic Tang Bohu? Brother Zhang Cheng, are you joking? The painting is so poorly done and the ink has bled. How could it possibly be a genuine Tang Bohu? Not only Su Gang, but even Su Qinghua, who knew little about ancient paintings, couldn't believe such a crude work was by the famous painter Tang Bohu. Zhang Cheng smiled and unrolled the Setting Sun and Solitary Goose again. Because this is a painting within a painting, Zhang Cheng said earnestly. A painting within a painting. Su Gang had never heard of such a thing, and Su Qingluo was even more confused. Yes, a painting within a painting. Zhang Cheng licked his finger to moisten it, then carefully peeled the edge of the painting. As the true painting beneath gradually revealed itself, Su Gang and Su Qingluo's expressions shifted to astonishment. After several minutes of careful peeling, Zhang Cheng completely removed the crude forgery, covering the surface, finally exposing the real setting sun and solitary goose. This is the true authentic setting sun and solitary goose by Tang Bohu. Zhang Cheng presented the genuine painting to Su Gang. Seeing it, Su Gang was utterly stunned. Upon seeing the authentic work of Tang Bohu, Su Gang was utterly astounded. He had never imagined that such a painting within a painting could truly exist in this world, nor that Zhang Cheng would be the one to uncover it. This painting, Sunset and Solitary Egret, had been displayed in the Fantion ancient painting shop for years, visited by countless connoisseurs, yet none had perceived its secret. Not a single person had discerned the hidden layer within the painting, but Zhang Cheng saw through its mystery at a glance. This demonstrated that Zhang Cheng's expertise in painting appraisal was equally world-class. At this thought, Su Gang's gaze toward Zhang Cheng shifted entirely. This was no mere student. He was a true master of the painting world, both in creation and in appraisal. Su Qingluo was equally stunned by Zhang Cheng's skill. She had not anticipated that his prowess extended beyond painting to such remarkable expertise in authentication. In that moment, her eyes held an added layer of admiration. The closer she drew to Zhang Cheng, the more Su Qingluo realized that her fiancé was a treasure trove of talents. Not only was he handsome, but he was also exceptionally gifted. "I've truly struck gold." Su Qingluo rejoiced inwardly. Just as Zhang Cheng finished appraising the painting, the system's voice resounded once more. "Congratulations to the host for successfully authenticating the original Sunset and Solitary Egret. Reward 1 million in cash." Hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt a wave of satisfaction. Another easy million earned. Not bad at all. Unfortunately, the 2 appraisal cashback opportunities had been exhausted, and future appraisals would yield no monetary returns. However, the appraisal skill itself was permanent. As long as Zhang Cheng wished, he could continue to accumulate wealth through this ability. With this in mind, he turned his attention to the Tang Bohu masterpiece in his hands. This was a genuine Tang Bohu worth a fortune, so it needed to be sold promptly. "Manager Su, I'd like to discuss something with you," Zhang Cheng said, turning to Su Gang. "What is it?" "If you need anything, brother Zhang, it'll go through fire and water without hesitation." Su Gang spoke with utmost sincerity. If not for Zhang Cheng exposing the schemes of Fong Fu and Fatty Du, he would have already lost 1 million. Thus, Su Gang owed Zhang Cheng a great debt. "I'd like you to help me sell this Sunset and Solitary Egret," Zhang Cheng stated truthfully. Although it was an authentic Tang Bohu, it was only valuable if sold. Keeping it would serve no purpose, if only by converting it into cash could he accomplish more and increase his wealth. "No problem, leave it to me. I have connections at Tianhai City's largest auction house. Well, put this Tang Bohu up for bidding." Su Gang agreed without hesitation. Additionally, he'll handle the promotion to gather collectors of Tang Bohu's works. "Well, drive up the price and ensure your painting fetches a sky-high sum." In return for Zhang Cheng's immense help, Su Gang was eager to reciprocate. Zhang Cheng felt a flicker of joy. Professional matters indeed required professional handling. The words alone filled him with anticipation. "Thank you so much, Manager Su," he said gratefully. "It's nothing." Su Gang checked the time and continued, "It's nearly noon, brother Zhang. Let's have lunch together. Bring your girlfriend along." Noticing Su Qingluo had been with Zhang Cheng for 2 consecutive days, he assumed she was his girlfriend and extended the invitation accordingly. Zhang Cheng quickly clarified, "Manager Su, Senior Su isn't my girlfriend yet." "Not yet? Then you'd better hurry. A beauty like her is in high demand, as someone else might snatch her away." Su Gang then turned to Su Qingluo and said, "Young lady, don't be too reserved. A fine young man like Zhang Cheng is rare. If you're willing, say yes. It would be a shame to let him slip away." Su Qingluo's cheeks flushed, but she felt a surge of happiness. "Don't worry, Manager Su, I won't let him go," she replied, casting a shy yet determined glance at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng was left speechless. "Manager Su, you've misunderstood." He tried to explain further, but Su Qingluo interrupted Zhang Cheng. "Let's go to lunch. I'm a bit hungry." She rubbed her stomach, pitifully signaling her hunger. "All right," Zhang Cheng sighed, conceding that lunch must come first. Near Wenny Street, the Haiyuan Hotel stood as an upscale multi-purpose establishment combining dining, lodging, and entertainment. Su Gang, a regular here, held a VIP card. Upon entering, he booked a private room and ordered a lavish feast for Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. "Brother Zhang, Miss Su, dig in while it's hot. Don't be shy." Su Gang warmly hosted them, personally pouring wine for Zhang Cheng. "This is the hotel's house-brewed fruit wine. It's excellent. Let me pour you some." Enough. Zhang Cheng, unable to refuse his enthusiasm, allowed a small pour. After serving Zhang Cheng, Su Gang turned to Su Qingluo. "Miss Su, have some too. It's sweet, mild, and suitable for ladies." Just as he finished, Zhang Cheng interjected. "Manager Su, Senior Su can't hold her liquor. 1 glass, and she's done." Remembering yesterday's events, Zhang Cheng feared what might happen if she drank again. Su Gang, however, smiled at him. "Brother Zhang, you don't get it. If the lady doesn't fall, where's your opportunity? I'm creating one for you." The remark was so blunt that both Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo blushed. Particularly Su Qingluo, recalling how she had drunkenly kissed Zhang Cheng the previous day, said to Su Gang, "Manager Su, pour me a little." Zhang Cheng was speechless. Was Su Qingluo really daring to drink again? See, the young lady is bolder than you. Su Gang poured half a glass of fruit wine for her. Zhang Cheng quickly warned Senior Su, go easy, or you'll get drunk again. It's fine, I can handle it, Su Qingluo declared, taking a deep breath before downing the half glass in one go. Oh no, she's going to be out cold again, Zhang Cheng thought, sensing trouble. As he predicted, after gulping down the wine, Su Qingluo slumped onto the table unconscious. She really is a one-glass wonder. Impossible. This fruit wine is only 7% alcohol, Su Gang exclaimed in surprise. The wine was akin to a soft drink with an alcohol content no higher than beer. How could half a glass knock her out? Puzzled Su Gang looked on. See, I told you she can't handle it, Zhang Cheng said helplessly. Indeed, Su Gang admitted, then leaned in to whisper. Her passing out is a good thing, brother Zhang. Your chance has come. What chance? Zhang Cheng asked, confused. Su Qingluo was unconscious. What opportunity could there be? Are you really that dense? With her down, don't you see the opportunity? Su Gang handed him a VIP card. This is my card for the hotel. Use it to book a room upstairs. The charges will be deducted automatically. Manager Su, what do you mean? Zhang Cheng was bewildered. How had things escalated to booking a room? Stop playing dumb. Go on up. I won't disturb your fun. The meal's already paid for. Su Gang then remembered something important and turned back. Oh, I almost forgot. The auction is 3 days from now at noon at the auction house on the east end of Winnie Street. Come by if you can to see how high your Tang Bohu painting goes. Alright, Manager Su, they'll be there. Zhang Cheng nodded, eager to see the final bid. After Su Gang left, the spacious private room was left with only Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. Gazing at Su Qingluo slumped over the table, Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly. I told you not to drink if you can't handle it, but you insisted, he muttered. He thought about taking her away, but still hungry, he sat back down. He'll eat a bit more since it's already paid for. No point wasting it. With that, Zhang Cheng grabbed his chopsticks and ate heartily. By 1 in the afternoon, he was fully satiated, letting out a burp. The food here is decent, he remarked, his gaze returning to the unconscious Su Qingluo. Sigh for your help these past 2 days. I'll reluctantly assist you one more time. He sighed and approached her. As he helped her up, he noticed a spilled glass of watermelon juice on the table, its red liquid staining the front of Su Qingluo's clothes. She must have knocked it over when she fell. Now what? How can I take her back to school like this? Zhang Cheng was at a loss. Su Qingluo was unconscious and her clothes were soiled. After much deliberation, he reluctantly devised a plan. He'll take her to a room upstairs, buy her a change of clothes, and wait until she's sober to return to school. Checking the time, just past 1. He figured he could manage everything and still make it back. Resolved, he asked the staff for a bowl of hangover soup and promptly fed it to Su Qingluo. Afterward, he lifted her in his arms. Senior Su is heavier than she looks. She should consider losing some weight, he grumbled. The comment made Su Qingluo's brow furrow slightly, though Zhang Cheng in a hurry didn't notice. With Su Gang's VIP card, he easily booked a fine room. Opening the door, he tossed Su Qingluo onto the bed and collapsed beside her, panting heavily. She's so heavy, I'm drenched in sweat. Zhang Cheng shook his aching arms and rested before recovering. I should take a shower, but I have no change of clothes. Maybe he'll ask the front desk to send up 2 sets. It's on Manager Zu's tab. He picked up the room phone and called the front desk, requesting 1 set of clothes for a man and 1 for a woman. Thanks to the VIP card, the receptionist promptly attended to his request. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng headed to the bathroom for a shower. Carrying Su Qingluo from the 1st to the 3rd floor had left him drenched. Without a wash, he'd feel uncomfortable. Half an hour later, he emerged, a white towel wrapped around his waist. A knock sounded at the door. Sir, the 2 sets of clothes you requested are here, came the receptionist's voice. Coming, Zhang Cheng replied, slipping on slippers and opening the door. The receptionist's eyes lit up at the sight of him fresh from the shower. What a handsome man. His physique, his muscles. She even forgot to hand over the clothes. Zhang Cheng felt awkward under her gaze. Thank you, he said, taking the clothes from her hands and quickly closing the door. He breathed a sigh of relief. The way she had looked at him was unsettling, as if she wanted to devour him. It made Zhang Cheng, still inexperienced, a bit nervous. Clothes in hand, he approached the bed, looking at the still unconscious Su Qingluo with some anxiety. She hasn't woken up. Should I change her clothes? But it's improper. Maybe he'll let her do it herself when she wakes. He glanced at her curvaceous figure and long legs, feeling he couldn't bear to change her. Just then the system's voice rang out again. Ding. System mission triggered. Option 1, change all of Su Qingluo's clothes. Reward 1, auction discount coupon 90 off. Option 2, let Su Qingluo sleep in her soiled clothes. Penalty, loss of both testicles. Hearing the system's voice, Zhang Cheng was left speechless. This wretched system was forcing him to make a choice again. Losing both testicles would truly make him a eunuch. Is this damn system trying to turn me into a eunuch? Zhang Cheng cursed inwardly. He didn't want Su Yao to suffer a life of loneliness, so he reluctantly made his choice. Fine, I'll just have to help senior sister change clothes now. Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Reward 1, auction bidding discount card applicable to all items. After hearing the system's notification, Zhang Chung immediately studied the auction discount card. A quick glance was enough for him to understand how to use it. With this card, I can buy anything at the auction for just 10% of the price. Not bad at all. In 3 days, my painting Lone Sunset and a solitary swan will be up for auction. It's the perfect chance to see if there's anything I want there. Zhang Chung closed the system interface and turned his gaze back to Su Qingluo. At this moment, the most beautiful girl in the history of Tianhai University was lying unconscious on the bed. She wore a white dress that accentuated her perfect curves, especially her long legs, which the garment couldn't fully cover. They were now completely exposed to the air, a breathtaking sight. If it had been any other guy, impure thoughts might have already crossed his mind, but Zhang Chung had none. Still, changing Su Qingluo's clothes troubled him. To change senior sister Su's clothes, he'll have to take off her white dress and put on a new one. Does that mean he'll see her naked body? Zhang Chung frowned. This was indeed a difficult situation for him. But since he had made his choice, he had to steel himself and go through with it. Fortunately, the front desk lady had brought a new pink dress, which could be slipped on directly. Looking at Su Qingluo, who was drunk and lying on the bed, Zhang Chung took a deep breath to steady his nerves. Then he leaned down and carefully began to remove her dress. It was his first time helping a girl undress, and he was clumsy, his hands trembling slightly from nervousness. Especially when he accidentally touched her smooth skin, a slight tremor ran through his heart. In truth, Zhang Chung wasn't the only one nervous. Su Qingluo, lying on the bed, also had her eyelashes fluttering faintly. Her pretty face flushed crimson and her breathing quickened. It seems Su Qingluo knew what Zhang Chung was about to do, but she showed no signs of waking up. Just imagine she's a block of white tofu, and I won't be so nervous. Zhang Chung kept reminding himself in his mind. Surprisingly, this self-suggestion did help him relax. As the dress slid down, Su Qingluo's smooth, fair body was revealed before him. Her perky breasts, her long, flawless legs, and every inch of her soft, delicate skin were now laid bare in full view. To be honest, such an alluring sight would be irresistible to any man. Yet Zhang Chung focused solely on helping Su Qingluo change into her new clothes without distraction. His mental fortitude was truly remarkable. Faced with unparalleled beauty, he never wavered from his principles. It was clear that his love for Su Yao was genuine. As for other girls, they were merely blocks of white tofu in his eyes. Finally got the dress changed. Zhang Chung sighed in relief and then began to change his own clothes. After finishing everything, he sat down wearily on a soft chair and pulled out his phone to play Honor of Kings. The tension from changing Su Qingluo's clothes had been too much. Now he needed a game to unwind. Su Qingluo, lying on the bed, had actually been awake the whole time, pretending to be drunk. Her emotions were as tense as Zhang Cheng's. She was both anticipating what he might do to her and worried he might actually go through with it, leaving her in a conflicted state. In the end, Zhang Cheng showed no interest in her body, which left Su Qingluo feeling a small pang of disappointment. She even began to doubt her own allure. "You little brat, you'd rather play games than spare me a second glance." Su Qingluo let out a soft, petulant huff and then pretended to wake up. Seeing her conscious, Zhang Chung continued playing Honor of Kings and said, without looking up, "You're finally awake. I told you if you can't hold your liquor, don't drink. I'll drink if I want 'em." Su Qingluo replied with a hint of coquettishness. Then she noticed she was now wearing a pink dress, recalled what had happened, and her cheeks flushed. "How did my dress get changed?" she asked, feigning ignorance. Zhang Chung felt a bit awkward at the question and quickly concocted a story. "When you passed out, your dress got stained by watermelon juice, so I asked a hotel maid to help you change into a new one." As he spoke, Zhang Chung tried to look calm, but he avoided meeting Su Qingluo's eyes, afraid she might see through him. Su Qingluo hadn't expected Zhang Chung to lie. He had changed her dress himself and seen everything, yet now he claimed it was a maid. "Little brat, I didn't think you could be such a pretender. This time we're even." Su Qingluo couldn't expose his lies since she had been pretending to be drunk. If she called him out, wouldn't that reveal her own secret? So both of them tacitly agreed to act as if nothing had happened. "Oh, I see. What time is it now? Shouldn't we be heading back to school? You promised to teach me painting this afternoon." Su Qingluo suddenly remembered. "It's already 4 in the afternoon. By the time we get back, the school's art gallery will probably be closing soon," Zhang Chung said, checking the time on his phone. On weekends, the gallery was only open until 5. "For already? We still have time. Let's hurry back." Su Qingluo quickly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and pulled Zhang Chung out the door. She was serious about painting, and being able to paint with Zhang Chung was what she looked forward to most. "Senior sister Su, slow down. If we can't make it today, I can teach you another day," Zhang Chung said, being dragged along as he ran. "No, we agreed I'd learn painting today." Su Qingluo was anxious now. She had been looking forward to this afternoon's lesson since last night, and now it seemed she might miss it. Half an hour later, Zhang Chung and Su Qingluo finally took a bus back to school. But despite rushing, the art gallery had already closed. Staring at the locked door, Su Qingluo's eyes were filled with disappointment. "It's closed. Senior sister Su, how about I teach you another day?" "There's no need to rush," Zhang Chung said, stepping forward to comfort her when he saw she was about to cry. But I waited the whole night last night just for this afternoon with you." Su Qingluo's eyes were downcast, and they looked slightly red. Seeing how much she cared about painting, Zhang Cheng thought for a moment, and then said to her senior sister Su, "Wait for me. He'll be right back to teach you." With that he turned and ran off. Su Qingluo watched his retreating figure momentarily puzzled. The gallery was closed. Where else could they paint? Still she obediently waited. 10 minutes later Zhang Cheng came running back with a full set of painting supplies and easel paints, brushes and more. "Senior sister Su, today, they'll teach you how to paint from life," he said, slightly out of breath. Where did you get all this painting gear?" Su Qingluo asked in astonishment, deeply moved. "I bought them from an art student for 5 times the price," Zhang Cheng replied honestly. Earlier when he ran off he had gone straight to the art department and grabbed the first art student he saw, insisting on buying their tools. At first they all refused, but when Zhang Cheng offered 5 times the price, one of them finally agreed to sell. Su Qingluo hadn't expected that her simple wish would make Zhang Cheng willing to pay such a high price for painting supplies just to teach her and lift her spirits. Tears of gratitude streamed down her face. The little brat was still the same. His actions were always so heartwarming. "Senior sister Su, why are you crying? I've brought all the painting tools. Let me teach you now." Zhang Cheng was at a loss, but he fished a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her. "Little brat, why are you so good to me?" Su Qingluo took the tissues and wiped her tears. "Let's not talk about that now. We need to hurry and paint or it'll be completely dark soon." Zhang Cheng looked up at the sky. The sun had just set, perfect for capturing some twilight scenery. Where should we go?" Su Qingluo had finally regained her composure. "Let's go to the eastern suburban garden on campus. They'll teach you to paint a sunset avenue," Zhang Cheng said after a moment's thought. Su Qingluo's cheeks flushed at this because the eastern garden was a place for couples only. Many Tianhai University students went there for confessions and dates. "Then let's go there." Su Qingluo nodded expectantly. Soon the two walked side by side to the eastern suburban garden. The scenery was beautiful, with tree-lined paths, a small bridge over flowing water, rockeries, flower beds, and vast lawns. Truly the perfect spot for a date. As the sun set, the garden was still filled with couples holding hands and strolling. A few were even kissing passionately in the dim light. Su Qingluo's heart raced and her face burned. Zhang Cheng, however, paid them no mind, focusing instead on choosing the best scene to paint. "Senior sister Su, let's go to that little grove. The sunset casting its light on the ground is so beautiful. If we could paint that, it would be absolutely stunning," Zhang Cheng said, pointing to a nearby copse. Su Qingluo followed his gaze. The grove, bathed in the slanting rays of the sunset, was indeed beautiful. Several couples were strolling hand in hand along the shaded path, looking blissfully happy. The sight made Su Qingluo envious. She suddenly wished she could walk hand in hand with Zhang Cheng every day, just like them, happy and sweet. Zhang Cheng took a few steps forward, then noticed Su Qingluo hadn't followed. He turned and said, "Senior sister Su, why aren't you coming? If we miss the sunset, we won't be able to paint this scene." Hearing this, Su Qingluo decided she didn't want to pretend anymore. Since she had already confirmed that Zhang Cheng still liked her, as before, there was no need to keep up the act. She wanted to have a sweet romance with him, and by the end of the year wear a wedding dress for him. Summoning her courage, she called out to Zhang Cheng ahead of her, "Zhang Cheng, I am the girl you want to marry. Let's be." Su Qingluo's voice was not loud, yet it landed squarely in Zhang Cheng's ears. He was somewhat bewildered. The most legendary campus belle in the history of Tianhai University had just said she wanted to be with him. Was this a confession? Zhang Cheng suspected his ears were playing tricks on him. "Senior Su, stop joking. This joke isn't funny at all." Zhang Cheng assumed Su Qingluo was teasing him. However, Su Qingluo was utterly serious. "I'm serious, Zhang Cheng. I am the girl you are destined to marry. Let's be together. Just like those couples holding hands, we could also." Before Su Qingluo could finish painting her envisioned future, Zhang Cheng interrupted her. "Senior Su, you are a good person, but you are not the girl I am destined to marry. We are not right for each other." Zhang Cheng completely misinterpreted Su Qingluo's words about being the girl he would marry, taking it as a generic confession, and thus refused her earnestly. A good person, not right for each other. Su Qingluo was utterly stunned. What was happening? Had she just been friend-zoned by Zhang Cheng? "Yes, you are a good person, but we will never have a chance." Zhang Cheng paused, then continued with great seriousness. "Senior Su, I actually already have a fiancée. It's an arranged childhood betrothal. When winter break comes, I am going to marry her. No matter what difficulties I face, I will make her my wife. So we are impossible." Although her confession was rejected, hearing Zhang Cheng's candid revelation, Su Qingluo couldn't help but feel moved. Her eyes even reddened with emotion. "You stubborn fool, why are you so devoted? Stubborn fool, you'll regret it if you don't agree today." Su Qingluo suddenly spoke, her eyes rimmed with red. She had originally wanted to start a sweet romance with Zhang Cheng sooner, but this blockhead was fixated on waiting until the year's end to marry her. Wasn't it better to hold hands and be together earlier? "I won't regret it," Zhang Cheng declared with utter seriousness. "Fine. Don't come crying to me when you do regret it." Su Qingluo, nearly in tears from a mix of frustration and his endearing devotion, chose not to explain further. After leaving those words, she turned and walked away. Watching Su Qingluo leave in tears, Zhang Cheng initially wanted to chase after her, but he believed that a short pain was better than a long one. Since he couldn't be with Senior Sue, what was the point of pursuing her? I should just let her give up. That way she won't pester me anymore, and there won't be any more rumors about us on campus. Zhang Cheng let out a sigh of relief, yet he still felt a lingering guilt towards Su Qingluo, especially since she had helped him a great deal in recent days. I'm sorry, Senior Sue, he silently apologized. He was truly grateful to her. Without her introduction to the art gallery, he wouldn't have been able to earn so much money through painting in such a short time. But matters of the heart cannot be forced. Zhang Cheng already had his fiancée, Su Yao, in his heart. Although Su Qingluo was stunningly beautiful, he still couldn't accept her. The sight of Su Qingluo running away in tears was witnessed by a few passing couples who began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that Su, our Tianhai University's campus belle? Why is she running away crying? You look over there, that handsome guy? He's the one who's been in those rumors with her lately. What could it be that the campus belle was rejected and ran off crying in heartbreak? It's quite possible. This garden is a famous spot for confessions. Lots of students come here to profess their love. If that's the case, then the campus belle really was rejected. My God, the most legendary campus belle in Tianhai University's history was rejected. Someone take a picture. The passing student couples snapped photos of Su Qingluo running away in tears, capturing Zhang Cheng in the frame as well. They immediately uploaded the pictures to the campus intranet, attaching explosive headlines. Shocking. Su Qingluo, the most legendary campus belle in Tianhai University's history, was rejected after confessing her love and ran off crying. The aloof goddess falls from grace, heartbroken over a pursued junior she couldn't win. Confirmed. The aloof campus belle failed in her pursuit of a freshman. Each post was crafted with sensational text, and crucially, they were accompanied by photos. The images clearly showed Su Qingluo running away in tears with Zhang Cheng standing still, not chasing after her. The backdrop of the garden, a known lover's haven, further fueled the narrative. This completely solidified the story of the aloof campus belle's rejected confession. Soon these posts became the top headlines on the campus intranet, drawing clicks and attention from countless students. It was something neither Zhang Cheng nor Su Qingluo had anticipated. Although Su Qingluo had been rejected by Zhang Cheng, her mood wasn't greatly affected. In fact, she felt a little happy. Her tears weren't from sorrow, but were moved by Zhang Cheng's foolish devotion. The day's events only confirmed one thing for Su Qingluo: her stubborn fool was still the same stubborn fool, still deeply devoted and persistent, his heart only for her. Thinking of this, her mood actually improved considerably. Stubborn fool, just wait until the end of the year. We'll see if you regret it then. Su Qingluo murmured petulantly, then hummed a little tune as she returned to her dormitory. Her mood was clearly good, nothing like the heartbroken figure depicted in the campus intranet posts. But as soon as she entered the room, her three roommates seemed to be waiting for her, their expressions odd, each holding snacks and drinks. Why are you three all waiting at the door? Su Qingluo looked at them puzzled. Qingluo, here are some snacks I've been saving for ages. They're for you. Lin Baiwei suddenly shoved a large bag of snacks into Su Qingluo's hands. And this is my yogurt. It's for you too. Yi Shiming said, placing a pack of yogurt into her hands. And this is my L'Oreal face mask, still sealed. It's all yours. Lu Yanran also pushed her face mask into Su Qingluo's hands. The strange behavior of her three roommates left Su Qingluo utterly baffled. What's gotten into you all today? You're giving me snacks, yogurt, and even your face mask. Su Qingluo was completely confused, unable to fathom what her roommates were thinking. We just want to spoil you today, Lin Baiwei said with a smile. Spoil me? You've all changed your tune today. Spill it. There must be something you're hiding from me. Su Qingluo was sharp and immediately sensed something was amiss. The three roommates exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't fool her, and finally offered their comfort. Qingluo, a three-legged toad is hard to find, but two-legged men are everywhere. Besides, you're stunning. The most beautiful campus belle in Tianhai University's history. If you want, you can find any guy you like. That's right, Qingluo. Don't be sad over a junior. Qingluo, if you like the cute, gentle type, I can introduce you to a handsome junior tomorrow. The three of them took turns comforting her, leaving Su Qingluo even more bewildered. What are you all talking about? Cute, gentle type. Two-legged men. I don't understand a word you're saying. Su Qingluo was genuinely confused. She was perfectly fine. Why was everyone acting as if she was pining for a younger guy? Qingluo, stop pretending. If you need to cry, just let it out. It's better for your health than bottling it all up inside. Lin Baiwei tried to console her. Cry about what? Su Qingluo was speechless. You're still trying to hide it from us. The news of you confessing to Zhang Cheng and getting rejected has spread all over the school. Lin Baiwei said, pulling out her phone and opening the campus intranet, which was flooded with discussions about the aloof campus belle's rejected confession. Upon reflection, it made sense. Su Qingluo was the most aloof campus belle at Tianhai University. She was the one who rejected others, never the other way around. This stark contrast had ignited discussions among all the students. Seeing this, Su Qingluo was secretly surprised. She hadn't expected that in just over 10 minutes since leaving the garden the news would have spread so wildly on the intranet. There were even photos of her running away in tears which seemed to confirm the story of her rejected confession. However, thinking about it, the content on the intranet was technically true. She had indeed confessed to Zhang Cheng, and he had friend-zoned her. Thinking of this, Su Qingluo inwardly blamed Zhang Cheng for being a blockhead. If he weren't so foolish, this wouldn't have happened. Qingluo, don't be upset. Zhang Cheng is just a bit handsome and good at painting, but that's about it. There are plenty of guys pursuing you who are better than him. If you're willing, they'll be lining up for your favor. Lin Baiwei comforted her again. Yes, Qingluo. Don't be sad. So what if your confession was rejected? It's no big deal. The next one will be better. Yi Shiming and Lu Yinran also came over to console her. Seeing her 3 roommates who usually competed with her for snacks and drinks come to comfort her upon learning of her rejected confession. Fearing she would be sad, and even offering their precious snacks, drinks, and face masks, Su Qingluo was genuinely moved. These 3 roommates were worth befriending. What are you all thinking? Even though my confession was rejected, I'm not that fragile. I'm perfectly fine. And I'm not unhappy. Su Qingluo said with a smile. In truth, she wasn't sad or upset at all, or in fact, she was quite happy inside knowing that Zhang Cheng was so devoted and persistent to her. That's good. Get some sleep early tonight. Lin Baiwei couldn't help but add. Yes, go to bed early tonight. A good night's sleep will make everything better. Tomorrow will be a beautiful day. Yi Shiming chimed in. Alright, I'll turn in early tonight. Su Qingluo was touched by their sincerity and agreed to go to bed early to put their minds at ease. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng had also returned to his dormitory. However, unlike Su Qingluo, who was being comforted by her roommates, Zhang Cheng's 3 roommates had a very different reaction. Whoa, Zhang Cheng, you're incredible. You actually rejected the campus Belle Su's confession, exclaimed the thin Lin Yang, his face full of admiration. Bro, you're awesome. I don't admire anyone but you. Even the campus Belle Su's confession, something others would kill for, you got it handed to you, and still refused. The chubby Wang Hao was equally stunned. Zhang Cheng, are you stupid? That's the campus Belle Su. The most beautiful campus belle in the 100-year history of Tianhai University, and you rejected her. Heavens above, earth below, why would the campus Belle Su fall for a fool like you? The bespectacled Li Yuanhao looked exasperated. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected the news to spread so fast. It had only been the time it took for him to eat dinner in the cafeteria, and it was already all over the campus intranet. But I don't like her. Why should I agree? Zhang Cheng said, feeling helpless. Bro, you're amazing. You don't even like the campus Belle Su. She's the dream girl of every guy on campus. Li Yuanhao gave Zhang Cheng a thumbs up. Then the thin Lin Yang suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Zhang Cheng, you're not into guys, are you? How else could you not like someone as beautiful as the campus Belle Su? After he said this, the 3 roommates exchanged glances, then simultaneously distanced themselves from Zhang Cheng. The chubby Wang Hao even crossed his arms over his chest protectively, as if fearing Zhang Cheng might make a move on him. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng was speechless. First of all, let me state clearly, I am a normal man who likes women. The reason I rejected Su Qingluo is that I already have a girl I like. It's that simple. Zhang Cheng explained briefly. After he said this, the 3 roommates moved closer again. So you already have a girl you like. No wonder you rejected the campus Belle Su. We didn't know you were so devoted, Zhang Cheng. When are you going to bring your girlfriend around to meet us? Is she even prettier than the campus Belle Su? The 3 roommates were full of anticipation. If he rejected the campus Belle Su for this girl, she must be exceptionally beautiful too. Things between us aren't settled yet. If they do work out, he'll bring her around next semester for you to meet. Zhang Cheng said directly. The wedding was set for the end of the year. If all went well, he would officially be with Su Yao. It's not settled yet. Then you better work hard. Wang Hao said, sounding a bit disappointed. Without Su Qingluo's constant presence, Zhang Cheng's phone grew quieter. His life seemed to return to normal. For 2 consecutive days, Su Qingluo didn't reappear in his world. It seemed that after the rejected confession, she was truly heartbroken and had completely cut off contact with him. Zhang Cheng was content with this state of affairs, though one thing regrettable was that he hadn't fulfilled his promise to teach Su Qingluo how to paint. On the 3rd morning, having no classes, Zhang Cheng went to the library to read books on financial investment. Since he had decided to make a name for himself in the investment world, Zhang Cheng naturally had to work hard. But just as he was engrossed in his reading, a familiar and pleasant voice came from beside him. Junior, may I sit next to you? Hearing the voice, Zhang Cheng instinctively turned his head to look. When he saw that stunningly beautiful face, he was frozen in shock. Zhang Cheng never expected that Su Qingluo, who had disappeared for 2 days, would show up again. She was still as beautiful and as captivating as ever. Seeing Zhang Cheng in a daze, Su Qingluo asked again. Junior, may I sit next to you? Just as Zhang Cheng was about to reply, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. Mission triggered. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo sitting beside you. Reward 10-fold return on gold investment. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo and tell her to get lost. Reward, gain 2 extra testicles. The system's options were always so outrageous, leaving him no real choice. Having 2 extra testicles. Would he even be a man anymore? Had become a hermaphrodite. Zhang Cheng dared not imagine what it would be like to have 4 testicles, so he had no choice but to reluctantly say, sit down, no one's here. As soon as he spoke, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Reward: tenfold return on gold investment valid for 3 days. Zhang Cheng was quite looking forward to this tenfold gold investment return. He had experienced the previous tenfold investment return, which had earned him 10 million. Now this gold version was clearly an upgrade likely to yield even more. But he would need to check the specific conditions later. Su Qinglua, seeing Zhang Cheng agree, sat down happily and handed him a cup of milk tea. Junior, this milk tea is for you. Su Qinglua was as gentle as ever with Zhang Cheng. In front of him, it was as if her usual aloofness vanished entirely. Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned. Senior Su, I've made myself clear. There's no chance for us. Zhang Cheng didn't take the milk tea, thinking Su Qinglua still hadn't given up and was trying to pursue him by offering drinks. So he reminded her. Su Qinglua found this both amusing and annoying. What are you thinking? Who do you think you are? Do you think I'm still chasing after you? There are plenty of people more outstanding than you among those who pursue me. I don't care about you, Su Qinglua said with feigned pride. In truth, she cared deeply about Zhang Cheng and often dreamed of him. That's good. You're a wonderful person, beautiful too. Someone more outstanding than me would suit you better. But if you want to learn painting, I can teach you, Zhang Cheng said after a moment of thought. He had promised to teach Su Qinglua painting before, so he was willing to honor that commitment. You almost made me forget. That's right, you promised to teach me painting. Su Qinglua smiled sweetly, then said playfully, handsome master, consider this milk tea my tribute to you. Now will you drink it? Zhang Cheng hadn't expected Su Qinglua to find a roundabout way to offer him milk tea. But since she had put it that way, refusing would be rude. Alright, but let's be clear, I can teach you painting, but there's no possibility between us. Zhang Cheng reminded her seriously again. He wanted to set boundaries to avoid a repeat of what happened 3 days ago. Fine, no possibility. I've got it. Just don't come chasing after me later, Su Qinglua said with a smirk. Don't worry, I won't like you, let alone chase you, Zhang Cheng said with full confidence. His heart already belonged to Su Yao, so how could he possibly fall for Su Qinglua? Seeing his confidence, Su Qinglua smiled playfully. Don't be so sure. As Zhang Cheng and Su Qinglua chatted quietly, many students in the library had already turned their attention toward them. Though it was still morning, the library was far from empty. Su Qinglua was so beautiful and a campus celebrity. Her presence naturally drew the gaze of many. When they noticed her handing milk tea to Zhang Cheng again, gossip began to spread. Oh my god, isn't that Su, the campus belle? After being rejected last time, she's back to give her junior milk tea again. Indeed, the guy sitting next to her is the one she confessed to that day. So it seems she's not giving up and is chasing after him again. Looks like it. Didn't you see her give him milk tea just now? Who would have thought that the great Su Qinglua would become a simp? Times have changed. What power does this junior have to make her so persistent? Quick, take a photo. This is big news. Many students snapped pictures of Zhang Cheng and Su Qinglua, then immediately posted them on the campus network with explosive headlines. Shocking. Campus belle Su unwilling to accept rejection chases junior again. Breaking news, formerly aloof beauty Su Qinglua becomes a simp, desperately pursues freshman junior. Come see. Su, the campus belle, has given her junior milk tea again. Is she chasing him again? Explosive posts quickly dominated the campus network's front page, reigniting the frenzy that had died down 2 days ago. The two parties involved remained unaware. Around noon, Zhang Cheng and Su Qinglua finally left the library. Zhang Cheng, how about we have lunch together? Su Qinglua invited sweetly. This was an invitation from the most legendary campus belle in Tianhai University's history. Any ordinary guy would probably be ecstatic. But Zhang Cheng shook his head slightly. Sorry, Senior Su. I have to go to an auction today at noon, so I can't join you for lunch, Zhang Cheng declined politely. It wasn't an excuse, he genuinely had to attend the auction because his painting Lone Duck in Sunset Clouds was scheduled to be auctioned at 12. Besides, he had a 90 discount coupon for the auction, allowing him to buy anything at a tenth of the price. It would be a waste not to use such a great opportunity. Alright, but there's an art club activity this afternoon. Remember to come to the art room after class. They'll wait for you there. Don't forget to teach me painting. Su Qinglua said after a moment. Sure, I'll come after class and teach you painting, Zhang Cheng nodded. He had promised Su Qinglua earlier and wouldn't break it. Settled then. Su Qinglua smiled brightly and turned to leave. Zhang Cheng watched her retreating figure and sighed inwardly. He had thought they would never cross paths again, but here they were. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Cheng headed straight off campus. He needed to get to the auction at Haiyuan Art Street quickly as 12 o'clock was approaching. He hailed a taxi and rushed to the auction. In the car, he studied his newly acquired gold investment tenfold return buff. Gold investment tenfold return valid for 3 days. Invest in a company with an annual profit margin of over 10% and receive a cash return of 10 times the investment up to a maximum of 50 million in cash. Zhang Cheng was taken aback by the condition. A company with a 10 annual profit margin, would it even need outside investment? This tenfold return is going to be hard to achieve. But the prospect of a maximum 50 million return was a huge temptation. Besides, he had learned a fair amount about investing and was eager to put his knowledge into practice. Half an hour later, Zhang Cheng arrived at the auction house on Haiyuan Art Street. It was one of Tianhai City's 3 major auction venues and international establishment where many state-owned items were also auctioned. It was large and reputable. As soon as he arrived, Zhang Cheng saw boss Su Gang at the entrance apparently waiting for someone. "Brother Zhang Cheng, you're finally here." Su Gang greeted him warmly, taking his hand. "Boss Su, were you waiting for me?" Zhang Cheng asked. "Yes, I was. Let's go inside first. I have good news for you," Su Gang said with a beaming smile. "What good news?" Zhang Cheng grew curious. Su Gang led Zhang Cheng into the auction hall before speaking mysteriously. "I've spread the word that your Tang Bohu painting Lone Duck in Sunset Clouds is up for auction. Now all the big shots in Tianhai City interested in that painting are here today. The auction house has even made it the finale piece. I guarantee it'll fetch a sky-high price that will shock you." "Really? That is good news." Zhang Cheng was secretly thrilled. It seemed entrusting the painting to Su Gang for management was the right move. "Let's go to the auction hall. The auction will start in 10 minutes," Su Gang said, leading the way. "Boss Su, if I want to bid on something, what procedures are needed?" Zhang Cheng asked as they walked. He had a 90 discount coupon and didn't want to waste it. If something was worth 100 million, he could get it for 10 million. It would be foolish not to use such a great deal. "If you want to bid, you'll need to register your identity and have your assets verified. But I know someone who can handle it quickly," Su Gang said confidently. "Great, please help me get a bidding number," Zhang Cheng said. "No problem. Follow me," Su Gang said, leading Zhang Cheng to a registration room. A staff member was working inside. Su Gang spoke a few words to the person in charge, who then had Zhang Cheng register his identity and gave him a bidding paddle with the number 88. 88, an auspicious number. Zhang Cheng liked it. After getting the paddle, Su Gang took him to the auction hall where the auction had just begun. A man with an artistic flair was hosting the event on stage with a microphone. Zhang Cheng glanced around the hall. There were over 30 attendees, all dressed in a way that suggested wealth and status. I wonder if there's anything ill, like he thought with anticipation. Soon the first item was brought out. To Zhang Cheng's surprise, it was his own painting, Lotus After Rain. Not only was Zhang Cheng stunned, but even Su Gang was taken aback, though he quickly recovered. "That fatty son really knows how to play the game. He managed to get your Lotus After Rain into this auction. But this is good for you, brother Zhang Cheng. Your paintings will become more valuable and your reputation might double," Su Gang said, congratulating him. Fatty Sun was the wealthy merchant who had bought the painting from Zhang Cheng for 810 yuan. "Is that so?" Zhang Cheng was somewhat puzzled, but he understood the gist. If this painting sold for a high price, his future works would also command higher prices. Moreover, this auction would boost Zhang Cheng's fame. Of course, it'll help drive up the price this time. Zhang Cheng was going to collaborate with Su Gang's Yunxiang Gallery. Although they had no direct stake in this auction of Lotus After Rain, it would indirectly enhance Zhang Cheng's reputation, making his future paintings more valuable. Su Gang understood the stakes. On stage, the host Chao Sheng enthusiastically introduced Zhang Cheng's painting. This Lotus After Rain was painted by Zhang Cheng, a newly emerged genius in the art world. Though only a freshman at Tianhai University, his skill is extraordinary. Chao Sheng paused before continuing. This painting was created during a duel with Master Qin Yuan. Its magical technique of blooming upon contact with water left even Master Qin Yuan in awe. This statement caused a stir among the attendees. Can it be true that this unknown youth has bested Master Qin Yuan? Many of the big shots voiced their disbelief. Most of them had heard of Master Qin Yuan, whose paintings could sell for 1.5 million yuan, placing him in the top 30 of the Dragon Kingdom's art scene. Moreover, the Lotus After Rain on stage didn't seem that extraordinary to them. "Of course it's true. Let me demonstrate the blooming effect right now," Chao Sheng said, fetching a bowl of water. He took a sip and sprayed it evenly over the painting. As the crowd watched in confusion, the lotus flowers in the painting suddenly bloomed upon contact with the water. This miraculous sight left everyone astounded, convincing them that this painting could indeed surpass Master Qin Yuan's work. They also acknowledged Zhang Cheng's talent and status as a rising genius. Among the attendees was Wang Wei, the vice principal of Tianhai University and head of the fine arts department. He was equally amazed by the painting's technique, but even more shocked that the artist was a freshman at his university. When did Tianhai University produce such an incredible new student? I must find him and cherish him, Wang Wei thought, full of admiration and excitement. Such talent was like a gold nugget in the desert. It had to be nurtured. Soon the bidding for Lotus After Rain began. After multiple rounds, the painting sold for 2.8 million yuan. Though it might not seem high, it was a record price for a newly emerged master. Master Qin Yuan's paintings only fetched 1.8 million yuan, indicating that Zhang Cheng's reputation had already surpassed his, at least in the Tianhai art scene. This was partly thanks to Su Gang, as most of the attendees had been drawn by Tang Bohu's Lone Duck in Sunset Clouds. They were all art enthusiasts, including Wang Wei. With so many connoisseurs bidding together, Zhang Cheng's Lotus After Rain naturally fetched a high price even without Su Gang's intervention. But ultimately, the painting's quality was the key factor. No amount of price driving would matter otherwise. Congratulations, brother Zhang Cheng. Your painting's value has multiplied several times. You'll never be short of money again. Su Gang was also excited because he owned 3 of Zhang Cheng's paintings, which could now be sold for several times their original price. Zhang Cheng nodded. Honestly, he hadn't expected this outcome, but it was a good one. From now on, he could steadily increase his wealth through painting, bringing him closer to marrying Su Yao. The second item was a Ming Dynasty pearl, which didn't interest him, so he didn't bid. The third item was a commercial building in Tianhai City. Zhang Cheng considered it for a long time, but decided it was too remote. It wasn't until the fourth item appeared that his eyes lit up: the 70-year usage rights to 100 mu of land in the new East District of Hedong. Hedong New District is an area Tianhai City will heavily develop in the future. This land will definitely appreciate. Even if I want to venture into real estate later, it'll be useful. With this in mind, Zhang Cheng decided to bid on the fourth item. After introducing the details, host Chao Sheng announced the fourth item has a starting bid of 50 million. Each bid must increase by at least 10 million. Bidding begins. As soon as he finished, someone called out a price. I bid 100 million. A big shot in the front row doubled the starting price. Others quickly followed. 110 million. 120 million. 150 million. The bidding for the land quickly rose, reaching 200 million, though fewer participants remained. Zhang Cheng watched calmly, waiting for the right moment. With his 90 discount coupon, the higher the final price, the more he would save. 300 million. A front row bidder seemed determined, pushing the price to 300 million. At this point, it was near the limit, and no one was willing to go higher, fearing potential losses. Seeing no further bids, the host began the countdown. 300 million first call. 300 million second call. Just as everyone assumed the land would sell for 300 million, someone in the back raised an auspicious paddle and shouted 400 million. The hall erupted in shock. Everyone turned to look at the source of the bid. At the critical moment, Zhang Cheng named an astronomical price. He had great faith in the development of the Hedong New District in Tianhai City. Although 400 million was somewhat inflated above the market price with his auction discount card, he would only have to spend 40 million. Thus Zhang Cheng acted without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, the magnates present erupted in uproar. 400 million was indeed a sky-high figure. Across the entire Tianhai City, those who could casually produce 400 million in liquid assets were exceedingly rare. Almost instantly, many tycoons turned their heads to look, and when they saw that the bidder was a handsome youth, shock rippled through them. Who is this young man? How dare he name such a staggering price? This figure is already 20% above the market value. Numerous magnates began speculating among themselves. Even Su Gang, seated nearby, stared at Zhang Cheng in astonishment, as if he didn't recognize him. Brother Zhang, you can't just throw out a price like that. Do you have any idea how much 400 million is? Su Gang wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow. He had never imagined Zhang Cheng would be so audacious as to bid nearly 20% above market value. I know, but I must acquire this plot of land, Zhang Cheng declared with unwavering confidence. This land in the Hedong New District might seem overpriced at 400 million now, but in a few months or half a year, it would surely sell for 500 million or more. This was based on Zhang Cheng's overall judgment of Tianhai City's development. Even without the auction discount card, if he had 400 million in capital, he would still seize this opportunity. Su Gang, seeing Zhang Cheng's resolute expression, felt deeply impressed. This young man, aside from his painting prowess, displayed remarkable boldness in other fields as well. Huang Guizhe was seated in the front row of the auction, took a deep drag on his cigar upon seeing Zhang Cheng dare to bid 400 million for the land. This magnate was the tycoon who had just bid 300 million, and also the chairman of Tianhai Huang Group. He had originally thought 300 million would secure the land, but he never expected an unexpected competitor to emerge. He turned to his financial director and assistant, and asked, "Assistant Lin, how much liquid capital does our Huang Group still have?" Clearly Huang Guizhe was unwilling to give up on this plot so easily. "Chairman Huang, our liquid assets on the books total 450 million. If we insist on bidding for this land, it might lead to a cash flow crisis. Please consider carefully," Assistant Lin cautioned with a frown. Hearing this, Huang Guizhe sighed inwardly. Damn it. I deliberately kept the Su family away, thinking no one would compete for this land, and now this guy shows up out of nowhere. He furrowed his brow and gave up on further bidding. With even the Huang Group bowing out, no one else dared to contest the land. The auctioneer began the countdown, and soon the plot was sold at 400 million. Congratulations to holder of Paddle 88, who has successfully won the 70-year usage rights of a 100-acre plot in Hedong New District for 400 million. The auctioneer's gavel fell decisively. Zhang Cheng was overjoyed at securing the land. This was a massive windfall, but the plot couldn't be liquidated immediately, as he intended to wait for the right moment to sell at a premium or develop it. Brother Zhang, congratulations. Let me take you to the transaction room, Su Gang said enthusiastically. Being able to produce 400 million in liquid capital at once signaled an extraordinary background, and Su Gang's gaze toward Zhang Cheng had completely changed. Previously he saw Zhang Cheng as a young master of painting, now he saw him as a wealthy and talented young aristocrat with a formidable background. All right. Zhang Cheng nodded, stood up, and headed toward the transaction room, eager to use his auction discount card. Soon, led by Su Gang, Zhang Cheng arrived at the transaction room, where an auction representative immediately came to meet him. "Mr. Zhang, congratulations on winning the 100-acre plot in Hudong New District. Ma Tao shook Zhang Cheng's hand warmly. Anyone who could casually spend 400 million was undoubtedly wealthy or influential, so Ma Tao treated Zhang Cheng with great respect. Let's proceed with the transaction formalities quickly, Zhang Cheng urged. Right away. Ma Tao immediately called for a contract and said, Mr. Zhang, will you pay by card or transfer? Installments or in full? Card payment in full, Zhang Cheng replied, pulling out a bank card containing over 40 million in cash. Without the auction discount card, this amount wouldn't cover the payment, but with it, it was just enough. Alright. Ma Tao, hearing that Zhang Cheng would pay the full 400 million, grew even more deferential. As Ma Tao processed the card, Zhang Cheng applied the auction discount card. Soon the transaction went through. 400 million flowed into the auction's account, but only 40 million was deducted from Zhang Cheng's card. Such was the power of the auction discount card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using the auction discount card. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Cheng's mind. All done, Mr. Zhang. Please sign here, and the Hudong plot is yours. Ma Tao returned the bank card with both hands and respectfully presented the contract to Zhang Cheng. After nodding, Zhang Cheng signed both copies. Thus, this 400 million 100-acre plot in Hudong became his. Excellent. In a while, when the land value soars, I can sell it or develop it. Zhang Cheng said, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he held the contract. Brother Zhang, congratulations. The next auction item is your Tang Bohu painting, Falling Sunset and Lonely Duck. Su Gang reminded him specifically. Good, let's go take a look. Zhang Cheng was eagerly anticipating the fate of his painting. Moreover, after buying the land, his bank card was empty. All the 40 million he had saved was spent. Now he was counting on the Falling Sunset and Lonely Duck to fetch a high price. When Zhang Cheng and Su Gang returned the bidding for Tang Bohu's painting was already underway, and the price was climbing steadily. This was thanks to Su Gang's efforts. He had invited half of Tianhai City's magnates interested in the painting, ensuring fierce competition. Of course, this was also due to it being an authentic Tang Bohu work. I bid 20 million. I bid 25 million. The bids surged continuously, soon breaking through 30 million. Then Su Gang directly had someone raise it to 50 million. A jump of 20 million, a truly ruthless move. At 50 million, 99% of the bidders were eliminated, but some magnates still pushed higher. 51 million. Huang Guizhua, the chairman of Huang Group, bid again. Having failed to secure the land, he was determined to win the authentic Tang Bohu painting. 55 million. Wang Wei, the vice president of Tianhai University, couldn't resist bidding either. Wang Wei was not only the vice president, but also the head of the art department, and he was quite renowned in Tianhai's art circles. So 55 million was within his reach. But Huang Guizhua was clearly unwilling to miss out on this Tang Bohu original. 60 million, he bid again with authority. At this price, Wang Wei hesitated repeatedly and finally gave up. Going higher would severely impact his lifestyle, so he had to withdraw. Seeing no further bids, the auctioneer began the countdown, and after 3 calls brought down the gavel. Congratulations to holder of paddle 2, Mr. Huang, for successfully winning Tang Bohu's Falling Sunset and Lonely Duck at 60 million, announced Chao Sheng, the auctioneer, from the stage. Huang Guizhua finally breathed a sigh of relief at securing the painting. Zhang Cheng was also satisfied with the 60 million. Brother Zhang, congratulations on another 60 million. Su Gang offered his congratulations again. The biggest winner of this auction was undoubtedly Zhang Cheng. He had gained fame, earned a fortune, and successfully acquired a plot of land. All the benefits had fallen into his lap. Boss Su, you have 3 of my paintings in hand. You'll make a tidy profit this time too, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. Indeed, with the massive success of Lotus After Rain, Zhang Cheng's reputation had soared, and the value of his other paintings would naturally rise. Mutual joy, mutual joy. Su Gang clasped his hands, and then added, by the way, Brother Zhang, have you considered the collaboration with our Yunxiang art gallery that I mentioned last time? Zhang Cheng's fame in the art world was skyrocketing, and Su Gang needed to lock him in a deep partnership quickly before other galleries snatched him away. At this mention, Zhang Cheng suddenly recalled his golden investment rebate buff, tenfold returns, and said to Su Gang, Boss Su, collaboration is fine, but I want to invest in your Yunxiang art gallery. Invest in our gallery. Su Gang hesitated briefly, as Yunxiang art gallery was thriving with annual profits exceeding 20 and didn't need financing at the moment. But then he thought of Zhang Cheng's mysterious background, his superb painting skills, and his master-level art appraisal abilities. Only by giving Zhang Cheng a stake in the gallery would he be fully committed and could leverage Zhang Cheng's resources to elevate the gallery to new heights. With that in mind, Su Gang no longer hesitated and immediately nodded. No problem. I'll make the decision. Brother Zhang, you can have a 5 stake in Yunxiang art gallery as a technical investment. Zhang Cheng didn't agree right away, but asked further, Boss Su, what's your gallery's annual profit? You can be honest with me. It might benefit your gallery. Such profit figures were usually trade secrets, but Su Gang, eager to bind Zhang Cheng, deeply answered without hesitation. To be frank, Brother Zhang, our annual profit is over 25, and our market value has exceeded 800 million. The growth momentum is excellent. You won't lose out by partnering with us. Su Gang deliberately inflated the figure by 5 to convince Zhang Cheng of the gallery's strong performance. Zhang Cheng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this, and said, "Excellent. I'll invest 40 million for a 30 stake in your gallery. In return, all my paintings will be exclusively sold through you, and I'll provide a free monthly appraisal of ancient paintings for our Yunxiang Art Gallery." 40 million for a 30 stake in Yunxiang Art Gallery was somewhat excessive, but Su Gang hesitated only briefly before agreeing. "No problem. In the chairman of the gallery, he'll convene a board meeting as soon as I return." If Zhang Cheng were merely a young painter and appraiser, Su Gang might have refused the 40 million for 30 stake proposal. However, Zhang Cheng's recent purchase of a 400 million plot revealed his formidable background, and the gallery might even soar to new heights by leveraging his connections. It was with this consideration that Su Gang accepted Zhang Cheng's offer. "Excellent. I'll await your news," Zhang Cheng said, standing up thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. Once he invested in Yunxiang Art Gallery, his golden investment rebate buff would activate, and even though the maximum rebate was 50 million, it was still a massive gain. "Alright, I'll give you an answer in 3 days." Su Gang shook Zhang Cheng's hand warmly, feeling that binding himself so closely to Zhang Cheng was the wisest decision of his life. Before leaving the auction, Zhang Cheng received 57 million in cash from the sale of Tang Bo Hoosh, Falling Sunset, and Lonely Duck after deducting a 5 commission. Zhang Cheng was delighted to receive this sum. He was short on cash, and now he had the funds to invest 40 million in Yunxiang Art Gallery. After leaving the auction, he returned to school for classes. In the evening after school, Zhang Cheng didn't go back to his dormitory, but headed to the art gallery instead. That morning, he had promised Su Qingluo to teach her painting at the art club after school, and he couldn't break his word. Zhang Cheng made his way familiarly to the art club in the gallery, and pushed open the door only to find it empty inside. "Huh, didn't she say there was a club activity today? Why is no one here?" Just as he was wondering, a familiar playful voice came from behind him. "Naughty little brother, you're late." Su Qingluo jumped out from behind the door and casually closed it behind her. Zhang Cheng was slightly startled. He hadn't expected her to be hiding there. What a little rascal. "Senior Su, didn't you say it was our art club's activity today? Why aren't the other members here?" he asked in confusion. "Well, it is a club activity, just the 2 of us." "That's right." Su Qingluo nodded with feigned seriousness. "All right," Zhang Cheng said, finding her hard to resist. "Let's start painting. He'll teach you. What do you want to paint?" Zhang Cheng wanted to fulfill his promise quickly. "What's the rush? You haven't had dinner yet, have I? I brought you something delicious," Su Qingluo said, pulling out 2 lunchboxes from her bag. These were made by Su Qingluo herself, though she had borrowed the school's kitchen and ingredients at a cost. "I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat first before I teach you to paint," Zhang Cheng said, rubbing his stomach. He had come straight from class and hadn't had dinner yet. "Okay, this one's for you, and this one's for me." Su Qingluo handed a blue lunchbox to Zhang Cheng and kept a pink one for herself. Zhang Cheng took it and opened it, finding the dishes exquisitely prepared and all to his liking. Fried egg, braised prawns, stir-fried pork with greens. "Where did you get these? Did you order takeout?" Zhang Cheng asked, his appetite whetted as he picked up his chopsticks. "I made them myself." "Are they good?" Su Qingluo asked expectantly. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious," Zhang Cheng praised. The dishes were indeed well made. "Good, aren't they? If you marry me, you can enjoy such tasty meals every day," Su Qingluo said dreamily. She had planned this all afternoon, aiming to capture Zhang Cheng's heart through his stomach. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng coughed involuntarily. "Senior Su, please don't say things like that. There's no future for us." Zhang Cheng couldn't help but remind her again. "I was just joking. Do you have to take it so seriously?" Su Qingluo pouted. "Better not make jokes like that in the future," Zhang Cheng reiterated. "I know, you silly little brother," Su Qingluo retorted playfully. After dinner, darkness had fallen. The 2 were alone in the room, the bright lights of the art club casting an ambiguous atmosphere over the young pair. Su Qingluo held a brush trying to paint a fawn, but she couldn't get it right, even with Zhang Cheng guiding her through the details. "Zhang Cheng, how about you hold my hand and guide me? Just giving instructions doesn't give me the feel for it." Su Qingluo said, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Hold your hand." Zhang Cheng frowned, then sighed. "Find your technique is too shaky. They'll have to teach you hand by hand." So Zhang Cheng reached out and took Su Qingluo's soft, delicate hand. The moment their hands touched, Su Qingluo's body trembled slightly, and a deep blush spread across her face. The ambiguous, intimate atmosphere enveloped Su Qingluo in pure bliss. Her right hand was gently held and guided by Zhang Cheng as he moved the brush across the canvas. By now, Su Qingluo had completely forgotten about painting, lost instead in the warmth of Zhang Cheng's presence. "I wish time could stop right now. That naughty little brother's warmth is so comforting." Su Qingluo's thoughts wandered, her face growing redder. Sensing her distraction, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but say, "Senior Su, what are you thinking? Focus on the painting. Did you absorb any of the details I just taught you?" "Huh? What details?" Su Qingluo had been so immersed in Zhang Cheng's warmth that she hadn't heard a word of his instructions. Startled, she looked up and at that moment Zhang Cheng also glanced down. Their eyes met, their faces just a centimeter apart. The instant of charged intimacy made Su Qingluo's heart race, her cheeks burning crimson. That naughty little brother's face is so handsome. At this distance, if only I could kiss him. She thought, almost closing her eyes. But just then the lights in the art club went out. The fluorescent lights flickered and died, plunging the room into total darkness. Oh no, why did the power go out at the worst moment? Su Qingluo lamented in frustration. Zhang Cheng also frowned, wondering why the electricity had suddenly failed. He immediately pulled out his phone to use as a flashlight, only to find its battery was dead. Damn, even my phone is out of power. Senior Su, does your phone still have battery? Zhang Cheng asked in the dark. I think I have a little left. Su Qingluo checked her phone and saw it had just 10 charge. Then turn on the flashlight quickly. We need to get out of here before the gallery closes, or we'll be trapped. Zhang Cheng urged. Okay. Su Qingluo quickly activated the flashlight function. With the faint light, Zhang Cheng immediately grabbed her hand and led her forward. But when they reached the gallery entrance, they found it locked from the outside. Great, we're locked inside the gallery, Zhang Cheng said in despair. Just as he finished speaking, Su Qingluo's phone died, leaving them with no way to call for help. It was truly a case of misfortune upon misfortune. Looks like we'll have to spend the night here in the gallery, Zhang Cheng said helplessly. Su Qingluo, however, felt a secret thrill. Spending the night here was fine as long as she was with her naughty little brother. She almost wished for some accident to happen. But as time passed, the night grew colder. It was mid-September, and the midnight chill was biting. Su Qingluo, wearing only a short skirt, shivered even more. Zhang Cheng, am so cold, she said, curling up on a chair in the gallery. Zhang Cheng grew anxious. He looked around, but found nothing to cover her with, and he was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Just then the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Mission triggered. Option 1, embrace Su Qingluo to keep her warm through the night. Reward, God-level singing. Each moving song sung earns a 1 million rebate. Option 2, watch Su Qingluo freeze to death. Reward, forfeit all wealth. The system's options this time were not as audacious. However, the reward for the second option was disheartening. Zhang Cheng had just accumulated a bit of wealth, losing it all now would be a terrible pity. Crucially, he could not bear to watch Su Qingluo shivering in the chair. Forget it, he'll just get through this night first. With that thought, Zhang Cheng decisively chose the first option. He sat down beside Su Qingluo, then pulled her entirely into his arms, holding her like a kitten, his hands firmly encircling her. He hoped his body heat would stop Su Qingluo from feeling so cold. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Reward, God-level singing skill. For every moving song you sing, you will receive 1 million. As soon as the system notification arrived, Zhang Cheng's mind was flooded with countless singing techniques and many original songs that did not exist in this world. Songs like Why Not, Lonely Sandbank, Cold Plain Face, When the Wind Rises, and so on. Zhang Cheng had never heard of these original songs gifted by the system. They did not exist in this world. But he felt that since they were system-gifted originals, they must be wonderful to listen to. Zhang Cheng then read the introduction for the singing rebate of 1 million. Singing rebate of 1 million. For every song sung that moves more than 100 people, receive a reward of 1 million. Valid for 10 days. Earning money by singing. That's not bad. Zhang Cheng was very satisfied with this skill, planning to try it out tomorrow when he went out. Su Qingluo slightly opened her eyes as Zhang Cheng forcefully held her in his arms. Zhang Cheng, what are you doing? She asked, both sleepy and cold, her arms crossed over her chest as she trembled. Thinking Su Qingluo might feel he was taking advantage of her, Zhang Cheng quickly explained. Senior Su, aren't you cold? If I hold you, you won't feel cold anymore. Hearing this, Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed slightly. She was indeed very cold, but she hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to be so thoughtful. She gently nodded. Thank you, you silly little brother. Su Qingluo whispered gratefully. She then burrowed her delicate body deeper into Zhang Cheng's arms, finally feeling a trace of warmth. Not just physical, but also a warmth in her heart. That silly little brother is such a warm-hearted man. Su Qingluo thought to herself, her cheeks blushing. She suddenly realized she no longer felt cold and drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, Su Qingluo seemed to revisit the year she was 10. That day she had dragged Zhang Cheng out to play, only to be caught in a rainstorm. The two children had to take shelter in an abandoned, thatched hut. Outside, lightning flashed, thunder roared, the wind howled, and rain poured heavily. Su Qingluo cried loudly, calling for her mother. It was Zhang Cheng who took the initiative to hold her, comforting her that as long as he was there, nothing would go wrong. Only then did Su Qingluo stop crying, though the night was so cold that she shivered uncontrollably. Once again, it was Zhang Cheng who held her all night, using his own body to warm her. Even when the thatched roof leaked, Zhang Cheng stayed awake all night, holding up a broken wooden board to block the rain, allowing Su Qingluo to sleep peacefully. Perhaps it was from that moment on that little Su Qingluo etched Zhang Cheng into her heart, resolving to marry him. As Zhang Cheng held Su Qingluo's soft, delicate body, he too felt a surge of warmth. Soon fatigue overcame him, and he gradually fell asleep against the back of the chair. While the two of them slept in the girls' dormitory, Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and Yi Shimeng were growing anxious. It's so late, why hasn't Qing Luo come back yet? Lin Baiwei glanced at her phone. It was already past 11 at night. By now the sky outside was completely dark, and even the school gates were closed. Even her phone is unreachable. Could something have happened to that girl? Yi Shiming was also very worried. Su Qingluo usually kept a very regular schedule. By this hour, she would already be in bed. Yet today, she had vanished without a trace, and her phone was unreachable. Anyone would be worried. Think carefully. Did Qingluo tell you who she was going to see or where she was going? Lu Yanran asked anxiously. They were all concerned that something might have happened to Su Qingluo. I remember now. In the afternoon, she paid to use the cafeteria kitchen to make a bento, saying it was for someone. Lin Baiwei suddenly spoke up. For someone? Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming exchanged glances, both puzzled. Who is that someone? As the words left her mouth, all three seemed to think of the same person. Could it be Zhang Cheng? This morning the campus internet was buzzing about Qing Luo taking milk tea to the library to find him. Lin Baiwei exclaimed. That's very possible. That girl probably made a love bento. She likely went to deliver it to Zhang Cheng. Lu Yanran chimed in. Yes, Qing Luo really might be with Zhang Cheng. Yi Shiming paused before adding. Does anyone have Zhang Cheng's contact info? They quickly thought to contact Zhang Cheng to confirm Su Qingluo's situation, but unfortunately none of them had his number. This left them feeling deflated. However, Lin Baiwei soon thought of something. We can ask Zhang Cheng's roommates for his contact info. His roommates. But we don't know any of them. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming shook their heads in unison. But Lin Baiwei had her ways. Leave it to me, she said, posting a message on her Moments. The content read, I want Zhang Cheng's roommate's contact info within half an hour. Whoever gives it to me first gets to have dinner with me tomorrow. This was a classic honey trap. But it had to be said, Lin Baiwei was very beautiful, tall, and sexy with naturally alluring eyes that could easily captivate hearts. If not for Su Qingluo, she would undoubtedly be the campus belle of Tianhai University. Of course, she had many suitors on campus. Unlike the aloof Su Qingluo, Lin Baiwei's WeChat had plenty of admirers and backups. As soon as she posted on Moments, those male admirers immediately mobilized their connections to search frantically. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Zhang Cheng's three roommates were also very anxious, having called him several times without success. Damn, where did Zhang Cheng go? He's not coming back tonight, the chubby Wang Hao grumbled. Could something have happened to him? The skinny Lin Yang asked, quite worried. After all, Zhang Cheng was their roommate. It was only natural to be worried when he disappeared late at night. It shouldn't be that bad, the bespectacled Li Yuanhao said nervously. Just then a handsome senior rushed into their dorm panting. Junior brothers, do me a favor and give me your contact info. It's for the physical education registration. This was the teaching assistant for Zhang Cheng's class who had been pursuing Lin Baiwei. He had seen his goddess Moments immediately and rushed straight to Zhang Cheng's dorm. Is the PE exam coming up? Li Yuanhao asked, confused. Time is tight, I can't explain now. Just give me your contact info quickly. I need to report it or it'll be too late by tomorrow, the senior said, making an excuse without mentioning the goddess. Alright, since it's for the PE exam, we'll write it down for you. Without overthinking, Li Yuanhao and the other two, trusting their teaching assistant, wrote their contact info on a piece of paper and handed it to him. Thanks a lot. The senior, having obtained the contact info of the three juniors, happily rushed off to report back to his goddess. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Baiwei and the others didn't have to wait long. Within 10 minutes, she had received the contact info of Zhang Cheng's three roommates. See, got it now, Lin Baiwei said with a slight curl of her lips. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran were both impressed. In this dorm, Lin Baiwei was the queen, the most skilled at playing the game. After obtaining the contact info, Lin Baiwei immediately dialed. It was the chubby Wang Hao who answered. Pretending to be from the student council, Lin Baiwei subtly inquired about Zhang Cheng's whereabouts. After hanging up, Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran quickly gathered around and asked, so, did you find out where Zhang Cheng went? I did, but Zhang Cheng is also missing and his phone is unreachable too, Lin Baiwei said thoughtfully. Zhang Cheng is gone too. What a coincidence. Could the two of them be staying off campus together? Lu Yanran suddenly suggested. This remark seemed to enlighten the three roommates. It looks like Su Qingluo, in her pursuit of Zhang Cheng, has even chased him into bed, Lin Baiwei said with a hint of disappointment. Su Qingluo was the campus belle of Tianhai University, yet she had so easily gone to a hotel with Zhang Cheng. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran shared the same thought. It wasn't unreasonable for them to think so. Both were missing, and Su Qingluo had been chasing after Zhang Cheng for days without success. To win her junior back, Su Qingluo would naturally have to pull out her ultimate weapon, offering her first time to capture Zhang Cheng's heart. That girl Qingluo has really gone all out this time to catch Zhang Cheng. Is she going to give him her first time? Yi Shiming said in disbelief. Alright, since we've figured it out, there's no need to worry. Let's get some sleep. Lin Baiwei waved them off. She just felt a bit sorry for Su Qingluo giving away her first time so easily. It was a huge misunderstanding. If they knew she was only trapped in the art gallery with Zhang Cheng, what would they think? The sky gradually brightened and soft light streamed through the windows into the art gallery. Su Qingluo fluttered her eyelashes and woke from her dream, immediately realizing she was still lying in Zhang Cheng's arms. Oh my, I slept in Zhang Cheng's arms all night. She thought, her pretty face flushing. She then glanced up at Zhang Cheng, who was still asleep against the chair back, and couldn't help but stare a little longer. That silly little brother is so handsome, much more so than when we were kids. Those eyes, that nose, and those lips. Su Qingluo's gaze finally settled on Zhang Cheng's lips. Now that he's asleep, if I kiss him, he probably won't know, right? She bit her lip gently, then stealthily leaned in towards Zhang Cheng's mouth. As the distance closed, Su Qingluo's heart pounded wildly. Soon her thin lips touched Zhang Cheng's, and the intoxicating sensation instantly filled her with excitement. Oh my, I kissed him again. I hope he doesn't wake up too soon so I can kiss him a little longer. Su Qingluo was slightly captivated by the taste of Zhang Cheng's lips. It was sweet, the taste of love, enough to make one lose themselves. But just as she was reluctant to pull away, Zhang Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere around them instantly shifted. Zhang Cheng never expected that upon opening his eyes he would discover the so-called aloof campus Belle stealing a kiss from him. Even more infuriating, she didn't stop at just one kiss, but lingered on his lips, as if addicted. Furious, he pushed Su Qingluo away. Senior Su, what were you doing on my lips? Zhang Cheng wiped his mouth in displeasure. This was already the third time they had kissed. His first kiss was meant for his fiancée, Su Yao, yet Su Qingluo kept stealing kisses every few days. Now Zhang Cheng had lost not only his first kiss, but also his second and third. Caught in the act, Su Qingluo's pretty face blushed like an apple as she stammered in explanation. Little brat, what if I said I was using my lips to apply lip balm for you? Would you believe me? Using your lips to apply lip balm for me? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Who are you trying to fool? Zhang Cheng pushed Su Qingluo away from his embrace, keeping a distance between them, afraid this senior might take advantage of him again. It's true. When I woke up just now, I noticed your lips were a bit chapped, so I kindly used the lip balm on my own lips to apply some to yours. Su Qingluo blushed as she argued with a straight face. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng unconsciously pressed his lips together. There was indeed a faint cool sensation, as if some lip balm had been applied. It even had a sweet strawberry flavor. Could it be that I wronged Senior Su? Zhang Cheng muttered to himself. But wasn't this excuse too flimsy? Yet if not for this reason, what could it be? Su Qingluo was the most renowned campus belle in the history of Tianhai University. Oh, surely she wouldn't steal a kiss just to take advantage of him. Besides, stealing a kiss from him brought no benefit. After much thought, Zhang Cheng could only conclude that applying lip balm was the only reasonable explanation. Seeing Zhang Cheng muttering to himself, Su Qingluo forced herself to remain calm and continued. Who do you think you are? A big star or a famous singer? Why would I steal a kiss from you? If it weren't for you holding me to keep warm last night, I wouldn't have bothered applying lip balm for you. Now that it's done, we're even. After saying this, Su Qingluo secretly glanced at Zhang Cheng's reaction. Seeing that he didn't seem suspicious of her words, she rejoiced inwardly. Fine, but don't let there be a next time. I don't like lip balm anyway. Zhang Cheng stood up in displeasure and hurried toward the restroom. He needed to wash his face quickly and remove the lip balm from his lips. He wouldn't allow any other girl to leave her scent on his lips. If anyone could, it would only be his fiancée Su Yao. Seeing that Zhang Cheng seemed to believe her, Su Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief. This silly brother is so easy to fool, but that's what makes him adorable. Su Qingluo watched Zhang Cheng's retreating figure, unable to resist savoring the taste of the stolen kiss from earlier. It was sweet and thrilling, making her yearn for moments like this every day. Just as Su Qingluo was lost in her thoughts, the door to the art gallery suddenly swung open, and an elderly security guard walked in. He quickly noticed Su Qingluo inside. Hey young lady, what are you doing in the art gallery? The guard looked puzzled. Uncle, we were painting in the studio last night when the power went out, and we got locked inside, Su Qingluo explained earnestly. I see. That's my fault for not checking thoroughly and locking you in. The guard quickly apologized. It's okay, I should thank you, Uncle. Su Qingluo said with a sweet smile. If it weren't for being locked inside, she wouldn't have slept in Zhang Cheng's arms last night, and she certainly wouldn't have been able to kiss him this morning. So it was a beautiful accident, and Su Qingluo wouldn't mind having more such accidents. Soon Zhang Cheng returned from washing his face in the restroom. Seeing that the art gallery door was finally open, he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we can leave. Senior Su, let's go. Su Qingluo nodded and hummed a cheerful tune as she headed back to the dormitory. Along the way, she still cherished the memory of last night. Sleeping in Zhang Cheng's warm embrace was so cozy, and his kisses were so sweet. As she thought about it, Su Qingluo's pretty face couldn't help but blush. If only such accidents could happen more often. In all the world, perhaps only Su Qingluo would think that way. But as soon as she returned to the dormitory, she was surrounded by her 3 roommates. Qingluo, where were you last night? Staying out all night and not answering your phone. This is a serious issue. Come clean now. Lin Baiwei pretended to be stern as she questioned her. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran wore the same expression. I was locked in the art gallery last night, and my phone just happened to die, so I was stuck there all night. Su Qingluo told the truth. But the 3 girls refused to believe her. Who would believe that? Last night we contacted Zhang Cheng's roommate, and he wasn't in the dorm either, and his phone was off. You two were together, weren't you? Lu Yanran probed with gossipy curiosity. Su Qingluo's face flushed at this. She never expected her three best friends to have contacted Zhang Cheng's roommate. Now she couldn't hide it anymore. Yes, we were together. We were painting in the studio last night when the power went out, and we got locked in the art gallery. Su Qingluo explained again. Really? You didn't go to a hotel with Zhang Cheng? Lin Baiwei suddenly asked with a meaningful tone. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming also stared at Su Qingluo, curiously eager to know the answer. Su Qingluo's face grew even redder under their gaze. No, look at my phone, it's really dead. Besides, I didn't even bring my ID, so I couldn't check into a hotel. To prove her innocence, Su Qingluo handed them her phone. She was wearing a skirt and couldn't possibly hide an ID card. She would have liked to go to a hotel with Zhang Cheng, but the key was that he definitely wouldn't agree. Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and Yi Shiming took the phone and checked it skeptically. It was indeed dead. It really is dead, and you don't have an ID. So you really were locked in the art gallery with Zhang Cheng last night? Lin Baiwei said. Yes, we spent the whole night there. Su Qingluo nodded. A man and a woman alone together all night. Did anything exciting happen? Lin Baiwei suddenly asked with a mischievous grin. No, nothing happened. Su Qingluo's face quickly turned red as she recalled sleeping in Zhang Cheng's arms last night and the kiss this morning. Really? I don't believe you. Then why are you blushing? Lin Baiwei pressed on with a teasing smile. Really, nothing happened. Su Qingluo forced herself to stay calm and explained again. If you don't tell the truth, I'll have to tickle you. Lin Baiwei said, wiggling her fingers in preparation for a tickle attack. Su Qingluo was clever enough to change the subject immediately. By the way, Shiming, isn't your song and dance club holding a charity performance on campus today? How are the preparations? Su Qingluo, don't change the subject. I'm asking about you and Zhang Cheng last night. Lin Baiwei insisted relentlessly. But Su Qingluo deliberately ignored her and continued asking Yi Shiming. Who have you invited to perform? Do you need my help? Su Qingluo was indeed a clever one. Once the topic shifted, Yi Shiming's attention was immediately diverted. Of course I need your help. Just get people to come and support us. The more the better, so after the performance more students can donate to help students from impoverished mountain villages, Yi Shiming said earnestly. Yi Shiming had worked her way into Tianhai University from a poor mountain village, so she deeply understood the plight of children in such areas. Organizing this charity performance with the song and dance club was her way of helping more impoverished children get an education. Indeed, Yi Shiming was a very compassionate girl. No problem, Shiming. You and your club focus on the preparations. They'll help bring some people over, Su Qingluo readily agreed. Shiming, you'll help bring more people too, Lu Yanran also promised. Then the three of them turned to look at Lin Baiwei. Lin Baiwei sighed inwardly. That little minx, Su Qingluo, was so good at changing the subject that she had escaped again, and now Lin Baiwei was the center of attention. Getting people to come is my specialty. Leave it to me, Lin Baiwei chimed in. Although the four of them came from different places and had different backgrounds, when one needed help they all gave their full support. But relying on just us won't bring in many people. We need to find a way to invite a big name from our school to perform on stage, Lin Baiwei frowned in thought. I've already thought of that. We've invited our school's heartthrob Feng Jinghui. He sings well, is handsome, and is quite famous online with many fans on campus. Yi Shiming paused, and then said confidently, with him as the finale act it should attract a large crowd. Feng Jinghui. He's our school's top heartthrob. I heard he's planning to sign with an agency and debut. Shiming, how did you manage to invite him? Lin Baiwei asked curiously. All the members of our song and dance club pooled together 10,000 yuan to invite him, Yi Shiming admitted. To scrape together that 10,000 yuan, Yi Shiming was now broke, having even used up the money from her part-time job. I see. With him, they're all his female fans at school will probably show up. Lin Baiwei said. Let's split up and get to work. Tonight we have to make this charity performance a success. Su Qingluo suggested, secretly pleased that she had successfully changed the subject again. In the evening, as Zhang Cheng and his three roommates were returning to the dorm after dinner, a graceful figure appeared before them. Little brat, what a coincidence running into you here. Su Qingluo greeted playfully. Seeing Su Qingluo, Zhang Cheng sighed inwardly. Why her again? Unlike Zhang Cheng's indifferent reaction, his three roommates were all excited at the sight of the famous Campus Belle. Campus Belle, Su, hello. I'm Zhang Cheng's roommate Wang Hao. The chubby Wang Hao immediately greeted her with a flattering smile. The skinny Lin Yang and the bespectacled Li Yuan Hao also quickly chimed in. Just greeting the great Campus Belle was a stroke of luck. Only Zhang Cheng remained indifferent. You were waiting for me here on purpose, weren't you? Zhang Cheng wasn't stupid. They were almost at building 3 of the male dorms. Why would a girl wander around the male dorm area for no reason? Little brat, you are getting smarter. Su Qingluo giggled, and then said, I came to invite you all to watch a charity performance organized by my roommate. It's on the sports field. Before Zhang Cheng could respond, his 3 roommates, Wang Hao, Lin Yang, and Li Yuan Hao, immediately nodded. No problem. Since Campus Belle Su is inviting us to watch the charity performance, of course, we'll go. Zhang Cheng, what about you? Su Qingluo's gaze lingered on him. He'll go, of course. Zhang Cheng nodded. If he refused, his 3 roommates would probably want to kill him. Great. Let's hurry over. The performance starts at 7 o'clock. Su-Ching Luo was delighted that Zhang Cheng had agreed to come. Let's go then, Zhang Cheng nodded. By now a crowd had gathered on the school's sports field where a small stage had been set up in the center, brightly lit by 4 spotlights. At least 700 or 800 people had gathered around the stage, mostly students, with female students making up the majority. They held up support signs for Feng Jinghui, indicating that most of the crowd were fans of the campus heartthrob. There are already so many people. Zhang Cheng, let's go to the front. There are seats there, Su-Ching Luo said, pulling Zhang Cheng toward the front. Zhang Cheng's 3 roommates watched enviously, but could only sigh in admiration. Once at the front, Zhang Cheng and Su-Ching Luo sat in the first row. It's already 7 o'clock. It's about to start. This charity performance was organized by my roommate Yi Shiming and her song and dance club. You should donate something too, Su-Ching Luo said earnestly. Yi Shiming had put so much effort into this, and Su-Ching Luo didn't want to see her efforts go to waste. Of course, she had also decided to donate something herself. You don't have to tell me. He'll donate too. Helping impoverished children in mountain villages get an education is a good deed, Zhang Cheng said seriously. Now that he had a decent amount of money, he was more than willing to help others. Soon the performance began. Yi Shiming took the stage as the host to give a speech about the charity event. After that, the performance officially started. Most of the performers were members of the song and dance club, except for the finale act Feng Jinghui, whom they had specially paid to invite. The goal was to attract more people to watch and support the charity performance. The strategy worked well. Once the news of Feng Jinghui's appearance was posted on the campus network, his fans flocked to the event. However, after stepping off the stage, Yi Shiming looked anxious. Su-Ching Luo and Lin Baiwei noticed and asked, Shiming, what's wrong? Did something happen? Senior Feng hasn't arrived yet. I called him, but he didn't answer. I'm so worried. Yi Shiming was on the verge of tears. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe he's held up by something. Since he accepted your money, he shouldn't break his promise, Lin Baiwei comforted her. Yeah, we'll just have to wait. Yi Shiming forced herself to calm down. She had put so much heart and effort into this. If it failed, she would be devastated. As time passed, the performance was nearing its end, but Feng Jinghui still hadn't shown up. What do we do? Feng Jinghui hasn't appeared, and the performance is almost over. If he doesn't show, his fans will be furious and forget about donations. Yi Shiming was so anxious she was about to cry. Try calling him again, Lin Baiwei said with a frown. That was the only option left. Yi Shiming dialed his number again, and this time someone finally answered. Is this Senior Feng? It's Yi Shiming. When will you come to our charity performance? We're just waiting for your song. Yi Shiming's voice was choked with tears. I'm tied up with something right now. If you raise the fee to 50,000, I can come immediately. Feng Jinghui's voice came from the other end. Senior Feng, didn't we agree on 10,000? Why are you suddenly raising the price? Yi Shiming said in disbelief. She never expected the campus heartthrob to demand more money on the spot. Where could she find that much now? 50,000 was too much. The total donations might not even reach 50,000. I don't care. My current worth is 50,000. If you don't agree, then sorry, I can't come to perform. With that, Feng Jinghui hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Yi Shiming broke down in tears. What did that bastard Feng Jinghui say? Lin Baiwei cursed immediately. He said he wants 50,000 now, or he won't show up. Yi Shiming sobbed. She didn't have that kind of money. The 10,000 had been scraped together by the club members through their own sacrifices. He thinks he's a real star now, throwing a tantrum. If I ever run into him, he'll regret it. Lin Baiwei gritted her teeth in anger. She was not one to be trifled with. The priority now is to finish this performance. They'll cover the remaining 40,000. Su-Ching Luo suddenly spoke up. Outside, many of Feng Jinghui's fans had gathered, all coming specifically to see him. If he didn't show up, it would be a betrayal, and who knew what they might do. But Lin Baiwei stopped her. No, I can't swallow this. That bastard knows we're in a tight spot, and is taking advantage of us. We can't let him have his way. Lin Baiwei's face was pale with anger. But if we don't pay up, Feng Jinghui won't come. How are we going to finish this charity performance? Su-Ching Luo was also at a loss, her heart racing with anxiety. Yi Shiming was already crying uncontrollably. Just as everyone was stuck, a voice suddenly rang out. How about I take Feng Jinghui's place and sing the last song? Hearing this voice, Su-Ching Luo, Lin Baiwei, Yi Shiming, and the others all turned their heads toward the source of the sound. When they saw it was Zhang Cheng, they were all taken aback. Zhang Cheng, did you just say you want to go on stage to sing the last song in place of Feng Jinghui? Su-Ching Luo exclaimed in surprise. Yes, since Feng Jinghui is unwilling to come, there's no need for him. He'll take his place and sing the last song. Zhang Cheng said with utmost seriousness. Having acquired a divine singing skill and a 1 million cashback buff for singing the night before, he was eager for an opportunity to perform, especially with such a large crowd present. However, this proposal filled Yi Shiming and the others with deep concern. If you replace Senior Feng Jinghui on stage, won't his female fans object? They all came specifically for him, and we have no idea how well you can sing. Lu Yanran voiced her worries. Having Zhang Cheng replace Feng Jinghui for the final song was far too risky. If Feng Jinghui's fans caused a scene, their charity performance would likely be ruined. As the organizer of this charity event, Yi Shiming dared not readily agree to Zhang Cheng's suggestion. But is there any better solution now? Do we really have to raise the price to bring Feng Jinghui back? Zhang Cheng frowned as he spoke. Zhang Cheng despised people who lacked integrity, especially those who used their fans to manipulate others like Yi Shiming. The girls were all at a loss, and Yi Shiming was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Feng Jinghui's fans, seeing the event nearing its end, began raising their support signs and chanting his name loudly. Feng Jinghui, I love you. Why isn't Senior Feng coming out? The charity show is almost over. Where is he? Let my idol appear now. We came to see Senior Feng, let him come out. Feng Jinghui's fervent fans kept urging him to appear and sing, putting immense pressure on Yi Shiming and the others. Seeing this, Lu Yanran grew frightened and couldn't help whispering, maybe we should just raise the price. Look at Senior Feng's fans. If we break our promise this time, the charity show will be a disaster. Not only will the fundraiser fail, but the song and dance club might also suffer. Lin Baiwei, however, frowned firmly and said, no, we can't let that bastard Feng Jinghui have his way. He's only so brazen because he knows we're in a tight spot, but we want to indulge him. Then what do we do? If Senior Feng doesn't perform, his fans won't let it go. Lu Yanran was growing anxious. Why not let me take his place? I'm actually quite good at singing. Maybe even better than Feng Jinghui. Zhang Cheng spoke up again. Hearing him claim to be better than Feng Jinghui, Yi Shiming, Lu Yanran, and Lin Baiwei were all skeptical. Although Feng Jinghui's character was questionable, his singing ability was truly impressive. He had won numerous singing awards and even participated in a talent show organized by a variety channel, though he only made it to the top 100. Still, that was a remarkable achievement given the national competition. At Tianhai University, he was even hailed as the god of song and had a considerable fan base. Out of respect for Su Qinghua, Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran held back their doubts, not wanting to hurt Zhang Cheng's pride. Why not let the little brother give it a try? Su Qingluo also chimed in. Among the group, she was the only one who unconditionally supported Zhang Cheng. Yi Shiming, Lu Yanran, and Lin Baiwei exchanged glances, feeling they had no choice but to treat this as a last resort. Then let Zhang Cheng give it a shot. He's good-looking enough. Maybe the female fans will calm down when they see his face. Lin Baiwei sighed. Her tone carried a sense of desperation, as this was the only option left. Yi Shiming, as the organizer, had no other plan either. She could only rely on Zhang Cheng's appearance to appease the crowd, hoping that his handsome looks would keep the female fans from causing too much trouble. All right, Zhang Cheng, go ahead and try. Yi Shiming paused mid-sentence, then asked, by the way, what song will you sing? They'll have a club member prepare the accompaniment. No need for accompaniment. They'll sing an original song a cappella, Zhang Cheng replied thoughtfully. The system had gifted him over 100 original songs that didn't exist in this world, and he wanted to test how they sounded. Subconsciously, he believed that since these songs came from the system, they must be extraordinary and would surely captivate the audience. But his words left Yi Shiming, Lin Baiwei, and Su Qingluo utterly stunned. What? You're going to sing a cappella? And it's an original song? Yi Shiming said in despair, feeling that letting Zhang Cheng perform would seal the fate of their charity event. Lu Yanran was also dismayed. A cappella could never sound as good as a song with accompaniment. Moreover, Zhang Cheng was planning to sing an original that no one had ever heard before. Wouldn't people think he was just rambling nonsense? Could Feng Jinghui's fans possibly accept that? Maybe we should just raise the price and bring Feng Jinghui back. Singing an original a cappella to appease his fans is likely to provoke their anger and dissatisfaction, Lu Yanran suggested tentatively. Even Lin Baiwei found it hard to support this risky move. Junior Zhang Cheng, are you sure you want to sing an original a cappella? Lin Baiwei was determined not to let Feng Jinghui have his way, so after much deliberation she decided to take the risk and support Zhang Cheng's performance. Still, the idea of an a cappella original left her with little confidence. Could a handsome face really save this charity performance? Yes, I'm sure. Zhang Cheng nodded with firm resolve. Why not let him try? Su Qingluo echoed. Among them, she was probably the only one who unconditionally backed Zhang Cheng's decision. Trust me, I can sing well enough. If you don't decide soon, it'll be too late, Zhang Cheng urged earnestly. Yi Shiming was anxious, seeing that the second-to-last act was almost over. Clenching her teeth, she said, fine, well, treat this as a last resort. It's better than nothing. Zhang Cheng raised the microphone. The stage is yours. Sing boldly, and no matter how it turns out, it's not your fault. Yi Shiming finally made up her mind. Lu Yanran and Lin Baiwei felt a surge of tension, but they had no other option. They could only hope to muddle through. Don't worry, leave it to me. I won't let you down, Zhang Cheng said, gripping the microphone tightly as he walked toward the stage. Meanwhile, in a music room, the tall and handsome Feng Jinghui sat on a sofa, legs crossed, wearing a smug expression. Soon his lackey rushed in breathlessly. Master Feng, the charity show is down to the last performance, and you haven't shown up. The song and dance club is in complete chaos. The lackey reported excitedly. In 10 seconds, they'll definitely call me again. With my fans there, they have no choice but to invite me, Feng Jinghui said confidently. He had gained some fame on campus and believed that a song worth 50,000 was a fair price for his talent. Master Feng is brilliant. You've got the song and dance club right where you want them. If they don't agree to raise the price, your fans won't let it slide, the lackey chuckled. Nonsense. 50,000 is already a bargain, and that's only because I'm being considerate as a fellow alumnus. Feng Jinghui smirked with self-assurance. But 10 seconds passed, and Yi Shiming still hadn't called him, which made him frown. Why hasn't that country bumpkin Yi Shiming called me yet? He was puzzled. He had assumed she would be begging him by now, yet she hadn't reached out even at this late hour. Feng Jinghui checked his phone. It was already 8:30 p.m. the time for the final performance. Still no call, which left him perplexed. Go find out what's happening at the charity show, he ordered with a frown. Alright, I'll call one of the guys over there. Li Ergu quickly dialed a number. The call was answered promptly, and he received a shocking piece of news. What? The song and dance club is letting a freshman take Feng Jinghui's place for the last song. Li Ergu hung up still in disbelief. He never expected those girls from the club to completely disregard Feng Jinghui's fans. It seemed they were determined to tough it out. Feng Jinghui's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing this. It seems those girls from the song and dance club are pretty stubborn. Let's go see how they managed to ruin this charity show. With a mocking curl of his lips, he put on a mask and a baseball cap, intending to head to the sports field. Though Feng Jinghui wasn't widely famous, he already carried himself like a celebrity. The charity performance was nearing its end with only the final act, the grand finale, remaining. On the field, Feng Jinghui's fans were already chanting loudly, holding up their support signs. Feng Jinghui. Senior Feng, come out now, we can't wait any longer. Senior Feng, I love you. Many fans were shouting fervently, and Su Qinglui, Yi Shiming, Lin Baiwei, and the others watched them with growing unease. Amid the crowd's anticipation, Zhang Cheng walked onto the stage, microphone in hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Cheng finally stepped onto the stage, microphone in hand, his face radiating calm confidence. Yet below, Su Qinglui, Yi Shiming, and the others watched with bated breath, their palms slick with nervous sweat. Upon reaching center stage, Zhang Cheng raised the microphone and began to speak. My apologies, everyone. Feng Jinghui has refused to perform due to insufficient appearance fees, so I will be singing the final song in his stead. The moment these words left his lips, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Particularly among Feng Jinghui's female fans, a collective rebellion seemed to stir. We came to see Senior Feng, not you. Get off the stage, a fan immediately shouted in protest. That's right, get off the stage. We're here for Senior Feng, not you. Off the stage. Off the stage. Nearly all the fans joined in the protest. Su Qingluo and Yi Shiming watched, a wave of despair washing over them. True to their fears, Feng Jinghui's fans were indeed revolting. At the back of the crowd, concealed behind a mask and a baseball cap, Feng Jinghui observed the scene from afar, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Since you wouldn't cooperate, you've only yourselves to blame for ruining your own show. Feng Jinghui's eyes gleamed with mockery. On stage, Zhang Cheng remained unfazed by the fans' outcry. Clutching the microphone tightly, he began to sing a cappella with deep emotion. The sky feels like rain. I long to live next door to you. Standing foolishly beneath your window. Counting the dark clouds above. If a piano graced this scene, I would sing a song for you. Zhang Cheng's divine singing voice and skill, paired with the beautiful lyrics, gradually soothed even the most agitated female fans. They suddenly realized that the handsome young man on stage actually sang quite well. Su Qingluo and Yi Shiming also discovered that Zhang Cheng's a cappella performance was truly extraordinary. Moreover, this original song, both in lyrics and melody, was incredibly enchanting. I never thought this little rascal could sing so beautifully. Su Qingluo found herself swept away, a new layer of admiration and affection blooming in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Cheng. Yi Shiming, Lin Baiwei, and Lu Yanran were pleasantly surprised after their initial shock. Unexpectedly, Zhang Cheng is quite talented. It seems those female fans of Feng Jinghui are gradually calming down. Lin Baiwei turned to look and saw that the very fans who had been demanding Zhang Cheng leave the stage were now quietly listening to his song. Zhang Cheng, absorbed in his a cappella performance, paid little attention to the external commotion. If sometimes you're not so happy, I'll lend you my grommet. You truly understand my heart. Singing this song for you, it has no particular style. It simply represents my wish to bring you joy. To thaw the frozen river for you, to be a moth that dashes into the flame. Nothing in this world is not worth it. As the first climax of the song faded, the female fans were completely immersed in Zhang Cheng's moving music. The light-hearted lyrics and cheerful melody seemed to transport them into a shy, beautiful first love. Some even began swaying their glow sticks to the rhythm. Sticks originally meant for Feng Jinghui were now waving in support of Zhang Cheng. Seeing this, Feng Jinghui was nearly bursting with rage. How dare he steal my thunder? Ergo, who is this bastard? He turned around only to find Li Ergu also captivated by Zhang Cheng's song. There he was, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of Zhang Cheng singing. Damn it, what the hell are you listening to? Feng Jinghui kicked Li Ergu on the backside in fury, sending him stumbling 2 meters away. Young Master Feng, what's wrong? Why do you kick me? Li Ergu scrambled to his feet and hurried over. Find out who this guy is. Feng Jinghui spat out the order before storming off with a livid face. He was beginning to regret his last-minute price hike. Otherwise that kid would never have had the chance to perform. Now his female fans seemed to be drawn to the young man on stage. Alright young master phone, I'll check right away. Though Li Ergu agreed verbally, his ears were still tuned to Zhang Cheng's a cappella singing. It was too beautiful, the song light and touching, the vocal skill remarkable. A new generation music god was emerging. The song on stage continued. Singing this song for you, it has no particular style. It simply represents my wish for your happiness. Tossing and turning for you, giving up the world for you. What's not to do, eh? In the late summer and early autumn, a touch of warmth brings the changing colors of the season. As the song ended, the audience lingered in its beauty, unable to snap back to reality. It was simply too wonderful. They had never heard such a captivating song. Su Qingluo and the others were utterly entranced, completely conquered by Zhang Cheng's music. Just as he finished, the system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for moving 783 people. Reward 1 million in cash. Hearing the system's voice, a faint smile played on Zhang Cheng's lips. He knew his gamble had paid off. Thank you all for listening quietly to my song. If you enjoyed it, please consider donating some love to children in impoverished mountain villages. Zhang Cheng bowed to the audience below. As he finished speaking, the crowd snapped out of their reverie and thunderous applause filled the venue. That was amazing. This song is incredible. One more? Handsome, one more. Yes, one more. I want to hear it again. Sing a few more, and I'll donate. The audience began shouting loudly, all demanding Zhang Cheng continue. His singing was so beautiful. They'd never heard anything like it, not even from senior Feng Jinghui. Moreover, Zhang Cheng was extremely handsome. Looks are justice, and with his amazing voice, those female fans quickly changed their opinion of him. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected this turn of events, but he knew that to secure more donations, he had to satisfy their ears. No problem, I'll sing a few more songs for everyone. Zhang Cheng was eager to sing more as well. It meant more rebate earnings for him. Below the stage, Yi Shiming and the others cast grateful looks at him. Next up is another original song of mine called Little Little. It's written for the one who matters most in my heart. This song was also a system-gifted original, non-existent in this world, so Zhang Cheng claimed it as his own. Its lyrics perfectly suited his relationship with Su Yao. As his words fell, everyone buzzed with anticipation. Su Qingluo's eyes shimmered with expectation. Was she the one who mattered most to him? Was this song written for her? Soon Zhang Cheng gripped the microphone and began to sing. Memory is like a storyteller, with a voice full of local accent. Skipping puddles, circling small villages, waiting for the fate of our meeting. I mold a city from mud, saying one day I'll marry you and bring you home. How many turns, how many doors, wasting our youth. The audience once again sank into Zhang Cheng's voice. Hearing the lyrics, Su Qingluo's eyes instantly reddened. Wasn't this about her and Zhang Cheng's childhood? Back when they were kids playing house, Zhang Cheng had molded a castle from mud and promised that when he grew up he would marry her and live in that castle. So Zhang Cheng had always remembered this. The singer poured his heart into the song, and the listener was moved to tears. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Su Qingluo's cheeks. In my heart there lives a person from then on. Once upon a time we were little. That year you moved a small stool. Enthralled by the play I followed you all the way. I search for the person in that story. You are the part one cannot lack. You doze off under the tree. Little me waits foolishly. The more Zhang Cheng sang, the harder Su Qingluo cried. Moved by him, this was the finest confession. Another song ended, and the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. You moved 721 people. Reward 1 million. The audience was once again captivated, even demanding that Zhang Cheng continue, utterly drawn in by his voice. Seeing their enthusiasm, Zhang Cheng couldn't refuse. Besides, he wanted to earn more money, so he sang a few more songs. Those who had been Feng Jinghui's female fans after hearing Zhang Cheng's original pieces gradually became his fans instead. This was probably something Feng Jinghui could never have imagined. At 9:30 p.m. his concert finally ended. A full hour that began with rejection and chants for him to leave the stage. By the end, attitudes had shifted, and everyone applauded him. Ultimately, they all became Zhang Cheng's fans. This entire transformation occurred within a single hour. Zhang Cheng's moving songs had completely won them over. Yi Shiming, Lu Yanran, and the others were also impressed by his talent. I never knew Zhang Cheng could sing so well. An hour of original songs all a cappella, and every single one was amazing. Lu Yanran couldn't help but praise. Yes, it's all thanks to Zhang Cheng. We even attracted more students who heard the news. Yi Shiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. The charity performance was successfully concluded, and a considerable amount of donations had been raised. After singing for an hour, Zhang Cheng was tired and stepped off the stage. But no sooner had he descended than a strikingly beautiful female student approached him. Hello, classmate. I'm Wang Monli. You sing wonderfully. Can I be friends with you? Wang Monli said with confident poise. She was the second most beautiful girl at Tianhai University, right after Su Qingluo. Unlike Su Qingluo's pure delicate charm, Wang Monli exuded allure and sensuality. She was highly sought after by male students and hailed as the dream goddess of Tianhai University. Clearly Zhang Cheng's stellar performance tonight had caught Wang Manli's attention, prompting her to lower her pride and approach him. She was confident that her beauty would ensure his agreement. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected another campus belle to approach him. As he pondered how to decline, Su Qingluo appeared beside him, her expression guarded. Sorry, Senior Manli. Zhang Cheng is my man. Better not set your sights on him. Su Qingluo said with a sweet smile, but her eyes held a fierce protective resolve. Her words stunned everyone present, especially Zhang Hong. Zhang Cheng never imagined that Su Qingluo, the delicate and stunning school beauty, would boldly declare in public that he was her man. Moreover, when facing Wang Manli, she intimately linked her arm through his, as if proclaiming to Wang Manli that Zhang Cheng belonged to her and no one else could take him. Su Qingluo and Wang Manli were both campus beauties at Tianhai University, but Su Qingluo was far more renowned and more beautiful. Ever since Su Qingluo entered Tianhai University, she had snatched the title of the #1 campus beauty, leaving Wang Manli somewhat envious. When Wang Manli learned that the aloof school beauty Su Qingluo was desperately pursuing a freshman, she thoroughly investigated Zhang Cheng, curious about his allure. However, after days of probing, she found nothing until tonight, when she happened to pass by the playground and saw Zhang Cheng singing on stage, finally discovering his brilliance. That was why she took the initiative to approach and befriend Zhang Cheng. But she hadn't expected Su Qingluo to be so possessive. Still, Wang Manli wouldn't give up so easily. Junior Su, I heard you were rejected when you confessed to Zhang Cheng a few days ago. How is he your man today? Call him and see if he responds. Wang Manli crossed her arms, wearing a provocative expression. Su Qingluo grew anxious the moment she saw Wang Manli approaching Zhang Cheng. Ever since Su Qingluo took the title of the #1 campus beauty from Wang Manli, the latter had constantly targeted her. Now that Wang Manli saw her pursuing Zhang Cheng, she had to meddle again. It had to be that. He'll call him. Su Qingluo refused to back down in front of Wang Manli, though her heart was uneasy. She glanced at Zhang Cheng and spoke nervously. Zhang Cheng, you're my man, right? As she spoke, Su Qingluo frantically signaled him with her eyes, hoping he would understand and at least save face in front of Wang Manli. Faced with such a question about their relationship, how could Zhang Cheng easily admit it? If this got out and his fiancée, Su Yao, found out, wouldn't she be jealous? Worse, she might stop liking him. So Zhang Cheng couldn't agree to such a thing, even with Su Qingluo's desperate signals. It was a matter of principle, absolutely impossible. But just as Zhang Cheng was about to refuse her, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, system task triggered. Option 1, agree to Su Qingluo's request. Reward tenfold cashback for spending on the goddess. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward shortened by 20 centimeters. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Cheng felt like crying. This damn system was forcing him to choose again at a critical moment. Such a principled issue could not be compromised. Zhang Cheng was in agony, momentarily unable to respond, but the system kept pressuring him to decide. Host, please make a choice quickly. If no choice is made within 5 seconds, all wealth and skills will be confiscated. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng was furious. How could it push him like this? But the system began the countdown regardless. 5, 4, 3, 2. Just as the last number remained, Zhang Cheng finally yielded to reality. Yes, I am Su Qingluo's man, he agreed, tears in his eyes. Ding, congratulations, host, on making a choice. Reward tenfold cashback for spending on the goddess. Though Zhang Cheng agreed in pain, the benefit was another chance at tenfold cashback, though it seemed the money had to be spent on the goddess to get the return. As for the specifics, Zhang Cheng could only examine them after returning. Su Qingluo, seeing that Zhang Cheng finally understood her signals, felt overjoyed. She turned to Wang Manli and said triumphantly, Senior Manli C. Zhang Cheng agreed. I told you he was my man, but you didn't believe me. Su Qingluo lifted her chin, her face full of pride and triumph, as if she had won a contest. Wang Manli's expression soured. She hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to actually agree with Su Qingluo. However, being observant, she quickly noticed that Zhang Cheng showed no joy. Instead, he wore a bitter expression, clearly reluctant about the agreement. Then Wang Manli thought to herself, he must have been forced by Su Qingluo. This girl looks innocent and pure, but she actually coerced Zhang Cheng. With that in mind, she spoke softly, Su Qingluo, even if Zhang Cheng agreed, I won't give up. We'll see. After saying this, Wang Manli threw a flirtatious glance at Zhang Cheng. Naturally seductive and charming, her glance was incredibly alluring, capable of captivating any man in the world. Yet Zhang Cheng felt nothing. His heart belonged to Su Yao, making him immune to any woman's temptations. But Su Qingluo, seeing Wang Manli flirt with her man, was so furious, she mentally cursed her repeatedly. You wretched woman, daring to seduce my man, I'll bite you. Though seething inside, Su Qingluo maintained a calm exterior. Senior Manli, I advise you not to waste your effort. Zhang Cheng and I are true love. Su Qingluo refused to back down. Oh really? Then I'd like to try. I love a challenge. Wang Manli said, casting another flirtatious glance at Zhang Cheng before swaying away like a water snake. Her graceful silhouette was alluring under the night sky. Su Qingluo stamped her feet in frustration, never imagining that letting Zhang Cheng sing would draw out her archrival Wang Manli. Now she seemed to have set her sights on Zhang Cheng, and Su Qingluo wondered what trick she would pull next. Seeing Wang Manli leave, Zhang Cheng quickly shook off Su Qingluo's arm and said sternly, "Senior Sushi's gone. It's dark and we should head back to the dormitory." With that he strode toward the dorm, deeply reluctant about his earlier choice. But Su Qingluo called out to him. "Zhang Cheng, when you said you were my man, were you serious?" she asked, her eyes full of hope. "Of course not. You were signaling me frantically, so I couldn't bear to refuse you." "Don't take it seriously," Zhang Cheng said, turning back to caution her earnestly. His greatest fear was that Su Qingluo would take his words to heart, which would be disastrous. "Oh," Su Qingluo said, slightly disappointed, then continued, "Could you pretend to be my boyfriend in front of Wang Manli? Please, good little brother." As she spoke, her eyes were pitiful and pleading. Zhang Cheng was annoyed that Su Qingluo wanted him to keep playing her boyfriend. Such a thing was absolutely impossible. However, just as he was about to refuse, the system's voice rang out again. "Ding, congratulations, host, on triggering a task. Option 1, agree to Su Qingluo's request. Reward tenfold cashback, effect doubled for spending on the goddess. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward shortened by 20 centimeters, doubled." Zhang Cheng was utterly speechless. This system always helped Su Qingluo while sabotaging him. He now strongly suspected that the system was a spy sent by Su Qingluo to stay by his side. Moreover, every choice left him with no alternative. Zhang Cheng sighed, inwardly forced once again to accept the decision. "Fine, since you're begging me so earnestly, I'll reluctantly agree. But let's make it clear, I'll only pretend to be your boyfriend in front of Wang Manli, and not at any other time," Zhang Cheng declared with a resolute expression. The moment he finished speaking, the system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a successful choice. You have received a tenfold rebate on spending for the goddess with the effect doubled." This was Zhang Cheng's sole consolation. At least some benefit remained for him, or else he would have been in tears. Seeing that Zhang Cheng had agreed to her request, Su Qingluo's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. It's settled then, no backing out." Su Qingluo exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. "I never go back on my promises. Alright, it's late now. I need to get back to sleep. I have class tomorrow." Zhang Cheng waved goodbye to Su Qingluo and headed straight for the male dormitory. "See you tomorrow, little brat. Good night, sweet dreams." Su Qingluo watched his disappearing figure, her heart brimming with delight. By the time Zhang Cheng returned to the dormitory, it was already 10 o'clock at night. After a quick wash, he lay down on his bed and carefully examined the reward he had just received. Tenfold rebate on spending for the goddess. Spending anything on a recognized goddess would yield a tenfold rebate up to a maximum of 10 million, valid for 3 days. After reading the description, it was exactly as Zhang Cheng had guessed. This rebate buff only applied when spending on a goddess. Additionally, he had also gained a doubling effect, meaning that spending on a goddess would now give him a 20-fold rebate, valid for 3 days with a maximum of 20 million. A maximum rebate of 20 million is not bad, but what kind of girl qualifies as a goddess? Zhang Cheng pondered silently. A recognized goddess. Su Qingluo should count. Does Wang Manli qualify? Uncertain, he tried to ask the system with his mind. Stupid system, what kind of goddess counts as a recognized one? Zhang Cheng had only attempted a casual inquiry, but to his surprise the system actually responded. According to system detection, only one female student at Tianhai University meets the standard of a recognized goddess. That person is Su Qingluo. Hearing this, a corner of Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched involuntarily. Just say directly that spending on Su Qingluo gives a tenfold rebate. No need to beat around the bush with me. Zhang Cheng said, somewhat annoyed. The system did not reply again. Zhang Cheng now seriously suspected that this system was Su Qingluo's lackey, only triggering tasks when she was involved, never with anyone else. Moreover, every option favored Su Qingluo. If that wasn't being a lackey, what was it? The next morning, Zhang Cheng was attentively listening to an economics and trade class. Unexpectedly, a seductive and alluring figure appeared at the classroom door. It was Wang Manli. She stood quietly at the entrance, holding a packaged cup of hot Starbucks coffee. She seemed to be waiting for someone. The students in the middle of class were soon captivated by Wang Manli waiting at the door. That seductive and alluring figure was bound to attract anyone's attention. Soon the students began to murmur among themselves. "Hey, isn't that senior Wang Manli from the junior year? I heard she's the dream girl of all the male students in school." "It seems so. She's really beautiful in person, wearing a tight pencil skirt. So sexy." "I heard she's a campus belle on par with Su Qingluo. But why is she at our classroom door? She seems to be waiting for someone. Could it be me? Get lost. Shed, wait for me before shed wait for you. Stop dreaming." Unable to resist, Zhang Cheng also turned to look and realized it was indeed Wang Manli. Today she wore a sexy red pencil skirt, her wavy long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her charming face was lightly made up, adding to her allure and temptation. Additionally, Wang Manli was wearing black stockings and high heels today, giving her an overall mature look, but also enhancing her sexiness and radiance. As Zhang Cheng looked at her, Wang Manli's gaze met his, and she waved at him. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng frowned, sensing that Wang Manli was coming for him. But after a moment's thought he figured he probably wasn't that charming, so he dismissed the notion. Soon the bell for the end of class rang. The male students rushed out frantically, with the bolder ones directly striking up a conversation with Wang Monli and even asking for her WeChat, but she turned them all down flat. It was only when Zhang Cheng walked out of the classroom that Wang Monli gracefully approached him. "Zhang Cheng, you've worked hard. Have a cup of hot coffee. I just bought it for you from Starbucks." As she spoke, Wang Monli handed the cup of hot coffee to Zhang Cheng and casually tossed her wavy hair, releasing a captivating fragrance. Seeing this, the other students were utterly stunned. Holy crap, what's going on? Is Goddess Wang Monli also trying to chase after Zhang Cheng? That can't be possible, right? Wang Monli is my goddess. She can't go after Zhang Cheng. Ew, I won't allow it. Don't jump to conclusions, everyone. It's just a cup of hot coffee. Really? But Campus Belle Su confessed not long after giving him milk tea. Isn't this the same routine? The students buzzed with discussion, their gazes of envy, jealousy, and hatred once again fixed on Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng was also dumbfounded. Wang Monli really was coming for him, but he had no intention of accepting that coffee. "Sorry, Senior Wang, I have something to attend to." Zhang Cheng dared not take the hot coffee from Wang Manli's hand and turned to leave. But just as he turned around, he saw Su Qingluo approaching in the distance holding a cup of milk tea. Seeing Su Qingluo, Zhang Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed trouble. It's over. Senior Su is here. I only promised her last night to pretend to be her boyfriend in front of Wang Monli. With so many people here, if they see this, the whole school will know. Thinking this, Zhang Cheng planned to slip away quickly, but Wang Monli blocked his path. "Junior Zhang Cheng, don't you like my hot coffee? I drove all the way to buy it for you. Can you really bear to let my sincerity go to waste?" As she spoke, Wang Monli handed the hot coffee to Zhang Cheng again. Zhang Cheng had no mood for coffee at that moment, and wanted to push her aside to leave, but then Su Qingluo, seeing Wang Monli pestering Zhang Cheng, quickened her pace. In an instant she was right in front of them. "Zhang Cheng doesn't like coffee, he prefers milk tea." Su Qingluo's crisp voice rang out, laced with a hint of gunpowder. "Humph, daring to flirt with her little brat. Shed bite them." Su Qingluo's appearance instantly captured the attention of every student present. Under their watchful eyes, she handed the milk tea to Zhang Cheng. "Little brat, have my milk tea. It's strawberry flavored." At these words the crowd erupted. Damn, the two campus belles of Tianhai University were both vying to give Zhang Cheng milk tea and coffee. Was there no justice in the world? Zhang Cheng, however, couldn't be happy. With two campus belles competing to offer him milk tea and coffee, he had no idea which one to choose. Waiting online quite urgent. At this moment Zhang Cheng was indeed in a predicament. Two campus beauties of Tianhai University had simultaneously offered him drinks, leaving him at a loss as to how to choose. Moreover, Su Qingluo and Wang Monli were now radiating a palpable tension, clearly using him as a pawn in their rivalry. This irked Zhang Cheng immensely. Just as he was about to refuse, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering a mission. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's milk tea. Reward a tenfold rebate on spending for the goddess, then doubled. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's milk tea. Reward a random physical attribute, +1. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned. This wretched system had actually refrained from coercing him this time, filling him with surprise and delight. The damned system had finally shown some conscience. Zhang Cheng almost thought it was Su Qingluo's exclusive lackey. Yet he found it strange that the system only targeted Su Qingluo without any options for Wang Monli. That said, between the two options, the first was more appealing, offering a free tenfold rebate from a goddess. However, given the current situation, Zhang Cheng felt like a mere piece in their game, which displeased him greatly. After some deliberation, he tactfully declined. "Sorry, I sang too long last night, and my throat's uncomfortable. The doctor said I shouldn't have stimulating drinks like coffee or milk tea." Since choosing either would be problematic, he decided to pick neither, ensuring neither could use him as a pawn. Moreover, refusing both still allowed him to claim option 2's reward. As expected, the system's prompt sounded the moment he finished speaking. "Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Random reward, strength, +1. As the system's voice faded, Zhang Cheng felt a slight surge in his power, subtle yet undeniably present. Unexpectedly, the system had shown some decency. Excellent. Zhang Cheng's refusal stunned the onlookers once more. Damn, Zhang Cheng actually turned down drinks from both campus beauties. Impressive. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. They would have been thrilled to receive such offers from the campus beauties, yet Zhang Cheng had directly declined them. Wang Monli and Su Qingluo were also taken aback, clearly not expecting him to reject both. However, Su Qingluo quickly regained her composure. "Zhang Cheng, let's go eat then," Su Qingluo said, intimately linking her arm with his, her demeanor sweet and charming as she rested her head on his arm. This scene left the crowd utterly astonished. What was happening? Su Qingluo had voluntarily taken Zhang Cheng's arm, acting all clingy. Were they together? Wang Monli watched with a hint of irritation, but soon noticed that Zhang Cheng seemed reluctant. She then spoke up. "Junior Su, you said last night that Zhang Cheng is your man. Do you dare to kiss him in front of everyone?" Wang Manli's words carried a hint of provocation. She suspected Zhang Cheng was being forced by Su Qingluo and devised this method to expose their charade. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, eager to know if Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were truly together. Zhang Cheng's heart sank. This was exactly what he had feared. Su Qingluo meanwhile blushed with embarrassment and nervousness, her cheeks reddening to the tips of her ears. Kissing Zhang Cheng in front of so many people was an intimidating prospect for any girl. Yet Wang Manli seemed certain that Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were a fake couple. If they didn't kiss, their ruse might be exposed. However, Zhang Cheng had no intention of playing along with Wang Manli. He didn't want to kiss Su Qingluo publicly, as that would solidify their relationship in everyone's eyes. With that thought, he spoke up directly. What's between Senior Su and me is none of your business. After saying this, he took Su Qingluo's hand and led her away, fearing that lingering longer would lead to trouble. If the system triggered a mission requiring him to kiss Su Qingluo publicly, he would be truly devastated. So he hurriedly left before the system could issue any task. Wang Manli watched them depart, hastily, a faint smile curling at her lips. Just as I thought, they're not really together. Zhang Cheng led Su Qingluo out of the teaching building, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Finally rid of that Wang Manli. That woman is so scheming, trying to make us kiss. There's no way I'd play into her hands, Zhang Cheng said, still shaken. Senior Manli has always been like that. Ever since I entered Tianhai University, she's been targeting me. Luckily, I'm clever enough to thwart her plans. Su Qingluo also panted, patting her chest. She had been terrified moments ago. Honestly, she wouldn't have minded kissing Zhang Cheng, but doing it in front of so many people made her nervous. That woman is too troublesome. Better to avoid her in the future. Zhang Cheng held a strong dislike for Wang Manli, whose schemes ran too deep. Su Qingluo nodded in agreement, then blinked her big eyes and asked, Zhang Cheng, shall we go eat now? Eat? Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered the tenfold rebate effect for spending on a goddess. He nodded and said, sure, let's go spend. Let's eat at the bottom of the sea hot pot. He suggested this because it was a restaurant he had invested in, meaning spending on the goddess would essentially line his own pockets. It was a case of keeping the benefits within the family. Alright, let's go to the bottom of the sea. They'll treat you on behalf of Yi Shiming and the others to thank you for singing last night. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to wrap things up, Su Qingluo said gratefully. How could Zhang Cheng let Su Qingluo pay? That would defeat the purpose of his spending. No, I should be the one thanking you for giving me a chance to sing and gain fame. Let me treat you, he said as they walked. He still needed to milk the system's rewards from her. Alright, you treat today, and he'll treat tomorrow, Su Qingluo replied after a moment's thought, clearly creating another opportunity for them. Zhang Cheng nodded casually. Soon they arrived at the bottom of the sea. After a week of operations, the restaurant had successfully transformed, attracting a steady stream of customers. Zhang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. The week-long evaluation period was over, and it was time to invest the remaining 9 million. But first he needed to fill his stomach. After a short wait, they secured a private room. Once inside, Zhang Cheng immediately began selecting the most expensive ingredients. Australian king crab, premium abalone, deep-sea squid, top-quality tripe. He scrolled through the menu, picking only the priciest items. And finally a bottle of 73 Lafite to wet my throat. That single bottle of red wine cost 150,000, the most expensive item at the bottom of the sea. In total, Zhang Cheng ordered nearly 300,000 worth of food, the most extravagant meal of his life. When the dishes arrived, Su Qingluo was stunned. Zhang Cheng, you ordered so much. Can we even finish it? Her small face was full of astonishment. If we can't, well, just pack it up. Zhang Cheng wasn't bothered by the cost, as it was all being charged to Su Qingluo's account, and the money was going back into his own investment. It was a win-win situation. He was making a killing. Alright then. Can I have a glass of this red wine? Su Qingluo eyed the bottle, hoping for a taste, but Zhang Cheng sternly refused. No, you get drunk after one glass. You can't drink. He had learned his lesson from 2 previous incidents. Fine, I'll stick to a soft drink then. Su Qingluo relented. That's right. You drink your soda, I'll have my wine. Cheers. Zhang Cheng's mood finally lifted. He poured himself a full glass of the precious red wine, clinked it with Su Qingluo's, and took large gulps. A bottle worth 150,000 shouldn't go to waste. Zhang Cheng, don't drink too much. This wine has a strong after effect. Su Qingluo warned him worriedly. Don't worry, it'd be a waste not to drink it. Zhang Cheng poured himself another glass, then dug into the Australian king crab, eating and drinking heartily. It was pure extravagance, literally eating money. Su Qingluo could only watch helplessly as she accompanied him in the hot pot meal. After downing most of the bottle, Zhang Cheng's head began to spin and his face flushed red. Damn, this wine really does pack a punch. His thoughts grew hazy, and even picking up a piece of deep-sea squid with chopsticks became a struggle. Seeing that Zhang Cheng could barely hold his chopsticks, Su Qingluo knew he was drunk and quickly stepped in. I told you the after effect was strong. Let me help you lie down on the sofa for a while. She said, her face full of concern as she struggled to support him toward the sofa. As Zhang Cheng leaned on Su Qingluo, the intoxicating scent of orchid from her reminded him of something familiar. Orchid? Is it Xiao Yao? He turned his head drunkenly and saw a face of breathtaking beauty. Upon closer inspection it resembled Su Yao from his childhood. Hearing him call her Xiao Yao, Su King Luo's heart leaped with joy. Naughty little brother, have you recognized me? She was both surprised and delighted, never expecting him to identify her at this moment. But she received no reply. Zhang Cheng simply pulled her into a tight embrace. Xiao Yao, I finally found you. I've missed you so much. Zhang Cheng held her tightly, years of longing pouring out in a drunken torrent. Naughty little brother, I've missed you too. Su King Luo hugged him back, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness in that moment. Zhang Cheng sensed her response, and unable to resist leaned down to kiss her on the lips. The moment their lips met, Su King Luo's body trembled slightly, then she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, responding with fervent passion. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Cheng's mind was in a haze, dizzy and utterly devoid of reason. Coupled with the familiar scent of orchid, he mistook Su King Luo for Su Yao and began kissing her fervently, as if trying to release all the longing he had harbored for her over the past decade. Su King Luo, assuming Zhang Cheng had recognized her, was overjoyed deep down. She wrapped her arms around his neck and responded with equal passion. Both were young and vigorous, and with the alcohol coursing through him, something within Zhang Cheng began to stir. Zhang Cheng's hands involuntarily roamed over Su King Luo's body. Fully immersed in his intense affection, she not only refrained from stopping his wanton caresses, but was also utterly compliant. As their passion deepened, they parted their lips, and their souls seemed to entwine. Yet, just as Zhang Cheng was about to take further action, a sudden wave of nausea hit him. Having eaten too much, exacerbated by the alcohol, his stomach churned uncomfortably. Feeling the urge to vomit, he instinctively stopped and pushed Su King Luo away. Covering his mouth, he found a trash bin and heaved uncontrollably. Seeing Zhang Cheng retching, Su King Luo's heart ached. She quickly approached and gently patted his back. Zhang Cheng, are you alright? Let me get you a bowl of hangover soup, she said with deep concern. Zhang Cheng did not respond. His mind was still muddled and his stomach was in agony. Noticing his discomfort, Su King Luo asked a waiter to bring a bowl of hangover soup. Zhang Cheng, drink this hangover soup quickly, it will make you feel better. Su King Luo handed the soup to Zhang Cheng. After a moment of hesitation, he drank it. Once he finished, she helped him to the sofa in the private room. After a while, he finally felt some relief, his mind clearing. Then he recalled that in his drunken stupor, he had been passionately kissing someone. Was it Su Yao? Zhang Cheng shook his still drowsy head and casually glanced at Su King Luo. At that glance, he was startled. He remembered what had happened after he got drunk. Was I kissing Senior Su just now? But I clearly sensed Xiao Yao's presence. The orchid scent on her couldn't be wrong. Zhang Cheng found it hard to accept that he had been passionately kissing Senior Su. Crucially this time, it wasn't Senior Su who initiated it. He had been the one to kiss Su King Luo. How could it be? How could it be Senior Su? Zhang Cheng was filled with regret, wishing he hadn't drunk so much red wine. Seeing his pained expression, Su King Luo thought his stomach was still upset and couldn't help asking with concern. Zhang Cheng, are you still feeling unwell? Much better, thank you, Senior Su. After expressing his gratitude, he asked somewhat awkwardly. By the way, Senior Su, when I was drunk just now, did I offend you in any way? You mean the kiss we just shared? Su King Luo blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's mind exploded. So he had indeed forcibly kissed Senior Su. A wave of self-reproach washed over him. Senior Su, I'm sorry. Just now I had too much to drink. I didn't mean to kiss you. Zhang Cheng apologized, full of guilt. It's fine, I don't mind. Su King Luo shook her head. She had actually enjoyed the sweet sensation and secretly wished it could have continued. Hearing that Su King Luo didn't mind only deepened Zhang Cheng's guilt. Senior Su, you go ahead and eat. I need to use the restroom. With that, he left the private room and headed to the restroom. Turning on the faucet, he splashed cold water on his face to calm his mind. Just now I was clearly kissing Xiao Yao. Why was it Senior Su? I must have been really drunk. Next time I won't drink so much. Zhang Cheng silently reminded himself. After washing his face a few more times with cold water, he prepared to return. But as he exited the restroom, he ran into Fong Man, the assistant manager of Shuidi Lao. Chairman Zhang, what's wrong? Fong Man asked with concern. Sister Fong, perfect timing. He'll transfer the remaining 9 million of the investment we discussed today. Zhang Cheng wiped the water from his face. Thank you, Chairman Zhang. He'll go get General Manager Zhou. Fong Man was visibly excited. Once the 9 million was secured, their plans to open new branches could proceed smoothly. No need. I'm just letting you know. He'll transfer the 9 million later, so you'll be informed. Zhang Cheng said casually. Alright, I'll go tell General Manager Zhou the good news. With this 9 million, we can smoothly open new branches. Fong Man said excitedly. Are you planning to open new branches? Zhang Cheng turned to ask. Yes, the plan for new branches was finalized yesterday. I sent it to your email right away. Didn't you see it? Fong Man asked back. I didn't have time to check, but I fully support your expansion. As the largest shareholder, Zhang Cheng was eager to see them move forward. Turning Shuidi Lao into a national brand was his ambition. It's all thanks to your support, Chairman Zhang. Otherwise we wouldn't have come this far. Fong Man said with deep gratitude. After a brief chat with Fong Man, Zhang Cheng returned to the private room. Su King Luo was eating hot pot alone, but she had lost her appetite. If Zhang Cheng had recognized her earlier, why was he calling her Senior Su now that he was sober? Could it be that Zhang Cheng didn't recognize me? But he called me Xiao Yao, a nickname few people know now. Su Qingluo was also confused. Just then Zhang Cheng returned. Senior Su, I was drunk just now and mistook you for someone else. I really didn't mean to kiss you. Zhang Cheng began apologizing again as soon as he entered. It's fine, I don't mind you kissing me. I kissed you before, so now we're even. Su Qingluo smiled, then thought of something and asked, but I'm curious, who did you mistake me for? Su Qingluo was clearly asking knowingly, but there was also a hint of testing. She wanted to know what had made Zhang Cheng recognize her in his drunken state. The orchid scent on you made me mistake you for my fiancée. She's loved the fragrance of orchid since childhood, so she often smells of it. In my drunken haze, I caught the orchid scent on you and couldn't help but treat you as her. Zhang Cheng explained honestly. I see. Su Qingluo suddenly understood. After a pause, she mustered her courage and said, Zhang Cheng, you didn't mistake me. I am Xiao Yao. Su Qingluo had mustered her courage after careful deliberation. She wished to be with Zhang Cheng sooner, to enjoy a sweet romance, and to marry by year's end. Su Qingluo's plan was flawless, yet Zhang Cheng utterly refused to believe her words. Are you Xiao Yao? Stop joking. If you're Xiao Yao, I'll eat this table. Zhang Cheng said, slapping the hot pot table. It was made of marble, hard enough to chip a few teeth if bitten. Zhang Cheng, I truly am Xiao Yao. What must I do for you to believe me? Su Qingluo grew anxious. Why wouldn't this silly brother accept that she was Xiao Yao? Unless you recall a childhood secret known only to us two, Zhang Cheng said, after a moment's thought. Fine. Su Qingluo nodded, then paused to recollect. Do you remember when we played house as kids? You built a castle from mud and vowed to marry me and live there when we grew up. Zhang Cheng frowned at this. He did recall that moment from his childhood. It still lingered in his memory. Yet hearing Su Qingluo mention it brought him not joy, but anger. That's from the song I sang last night. Are you trying to fool me with it? Zhang Cheng spoke with irritation. The lyrics from his song Little, Last Night were exactly that. He never expected Su Qingluo to use them to deceive him, and it infuriated him. Su Qingluo froze suddenly, remembering that the lyrics to Zhang Cheng's song last night were indeed those words. Zhang Cheng, I'm not fooling you. It's true. I am Su Yao, just with a different name. Let me tell you more childhood memories. Su Qingluo hurried to explain, but Zhang Cheng cut her off. Enough, I don't want to hear it. I know I accidentally kissed you earlier and I apologize. I mistook you for Xiao Yao, but you can't pretend to be Su Yao to deceive me. Zhang Cheng was furious. The one thing he couldn't tolerate was someone impersonating his beloved to trick him. Su Qingluo heard this and felt like crying without tears. Now no matter how she explained, it was useless. Could she only wait until the year-end wedding to reveal the truth? In her desperation, Su Qingluo suddenly recalled something and spoke again to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, I have one more thing to prove. I'm Su Yao. As she spoke, she frantically began to remove her skirt, for on her buttock was a red cinnabar birthmark shaped like a V with a horizontal line beneath it. As a child, Zhang Cheng had seen this birthmark and declared its shape unique. Now to prove she was Su Yao, Su Qingluo was desperate enough to strip off her skirt right in front of him. This bold move startled Zhang Cheng. Senior Su, what? What are you doing? Why are you taking off your skirt to prove it? Zhang Cheng was dumbfounded. This senior was truly audacious to disrobe before him. Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed with embarrassment, but to prove herself, she cast caution aside. After all, she would be Zhang Cheng's wife one day, as showing him her buttocks early was no big deal. He had seen them as a child anyway. Zhang Cheng, I have a birthmark on my bottom that proves I'm Su Yao. Su Qingluo boldly slipped off her skirt and began to remove her underwear. Zhang Cheng's face turned pale at the sudden sight of her fair long legs. This senior was utterly insane. They were in a private room at the underwater hot pot. If someone discovered Su Qingluo without her skirt and underwear, it would be disastrous. Senior Su, this is a restaurant. Can we check later? Zhang Cheng, fearing misunderstanding, rushed over to pull up her skirt. No, we must see it now, or I can't prove him Su Yao. Su Qingluo seemed determined, tugging to remove the skirt. Next time, we'll find a private place. This is a restaurant, someone might come in. Zhang Cheng clung to the skirt, refusing to let her take it off. As they struggled, the door suddenly opened, and the proprietress, Zhou Qing, walked in. In an instant, the room fell silent. Zhou Qing was so shocked, she could barely stand. Yet she quickly recovered. Chairman Zhang, please continue. I saw nothing. When you're done, I have important matters to report. With those words, Zhou Qing closed the door again. Zhang Cheng's expression shifted, and he swiftly reacted. Sister Zhou, it's not what you think. We did nothing. He dropped the skirt and dashed out to find Zhou Qing and explain. But by the time he got outside, Zhou Qing had vanished. Zhang Cheng's heart sank. Damn, this was hopeless. Had never clear his name. Su Qingluo's face burned crimson, her heart racing. In her haste to prove herself, she had forgotten anyone could enter the room. Now her bold act had likely made the proprietress think she and Zhang Cheng were up to something in the room. This is going to be misunderstood. Su Qingluo blushed to the roots of her ears and quickly pulled her skirt back on. Just as she finished dressing, Zhang Cheng stormed back in. Senior Su, I told you this restaurant room is risky. Now the proprietress saw everything. We're as good as guilty, he fumed. Maybe we should explain to her, Su Qingluo said weakly. The more we explain the worse it gets, Zhang Cheng sighed, feeling his spotless reputation was ruined in that moment. What do we do? Su Qingluo was at a loss, never expecting things to escalate like this. Forget it, I'll talk to her myself later. Zhang Cheng sighed, planning to clarify when the proprietress discussed business with him. All right, Su Qingluo said pitifully. Are you full? If so, let's head back. Zhang Cheng had lost all appetite for hot pot and had no mood to take Su Qingluo for spending rebates. I'm full, Su Qingluo, and nodded meekly like a child who had erred. Then she recalled something. Oh, Zhang Cheng, tomorrow's the weekend. Come to my dorm. My 3 roommates are going on an autumn trip, so we'll be alone. They'll prove my identity then. Su Qingluo seemed unwilling to give up, intent on using the cinnabar birthmark to confirm she was Su Yao. Again, Zhang Cheng was speechless, but then the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding, new quest triggered. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's invitation to the girls' dorm. Reward 1 shop voucher, double return on investment earnings. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's invitation to the girls' dorm. Reward random, attribute 1. Faced with the options, Zhang Cheng refrained from cursing the system this time. This shop voucher was precisely what he needed, and the double return on his investment income was also something he desired. Thus he quickly made his choice. No problem, senior sister Su, they'll come to your dormitory tomorrow. Zhang Cheng promptly replied. As his words faded, the system's voice chimed in. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward 1 shop voucher and double return on investment income for 1 year. Zhang Cheng was quite satisfied with these 2 rewards, planning to study them further upon returning. Upon hearing his agreement, Su Qingluo's face lit up with excitement and joy. Great, it's settled then. See you tomorrow at my dormitory, be there, or be square. Su Qingluo was overjoyed, thinking about how she would need to tidy things up properly. Her fiancé was finally visiting her dormitory, so she had to make it presentable. Moreover, once he saw the cinnabar birthmark on her buttocks, tomorrow their relationship would be solidified. With no one else in the dormitory, perhaps they could even engage in some intimate activities. At this thought, Su Qingluo's pretty face began to blush. Sweet romance was just around the corner. How she anticipated it. After finalizing their plans, they left the private room. The hot pot meal had cost around 300,000, a considerable luxury, but with the tenfold rebate, it was still quite worthwhile. As for the remaining spending limit, he would find another opportunity to utilize it with Su Qingluo. After swiping his card, Zhang Cheng needed to discuss matters with the proprietress, Zhou Qing, so he temporarily let Su Qingluo return to her dormitory alone. Upon arriving at the second-floor office of the hot pot restaurant, Zhou Qing was already waiting for him inside. Zhou Qing was slightly surprised to see Zhang Cheng come up so quickly. Chairman Zhang finished already, she exclaimed with astonishment. Her words left Zhang Cheng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sister Zhou, senior sister Su, and I are innocent. It was just that her skirt had an issue, and I was helping her check it. It's not what you think. Zhang Cheng fabricated an excuse. I understand, young man, full of vigor. Besides, Su Qingluo is so beautiful. I get it, but being so young and finishing so quickly, that's concerning. Zhou Qing said with a teasing smile. Zhang Cheng was left speechless. It's really not what you think, Sister Zhou. Su Qingluo and I are completely innocent, just ordinary senior and junior students. At most, she's my club leader. He couldn't help but explain again. All right, no more excuses. Next time you come for hot pot, I'll prepare some sea cucumber for you. Guaranteed to help you last longer. Zhou Qing's words carried a suggestive tone. Zhang Cheng blushed deeply. After all, he was still a virgin. Fine, I can't argue with you. Let's get down to business. Zhang Cheng said helplessly. All right, business it is. Zhou Qing brewed him a cup of tea, then took a document from the table and handed it to him. We're planning to open a branch. This document lists several shopping malls we've surveyed. With limited funds and manpower, we need your advice on which mall to enter first. Zhang Cheng took the document and studied it seriously. The malls listed were all renowned large-scale shopping centers in Tianhai City, catering to mid to high-end clientele. Perfect for the hot pot restaurant's target customers. This showed that Zhou Qing and her team were diligent in their work. However, given the current constraints of funds and manpower, they could only choose one mall to enter first. As the first branch, this decision was crucial for brand building and operations, so selecting the right mall was essential. Zhang Cheng carefully reviewed the malls, noting that the rent for any shop space was substantial. At this point, he suddenly remembered the shop voucher he had just received and wondered if it could be used. He then checked the voucher's usage instructions. Shop voucher: using this voucher to purchase a shop will provide a full refund on the rent, and the shop will also benefit from a feng shui blessed location effect. Zhang Cheng was slightly astonished. He hadn't expected the shop voucher to be so powerful. Not only did it offer a full refund on the purchase price, but it also enhanced the shop's feng shui, a perfect tool for opening a business, especially for the hot pot restaurant in urgent need of a breakthrough. With this shop voucher, Zhang Cheng became bolder in choosing the branch's location. He shifted his gaze to the largest mall. Let's go with this Taihe International Shopping Center, and specifically the largest shop space. Zhang Cheng's gaze was sharp. After a pause, he continued, this shopping center is surrounded by CBD's television towers, and is not far from our universities. It's the ideal location for a branch. With the financial issue resolved, Zhang Cheng focused on location and foot traffic. It must be said that Zhang Cheng's judgment was astute. Taihe International Shopping Center. Despite its prime location and large space, the annual rent is 3 million, and securing it isn't guaranteed. Moreover, several major restaurant chains are vying for the largest shop space. Zhou Qing was also fond of Taihe International Shopping Center, but the rent was too high and competition for the largest shop space could drive the price even higher. No worries, let's go with this one. Its location is excellent, and once we're in, we'll definitely make a splash for the Hot Pot brand. Zhang Cheng said with great confidence. Alright, it's settled then. However, entering the largest shop at this shopping center requires a bidding process. If you have time, Chairman Zhang, I'd like to take you there tomorrow afternoon for the bid, Zhou Qing stated. Sure, no problem. It's a deal. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement. The next day was the weekend, but Su Qingluo rose early to tidy up the dormitory. Lin Baiwei, Yi Shiming, and Lu Yanran had also prepared themselves, planning to go on an autumn outing together. Before leaving, Yi Shiming couldn't resist asking Su Qingluo again, "Qingluo, are you sure you don't want to join us for the trip? I heard Golden Sand Beach is a lot of fun, and you can even catch crabs in the sea yourself." "I don't like catching crabs. You go ahead and have fun." Su Qingluo declined with a smile. She was eager to meet Zhang Cheng today and had no time for outings with her friends. Lu Yanran wanted to persuade her as well, but Lin Baiwei interrupted. "Let's not bother her. This little girl is probably planning a date with someone, as she's not interested in traveling with us." Lin Baiwei was sharp. Noticing Su Qingluo's rosy complexion, she knew the girl was going on a date with a man. Su Qingluo blushed at this and didn't deny it, essentially confirming the assumption. This made Lin Baiwei even more convinced. She casually grabbed a box from the drawer and slipped it into Su Qingluo's hand, whispering in her ear, "When you go on a date, remember to take protective measures, or it could get troublesome. We're off now. Have a happy and enjoyable time." With that, Lin Baiwei pulled Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran out of the room. Su Qingluo was puzzled by Lin Baiwei's words until she opened her palm to find a box of Durex condoms. She was instantly flushed with embarrassment. Su Qingluo had not only tidied up her dormitory meticulously for her meeting with Zhang Cheng today, but also carefully groomed herself. Sitting before the mirror, she applied her makeup with precision. "Today is the day I reunite with my naughty little brother. I must look absolutely stunning." Su Qingluo happily applied her makeup, while sweetly fantasizing about the romantic love that would blossom after reuniting with Zhang Cheng. "Which outfit should I wear later? Since I'm staying in the dorm and not going out, maybe I'll wear that new lace nightgown. But wouldn't that be too revealing?" As she pondered, her fair face blushed. "Better not. My naughty little brother wouldn't be able to control himself." At that thought, she grew shy, yet felt a flicker of anticipation. "I'll go with something both innocent and alluring instead. A chiffon short-sleeve, a JK skirt, and white silk stockings. My naughty little brother will love it." Su Qingluo recalled a male blogger she followed on Weibo who had said that in college young puppy-like guys preferred the innocent yet seductive style. "Today I'll go with the pure and seductive look. I hope my naughty little brother can hold himself together when we meet." Su Qingluo's face was full of bashful charm, then her gaze drifted to the box of Durex on the table, and her cheeks flushed again. "Actually, it's fine if he can't control himself." Su Qingluo began to wildly imagine the sweet scenarios after reuniting with Zhang Cheng. "If we sleep in the same bed, will the dormitory bed hold up?" She couldn't help but let her mind wander. Soon she started changing her clothes. After slipping off her pajamas, her stunning and perfect figure was revealed. Standing before the mirror, even Su Qingluo couldn't help but admire herself. "With such an enticing body, my naughty little brother is sure to love it." Her face flushed as she began to dress. She put on a white chiffon short-sleeve top and a super short JK skirt. The hem was so brief it barely reached her upper thighs, and even a slight movement wrist exposure. But since it was meant for her naughty little brother, it could be even shorter. "Now for the white silk stockings," Su Qingluo said, taking out a brand new pair. She stretched out her long snow-white legs, slipped the stockings over her feet, and slowly pulled them up inch by inch. Her fair slender legs, the pure yet seductive white stockings, and her breathtakingly beautiful face created a scene of sheer enchantment. If any man had witnessed this sight, he would have been utterly unable to resist, perhaps even spurting a nosebleed. Su Qingluo looked incredibly alluring at that moment. As the white stockings crept upward, they soon enveloped her perfect long legs. After putting them on, she stood before the mirror again, gazing at her own pure, seductive, and exquisite reflection, and smiled charmingly. "Hee, my naughty little brother won't escape my grasp this time." After finishing, Su Qingluo felt something was still missing. She took out a curling iron and slightly curled her jet black hair, thinking it would enhance her charm. Something's still missing. She examined herself in the mirror repeatedly until a thought struck her. "Alright, I need a hint of romantic perfume." With that, she hurriedly rummaged through her drawer and retrieved a bottle of love perfume she had treasured for years but never used. She spritzed it on herself. So fragrant, with a sweet scent too. "Once my naughty little brother smells this, he won't be able to control himself." Su Qingluo's face was full of shyness. After all this, she took out her phone and cooed into Zhang Cheng's WeChat. Naughty little brother, when are you coming? At that moment Zhang Cheng had just finished breakfast and was about to head to the library to study when Su Qingluo's message arrived. He instinctively tapped the voice message, and Su Qingluo's sweet soft voice came through, sending a slight tingle through him. Don't rush. He'll go to the library to study for a bit first, and come to your place around 9. Zhang Cheng checked the time. It was only about 8 o'clock. Going to the girls' dorm so early felt a bit inappropriate. Alright, hurry up. He'll wait for you. Su Qingluo's tone carried a hint of disappointment, but was still filled with anticipation and longing. She was eager to reunite with Zhang Cheng, but he wasn't as anxious, feeling that Senior Su couldn't possibly be a Xiao Yao, so he didn't take it seriously. Zhang Cheng leisurely read a book in the library, while Su Qingluo, in the girls' dorm, grew increasingly restless, almost unable to sit still. She felt like a bride awaiting her wedding, nervous, excited, and full of hope. She longed for the reunion with Zhang Cheng and the feeling of him holding her tightly. Why is time passing so slowly? Su Qingluo checked her phone for the 5th time, but it was only 8:40, still a while before the agreed 9 o'clock. She felt that today was the slowest day ever. Finally 9 o'clock arrived. Zhang Cheng, still reading in the library, seemed to have forgotten his appointment with Su Qingluo, while she grew anxious and sent another message. Naughty little brother, are you here yet? Hurry, hurry. Zhang Cheng received the message and finally remembered. Sigh, this Senior Su is so annoying. She won't even let me read in peace. Zhang Cheng reluctantly closed his book and left the library with some reluctance. He'll just go and humor her, see what excuse she comes up with this time. Zhang Cheng sighed and headed toward the girls' dorm. But halfway there a sudden downpour drenched him completely. It's almost the end of September, and it still rains at the worst times. He grumbled and sped up, dashing to the girls' dorm. However, even after reaching the girls' dorm, getting in wasn't easy. The dorm matron was guarding the entrance. Student boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorm. The matron blocked Zhang Cheng as he tried to walk in. Boys can't go in. Zhang Cheng felt exasperated. Perhaps it was fate. Of course not. How can boys just wander into the girls' dorm? The matron barked. Fine, then I won't go in. Zhang Cheng shrugged and was about to turn back when he noticed the rain was getting heavier, leaving him stuck. The heavens really love messing with me. Helpless, Zhang Cheng messaged Su Qingluo to borrow an umbrella. When Su Qingluo learned he was downstairs at the girls' dorm, she was ecstatic. Slipping on her sandals, she excitedly rushed down. Her naughty little brother had finally arrived. At the dorm entrance, the clever Su Qingluo said to the matron, Auntie Chin, my computer's broken. I asked my junior to fix it. He'll leave right after. After some sweet talk and playful coaxing, the matron finally relented. Since it's for fixing a computer, make it quick, no more than an hour. Register here first. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected Su Qingluo to have such skills. Beauty indeed had its privileges. Soon after registering his name, he followed Su Qingluo into the girls' dorm. Room 402. As soon as Zhang Cheng entered Su Qingluo's dorm, she locked the door behind them. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng swallowed, nervously, feeling like a lamb tricked into a wolf's den. As soon as Zhang Cheng entered Su Qingluo's dormitory, she locked the door behind him, stirring a sense of unease within him. Senior Su, is it really necessary to lock the door? He murmured softly. Why not? What if something like yesterday happens again? I don't want to be interrupted again. Su Qingluo drew the curtains, plunging the room into dimness. Zhang Cheng felt a foreboding, as if he were about to be overpowered. Senior Su, the curtains aren't necessary, are they? It's too dark now. Too dark. Then he'll turn on the light. Watch closely. Su Qingluo switched on the lamp and handed Zhang Cheng a pink towel. Naughty boy, wipe off the rain first. You're soaked through. Why not take a shower? No, just wiping is fine. A shower isn't needed. Zhang Cheng quickly shook his head. Alright, dry yourself well. He'll wait for you. Su Qingluo's watery eyes fixed on him, making his skin crawl. Senior Su, I'm here now. Just say what you need to say. Zhang Cheng dried his wet hair with the pink towel, eager to leave. Being alone with her in the room felt unsettling, as if he might be devoured. He was still a virgin after all. If he were defiled here by Senior Su, it would be catastrophic. Then I'll speak plainly. Su Qingluo began to remove her skirt, leaving Zhang Cheng speechless. Why did she always do that? Senior Su, let's talk properly. No need to take off your skirt. He averted his eyes, focusing elsewhere. They'll show you the birthmark on my bottom first. Then you'll understand everything. Su Qingluo shyly pulled down her skirt and underwear, revealing a cinnabar birthmark. Look, naughty boy. This birthmark on my bottom proves I'm Su Yao. Though embarrassed, she exposed her pale bottom fully to convince him. She was going all out. Zhang Cheng hesitated to look at first, but curiosity drove his gaze to that fair, tender, and pert bottom. Yet his focus wasn't on its allure, but on the cinnabar birthmark. When he noticed the birthmark, he froze, disbelief flooding his eyes. How is this possible? You actually have this cinnabar birthmark. He leaned in, scrutinizing it intently. He even rubbed it vigorously, suspecting it was a sticker or painted on. But no matter how hard he rubbed, it wouldn't come off. This meant the birthmark was real. His touch made Su Qingluo's cheeks flush with shyness and nervousness, yet a strange joy and anticipation stirred within her. Is this really your birthmark? Zhang Cheng straightened up his tone and expression, shifting completely. Yes, it's been with me since childhood. You once said it's unique in the world that no one else has it. Su Qingluo pulled her skirt and underwear back on as she spoke. Now do you believe me? I really am Su Yao. 10 years ago, after Dad brought our family to Tianhai City, he found a master to change my name the next day. He said only by changing it could our Su family rise again. She explained everything in detail. Zhang Cheng was stunned, never imagining Su Yao would change her name. He stepped back, sizing up Su Qingluo anew. She was so beautiful with such a perfect figure, not plump at all, unlike the Su Yao he had envisioned. In his imagination, since Su Yao was a chubby girl as a child, she would at least be slightly plump as an adult. He never dreamed she'd have such a slender, flawless physique. That's why he never considered Su Qingluo could be Su Yao. But seeing the birthmark, he was 70% convinced. Still, some details needed confirmation. Since you claim to be Su Yao, let me ask you a few more questions. Zhang Cheng's expression grew serious. All right, go ahead. Su Qingluo replied confidently. What's my birthday? Zhang Cheng asked casually. The 27th day of the 9th lunar month, because your family celebrates lunar birthdays. She answered swiftly. What was my childhood dream? He pressed, his excitement mounting. Su Qingluo was increasingly matching Su Yao. No wonder he sometimes saw traces of young Su Yao in her face. Your childhood dream was to become a scientist and build a spaceship to Mars. She answered without hesitation, vividly recalling every memory from their youth. Over the past decade, she had revisited them often. Those memories had sustained her. When Zhang Cheng heard her say his childhood dream was to be a scientist, he couldn't stop trembling. That dream had always been his, but reality forced him to study finance instead. It was a lingering regret. Hearing her voice, it now stirred a bittersweet ache, bringing him close to tears. One more question, when is our wedding date? He asked, knowing it was a private matter between their families. Our wedding is on the 8th day of the 12th lunar month at the end of this year. She answered promptly. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng grew more agitated, now 99% sure that Su Qingluo was the Su Yao he had been waiting for. One last question, he said, steadying his breath. Go ahead. I remember everything about us. Over these 10 years apart, I've often revisited those memories, sometimes reliving them in my dreams. Su Qingluo's eyes, as limpid as water, gazed at him with boundless affection. What was the last thing you said when we parted? Zhang Cheng asked his final question. Only the two of them knew the answer. Zhang Cheng, when my hair grows long enough to touch my waist, remember to come and marry me. Her words shattered his composure, his eyes instantly welling up. He finally confirmed one thing: the Su Qingluo before him was his beloved Su Yao. Zhang Cheng never imagined that the stunning campus beauty Su Qingluo was truly his fiancée, Su Yao. This filled his heart with excitement. Countless nights Zhang Cheng had fantasized about reuniting with Su Yao, but never under such circumstances. Su Yao had also longed for and worked hard for this day, and now it had finally come true. Silly boy, do you believe me now? Su Qingluo said with a charming smile. Yes, I do. But you're thinner and more slender than I imagined. Zhang Cheng said honestly. In his memory, Su Yao was a bit chubby as a child. He assumed she would grow up to be at least plump, but to his surprise, women change drastically as they grow up. Su Qingluo had become incredibly beautiful with such a great figure. You thought I'd be chubby. There's a saying, women change 18 times before 30. Do you still like me now? Su Qingluo said, spinning around in front of Zhang Cheng. She wore a white chiffon short-sleeve top, a JK skirt, white stockings with light makeup, and carefully styled hair. The epitome of pure allure. Any man would be captivated at first sight. As she spun, the intoxicating scent of love perfume wafted from her. In the past, Zhang Cheng would have stayed true to his principles and not even glanced at Su Qingluo. But now that he confirmed her identity as Su Yao, seeing her like this instantly stirred his heart. He had completely let down his defenses towards Su Qingluo. I like you. No matter what you look like, I'll always like you. Zhang Cheng said, his eyes softening with affection. Really? If I turned into a big dinosaur, would you still like me? Su Qingluo said playfully. Yes, as long as it's you, I'll like you. Zhang Cheng replied with utter sincerity. Hearing this, Su Qingluo felt a surge of joy. Her silly brother still knew how to say the sweetest things. If you like me, then show it. Su Qingluo said with a coy pout. She had long dreamed of having a sweet romance with Zhang Cheng, but her foolish brother never believed her. Now her wish had finally come true. Zhang Cheng hesitated, unsure how to respond, but Su Qingluo threw herself into his arms, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. Silly brother, don't you know to hug me? Su Qingluo held him tightly, resting her head on his chest, her soft curves pressed against him, her face flushed with excitement. At last her heart's desire was fulfilled. Zhang Cheng finally snapped out of it and wrapped his arms around her, feeling the warmth from her embrace, a mix of excitement and thrill. Everything felt surreal, yet so real. Oh, silly brother, there's something I need to clarify. Su Qingluo looked up from his arms. What is it? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. There's been a rumor at school that I like you and am chasing after you. I want to clarify, it's not a rumor. I really do like you. Su Qingluo said, her cheeks flushed. Her confession made Zhang Cheng's heart skip a beat. Gazing at her stunning face, he was utterly captivated. No wonder she was hailed as the most beautiful girl in Tianhai University's history. Even a stoic man like him had fallen. Their eyes met, and a romantic atmosphere enveloped them. Su Qingluo bit her lip, gently tilted her head up, and slowly closed her eyes as if anticipating something. Before Zhang Cheng could react, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding! New mission triggered. Option 1 Kiss Su Qingluo passionately. Reward 1 million cash Dragon Tiger effect boost. Option 2 Ignore Su Qingluo's request for a kiss. Reward random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected a mission at this moment, but even without a reward, he would willingly kiss Su Qingluo. The campus beauty before him was no longer just Senior Su, but his beloved Su Yao. Naturally, he was eager to kiss her. But what exactly was this Dragon Tiger effect? Without a word, Zhang Cheng leaned in and kissed her. The moment their lips touched, both were lost in the sensation, passionately kissing in the dormitory. Soon the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for making your choice. Reward 1 million cash Dragon Tiger effect boost for 1 hour. Zhang Cheng was secretly thrilled, earning 1 million so easily. But what the heck was this Dragon Tiger effect? Meanwhile, Su Qingluo was getting carried away, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him fervently. The intensity made Zhang Cheng's head spin, and his hands unconsciously began to roam over her body. Su Qingluo offered no resistance, allowing him to explore freely. Zhang Cheng quickly pulled away, afraid that if they continued, things would escalate. Qingluo, we can't keep this up or something will happen, he said breathlessly. The Dragon Tiger effect was making him restless. They had only just reconnected half a day ago, and he felt they were moving too fast. But Su Qingluo grabbed his hand. Zhang Cheng, even if something happens, it's fine. She blushed, turned around, and pulled a box from the drawer, handing it to him. Use this. You keep this ready. Zhang Cheng was shocked. He never imagined the aloof campus beauty would have such an item. It's not mine. Baiwei forced it on me this morning. It's my first time too. Su Qingluo explained, blushing furiously, afraid he might misunderstand. I see. Zhang Cheng stared at the box, hesitating for a long time before speaking. Qingluo, we've only been reunited for half a day. Isn't this moving too fast? Who says we've only been together for half a day? We've known each other for years. Besides, I'm your fiancé. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Su Qingluo said, her cheeks burning. Then, maybe I should take a shower first. I got caught in the rain and am still a bit wet. Zhang Cheng was struggling to hold back. Maybe he should just give it a try. Sure, go ahead and shower. He'll wait for you. Su Qingluo's heart raced at the thought of what was to come, her blush deepening to the tips of her ears. Inside dormitory 402 for female students, Zhang Cheng rushed into the bathroom, hoping to cool himself down with a cold shower. Although Su Qingluo had not refused him, he had no intention of hurting her. Reason told him that developing their relationship so quickly was unwise, but the Dragon Tiger effect bestowed by the system was tormenting him. I can't take it anymore. I need to cool off with cold water. This is a dormitory. If anyone finds out, it's over. Besides, the dorm matron only gave him an hour. Zhang Cheng remained relatively rational, fully aware of the severe consequences if such an incident occurred in the female dormitory. Zhang Cheng took a cold shower in the bathroom, while Su Qingluo waited outside, blushing with shyness. Listening to the sound of rushing water from the bathroom, she felt both nervous and excited. This was her first time. How could she not be nervous? Holding the box of Durex, her palms were slightly sweaty. The first time is supposed to be painful. How can I make my little brother satisfied? What if I can't please him and he ends up disliking me? Su Qingluo's mind began to wander into frantic thoughts. Maybe I should quickly find a website to learn from. With that thought, Su Qingluo took out her phone and began searching for such sites online. Before this, she would never have considered looking for such websites, but now that she was about to need it, she had to cram at the last minute. However, after searching many keywords, she still couldn't find the site she wanted. Why can't I find it? How do those guys manage to find them? Su Qingluo frowned slightly, then reluctantly continued her search. After searching for a long time, she still found nothing. I didn't expect it to be so difficult. Su Qingluo sighed, then thought of posting online for help. Looking for a naughty website online now, urgent. But just after she posted the request, a knock came from outside the dormitory. Room 402, open up quickly. The hour is up, that boy can come out now. The dorm matron's voice suddenly rang out. Su Qingluo was startled, nearly dropping her phone. Oh no, the dorm matron is here. Su Qingluo panicked, pacing in a circle, unable to think of a solution. She could only turn to Zhang Cheng for help. In her haste, she pushed open the bathroom door and was greeted by a sight she would never forget. Seeing that image, Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed crimson, but her eyes remained fixed without blinking. Zhang Cheng was horrified and quickly covered himself with a towel. In his rush to cool down with cold water, he had forgotten to lock the bathroom door. Now disaster had struck. Su Qingluo had seen everything. Su Qingluo, what are you doing? I'm taking a shower. Why did you barge in? Zhang Cheng said awkwardly, his face turning red. Su Qingluo finally snapped out of it, covering her eyes with her hands. Little brother, the dorm matron is here as she wants you to come out. As she spoke, Su Qingluo couldn't help but peek through her fingers, her face blushing all the way to her ears. I know, go out first, you'll get dressed, and come out. Zhang Cheng was speechless. His spotless reputation was ruined today, but at least it was his future wife who saw him, so he wasn't at a total loss. Hearing this, Su Qingluo turned and left, closing the bathroom door behind her. Outside, she still hadn't recovered from the scene, the blush on her face lingering. Meanwhile, the dorm matron outside grew impatient, waiting for Su Qingluo to open the door. Room 402, if you don't open up, I'm coming in. The dorm matron said, taking out her keys to unlock the door. Tianhai University had strict management. Boys were normally prohibited from entering female dormitories, and even in special circumstances they couldn't stay longer than an hour. Now Zhang Cheng had been inside for over an hour, and the door to room 402 was locked, leaving the dorm matron unable to ignore it. If something happened, the responsibility would be immense. Seeing the dorm matron about to enter, Su Qingluo panicked and tried to block the door with her body, but the matron pushed it open first. Seeing the dorm matron enter, Su Qingluo silently cursed. Su Qingluo, why did you lock the door? Where's that boy? The dorm matron asked, sternly scanning the room with sharp eyes. He has diarrhea, he's in the bathroom. Su Qingluo quickly made up an excuse. Then, realizing she was still holding the box of Durex, she hastily hid it behind her back before the matron noticed. Diarrhea? How does fixing a computer lead to diarrhea? And why did you draw the curtains? How can you fix a computer in this dim light? The dorm matron grumbled as she walked over and pulled the curtains open. It's true he has diarrhea, maybe he caught a chill from the rain. If you don't believe me, you can go check the bathroom now. Su Qingluo retorted cleverly. Fine, let him take his time. I'll wait outside the door for him to come out. He can't stay in the female dormitory any longer. The dorm matron said, standing at the door waiting for Zhang Cheng to emerge. This was special treatment. She wouldn't leave until he came out. Su Qingluo sighed inwardly. There would be no chance to break her virginity with her little brother today. Zhang Cheng, hiding in the bathroom, had already dressed, but dared not come out. Because the dragon tiger effect was still active, he couldn't stand up straight and had to stoop. However, he had heard the excuse. Su Qingluo made up for him. Since she's already made up a story, I might as well squat in this bathroom for half an hour. Zhang Cheng had no other choice. He simply couldn't straighten up and had to wait a bit longer. This damn dragon tiger effect couldn't have come at a worse time. Zhang Cheng didn't come out, the dorm matron didn't leave, and Su Qingluo had to wait as well. The dorm matron urged him many times, but Zhang Cheng still didn't emerge. Just as she was about to lose patience, the dragon tiger effect finally faded, and he came out of the bathroom pretending to have a stomachache. Finally out. Time's up, I'll leave the female dormitory immediately. The dorm matron said promptly. All right. To make Su Qingluo's excuse more believable, Zhang Cheng clutched his stomach as he walked out. Su Qingluo glanced at the time. It was almost lunch, so she hid the Durex in a drawer and quickly chased after him. Zhang Cheng, let me take you to the hospital. Su Qingluo said, supporting him. What a pair of drama queens. Seeing that Zhang Cheng seemed unwell, the dorm matron didn't say much more, just urged him to leave. The rain had stopped outside. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo dropped their act once they were out. Phew, we finally fooled the dorm matron. Su Qingluo sighed in relief. Yeah, that was close. Good thing you were quick-witted. Zhang Cheng said admiringly. Little brother, where are we going now? Su Qingluo asked, taking his hand, without caring if they were in public. Holding Su Qingluo's soft fair hand, Zhang Cheng felt a momentary daze. He never imagined that one day he would hold the hand of Tianhai University's campus Belle. Let's go eat. In the afternoon, I'll take you shopping. Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered that he still had the tenfold rebate quota for spending on his goddess. Now that Su Qingluo was his fiancée, he could spend money on her without hesitation. Only by elevating his own status could he truly marry her, otherwise this happiness would be temporary. Zhang Cheng was fully aware of the harsh reality. Feeling the warmth from his hands, Su Qingluo was also a bit shy, as this was truly their first time holding hands. After leaving school, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo first went to the bottom of the sea for lunch. Although the meal wouldn't cost much, every bit counted, so Zhang Cheng decided to splurge at his own restaurant. However, as soon as they entered the private room, the proprietress, Zhou Qing, personally brought over a bowl of sea cucumber, a bowl of pork kidney, and a bowl of lamb. These three ingredients were all known to nourish the kidneys and invigorate vitality. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng was stunned, speechless. Chairman Zhang, these three dishes are complimentary. Please enjoy, Zhou Qing said with a knowing smile. Sister Zhou, isn't this too much? Zhang Cheng felt a bit exasperated. 3 full bowls. How was he supposed to finish them? Moreover, these foods were all warming and stimulating. Eating too much would make him restless. Not at all. It wouldn't be good to be too quick at your age, or else Miss Su might have something to say, Zhou Qing said with a suggestive tone. The innocent Su Qingluo didn't catch the implication. Too quick. Why would I have an opinion? She asked, blinking her pure big eyes in confusion. Nothing. Enjoy your meal. I'll leave you two alone, Zhou Qing said with a smile at Zhang Cheng before leaving. Zhang Cheng glanced at the 3 large plates of kidney-nourishing food and silently sighed. Zhang Cheng, are you very familiar with the proprietress of this restaurant? She calls you Chairman Zhang, and even gave you 3 free plates of ingredients. That must have cost a lot. Su Qingluo asked, puzzled. She had wanted to ask this question for a while. She knew Zhou Qing was the proprietress, yet she addressed Zhang Cheng as Chairman Zhang, clearly indicating a special relationship. I'm a major shareholder of this restaurant, so she calls me Chairman Zhang. Zhang Cheng replied, not intending to hide it. Su Qingluo was now his fiancée, so there was no need to keep secrets. However, upon hearing this, Su Qingluo's mouth dropped open in disbelief. You invested in this restaurant. Su Qingluo's beautiful face was filled with astonishment. Yes, so eating here is like contributing to our own income, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. As he spoke, he personally cooked a slice of fatty beef for Su Qingluo and placed it in her bowl. After receiving confirmation, Su Qingluo was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected her husband to be so capable. After a moment's thought, she said, in that case, I should bring more people here to eat in the future to support my husband's business. She resolved to bring more people to the restaurant to support her husband's career. Moved by Su Qingluo's thoughtfulness, Zhang Cheng said affectionately, let's eat the hot pot first. After the meal, I'll take you to the mall. Today was the last day to earn cash back by spending on his goddess, so he had to use up the remaining quota. Alright. By the way, dear, you should eat the 3 dishes Sister Zhou gave you first. Since she gave them to you, don't let them go to waste. Su Qingluo said, placing several pieces of lamb into Zhang Cheng's bowl. Zhang Cheng looked at the 3 large bowls of kidney-nourishing food sighed inwardly, but finished them all to avoid waste. He was very full, but his body inexplicably felt hot. Before getting up to pay, Zhang Cheng quickly drank 2 bowls of cold water to cool down a bit. The total bill was only 30,000 yuan, which with a tenfold cashback became 300,000. There was still 16,700,000 yuan in quota to be returned, meaning Zhang Cheng needed to spend at least 1,670,000 yuan to exhaust the cashback. Let's go to the largest mall in Tianhai. With only half a day left, Zhang Cheng was eager to spend. After the meal, he used his phone to call a taxi and headed with Su Qingluo to the largest mall in Tianhai City. Tianqing International Mall, the largest mall in Tianhai City, housed many international luxury brands with exorbitant prices. Only the wealthy could afford to shop here. Qingluo, pick whatever you like today. They'll buy it for you, Zhang Cheng said grandly. Zhang Cheng, things here are very expensive. Maybe we should go to another mall. Su Qingluo wanted to save him money, especially since she didn't need anything. It's fine. Just pick whatever you want. They'll go to the restroom first, Zhang Cheng said, heading off. Left alone, Su Qingluo could only browse. But after a while, she heard someone calling her from behind. Oh, isn't this the high school beauty queen, Su Qingluo? Why are you shopping here alone? The speaker was a woman with delicate makeup, a decent figure, and face, though there were signs of cosmetic surgery. She carried a luxury item in one hand and clung to a handsome man with the other. Seeing Su Qingluo, her eyes held a hint of smugness. Su Qingluo turned around and saw it was her high school classmate Lin Xiaoyan. She frowned slightly. I'm here shopping with my boyfriend, Su Qingluo said coolly, clearly unenthusiastic about seeing her. Boyfriend? I never thought our aloof school beauty would be in a relationship. I'd love to see what your boyfriend looks like. Where is he? Call him over so we can meet, Lin Xiaoyan said with a hint of competitiveness. In high school, she couldn't compete with Su Qingluo, but now after plastic surgery, she thought she could outshine her. Moreover, she had found a rich and handsome boyfriend. Since they met, she wanted to show off in front of Su Qingluo. My boyfriend went to the restroom, Su Qingluo said flatly. Really? Then let's wait for him. I'm not in a hurry anyway, Lin Xiaoyan said vainly. While waiting, the man beside Lin Xiaoyan, Ma Tao, couldn't help but let his eyes wander over Su Qingluo. Today, Su Qingluo wore a JK uniform and white stockings, the epitome of pure allure. The man was instantly captivated by Su Qingluo. She was so beautiful that compared to her, Lin Xiaoyan was like a plain sparrow. Su Qingluo, since you're Lin Xiaoyan's classmate, how about we catch a movie together? Ma Tao casually tried to strike up a conversation. Su Qingluo was about to refuse when a voice chimed in. Sorry, we don't have time for a movie. Zhang Cheng returned and affectionately took Su Qingluo's hand. Seeing Zhang Cheng back, Su Qingluo smiled sweetly and proudly introduced him. Xiaoyan, this is my boyfriend Zhang Cheng. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes lit up at the sight of such a handsome boyfriend. Compared to Ma Tao, Zhang Cheng was like a celestial phoenix, while Ma Tao was a mere barnyard chicken. However, she quickly noticed that Zhang Cheng was dressed very plainly. As a gold digger, she could instantly assess the value of someone's clothes. So he's just a kept man, Lin Xiaoyan sneered. Ma Tao, initially jealous of Zhang Cheng's good looks, shook his head disdainfully upon seeing his cheap clothes. He assumed Zhang Cheng was a kept man. Su Qingluo, however, was furious. How dare they insult her husband? Anyone who insulted her husband would face her wrath. Just as she was about to retort, 3 or 4 sales assistants pushed a large cart full of luxury items toward them. Out of breath, they said, Sir, we've packed everything you bought and brought it over. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. What was going on? Zhang Cheng, did you buy all this? Su Qingluo asked in astonishment. Yes, I bought these for you just now. I was afraid you'd be reluctant to spend, so I used the restroom excuse to pick out a few things for you. Do you like them? Zhang Cheng said with a faint smile. He hadn't actually gone to the restroom. Instead, he had visited luxury stores like LV and Chanel. He casually picked out a dozen luxury items and asked them to wrap them up. Since there were too many to carry himself, he had them bring a cart. That was the scene before them. Lin Xiaoyan and Ma Tao were dumbfounded seeing such a large cart of luxury goods. This must be worth at least $1 million, right? Lin Xiaoyan watched with envy and jealousy. Although Ma Tao was her boyfriend, he had never been so generous with her. Just a few random things worth a little over $1 million. As long as Qing Luo likes it, even 10 million or 100 million is no problem, Zhang Cheng said casually. After saying this, he took Su King Luo's hand and pushed the large cart forward, leaving Lin Xiaoyan and Ma Tao stunned. This was no kept man, he was a low-key tycoon who could afford to spoil a wealthy beauty. Once they were far away, Su King Luo chided him playfully. Zhang Qing, you're something else. You bought all this behind my back and so much of it. I was just afraid you wouldn't want to spend my money, so I picked a few things. Take them all home later, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. He hadn't expected that buying a few things would also let him show off. Since you bought them, he'll take them. But don't waste money like this next time. Su King Luo said a little distressed. Alright, I'll listen to you next time. Zhang Cheng chuckled. This large expenditure of over 1,200,000 yuan earned him a cashback of 12 million yuan from the system. A huge profit. With so many items it was inconvenient to carry them around, so they arranged for the mall to deliver them to the school. Meanwhile, Su King Luo and Zhang Cheng walked hand in hand, continuing to shop, watch a movie, play claw machines, and enjoy games. They also bought ice cream, sharing it sweetly bite by bite. This was the sweet romance Su King Luo had always dreamed of, and today it had all come true. It was also their first official date after reconnecting. Zhang Cheng, am so happy today. Everything I've longed for over the years has come true. Su King Luo clung affectionately to Zhang Cheng's arm, her smile radiant. Really? If you like, it'll take you out every weekend, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. He too found himself happy being with Su King Luo. Was this the feeling of being in love? Great. But it's getting late. Should we find a place to rest? Su King Luo said, her cheeks flushing slightly. Sure, let's go to the Jinhuang Grand Hotel across from Tianqing Mall. Their presidential suite is excellent. Zhang Cheng thought he could use the remaining 300,000 yuan quota here. Let's go then. Since you gave me so many gifts today, I'll give you one too, Su King Luo said shyly. What gift are you giving me? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. You'll find out soon. Su King Luo replied with a mysterious smile, her pretty face still blushing with shyness. The Golden Brilliance Hotel was the premier establishment in Tianhai City, where even an ordinary suite cost several thousand yuan per night, and the presidential suite demanded a staggering 300,000 yuan per night. To exhaust the remaining quota, Zhang Cheng unhesitatingly chose the most expensive presidential suite at 300,000 yuan a night. A rebate of 3 million yuan was instantly granted, thereby fully depleting the 20 million yuan rebate limit. Led by the service attendant, Zhang Cheng and Su King Luo slowly made their way to the top-tier presidential suite. Esteemed sir and madam, here is the presidential suite. Should you require anything, feel free to call upon me at any hour. I shall be at your service outside the door around the clock. The attendant spoke with utmost reverence. Zhang Cheng nodded, then guided Su King Luo as they pushed the door open and entered. It must be said the presidential suite was lavishly decorated, featuring an array of intelligent controls and high-tech furnishings along with an indoor swimming pool. Truly luxurious beyond imagination. This presidential suite at 300,000 a night is indeed extravagant, Zhang Cheng mused silently. Standing before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite, one could overlook half of Tianhai City's nightscape in its entirety, an absolutely breathtaking view. What a beautiful night scene. Su King Luo gazed at the nightscape of Tianhai City outside, unable to suppress her admiration. It was the first time she had beheld such a stunning vista. Zhang Cheng too was captivated by the beautiful scenery, though soon his attention shifted elsewhere. This presidential suite truly lives up to its reputation. Every detail is remarkable. Let me go check out the bed. With that thought, Zhang Cheng hastened to the bedroom. As he had anticipated, the bed in the presidential suite was a waterbed, exceptionally comfortable to lie on. It really is a waterbed, excellent, Zhang Cheng declared as he lay directly on the bed, feeling a slight undulation, though not overly pronounced. Su King Luo followed, and upon seeing the waterbed, could not resist lying down as well. So this is a waterbed. Would it undulate a lot if I make big movements? Su King Luo murmured inadvertently. The moment the words left her lips, she felt a flush of embarrassment, her fair cheeks tinged with crimson. Probably, Zhang Cheng replied, still unaware of the implication in her words. The two lay side by side on the bed. Zhang Cheng cast a subtle glance at Su King Luo, and her pure, enchanting face stirred his heart, causing his pulse to quicken. Damn, I must have eaten too much lamb and sea cucumber. Though nervous inside, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away from her. This young woman possessed a figure and countenance that could topple nations, a devastating beauty. Dressed in white stockings and a JK skirt, she exuded a blend of innocence and allure. Zhang Cheng, in the prime of his youthful vigor, could not deny the stirrings within him upon beholding such a stunning wife. Su King Luo seemed to notice the unusual intensity in Zhang Cheng's gaze. Instead of taking offense, she felt a secret delight, though her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. "Zhang Cheng, do you find me beautiful?" as she asked, lying on the waterbed and turning her head to look at him. "Beautiful, much more so than when we were kids." Zhang Cheng replied dazedly. "So you're saying I wasn't pretty as a child?" Su Qingluo feigned anger. "No, you were beautiful then too, but you've grown even more so, like a celestial maiden," Zhang Cheng quickly explained. Though his way of complimenting was somewhat rustic, it still filled Su Qingluo's heart with joy. "So with a celestial maiden lying beside you, don't you have any thoughts?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. Zhang Cheng was no fool. When a girl hinted so plainly, how could he not understand? Summoning his courage, he slowly drew closer to Su Qingluo. She did not resist, even subtly leaning into him. Soon their bodies pressed together, their pose deeply intimate. Zhang Cheng's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, while Su Qingluo's cheeks grew ever redder. They exchanged another glance, and it was Su Qingluo who could no longer hold back, initiating a kiss. Zhang Cheng responded with fervor. The moment their lips met, both were utterly lost in the moment. Having already committed to each other, and with the intoxicating sensual atmosphere surrounding them, how could these two young souls resist? And here in the presidential suite, with no one to disturb them, they felt emboldened to cast all restraint aside. After kissing for a long while, they finally parted. "Zhang Cheng, let me take a shower first. I've been walking around all afternoon, and am a bit sweaty," Su Qingluo said, rising with a flushed face. She did not want the scent of perspiration to make Zhang Cheng think less of her. This was her first time, and she wished to give herself to him perfectly. "How about we shower together?" Zhang Cheng blurted out after a moment's thought. "No, let me go first," Su Qingluo replied, her voice barely a whisper. Having said that, she scurried off to the bathroom, her face aglow with shyness. Zhang Cheng's heart raced with anticipation. What had been left unfinished in the morning seemed promising for the night, especially here at the hotel where no one would disturb them again. Though Zhang Cheng felt their progress was too swift, as Su Qingluo had said, they had already chosen each other. This was inevitable, so why not seize the moment? Moreover, after their reunion, Zhang Cheng found himself unable to resist the allure of this stunning campus belle. Half an hour later, Su Qingluo emerged from her bath, looking rather shy. She was wrapped only in a white bath towel, revealing her fair, delicate shoulders, arms, and long legs. Her hair was still damp, and the sight of her, like a lotus emerging from water, was so breathtakingly beautiful that Zhang Cheng could not tear his eyes away. Su Qingluo felt a secret joy at having captivated him so. "Zhang Cheng, have you seen enough?" Su Qingluo asked, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Not yet," he replied, somewhat dazed. "Go take your shower now, I will wait for you," she said, her voice tinged with bashfulness. After all, it was her first time, and how could she not feel nervous? "All right." Zhang Cheng swallowed hard before dashing into the bathroom, even bumping into the door in his haste. Su Qingluo covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Then, like a bride, she sat on the bed, her heart fluttering with nervousness at the thought of what was to come with Zhang Cheng. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Cheng emerged with a towel wrapped around his waist. "Little brother, you're done so quickly?" Su Qingluo asked in surprise. We men shower fast," he replied, though in truth he was eager to see her. Su Qingluo, fresh from her bath, was utterly irresistible, and Zhang Cheng could not control his instincts. "So what do we do next?" she asked, lowering her head, her cheeks burning red. Su Qingluo sat half upright on the waterbed, wrapped in a white quilt, her demeanor shy and timid, a blend of nervousness and anticipation. Such a captivating image of a delicate beauty stirred an itch in Zhang Cheng's heart. After swallowing hard, he slowly crawled into the bedding, gazing at the bashful and alluring Su Qingluo, feeling both excitement and tension. "Qingluo, I've just realized how truly beautiful you are." Zhang Cheng appraised her from head to toe. Her figure was utterly enchanting, especially the pair of voluptuous curves and those long snow-white legs. Even the ancient beauty Su Daji would pale in comparison. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been the emperor's sole favored consort. Su Qingluo's cheeks flushed crimson at Zhang Cheng's cheesy compliment as she cast a shy glance at him. At that moment, he wore only a towel around his waist, revealing firm muscles and well-defined abs, making her unable to meet his gaze as her heartbeat quickened. She hadn't expected her little brother to be not only handsome but also in such great shape. It seemed the past decade had treated him well. At this thought, Su Qingluo couldn't help but recall the scene she had glimpsed in the dormitory bathroom that afternoon, which deepened her blush. Soon, however, Su Qingluo noticed that Zhang Cheng was staring at her intently. "Little brother, haven't you stared enough?" she chided with a rosy face and a coquettish tone. Zhang Cheng wanted to say he hadn't, but felt it wasn't the right moment for such words. Otherwise, he'd truly be a fool. With such a beauty lying in bed, just staring would indeed make one a fool. "Qingluo, here I come," Zhang Cheng said after swallowing hard again. He felt that if he didn't act now, he would be utterly foolish. Su Qingluo nodded shyly, her face already flushed to a deep red, her heart a mix of nerves and expectation. With her consent, Zhang Cheng tiptoed over and slowly pulled away the white towel covering her chest. The next second, Su Qingluo's breathtaking figure was fully revealed before Zhang Cheng's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. She bashfully crossed her arms over her chest, her face blushing all the way to her ears. He was the first man to see her body. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng could no longer restrain himself. He tore off the towel around his waist and lunged forward. But just as they drew close, Su Qingluo's phone rang unexpectedly, startling them both apart. "Qingluo, your phone." Zhang Cheng reminded her nervously. She replied in a low voice, inwardly complaining about the untimely call. When she answered, Lin Baiwei's voice came through. "Qingluo, where are you? It's so late, aren't you coming back to the dorm?" Lin Baiwei's tone carried a hint of concern. It was indeed worrying for a roommate to be out so late. "I am at a relative's place. I won't be back tonight, you all go to bed first." Su Qingluo made up an excuse. She dared not admit that she was in a hotel with Zhang Cheng about to get intimate. If she said that the dorm would surely explode tomorrow. At a relative's? Who'd believe that? "I bet you're out with Zhang Cheng, right?" Lin Baiwei's tone carried a hint of mischief. This startled Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. Lin Baiwei was indeed sharp to have guessed it. But tonight Su Qingluo would never admit it, it was too embarrassing. "It's not what you think, Baiwei. The signal here is bad, so I'll hang up now. He'll talk to you when I'm back at the dorm tomorrow." After saying this, Su Qingluo hung up and turned off her phone to avoid further calls. After doing this, Su Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhang Cheng, let's continue." She looked at him with eyes full of eager anticipation. "Do you think your roommate guessed what we're up to?" Zhang Cheng felt that Lin Baiwei was quite sharp to have deduced it. "Even if she did, it's fine. I plan to tell them everything tomorrow. From then on we can be together openly, and no one can stop us," Su Qingluo said with firm determination. Since they had recognized each other, they should be together in the open. She didn't want to sneak around just to date Zhang Cheng. "All right." Zhang Cheng agreed, feeling the same way. As he spoke, Zhang Cheng pulled Su Qingluo into his arms again. Just as he leaned in to kiss her, his phone rang this time, startling them both apart again. Zhang Cheng was a bit annoyed, but forcefully suppressed his anger and answered the call calmly. "Bro, why aren't you back in the dorm so late?" It was Fatty Wong Hao. "I'm working a part-time job outside. I won't be back tonight." Zhang Cheng made up an excuse. His roommates knew he came from a poor family, so they readily believed him. "Where's the part-time job?" "Not at the White Horse Club, I hope." "Take care of yourself." Wong Hao joked. "Get lost. ID never worked there." "Alright, I've got to go now." Zhang Cheng quickly hung up, and like Su Qingluo, turned off his phone. Now no one could disturb them. Finally, some peace and quiet. As Zhang Cheng spoke, his gaze returned to Su Qingluo, who was looking at him with a shy, alluring expression. Unable to resist any longer, he pounced on her again. He then began to kiss her tenderly. Su Qingluo responded passionately, her fair lotus-root-like arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. He kissed her freely, and this time no one interrupted them. Early the next morning, Zhang Cheng was the first to wake up. Seeing Su Qingluo sleeping soundly in his arms, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. Recalling the events of the previous night, a wave of lingering tenderness washed over him, for Su Qingluo was simply too alluring. Even in slumber, Su Qingluo remained enchantingly lovely. Zhang Cheng found himself unable to look away, and even leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Sensing his movements, Su Qingluo let out a soft murmur before gradually waking. Opening her eyes, she saw Zhang Cheng staring intently at her, and her cheeks flushed instantly. "Naughty boy, what are you staring at?" she said coquettishly. Now she understood the joys of being a woman. Zhang Cheng merely smiled faintly and spoke with genuine concern. "Sleep a little longer. He'll make you breakfast." "No, I want to hold you and sleep a bit more," Su Qingluo said, wrapping her arms around him and draping one fair leg over him, clinging to him like an octopus. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. "If you keep this up, I won't be able to control myself," he said with a teasing smile. "A woman shouldn't provoke a man in the morning, or you'll regret it." "Is that so? Then how will you make me regret it?" Su Qingluo retorted with a playful grin, deliberately planting a kiss on his lips. "What if I do provoke you?" Zhang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "You asked for it." With that, Zhang Cheng smirked and kissed her fiercely, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Su Qingluo succumbed once more. Soon she understood his words. Men were indeed not to be trifled with in the morning. Yet after kissing her for a while, Zhang Cheng released her without pressing further. He knew she was exhausted from the night before, so he refrained from troubling her, wanting her to rest. "Qingluo, we should head back," Zhang Cheng said, gazing at her with deep tenderness. Su Qingluo nodded softly, her eyes brimming with love. Since giving herself to him the previous night, she loved him even more, wishing she could cling to him every moment. When he lifted the blanket, the vivid crimson blossom on the sheet made both of them blush. The previous night, they had given each other their firsts. Especially Su Qingluo. The thought that she was now Zhang Cheng's woman filled her with inexplicable joy and delight. After rising, they took turns washing up and changed into the new clothes they had bought the day before. They then enjoyed a top-tier breakfast provided by the hotel in the presidential suite, living a warm and cozy life. Only after all this did they leave the hotel hand-in-hand content. "Zhang Cheng, are we really going back? It's Sunday, want to hang out a little longer." Su Qingluo wanted to spend more time with him to have another sweet date. "No sightseeing today. Let's go back to the art club, and he'll teach you how to paint," Zhang Cheng said with a smile. His mind was now set on earning more money, so he could marry Su Qingluo, otherwise relying solely on a childhood betrothal and affection wouldn't win the Su family's approval. Alright, let's go paint at the art club. Su Qingluo quickly agreed. Learning to paint while being in love with her beloved. The mere thought of it was beautiful, exactly what she had long dreamed of. Holding Zhang Cheng's hand, he too felt a wonderful sense of peace. Half an hour later, they took a car back to Tianhai University. Just as they were about to head to the art club at the gallery, Su Qingluo's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was her mother, she answered without hesitation. Mom, what made you call me today? Su Qingluo asked, somewhat surprised. I had some free time, so I came to see you. I'm at the cafe near your university. There's something I need to tell you. Su Qingluo's mother Zhang Li quickly replied over the phone. Something to tell me. Alright, they'll be right there. I have good news for you too. After hanging up, Su Qingluo turned to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, go wait for me at the art club. They'll go see my mom and be right back. With that, she ran out excitedly. Zhang Cheng, however, sensed a vague foreboding, but he still headed to the art club to wait. At the cafe near Tianhai University, Su Qingluo's mother Zhang Li sat elegantly in a luxurious cheongsam adorned with jewelry, unmistakably a wealthy matron. Every gesture exuded refinement. Soon Su Qingluo entered, happily scanned the cafe, and quickly approached Zhang Li. Mom, what is it you need to tell me? She asked, curiously thinking to share the news about her fiancé Zhang Cheng. Seeing her daughter in good spirits, Zhang Li took a sip of coffee and smiled. Xiao Luo, you seem cheerful today. Of course. They'll tell you some good news soon, Su Qingluo replied joyfully. What good news? Zhang Li asked curiously. You first, what brings you here? Su Qingluo wanted to pique her mother's curiosity. Still playing coy. Fine, I'll go first. Zhang Li paused, and then changed her tone. The National Day holiday is coming up. The son of your father's old friend is returning from abroad, the young master of the Tianhai Chen family. Your father wants you to meet him during the break. The young master of the Tianhai Chen family. Why does Dad want me to meet him? Su Qingluo blinked in confusion. Just for you young people to get to know each other. He's a Harvard graduate, a top scholar, and his family background is even stronger than ours. Plus, after seeing your photo, he's very interested in getting to know you better. Zhang Li said with a smile. These words made Su Qingluo sense something ominous. Mom, what do you mean? Are you trying to set me up on a blind date during the holiday? She asked, displeased. Sort of. The Tianhai Chen family is one of the top 10 commercial giants in the country, and the young master is their only son. He'll likely inherit the vast Chen corporation one day. If you marry into the Chen family, it would be a huge help to both you and our Su family. Zhang Li spoke bluntly, but her words deeply wounded Su Qingluo. Mom, have you forgotten I'm already betrothed? Why are you introducing me to this young master? She said, her emotions flaring. Nonsense. Who says you're betrothed? Don't ever mention that again, especially in front of the Chen family, Zhang Li warned sternly. This left Su Qingluo heartbroken and furious. I will mention it. My engagement to Zhang Cheng was set when we were children, and it will be fulfilled by the end of the year. Whether you agree or not, I'm going to marry him, Su Qingluo said, her eyes reddening with determination. Seeing her daughter's stubbornness, Zhang Li grew annoyed, but suppressed her anger, coaxing, that's all in the past. Drop it. The Zhang family is bankrupt. Zhang Cheng and his mother live hand to mouth. Our Su family is now worth over 400 billion. How could they ever match us? Now no one in the Su family wanted to mention that engagement except Su Qingluo and her grandmother, much to Zhang Li and her husband's dismay. I don't care. Since you signed the contract, you must honor it, or you'll be people without integrity. Su Qingluo said angrily, tears welling in her eyes. She had come to see her mother joyfully, never expecting such words. Are my words meaningless now? You've eaten and used the Su family's resources all your life, and now that it's time for you to contribute, you call us people without integrity. Zhang Li was also angered by her daughter. I'm going to marry Zhang Cheng anyway. If you don't agree, Grandma will help me. Su Qingluo huffed. Her greatest support was her grandmother, who had always doted on her and strongly supported the marriage. Last time, she had even sent a letter saying she was preparing a wedding dress. Your grandmother can help you for a while, but not forever. If you don't come back for the National Day to meet the Chen young master, he'll cut off your allowance and let you taste poverty. Zhang Li played her trump card, convinced that her daughter, used to a life of comfort, couldn't endure hardship. She believed that cutting off her finances would soon bring her back to compromise. Truly, Zhang Li had calculated well. But Su Qingluo refused to yield. Cut off my allowance if you must. I'll earn my own money. You'll regret this, she said, running away in tears. Tears streamed down her face, and in her heart, she even thought if her parents wouldn't agree, she would come home for the new year with the grandchild. Then see if they'd still refuse. Su Qingluo emerged from the cafe, her face streaked with tears, bearing the look of utter heartbreak. She had never expected that her mother would call her out merely to introduce her to a new suitor, a prospect she found utterly unacceptable. At that moment, she felt a profound sense of despair toward her parents. Su Qingluo now placed all her hopes on her grandmother. If that failed, she resolved to bring a grandchild home for the new year, forcing her parents to accept her choice. This was her only means of defiance. She would decide her own future. On her way back to the art studio, she wiped away her tears and composed herself, careful not to let Zhang Cheng notice her distress. She even retrieved a mirror and cosmetics from her bag, touching up her makeup. Only when no trace of sorrow remained did she feel at ease enough to enter the art gallery. However, the moment she stepped inside, her phone buzzed repeatedly with incoming messages. Su Qingluo glanced at her phone instinctively, only to find that all the bank accounts under her name had been frozen. A surge of anger welled up within her. She knew this was her mother's doing. Stubborn mother, don't think freezing my accounts will make me yield. I can earn my own money. Su Qingluo felt a wave of defiance. She would never surrender to her parents just because she was broke. Since you've made the first move, I'll make mine. They'll bring a grandchild home for the new year. The frozen accounts solidified her resolve to resist, and she would do so in her own way, by staying with Zhang Cheng. With this decision made, Su Qingluo hurried toward the art studio. At that moment, Zhang Cheng was absorbed in his painting, striving to earn more money to elevate his status. Seeing his concentration, she quietly closed the door and tiptoed over without disturbing him. But Zhang Cheng noticed her anyway. "Qingluo, you're back? What did your mother want?" He set down his brush and turned to ask with concern. "Nothing much. She just asked about my plans for the National Day holiday." Su Qingluo replied, feigning nonchalance. She didn't want Zhang Cheng to know that the Su family was reluctant to honor their engagement. Revealing the truth would only hurt him, so she decided to bear the burden alone for his sake. Yet even without her saying a word, Zhang Cheng had already anticipated this outcome. He had been silently working hard behind the scenes. Thus the two were striving toward the same goal through different efforts. As long as nothing's wrong, that's good. By the way, what are your plans for the National Day holiday? Zhang Cheng asked out of habit. Su Qingluo initially wanted to suggest a trip together, but the thought of her empty wallet deflated her spirits. "I plan to work during the holiday to experience life," she said, unable to confess the truth. With her accounts frozen, Su Qingluo had no choice but to find a way to earn money, otherwise even her meals would be a problem. "You want to work?" Zhang Cheng was taken aback, never expecting to hear such words from her. After all, the Su family owned a massive conglomerate with endless wealth. Why would a wealthy heiress like her need to work? "Yes, I want to experience life. Oh, by the way, little brother, isn't the underwater catch restaurant your investment? Can I work there?" Su Qingluo suddenly blinked and asked. "If you really want to experience life, I'll talk to Sister Zhou and arrange for you to work at the underwater catch during the National Day holiday. It just so happens that a new branch might be opening then. You can gain experience there." Zhang Cheng replied thoughtfully. The negotiations for the underwater catch branch at Taihe International Shopping Center were nearly complete, only the contract signing remained. That afternoon he would go with Zhou Qing to finalize the lease, and then everything would be settled. Zhang Cheng could also use the shop voucher he had, and with an expedited renovation the new branch could be ready by National Day. "Really? That's great. He'll work at your shop during the holiday," Su Qingluo said with a smile. Working for her husband was better than working for anyone else. "Alright, now we can paint." Zhang Cheng picked up his brush, ready to continue, but Su Qingluo stopped him. "Little brother, before we paint, can I ask you a question?" Su Qingluo hesitated for a moment before speaking tentatively. "What question?" Zhang Cheng turned to ask. After a long pause, Su Qingluo blushed and said, "Can we have a baby now?" The question stunned Zhang Cheng. They were both still students, wasn't it too early for a child? Just then the system's voice rang out again. Ding, new mission triggered. Option 1, agree to have a baby with Su Qingluo. Reward 100 million in cash. Option 2, refuse. Reward 1 random attribute point. Zhang Cheng was startled by the system prompt. He hadn't expected that having a child with Su Qingluo would yield such a reward. Despite the tempting reward, Zhang Cheng felt it wasn't the right time. They were both students and academics should take priority. If Su Qingluo became pregnant, her studies would essentially be abandoned. After careful consideration, he earnestly advised. "Qingluo, we're still students. Let's wait until later to have children." This was a gentle refusal. "Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Random strength attribute 1. Although rejected, Su Qingluo didn't give up. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's neck and coquettishly pleaded. "Dear husband, let's just have a child." Her sweet, seductive voice sent a shiver down Zhang Cheng's spine, and the system's voice echoed again. Ding, host has triggered the same mission again. Reward multiplied by 10. Option 1, agree to have a baby with Su Qingluo. Reward 1 billion in cash. Option 2, refuse. Reward 1 random attribute point. The reward had skyrocketed to 1 billion in cash. Zhang Cheng swallowed hard at the sight, but given their current situation, unmarried and still students, it was truly inappropriate to have a child. "Qingluo, be good. Let's wait until later." Zhang Cheng made his decision after careful thought, though his tone was less firm than before. "Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Random intelligence attribute 1. Seeing his wavering resolve, Su Qingluo pressed on with another round of coaxing. "Husband, let's just have one. If I get pregnant, I can take a year off from school. It won't affect my studies," she said, leaning in to kiss him as she pleaded. Who could resist such an adorable display? Just then the system's voice chimed in again. Ding, host has triggered the same mission for the third time. Reward multiplied by 100. Limited to 10 seconds to choose a failure to do, so will result in the mission being withdrawn. Option 1, agree to have a baby with Su Qingluo. Reward 100 billion in cash. Option 2, refuse. Reward 1 random attribute point. Zhang Cheng's heart raced at the sight of the 100 billion cash reward. It wasn't about the money. The key was that I love children. Let's do it. Zhang Cheng never expected that triggering the same quest 3 times would amplify the reward by 1,000-fold. The prospect of 100 billion in cash stirred his heart. Qingluo, since you love children so much, you'll go all out to have one with you. Zhang Cheng replied with utmost seriousness. As his words faded, the system's voice echoed again. Congratulations, host, on making your choice. Reward 100 billion in cash. Confirmation of Su Qingluo's pregnancy will trigger an immediate deposit into your account, valid for 3 months. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng froze for a moment. It seemed the 100 billion wasn't instant. Had only received it after confirming Su Qingluo's pregnancy with a 3-month deadline. If she didn't conceive in time, the offer would expire. The system's scheme ran deep. This system is tricking me. Zhang Cheng cursed inwardly. Yet despite the manipulation, securing that colossal sum was worth it. With 100 billion, he could accomplish so much. Su Qingluo, hearing his agreement, hugged him tightly and planted an excited kiss on his cheek. Thank you, darling. Let's start preparing for pregnancy, she urged eagerly. So soon? Zhang Cheng asked, startled. Of course. We must conceive before the winter break, Su Qingluo declared earnestly. Before winter break? That's only 3 or 4 months away. Zhang Cheng calculated, realizing it aligned with the system's deadline. He nodded. All right, but no need to rush. We still have 3 months. Zhang Cheng had many things to do. He couldn't spend every day on this. Yet Su Qingluo seemed anxious. How can I not rush? We have to start tonight, she insisted. Tonight? Where would we go? Zhang Cheng hadn't expected her urgency, and on a university campus, it was impossible. That's a problem. Su Qingluo frowned, her fair brow creasing in thought. Suddenly her cheeks flushed. How about the hotel across from Tianhai University? I've heard many students go there on weekends. After saying this, she blushed and dared not meet his eyes. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected her to have thought this. Through her eagerness piqued his curiosity. Why was she so desperate to have a child with him? Qingluo, are you hiding something from me? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhang Cheng frowned. He wasn't naive. Most college students feared pregnancy, but Su Qingluo seemed to wish for it today. Such abnormal behavior was hard to ignore. Seeing his suspicions, Su Qingluo quickly explained in a fluster, I just want a child, and we're already engaged. Zhang Cheng noticed the panic in her eyes and knew she wasn't telling the truth. Recalling her meeting with her mother earlier, he sensed the underlying reason. It seems Su Qingluo had spoken about him to her mother, who likely disapproved. So she had devised this plan herself. To be fair, Zhang Cheng's guess wasn't far from the truth. Moved, he reached out and caressed her face. This girl was willing to stake her entire life on him, even using such extreme measures to defy her family. Since Su Qingluo dared to bet her future on him, how could Zhang Cheng let her lose? She didn't say it, but he understood everything. How could we make a child in a cheap hotel? At least at home, he declared earnestly. With her true devotion, how could he treat her poorly? They couldn't stay in hotels forever. Home. Su Qingluo echoed in confusion. Yes, I'll buy a house nearby, so we can live together on weekends, Zhang Cheng said, wanting to give her a real home. So we'll be cohabiting. Su Qingluo's eyes lit up. Living together meant they could be together every weekend. Yes, more or less. We'll go house hunting this afternoon, Zhang Cheng decided. This afternoon. But housing in Tianhai City is so expensive. Su Qingluo's voice trailed off in frustration. She could have helped him buy a house, but now her bank account was frozen, leaving her penniless. The helplessness pained her. Your husband has money. We'll buy a grand villa, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. But before that, I need to go to Taihe International Shopping Center for a business deal. Wait for me here. I'll pick you up later. Let me come with you. Su Qingluo wanted to spend more time with him, and it was the weekend. She had nothing to do in her dorm. But he'll be busy with business. You'll be bored, Zhang Cheng hesitated. That's fine. He'll wait outside while you talk. She insisted. Zhang Cheng was about to argue when the system's voice rang out again. Ding. New quest triggered. Option 1 brings Su Qingluo to the business meeting. Reward a 90 discount voucher for buying a house. Option 2 reject Su Qingluo's request. Reward 1 random attribute. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected this quest, and the reward seemed perfect for his upcoming house purchase. He nodded immediately. Alright, come with me. It'll be a good chance for you to get familiar with the environment you'll be living in. As he spoke, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host, on your choice. Reward 190 discount house buying voucher. Zhang Cheng knew exactly what the voucher was for, and Su Qingluo, thrilled by his agreement, hugged him and planted another kiss on his cheek. Really? Great. Thank you, husband. She exclaimed, radiant with joy. Being with Zhang Cheng anywhere felt wonderful. Around noon, Zhou Qing personally drove Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo to Taihe International Shopping Center. The terms and price had already been negotiated with the general manager there, so Zhang Cheng only needed to sign the contract. Normally Zhou Qing as the general manager could handle it, but Zhang Cheng had a shop voucher that required his signature. In the car, Zhang Cheng couldn't resist asking Zhou Qing's sister Zhou, where's the most expensive house in Tianhai City? With the 90 discount voucher, his ambitions grew. He wanted to buy Su Qingluo, the most luxurious villa in the city, to never let her down. The most expensive house in Tianhai City is undoubtedly the one on the peak of Tianshan Mountain. It's said to cost 500 million. Zhou Qing said, a hint of envy in her voice. Only the wealthiest of the wealthy could live there. I've heard of that house too. It's supposed to have an incredible view with its own Tianshan waterfall and pool. Standing on the peak, you can overlook the entire city. It's a true feng shui treasure, Su Qingluo added longingly. Even my father couldn't afford that villa. I wonder who will buy it. A 500 million villa. I doubt more than 3 people in Tianhai City can afford it, Zhou Qing said, while driving. Zhang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Qingluo, since you like it, well, buy that house. His words stunned both Su Qingluo and Zhou Qing. Su Qingluo and Zhou Qing were both astonished when they heard Zhang Cheng say he wanted to buy a 500 million yuan villa. Little brother, that villa costs 500 million yuan. Are you sure you really want to buy it? Su Qingluo asked, her face full of surprise. It was a top-tier villa that even her father couldn't afford. Zhou Qing's eyes were also filled with shock. Brother Zhang, are you joking? That villa is worth 500 million yuan. In all of Tianhai City, there are no more than 3 people who can afford it, Zhou Qing said in disbelief. She couldn't bring herself to believe that Zhang Cheng, a freshman in college, could afford the most expensive villa in Tianhai City. Sister Zhou, I'm not joking. I genuinely want to buy that villa. After we finish discussing business, please take us to the place where I can buy it, Zhang Cheng said with a serious expression. Zhou Qing, hearing the earnestness in his tone, was inwardly taken aback. She wanted to confirm again, but the words died on her lips. All right, I'll take you there later. Zhou Qing agreed verbally, but in her heart, she still had little faith. After all, someone who could instantly come up with 500 million yuan in cash to buy a house was undoubtedly among the elite of Tianhai City's upper echelons. Su Qingluo was also somewhat skeptical, yet she secretly harbored a faint hope that Zhang Cheng's words were true. If so, perhaps her parents wouldn't be so adamant about calling off the engagement. Before heading to the Tianshan Hilltop Villa, Zhou Qing took Zhang Cheng to the Taihe International Shopping Center to finalize the shop lease contract they had previously discussed. With Zhang Cheng's shop voucher, signing the papers was all that remained. The annual rent was 3 million yuan. After using the shop voucher, Zhang Cheng received a full cashback of 3 million yuan, and the shop was also blessed with the effect of a feng shui treasure site. Zhang Cheng had made a modest profit. After concluding the business, he asked Zhou Qing to take him to buy the Tianshan Hilltop Villa. Since he wanted to give Su Qingluo a home, Zhang Cheng intended to give her the best possible. Moreover, with a 1% off voucher for buying a house, purchasing the most expensive property would maximize the voucher's value. Tianshan Shuiyuan was the sales office for this top-tier villa. As soon as Zhang Cheng and the others entered, the sales staff in the office looked over. These seasoned salespeople were experts at sizing up customers by their attire and demeanor. Soon their attention focused on Zhou Qing. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were too young and didn't seem like wealthy clients, but Zhou Qing was different. Dressed elegantly with a refined aura, she clearly appeared to be a business elite. Miss, are you interested in buying a property? A pretty saleswoman named Anna immediately approached and offered her services warmly to Zhou Qing. It's not me who wants to buy, oh, it's this young friend of mine, Zhou Qing said, gesturing toward Zhang Cheng. This surprised Anna, who cast a quick glance at Zhang Cheng. His plain clothes and youthful appearance didn't suggest he was there to buy a house. Sir, feel free to look around. Anna's attitude turned noticeably cold. She lost all interest in introducing the properties and simply told him to browse on his own. The villas here were all top tier, with the cheapest costing at least 80 million yuan. A shabby-looking youth like Zhang Cheng couldn't possibly afford one. Zhang Cheng paid no heed to her cold demeanor and said directly, I want to buy the most expensive villa here. This statement not only shocked Anna, but also startled the other salespeople present. They shook their heads silently, clearly not taking him seriously, and some even cast disdainful or contemptuous looks. The most expensive villa. That costs 500 million yuan. Anna's tone carried a hint of mockery. It wasn't that the saleswoman was being snobbish, but Zhang Cheng's appearance simply didn't match someone who could afford a villa worth 500 million yuan. The Hilltop Villa was something even the chairman of Tianhai City's listed companies might struggle to afford, let alone a student like Zhang Cheng. 500 million then. He'll buy it. But I don't like your attitude. Call your manager out. Zhang Cheng had his pride. He could tolerate it once, but enduring it a second or third time wasn't his style. What attitude? And you think you can see our manager? Anna retorted, angered by his accusation. As the situation threatened to escalate, the sales manager was summoned. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? Manager Luo Wen stepped in to replace Anna. Luo Wen had been in the back and was unaware of Zhang Cheng's intention to buy the 500 million yuan villa. He had been called over by a staff member. I want to buy the Hilltop Villa. Handle the paperwork quickly, preferably today, Zhang Cheng said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Luo Wen initially thought Zhang Cheng was boasting, but seeing his serious expression, which didn't seem like a joke, he replied earnestly. No problem. Would you like me to introduce the Hilltop Villa first? Luo Wen appeared sincere, unlike Anna, who had looked down on him. It was clear that Luo Wen as the manager possessed far better observational skills and experience than Anna, along with superior professionalism. No need. Just proceed with the paperwork. Swipe the card, Zhang Cheng said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket. Such a swift transaction was a first for Luo Wen, and it left the other sales staff dumbfounded. This was a 500 million yuan deal, not 5 yuan. Even the richest man in Tianhai City wouldn't close a deal so quickly. Sir, are you sure you want to proceed immediately? Luo Wen asked, somewhat surprised. Yes, let's get on with it. Zhang Cheng was eager to use his 1% off voucher for the house purchase. Very well. He'll get the contract. Will you be swiping a card or making a transfer? Luo Wen asked again. Swipe the card, Zhang Cheng replied, producing an ordinary-looking bank card. Typically, customers who came to buy villas here presented black or gold cards indicating they were VVIP clients of the bank. But Zhang Cheng's card was a standard one, a sight they had never encountered before. A standard card meant the holder was just a regular bank customer with limited funds. Seeing Zhang Cheng's ordinary card, Anna couldn't help but sneer. A regular bank user wanting to buy a 500 million yuan villa. He must be mentally unstable. Anna wasn't alone in this thought, most of the other salespeople shared it. It was their first time seeing someone use a standard card for such a payment. Zhou Qing sighed inwardly. She had held some hope for Zhang Cheng, but after seeing that plain card her expectations vanished. Su Qingluo, unfamiliar with such matters, still clung to a sliver of hope for Zhang Cheng. Manager Luo Wen raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing the standard card, but quickly composed himself. One moment, sir. He'll process the payment for you. Luo Wen took the standard card from Zhang Cheng and walked to the financial desk in the lobby. Zhang Cheng followed. The other sales staff instinctively turned their gazes toward him, all eager to see him make a fool of himself. A standard card that could swipe 500 million yuan. They wouldn't believe it even if their lives depended on it. Luo Wen handed the card to the financial officer and instructed her to charge 500 million yuan. The officer was startled by the amount. It was the largest single transaction they'd ever processed, but the sight of a standard card made her question if she had heard correctly. Manager Luo, are you sure you want to charge 500 million from this card? Yes, charge 500 million. Luo Wen confirmed firmly. Though he too doubted the card could hold such funds, Zhang Cheng's calm and composed demeanor made him think it unlikely he was lying. Alright, I'll swipe it. Don't blame me if it fails. The financial officer operated the machine and prepared to process the payment. Before she did, Zhang Cheng activated the 1% off voucher gifted by the system. For the 500 million yuan villa, he only needed to pay 50 million yuan, and his card had over 70 million yuan. More than enough. All the sales staff crowded around, eager to see Zhang Cheng humiliated, especially Anna. But as the card was swiped, a crisp sound from the machine silenced them all. Beep, payment successful. The sound of the machine left everyone in the room utterly stunned. An ordinary bank card had directly swiped out 500 million. This utterly stunned everyone present. Such a swipe actually succeeded. The financial staff member exclaimed in disbelief. She had initially thought the balance on this plain card was definitely insufficient, never imagining that a single swipe would succeed. 500 million. Not only was the financial staff member shocked, but Luo Wen, the sales manager, was also astounded. He had never expected that this unremarkable youth could truly afford to spend 500 million on a house. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't offended this mysterious young master. Otherwise, they would have missed out on this huge deal today. The other sales staff present were even more stunned, especially Anna. How is this possible? He can actually come up with 500 million. Why is it like this? His clothes are so ordinary, his demeanor is so plain, even his bank card is so common. So why is he so wealthy? Anna was completely baffled. Her previous sales experience had utterly failed her with Zhang Cheng. But soon she concocted a possibility in her mind. Could this young man be deliberately pretending to be poor to buy a house? The moment this thought struck Anna was filled with deep regret. She had never imagined that a plot from a TV drama would unfold in real life and play out with her. If only I had known to ingratiate myself with him, even just this one order would have made me rich, Anna silently lamented. Zhou Qing was also utterly shocked. She felt she had already held Zhang Cheng in high regard, but now through this interaction, she realized she had still underestimated him. What exactly is Zhang Cheng's background that he can casually take out 500 million to buy a house? It seems I've still underestimated this young man. Zhou Qing suddenly realized that having Zhang Cheng invest in their Heideleo was actually her latching onto a powerful patron. Perhaps from now on they would never be short of money. On-site only Su Qingluo was the happiest because she discovered that Zhang Cheng was truly wealthy, immensely wealthy, and even momentarily suspected that her mother's claim about the Zhang family's bankruptcy was false. Could it be that my stinky little brother's family isn't bankrupt? Otherwise, how could he be so rich? Yes, mother must have gotten it wrong, as she deliberately doesn't want me to be with my stinky little brother. Su Qingluo spun a tale in her mind, then secretly felt happy for Zhang Cheng. The key point was that from now on she and Zhang Cheng would have their own little nest. Not a little nest, but a super luxurious mansion. Zhang Cheng, seeing that he had stunned them all, felt a quiet sense of satisfaction. Manager Luo, can we proceed with the paperwork now? Zhang Cheng asked very casually. We can continue with the formalities. Manager Luo, snapping back to reality, became extremely respectful and returned the bank card to Zhang Cheng with both hands. Then let's continue with the procedures. By the way, I'd like to put this villa under someone else's name. Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered something and said, Mr. Zhang, whose name would you like it to be under? Luo when asked with some surprise. Su Qing Luo. As Zhang Cheng uttered this name, his gaze fell upon Su Qing Luo, beside him his eyes brimming with tenderness and love. Since Su Qing Luo was willing to go so far as to pretend to be pregnant to defy her family for his sake, Zhang Cheng would not let her down. He would give Su Qing Luo the best the world had to offer. When Su Qing Luo saw that Zhang Cheng intended to put this top-tier villa in her name, she was moved to tears, feeling that everything she had done was worthwhile. Zhou Qing, witnessing Zhang Cheng's decision to register the villa under Su Qing Luo's name, showed a look of envy in her eyes. Everyone else also displayed expressions of envy. Very well then, please Miss Su and Mr. Zhang both follow me, Luo Wen said respectfully. Zhang Cheng nodded, then took Su Qing Luo's hand and followed Luo Wen to complete the procedures. The formalities were completed swiftly, resulting in a purchase contract, a property certificate, and the keys to the villa's main gate. Both Zhang Cheng's and Su Qing Luo's names were written on them. Initially, Zhang Cheng had wanted only Su Qing Luo's name, but she insisted that since this was to be their future home together, it should naturally bear both their names. Only then did Zhang Cheng not refuse, for this house was a testament to their love. With all procedures settled, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Cheng and Su Qing Luo decided to visit the so-called top-tier villa on the summit of Tianshan Mountain. Zhou Qing, after some thought, chose not to accompany them. She didn't want to be a third wheel, so she made an excuse and left first. Luo Wen personally escorted Zhang Cheng and Su Qing Luo to the villa on the peak, which was not far from Tianshan Water Garden. The three of them walked up Tianshan Mountain. The path was lined with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, artificial lakes, various precious flora planted on the mountain, and many fruit trees. The environment was truly beautiful. Zhang Cheng looked, there are swans. Su Qing Luo, with one arm linked through Zhang Cheng's, pointed at the swans on the artificial lake, her pretty face brimming with excitement. The scenery here is really nice, and the air is very fresh. Zhang Cheng said, taking a deep breath. The air even tasted sweet. Yes, a baby born in such an environment would surely be intelligent and healthy. Su Qing Luo immediately connected the thought to having children. Zhang Cheng chuckled inwardly. This little girl was now completely fixated on having a child with him. Soon the three arrived at the mountaintop, where a palace-like villa appeared before them, covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. It had private gardens on all sides, and at the western peak there was a natural waterfall with a spring below, its water clear and sweet. Moreover, standing on the summit, one could overlook the entire panorama of Tianhai City. Mr. Zhang, Miss Su, we have arrived, Luo Wen said respectfully. Zhang Cheng nodded, then couldn't help but admire the dreamlike beauty of the scenery. So beautiful. There really is a waterfall and a mountain spring, Su Qing Luo exclaimed joyfully as she ran to the spring, cupped some water, and tasted it. It was indeed sweet and refreshing. Zhang Cheng, the spring water here is so sweet and delicious. You should try some too. Su Qing Luo was as happy as a child. Zhang Cheng smiled, walked over, and also took a sip. It was genuinely sweet. Mr. Zhang, Miss Su, this spring water is very clean. It has been tested by our health department and is perfectly safe to drink. Moreover, it contains many trace elements. Luo Wen took the opportunity to explain. Good, not bad. Let's go see the inside. Zhang Cheng nodded, very satisfied with the spring. Soon Luo Wen led Zhang Cheng and Su Qing Luo into the villa. The villa's main door used a card as a key. A swipe granted entry. Pushing open the door, what met their eyes was an opulent interior to the extreme. Crystal chandeliers, tiger-skin sofas, European-style carpets, and various precious furnishings. All of these had been designed by top-tier designers, custom-made specifically for this villa. It's so magnificent, even more luxurious than my home, Su Qing Luo said, utterly awestruck. She had never seen such an extravagant house before. Zhang Cheng was also inwardly amazed. It was his first time seeing such a luxurious residence. Mr. Zhang, Miss Su, the house was designed by top Italian designers. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you are free to change it as you wish. Luo Wen introduced at the right moment. Very good, I am extremely satisfied with this place. Zhang Cheng nodded. The 500 million had been well spent. That's great. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Luo Wen said, handing a business card with his phone number to Zhang Cheng. Good. Zhang Cheng took the card and nodded, then thinking of something said to Luo Wen, Manager Luo, I am very impressed with you. Are you interested in joining me in starting an investment company? I happen to need a sharp-minded assistant like you. Zhang Cheng was about to establish an investment firm and needed talented individuals like Luo Wen to help him. Luo Wen hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to so bluntly try to poach him. He was both surprised and delighted. Could I have a few days to think it over? Luo Wen, being nearly 40 with a family, a wife and children, couldn't make such a decision lightly. No problem. Once you've decided, you can contact me anytime. The salary and benefits will be at least double what you are getting at your current company. Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile, then casually took a piece of paper and wrote down his phone number. Luo, when visibly excited, accepted the paper with the number and said solemnly, "Once I've made my decision, I will definitely contact Mr. Zhang. You may go now." Zhang Cheng nodded. Soon Luo left the mountaintop villa with joy. In the vast villa, only Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo remained. This villa is really huge. There must be 20 rooms in total upstairs and downstairs. Zhang Cheng, which room should we choose to stay in tonight? Su Qingluo had already started selecting their bedroom. Let's pick one upstairs. The first floor seems to be for the servants. Zhang Cheng said with a smile. That makes sense. Let's go to the second floor and choose. Su Qingluo said, then happily ran upstairs, overjoyed like a child. Zhang Cheng smiled and followed her up. The second floor also had many rooms, 8 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and an exceptionally large bathroom. Zhang Cheng, look. This bathroom is so big, and it has a bathtub paved with pebbles big enough for both of us to bathe together. After Su Qingluo said this, she realized the implication of her words, and her pretty face flushed slightly. This bathroom is indeed quite large and luxurious with pebble anti-slip design. Zhang Cheng was a bit oblivious, still admiring the design and decor of the bathroom, completely missing the meaning behind Su Qingluo's words. Zhang Cheng, how about we take a shower together? Su Qingluo suddenly said shyly, simultaneously closing the bathroom door. Huh, shower together? Right now? Zhang Cheng was startled, and he noticed that Su Qingluo had closed the bathroom door. We worked up a sweat climbing the mountain, so we definitely need to freshen up. Su Qingluo made a slight excuse, then took Zhang Cheng's hand and coaxed, honey, let's just take a shower together first. Who could resist a goddess coaxing? Zhang Cheng felt a shiver of delight. This Su Qingluo was truly a little enchantress. Just then the system's voice sounded again. Ding, host has triggered a new mission. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's request. Reward 1 Dragon Tiger Pill, 1 Market Investment Analysis Report, 30 million in investment funds. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward random attribute 1. The system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Moreover, the rewards this time seemed quite generous, all things he currently needed, so Zhang Cheng agreed without any hesitation. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll bathe with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. Ding, congratulations to the host for a successful selection. Reward 1 Dragon Tiger Pill, 1 Market Investment Analysis Report, and 30 million in investment funds. The rewards were plentiful this time, 3 items in total, especially the Market Investment Analysis Report. It was exactly what Zhang Cheng needed most. With it, he could accurately invest in promising industries. Su Qingluo was overjoyed when she heard Zhang Cheng agree. She walked over and directly hugged him, planting a kiss on his cheek with a smack. Honey, let's start our bath then, she said coquettishly, her pretty face blushing, but her eyes could not hide the delight. Let's not rush into the bath, let's fill the tub first. This large pebble bathtub will take quite a while to fill, Zhang Cheng said, eyeing the spacious tub. Although the bathtub was stylishly designed and very large, the only issue was that it consumed a lot of water. That's true. You go ahead and fill the water, it'll take off my clothes. Su Qingluo said rather shyly. Zhang Cheng replied without overthinking and went over to turn on the water. Filling the tub was no simple task. The water temperature had to be controlled perfectly, neither too hot nor too cold. And since the pebble bathtub seemed to be about 5 square meters, filling it would likely take considerable time. However, Zhang Cheng was clearly mistaken. The pebble bathtub had not just 1, but 8 water outlets. Moreover, by pressing a button on the control panel beside the tub, the machine would automatically adjust the water temperature, making it very convenient. In just a few minutes, the tub was completely filled, and the water temperature was quickly regulated. I didn't expect filling the water to be so easy, and you can even control the temperature. Expensive things really are good. Zhang Cheng was pleasantly surprised. He turned around to share the good news with Su Qingluo, but when he did, he saw her in the process of taking off her white stockings. The white stockings were slowly peeled off by Su Qingluo, revealing her snow-white, delicate long legs. Coupled with the short skirt she wore today, from Zhang Cheng's angle, if he tilted his head slightly, he could catch a glimpse of a suggestive sight. Zhang Cheng swallowed hard. Was his fiancée really this alluring? What man could resist her? She was practically a reincarnation of Su Daji. Then he remembered the Dragon Tiger pill the system had given him and hesitated about whether to take it later. After Su Qingluo removed her stockings, she looked up slightly and found Zhang Cheng staring intently at her, which made her blush and her heart race. Naughty boy, what are you staring at? Is the tub filled? She asked with a coquettish pout, her face red. It's filled. I just press a switch and adjust the temperature, and the machine does everything automatically, Zhang Cheng replied truthfully. So advanced. Can it keep the temperature constant? Su Qingluo asked, thinking of something and pressing further. Yes, this bathtub can maintain the water temperature constantly. Whatever temperature you want, it can stay at that level. It's quite advanced, Zhang Cheng explained earnestly again. That's wonderful. Then I can take bubble baths in here and even watch shows while bathing. Su Qingluo said this with a joyful expression as she walked over, then dipped her bare fair feet into the tub to test the water temperature. It was just as Zhang Cheng had said. The temperature was perfect, neither hot nor cold, ideal for soaking. It really is. This is practically an artificial hot spring, Su Qingluo said, full of delight. Yeah, it's like a small artificial hot spring, Zhang Cheng nodded. In that case, naughty boy, we can soak here for a while tonight, Su Qingluo said with a flushed face. Then turning her back to Zhang Cheng, she began to take off her clothes and skirt. Standing behind her, Zhang Cheng watched as she undressed, momentarily dazed. As her garments gradually decreased, her perfect figure was slowly revealed along with her fair and delicate skin, all exuding an irresistible charm. Zhang Cheng could not tear his eyes away. His fiancée's figure was simply amazing. Coupled with her breathtakingly beautiful face, he felt that marrying Su Qingluo was the greatest fortune of his life. After undressing, Su Qingluo turned around and stepped into the pebble bathtub. First, the scene before him like a painting of a beauty bathing. It was absolutely stunning. After soaking in the warm water and feeling the temperature, Su Qingluo turned to Zhang Cheng and said, "Zhang Cheng, the water temperature is just right, not hot. Come on in quickly." Zhang Cheng glanced at Su Qingluo, immersed in the water. Through the surface, he could clearly see her body. There was no denying that Su Qingluo's figure was exquisite, both pure and seductive. How could anyone resist such a fiancé? Alright, I'll be right there. Zhang Cheng swallowed hard and began to undress quickly. Su Qingluo blushed, wanting to look, but too shy to meet Zhang Cheng's eyes, her heart pounding wildly. Soon Zhang Cheng finished undressing and slowly stepped into the pebble bathtub. They sat at opposite ends of the tub, soaking in the warm water, as if in a hot spring, though both their hearts were racing. "Naughty boy, why are you sitting so far from me?" Su Qingluo said coquettishly, then moved closer to Zhang Cheng while covering her chest with her hands. "Qingluo, if we do this, something might happen," Zhang Cheng said somewhat nervously. "So what if something happens? It's not our first time. Do you think it's easier to conceive a baby in warm water?" Su Qingluo suddenly said, her face flushing. "Conceive a baby here?" Zhang Cheng was taken aback. Su Qingluo really was seizing every moment. Even when bathing, she wanted to make the most of it to have a child. Should we give it a try?" Su Qingluo bit her lips shyly, then, without waiting for Zhang Cheng to react, she leaned in and kissed him. Zhang Cheng was caught off guard as Su Qingluo pressed her lips against his and wrapped her arms around his neck. Zhang Cheng embraced Su Qingluo in return and kissed her passionately. After kissing for a while, he suddenly pulled away, calmed himself, and said, "Qingluo, wait for me a moment. They'll go out for a drink of water and be right back." "Alright, hurry back. They'll wait for you." Su Qingluo didn't suspect anything, and her eyes even held a hint of anticipation. Zhang Cheng nodded, quickly stepped out of the bathtub, grabbed a towel to wrap around his waist, and left the bathroom in a hurry. Once outside, Zhang Cheng took a moment to calm down, then went to the kitchen for a glass of water. After that, he took out the Dragon Tiger pill the system had rewarded him. For the sake of that 100 billion cash rebate, he'll go for it. With that, he swallowed the Dragon Tiger pill. After swallowing the Dragon Tiger pill bestowed by the system, Zhang Cheng downed several gulps of water to calm his nerves before hastening back to the second floor. Wondering if the pill might enhance the odds of conception, he pondered briefly before pushing open the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, Su Qingluo had been waiting for some time, having indulged in a bubble bath, while watching a drama, utterly relaxed and at ease. "Qingluo, I'm back. Let's begin," Zhang Cheng said as he strode toward the bathtub, casually unfastening the towel around his waist before stepping into the warm water. Upon seeing Zhang Cheng's return, Su Qingluo promptly put away her phone and embraced him tightly. "Naughty husband, making me wait so long. How will you make it up to me?" she cooed with a blush. "Whatever you wish," he replied. Zhang Cheng wrapped his arms around Su Qingluo, pulling her close. "I want you to give me a baby," she murmured shyly. "Alright, I'll satisfy you right now," he said with a faint smile, leaning down without hesitation to kiss her. The effects of Zhang Cheng's Dragon Tiger pill soon kicked in. Outside, the night deepened while, within the villa, passion grew ever more intense. It wasn't until the early hours that they finally ceased. Su Qingluo was utterly spent, but Zhang Cheng, bolstered by the pill, remained quite energetic. Seeing her exhaustion, he refrained from continuing. Instead, he lifted her in his arms, carried her out of the bathroom, and chose a random bedroom where they held each other and rested. Truly, the Dragon Tiger pill was remarkably potent. They slept dreamlessly until the alarm clock Zhang Cheng had set jolted them awake the next morning. It was Monday, and they had classes at Tianhai University. Hearing the alarm, Zhang Cheng scrambled up, but Su Qingluo was still asleep, having given her all the night before in hopes of conceiving. "Qingluo, get up quickly. It's Monday, and we have to go to class," he urged. Zhang Cheng whispered softly in Su Qingluo's ear. She let out a soft moan, slowly opening her drowsy eyes, and grabbed her phone from the bedside table. It was only 6:30. "Silly boy, it's just 6:30 in the morning. That's way too early. Lack of sleep will ruin a girl's skin," she said, stretching lazily, yearning to sleep more. "We need to get to Tianhai University before 8, or we'll be late for class," Zhang Cheng urged gently again. "Alright, class." Su Qingluo suddenly remembered, but showed no sign of getting up. Instead, she reached out her arms to Zhang Cheng and pouted, "Honey, I want a hug." "Alright, a hug it is." Zhang Cheng chuckled helplessly, then bent down and scooped her up in his arms, a classic princess carry. Honey, I want a kiss too. Su Qingluo wrapped her arms around his neck, pouting again and pursing her lips. How could Zhang Cheng resist his stunning wife's coquettishness? He gently pressed a kiss on her soft lips. Can we get up now? He asked with a resigned smile. Carry me to the bathroom to wash up, she replied, her face brimming with happiness and sweetness. Su Qingluo's clingy pleas left Zhang Cheng almost defenseless. He carried her soft, yielding form to the bathroom, where she finally agreed to start her morning routine. Silly boy, do you think all our hard work in the bathroom last night will pay off? Will I get pregnant? She couldn't help asking after a quick wash. I'm not really sure about these things. It's probably not that easy to hit the mark on the first try, Zhang Cheng admitted without confidence. Though he had taken the dragon tiger pill the night before conception seemed unrelated to it. I hope it works. If not, we'll have to wait until next weekend, Su Qingluo said, silently praying to Guanyin for a child. Don't worry, we still have 3 months, Zhang Cheng said, unconcerned. But Su Qingluo was anxious, though pregnancy was something that couldn't be rushed. After a quick wash, they took a taxi to Tianhai University. Fortunately, they weren't late, arriving at the classroom before 8 o'clock. As soon as Zhang Cheng appeared, his 3 roommates gathered around him. Zhang Cheng, where did you go this weekend? Why didn't you come back to the dorm at night? Fatty Wong Hao couldn't help but whisper. This question was also on the minds of the other 2 roommates. Didn't I tell you last time? I was working a part-time job. Zhang Cheng dared not tell them the truth. If he revealed that he had spent the weekend with the school beauty in a hotel, making a baby, they would surely be shocked. Working part-time on weekends, you must be exhausted. Skinny Lin Yang patted Zhang Cheng on the shoulder. They all knew about Zhang Cheng's difficult circumstances, so when he said he was working part-time, the 3 of them believed him without question. Seeing that they didn't press further, Zhang Cheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. On Monday morning, the classes were packed, ending only after 11 o'clock. However, just as the bell rang, a seductive goddess in black stockings was waiting outside the classroom. Wow, it's Senior Wang Manli, the sexy goddess, is here again. Is she here for Zhang Cheng? Someone immediately exclaimed. Zhang Cheng instinctively looked over, and indeed saw Senior Wang Manli. In a black silk dress and red skirt with big wavy hair, her appearance was truly alluring and glamorous. Zhang Cheng lowered his head, trying to walk around her, but she still recognized him. Junior Zhang Cheng, let's have lunch together. Wang Manli directly invited him, flipping her wavy hair, as she spoke, radiating irresistible charm. Clearly she had not given up on pursuing Zhang Cheng. It seemed his singing voice had completely captivated her. The surrounding classmates watched with envy and jealousy, but Zhang Cheng only felt helpless. Just as he was about to speak, a peerless beauty emerged from the crowd. It was Su Qingluo. Su Qingluo had also come to invite Zhang Cheng to lunch, but she never expected to run into Wang Manli again. Senior Manli, Zhang Cheng is my boyfriend. What do you mean by coming to him repeatedly? Su Qingluo stared at Wang Manli with a vigilant expression. Zhang Cheng was her husband, and no one was allowed to take him away, or anyone who tried would be bitten. Can't I just invite him to lunch? Besides, are you two really a couple? Wang Manli said arrogantly. She had noticed Zhang Cheng's reluctance before, and had long suspected that Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were a fake couple. Unfortunately, this time Wang Manli was completely wrong. Zhang Cheng stepped forward. He felt it was time to make his relationship with Su Qingluo public, and then said seriously, Senior Manli, Su Qingluo and I are already together. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. After saying this, Zhang Cheng, right in front of all the classmates, directly kissed Su Qingluo. Seeing this, the crowd erupted instantly. Zhang Cheng kissed Su Qingluo directly in front of everyone, causing an uproar among all the students present. Damn, Zhang Cheng actually kissed the school beauty Su. My god, I'm so envious. School beauty Su didn't resist. Are they really together now? Can't you see? School beauty Su and Zhang Cheng are really together. Woo woo, my aloof goddess is actually in a relationship. My world is collapsing. Oh my god, did school beauty Su finally catch Zhang Cheng? Everyone looked at Zhang Cheng with envy and jealousy. He had won over the top school beauty in Tianhai University's history. No, it seemed that school beauty Su had been chasing Zhang Cheng all along, and now she had finally succeeded. The boys were on the verge of tears. Their goddess was gone, they would be sleepless tonight. Soon the students pulled out their phones and started filming the kissing scene of Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. This was huge news. A freshman male student being aggressively pursued by the aloof school beauty for 2 weeks, and finally won over. This news would definitely explode on the campus network. Even Wang Manli was stunned by the scene before her. She never expected Zhang Cheng to kiss Su Qingluo right in front of her, and this time she saw affection and love in Zhang Cheng's eyes. This meant that Zhang Cheng was not reluctant this time, but willing. How is this possible? After just 1 weekend, Zhang Cheng has fallen for Su Qingluo. What tricks did this girl use to win him over? Wang Manli found it hard to believe, but the reality before her proved it all. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were truly in love, and their eyes were only for each other. The happiest person there was probably Su Qingluo, who never expected Zhang Cheng to be so manly as to kiss her in front of so many people, effectively making their relationship public. Su Qingluo's pretty face flushed from the kiss, and they only parted after a long while. Senior Monli, now you see. Qing Luo and I are already in a relationship, and we are very much in love. Please don't come looking for me anymore from now on. Zhang Cheng spoke very seriously. He wanted to draw a clear line with Wang Monli to avoid making Su Qing Luo jealous or unhappy. Since he had made up his mind, he had to give her a sense of security. Hearing this, Su Qing Luo was deeply moved and immediately took Zhang Cheng's hand, saying to Wang Monli, Senior Monli, you've seen it all. We're really together. I've caught Junior Zhang Cheng, and you're too late. Su Qing Luo said, triumphantly waving their intertwined hands in front of Wang Monli. Seeing this, Wang Manli's expression turned sour with anger. Fine, Su Qing Luo, just wait and see. He'll steal Zhang Cheng away sooner or later. Wang Monli turned and left, her face dark with displeasure, secretly unwilling to give up. Apparently, she wasn't ready to let go of Zhang Cheng, or rather she couldn't accept losing to her junior Su Qing Luo. Su Qing Luo wasn't afraid of Wang Monli trying to take her little brat away. How could the bond between her and Zhang Cheng compare to a stranger like Wang Monli? After Wang Monli left, Zhang Cheng took Su Qing Luo's hand and quickly slipped away from the crowd, not wanting to be the subject of further gossip. Once they were outside the teaching building, Zhang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally rid of those classmates, he said, patting his chest. He had mustered great courage to kiss Su Qing Luo in public, and his heart was still racing. Zhang Cheng, did you just make our relationship public? Su Qing Luo said joyfully. Recalling the scene, she felt a bit flushed, and her heart pounded. It was the first time she had kissed in front of so many people. Yes, since we're together, we should be open about it. Zhang Cheng said, tightly holding Su Qing Luo's soft fair hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Su Qing Luo felt his deep love and was deeply moved. Let's go have lunch. From now on in college, we can have a sweet romance, Su Qing Luo said, hugging Zhang Cheng's arm with joy and happiness. The sweet love she had longed for was finally realized, and she could be with her little brat every day. Let's go eat lunch at the cafeteria this time, so everyone knows that Tianhai University's top school beauty is taken, Zhang Cheng said, with a slight smile. Okay, whatever you say. Su Qing Luo replied cheerfully. While Zhang Cheng and Su Qing Luo were eating in the cafeteria, news of their relationship spread like wildfire on the campus network, causing an even bigger explosion than before. The top school beauty of Tianhai University was in love, and photos of their kiss were circulating. The male students were utterly devastated, venting their frustrations online. After lunch, Su Qing Luo reluctantly returned to her dormitory. As soon as she entered, she was cornered by her three roommates, Lin Baiwei, Yi Shiming, and Lu Yanran. Qingluo, you're amazing. Zhang Cheng actually fell for you. Spill it. When did you two start? Lu Yanran asked with a gossipy look. Lin Baiwei and Yi Shiming wore similarly curious expressions. Just a few days ago, Su Qing Luo replied, trying to appear calm. I bet it was over the weekend, right? You were gone for 2 days, probably out with Zhang Cheng. How far have you two gone? Lin Baiwei said with a mischievous grin. Did the thing I gave you work well? Lin Baiwei was referring to the condom she had given Su Qing Luo, thinking she had used her charms to conquer Zhang Cheng. What thing? Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming asked, puzzled. They hadn't been around when Lin Baiwei gave Su Qing Luo the condom, so they had no idea. Fearing exposure, Su Qing Luo quickly defended herself. What are you thinking? We've just started, holding hands and occasionally kissing. Don't get the wrong idea. Oh, I'm not that kind of person. Su Qing Luo's face flushed as she dared not tell them she and Zhang Cheng had already gone as far as trying to conceive. If she told the truth, they would be shocked. That evening, while in the bathroom, Su Qing Luo discovered she had gotten her period, which left her disheartened. Got my period, so last night's efforts were wasted. I wonder how to get pregnant, Su Qing Luo sighed. Then, struck by an idea, she quickly pulled out her phone and searched online, even posting on a QA website. How to get pregnant quickly. Online urgent. After posting, Su Qing Luo waited in the bathroom, truly waiting online. Fortunately, someone answered her question. Some said to calculate the ovulation period and time intercourse accordingly to increase the chances of pregnancy. Others said even during ovulation it wasn't guaranteed. It depended on luck. Su Qing Luo didn't understand this well and didn't know how to calculate ovulation. But the last answer caught her eye. The best way is to have intercourse every day after your period ends. No need to calculate ovulation or rely on luck. You'll get pregnant. Su Qing Luo was very pleased with this answer. This method is great. After my period ends, I'll have intercourse with Zhang Cheng every day. I refuse to believe I won't get pregnant. Su Qing Luo quickly made up her mind. If Zhang Cheng heard this, he would probably be floored. A month of daily intercourse was a very challenging task. In the dead of night, Zhang Cheng lay on his bed, surreptitiously flipping through the market investment analysis report gifted to him by the system. With this market investment analysis report, I can invest in industries with precision. Besides, the system also gave me 30 million in investment funds, just right for a bit of practice. Zhang Cheng felt elated. With a mere thought, the market investment analysis report materialized in his mind, and he began to peruse it earnestly. Having studied investment and finance himself, he found the report easy to comprehend. However, after a cursory glance, he was still taken aback. This market analysis report, if released, would probably be worth hundreds of billions. Zhang Cheng marveled inwardly, for it listed the investment potential data of tens of thousands of companies. Topping the list was a startup short video company called Douyin, with an investment potential score as high as 98 out of a full 100. That meant this fledgling company had boundless potential, and investing now would surely yield substantial profits later. Zhang Cheng's eyes lit up at this. With such a high potential score, it would be a disservice not to invest, given the system's gift of this market analysis report. He thought, his heart racing with excitement. Armed with this report, he could invest precisely, vastly accelerating his wealth accumulation. Once Qing Luo becomes pregnant, he'll have 100 billion in cash. Then he'll invest in every high-potential company on this report. Zhang Cheng envisioned a bright future. With 100 billion in cash and this precise market analysis report, he was confident his net worth would reach 400 billion by year's end. This was a staggering 400 times his original expectation of $1 billion in assets. Zhang Cheng continued to peruse the market investment analysis report in his mind, memorizing the high-potential companies. For several days straight, he meticulously studied the report. Not until noon on the third day did an unfamiliar phone number call him. Zhang Cheng answered casually, hearing Luo Wen's voice from the other end. "Hello, is this young Master Zhang? I'm Luo Wen, the sales manager of Tianshan Shui Yuan." Luo Wen's tone carried a hint of deference. Zhang Cheng's heart stirred with excitement upon hearing it was Luo Wen. Finally, a talent was coming to him. "Manager Luo, are you calling today because you've made your decision?" Zhang Cheng asked calmly. "After 3 days of careful consideration, I've decided to work with you, young Master Zhang. Do you have time now? I'd like to discuss it in person," Luo Wen said earnestly. "No problem. I'll wait for you at the cafe near Tianhai University." Zhang Cheng hung up after speaking. His heart was pounding with excitement. He was about to make his mark in the investment world, and Luo Wen, with his high professionalism and sharp mind, was undoubtedly a talent. With him as an assistant, Zhang Cheng could save a lot of time and energy. Soon Zhang Cheng met Luo Wen at the cafe. At 40, Luo Wen was sharply dressed and exuded a steady, composed demeanor. His decision to join Zhang Cheng had been made after 3 days of deep deliberation. First, Zhang Cheng's background was no ordinary one. He had casually spent 500 million on a villa. Such a super wealthy individual was rare in all of Tianhai City, and it also indicated that Zhang Cheng had no shortage of funds. Second, Zhang Cheng was a man of loyalty and integrity, just starting his entrepreneurial journey. By joining him now, Luo Wen would become a founding member with a status far higher than his current one. The key was that staying at Tianshan Shui Yuan with no connections, he could never climb the ladder. At best, he'd remain a manager for life, or worse, be ousted by those beneath him. Third, and most practically, Zhang Cheng was offering double the salary. Weighing these 3 factors, Luo Wen made his choice. In the cafe, he spoke respectfully to Zhang Cheng. "Young Master Zhang, after 3 days of consideration, I've decided to work with you. May I ask what the current status of your investment company is?" Zhang Cheng took a leisurely sip of his coffee before replying slowly, "My investment company hasn't been established yet, but once you join it can be set up immediately." Luo Wen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that Zhang Cheng hadn't yet founded the company, but he still spoke earnestly. "Young Master Zhang, do you have any preliminary plans? So I know how to proceed. Your first task is to help me get the investment company registered, including all the licenses. Additionally, starting today, you can contact that startup Douyin. I want to invest in it with no upper limit on the investment amount," Zhang Cheng declared with considerable bravado. Since Douyin's investment potential was 98, he was determined to secure this startup, as the future returns would be exceptionally generous. Douyin. Luo Wen seemed to have heard the name somewhere, but he nodded respectfully. "No problem. He'll get on both tasks immediately." Luo Wen quickly slipped into the role of Zhang Cheng's assistant. Over the next while, Zhang Cheng discussed salary and benefits, as well as the company's development vision. When Zhang Cheng mentioned his goal of reaching a market cap of 400 billion by year's end, Luo Wen felt a bit dazed. He even thought Zhang Cheng was boasting. How could any company achieve such a market cap in such a short time? Yet Zhang Cheng was brimming with confidence. "Alright, I've covered everything I needed to. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask now," Zhang Cheng said after taking another sip of coffee. "No more questions for now," Luo Wen replied, jotting down key points in his notebook. "Good. Then go ahead and register the investment company. Also, regarding the investment in Douyin, it must be done quickly with no cap on funds. Secure it," Zhang Cheng instructed. "Rest assured, Chairman Zhang. He'll get it done right away," Luo Wen said, rising to leave. After leaving the cafe, Zhang Cheng received a message from Su Qing Luo, saying she was waiting for him at the art gallery's painting studio and had something important to discuss. Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng hurried to the art gallery's painting studio. When he arrived, Su Qing Luo was already there waiting. "Zhang Cheng, you're finally here." Su Qing Luo's face lit up with joy. She quickly closed the studio door and approached him. "Qing Luo, you said you had something important to tell me. What is it?" Zhang Cheng asked, somewhat puzzled. "It is something important. Remember last time at the Tianshan Villa? We didn't hit the jackpot," Su Qing Luo said with a hint of regret. "Not winning was to be expected. It's not like we could succeed on the first try. That only happens in TV dramas," Zhang Cheng said understandingly. Upon hearing this, Su Qing Luo's face flushed with shyness as she said, "In that case, Zhang Cheng, let's do it every day from now on. That way our chances of hitting the jackpot will be higher." Zhang Cheng nearly choked on his own breath at her words. Doing that every day would surely be the death of him. But just then the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Host has triggered a new mission. Option 1, accept Su Qing Luo's request. Reward 50 million in investment funds and 10 Dragon Tiger pills. Option 2, refuse Su Qing Luo's request. Reward random attribute 1. This damn system is back with another mission. For such a life-threatening task, of course, he'll choose. Faced with such a life-or-death task, which option would you choose? Zhang Cheng had already made up his mind. Of course he would pick the second one. Otherwise, working day in and day out would wear out even an ox. With this thought, Zhang Cheng composed himself and spoke to Su Qing Luo with considerable tact. "Qing Luo, there's no rush about pregnancy. We have plenty of time, and besides, the university doesn't provide the conditions for us to do it every day." Zhang Cheng had made his choice, and after all, the 50 million investment wasn't that much. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Random physical strength 1. With the system's announcement, Zhang Cheng felt a slight increase in his stamina. The gift from the system had taken effect. After several days of attribute increases, Zhang Cheng's physical condition had already surpassed that of an average person. Seeing Zhang Cheng's refusal, Su Qing Luo didn't give up and began to coax him again. "Honey, I checked online. To get pregnant, doing it every day gives the highest chance, otherwise we might miss the ovulation window." Su Qing Luo looked pitiful and adorable, her coaxing manner endearing. "Please, my dearest husband." She blinked her big watery eyes, begging with a pitiful expression. Zhang Cheng felt a tingling sensation all over. This little enchantress of Su Qing Luo would have bewitched even an emperor in ancient times. She would definitely be the sole favorite of the harem. But doing it every day, Zhang Cheng feared his kidneys would give out. So to be safe, he couldn't agree to this. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry. There were still over 2 months left before the system's deadline. Just as Zhang Cheng was about to decline again, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The host has triggered the same task again. Rewards doubled. Option 1, accept Su Qing Luo's request. Reward investment funds of 100 million 20 Dragon Tiger pills. Option 2, reject Su Qing Luo's request. Reward random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng was stunned upon hearing the system. Damn, this dog system had doubled the rewards again. Was it trying to drive him to his death? The 50 million investment had doubled to 100 million. This system really knew how to play. Zhang Cheng once again suspected that this dog system was Su Qing Luo's lackey. Why else would it always favor her options? Yet faced with the doubled rewards, Zhang Cheng remained unmoved and refused again. "Qing Luo, be good, listen to me. There's no rush for a baby, we just need to get pregnant before winter break. Besides, the university doesn't have a place for us to have a child." Zhang Cheng declined tactfully once more. Doing it continuously for a month would leave him dead or without energy. He had many things to do during the day, and without energy, he couldn't do them well, especially since he was about to start an investment company and research promising companies. As soon as Zhang Cheng finished, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Random physical strength 1. After the system's announcement, Zhang Cheng's stamina increased slightly. He quietly assessed his condition, feeling that with his current stamina, he could even win a medal in a marathon. With this thought, another idea flashed through Zhang Cheng's mind. If he kept refusing, wouldn't his physical condition become exceptionally formidable? Then at the sports meet or Olympics, wouldn't gold medals be his for the taking? Zhang Cheng felt this was a viable path, but for now making money was the priority. Seeing Zhang Cheng refuse again, Su Qing Luo felt a little wronged, but still didn't want to give up. "Honey, on weekdays we could do it in the art club. Only I as the president have the key, no one else does. No one will find out." Su Qing Luo spoke boldly. Zhang Cheng was shocked. Damn, do it in the art club? He suddenly realized that this beauty was becoming bolder and bolder, daring to cause trouble in the art club. No, absolutely not. Zhang Cheng was frightened by Su Qing Luo's words and shook his head repeatedly. Causing trouble in the art club? If someone finds out, we're really done for. Zhang Cheng would never do it there. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. After a moment's thought, Su Qing Luo also felt it was ill-considered, and then said, "Then let's go to the 5-star hotel behind the university. Our relationship is public now, so it doesn't matter if classmates see us. Plus, Baiwei has a VIP card there. We can get half price. As for weekends, well, go to the Tianshan Villa. What do you think?" Su Qing Luo thought she had thought it through carefully this time, but Zhang Cheng frowned and asked, "Baiwei, your roommate?" "Yes, she's my roommate, and we're very close. That box of condoms in the dorm last time was from her. As for the VIP card, it was from one of her ex-boyfriends, a rich second generation. Now that they've broken up, she kept the card." Su Qing Luo explained after a moment's thought. Zhang Cheng was a little surprised. It seemed that some college girls were quite open. Just then the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The host has triggered the same task again. Rewards multiplied by 10. Limited time of 10 seconds to make a choice. Expired tasks will not be triggered again. Option 1. Accept Su Qingluo's request. Reward investment funds of 1,200,000,000 Dragon Tiger pills. Option 2. Reject Su Qingluo's request. Reward random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng was astonished by the system's prompt. The same task had been triggered 3 times, and the rewards had multiplied many times over. It seemed this was the system's rule. In the future, if he encountered tasks again, he could try to exploit this bug to get multiplied rewards. Su Qingluo looked at Zhang Cheng with a pitiful, pleading expression. Honey, please agree. I really want a baby. Just satisfy me this once. Su Qingluo began to coax again, wrapping her arms around Zhang Cheng's neck and kissing him directly. This tormenting little vixen, what man could resist? Besides, the system's countdown was almost over. Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth and said, fine. Since you want a baby so badly, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Of course, it was also for the 1 billion investment. As for the 200 Dragon Tiger pills, Zhang Cheng thought he could sell the extras. If he used them himself, would he soar to the skies? Seeing Zhang Cheng agree, Su Qingluo was overjoyed and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Thank you, dear husband. She was thrilled and thought that since Zhang Cheng's birthday was coming up, she must give him a big birthday gift. After Zhang Cheng agreed, the system's voice immediately sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a successful choice. Reward investment funds of 1,200,000,000 Dragon Tiger pills. Zhang Cheng felt a surge of delight. Although these investment funds could only be used for investing, they were exactly what he needed at the moment. With this 1 billion in investment capital, his investment company could now fund several promising ventures. Returning to his dormitory, Zhang Cheng began meticulously screening potential companies from the investment analysis reports. As for Su Qingluo, after returning, she planned to borrow Lin Baiwei's VIP card for a 5-star hotel and seriously contemplate how to make money. Though working at the seafood restaurant could sustain her, buying Zhang Cheng a birthday gift would be impossible. After National Day came Zhang Cheng's birthday on the 27th day of the 9th lunar month. Since he had gifted her a luxurious villa worth 500 million, how could Su Qingluo present anything ordinary to her beloved rascal? To conceal her financial predicament from Zhang Cheng, she had to find a way to earn substantial money by any means. What should I give him? And I have no money now, so difficult. Su Qingluo sighed as she lay in bed, experiencing the bitterness of poverty for the first time. She couldn't even afford a gift for her rascal. Hearing Su Qingluo's sigh, Lu Yanran couldn't help asking, Qinglu, what's troubling you? You seem burdened. Did Zhang Cheng bully you? No, his birthday is approaching, and I'm wondering what to give him. Su Qingluo sat up on the bed looking at a loss. This is your first gift since you started dating. You really need to think it over. Lu Yanran nodded. Lin Baiwei, overhearing, chuckled and said, from my experience, the best gift for a boyfriend is your first time. Such audacious words. One must admit Lin Baiwei truly understood men. Nearly 99% of boyfriends would eagerly desire their girlfriend's first time. However, the innocent Yi Shiming held a different view. Qingluo, don't listen to Baiwei. A woman's first time should wait until marriage. Men these days can be fickle. They play and discard. You shouldn't easily give your first time to your boyfriend. Yi Shiming, hailing from the mountains, held rather conservative values. This perspective made Lin Baiwei, a seasoned player, scoff. What era are we in now? Still clinging to virginity complexes, eh? She turned to Su Qingluo. Listen to me. This gift will have him utterly devoted. But make sure to take precautions. Lu Yanran couldn't resist chiming in. I think a gift is better. Qingluo is wealthy, an expensive present will surely please Zhang Cheng. Don't men love AJs? Why not give him a pair of AJs? Su Qingluo sighed. I'm broke now. My mother froze all my bank accounts. What? She froze your accounts? Why? Then how will you eat? Lu Yanran asked in astonishment. Not only she but Lin Baiwei and Yi Shiming were equally shocked. What mother would freeze her daughter's accounts? It's a long story. I'll explain another time. Su Qingluo said helplessly. Yi Shiming suggested, Qingluo, why not knit him a scarf or sweater? It won't cost much, and handmade gifts carry 3 women, 3 perspectives, each reflecting their distinct personalities. After considering her roommate's advice, Su Qingluo pondered deeply. As for the first time, she had already given it to Zhang Cheng. Gifting that again held no significance. She lacked money for an expensive present and couldn't knit. Realizing this, Su Qingluo felt a wave of despair. She had never imagined being so incapable, unable even to offer a decent gift. But Su Qingluo was clever and soon devised a plan. Ladies, what if I earn money to buy Zhang Cheng a gift? Would that be better? She turned to Lu Yanran and the others. That's meaningful, earning your own money for a gift. But is he worth such effort? Absolutely. He's the one I want to marry, Su Qingluo declared earnestly. I think it's a great idea too. I support you. Yi Shiming agreed. Having decided to earn money for Zhang Cheng's gift, Su Qingluo needed to figure out how to make a substantial sum quickly. Is there a way to earn big money in a short time? Like 1 million in 10 days. Having never worked, Su Qingluo underestimated the difficulty of making money, believing 1 million was easy. Her account once held tens of millions. She was undeniably a wealthy heiress. Lu Yanran and Lin Baiwei were stunned by her ambition. Qingluo, you have no idea how hard it is to make money. 1 million in 10 days. Even selling yourself wouldn't yield that much. Lin Baiwei shook her head. My lady, you've never worked. You don't know the struggle. 1 million in 10 days. Impossible, Yi Shiming added. She often worked part-time and barely earned enough for living expenses. 1 million in 10 days was a fantasy. Lu Yanran, however, had an idea. 1 million in 10 days isn't entirely impossible. Su Qinglua, Lin Baiwei, and Yi Shiming all looked at her, eagerly curious about the method. Yanran, tell us quickly. Su Qinglua urged. Live streaming. There's a popular app called Douyin. Many streamers earn a fortune. Several students from our university like Wang Monli and Feng Jinghui have gained fame there. Lu Yanran paused. A beauty like Qing Luo could attract many tips with a simple stream. Maybe you could earn 1 million in 10 days. Really? Such a good way to make money. Su Qingluo had been so focused on Zhang Cheng that she missed the trends. Yes, Douyin is lucrative now. Post videos to build a following, then stream. You can make a fortune, maybe even get rich overnight. Lin Baiwei had heard of Douyin. I've heard of it. Is it really that popular? I post daily updates and have over 10,000 followers, Lu Yanran said, showing them the app. I need to download this and study it. Su Qingluo immediately began downloading Douyin. Finally, she had a direction for Zhang Cheng's gift. The next step was borrowing Lin Baiwei's 5-star hotel VIP card. Late into the night, after Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming fell asleep, Su Qingluo quietly climbed into Lin Baiwei's bed. Lin Baiwei was replying to messages from dozens of admirers. With so many suitors, she had to carefully select. Mid-reply, Su Qingluo's entrance startled her. Qingluo, why are you in my bed tonight? Lin Baiwei quickly turned off her phone. Baiwei, don't you have a VIP card for Golden Grand Hotel? Can I borrow it for a month? The Golden Grand Hotel VIP card. Lin Baiwei, sharp as ever, caught on. Little minx, are you planning to gift your first time to Zhang Cheng? I knew my suggestion was best. If Lin Baiwei knew Su Qingluo had already given him her first time, her expression would be priceless. This time Su Qingluo intended to gift him a child. Blushing, she whispered, will you lend it? I need it for a month and will return it. Of course, but be sure to take precautions. Pregnancy would be troublesome, Lin Baiwei advised softly. Her warning was unnecessary. Su Qingluo wanted to conceive Zhang Cheng's child, which was why she needed the card. I know. Just give me the card, Su Qingluo urged. With this VIP card, she could create a child with Zhang Cheng every day. Wait, I'll get it. Lin Baiwei rummaged through her bag and handed Su Qingluo a platinum card. Take it. Remember to use protection. I will. After pocketing the VIP card, Su Qingluo suddenly recalled something and whispered shyly, Baiwei, what if my boyfriend is too skilled in bed? What should I do? This wasn't an idle question. In the bathroom of Tianshan Villa, she had witnessed Zhang Cheng's prowess and quickly surrendered. She didn't want her rascal to be disappointed. You've come to the right person. Lin Baiwei perked up and whispered a few tips into Su Qingluo's ear. Su Qingluo blushed deeply but nodded. Remembered. Follow my advice and it'll work. Luo Wen was quite efficient. In just 2 days he had successfully negotiated the investment in Douyin. However, the other party's asking price was somewhat high. 3 billion for only 30% of the shares, and that was already their final offer. For a company that had been founded for just over a year, this price was indeed a bit steep. Yet Zhang Cheng agreed without any hesitation. With an investment fund of 1 billion 30 million at his disposal, investing 300 million in Douyin was no problem at all. One afternoon, when he had no classes, Zhang Cheng went out with Luo Wen and quickly signed the investment agreement. From that day forward, Douyin became one of the projects Zhang Cheng had invested in. On the way back, Zhang Cheng was in an excellent mood. Luo Wen, you did a great job getting the Douyin investment settled in just 2 days. After offering a word of praise, Zhang Cheng shifted the topic and asked, how is the registration of the investment company coming along? It should be done in a few more days, including all the licenses, Luo Wen replied as he drove. Excellent. Next, continue to help me negotiate investment deals. Zhang Cheng took out a piece of paper from his pocket on which were listed 10 companies with high investment potential. Among them were internet startups like Meituan and Didi. These were companies Zhang Cheng had carefully selected. Not only were they highly promising, but their headquarters were all in Tianhai City. By acquiring these 10 companies, his net worth could multiply several times within half a year. And this was just the initial goal. He would continue to invest in more promising companies in the future. These are the 10 companies I've listed for investment. Get in touch with each of them as soon as possible, Zhang Cheng said, handing the paper to Luo Wen. Luo Wen took it, gave it a quick glance and responded, no problem, boss. He'll get these deals finalized as soon as possible. Luo Wen was now highly motivated. Following a boss with limitless potential like Zhang Cheng, he felt he too could rise to become a prominent figure in Tianhai City. After dropping Zhang Cheng off at Tianhai University, Luo Wen drove off to continue negotiating investments. Zhang Cheng headed straight for the dormitory, but before he had taken many steps, he ran into Su Qingluo's roommates Lin Baiwei and Yi Shiming, who greeted him first. Senior Zhang Cheng, what a coincidence. Yi Shiming greeted him softly. Ever since Zhang Cheng had helped their San Gandon's club, Yi Shiming had developed a good impression of him and strongly supported his relationship with Su Qingluo. Hello. Zhang Cheng replied simply. Lin Baiwei, however, looked him up and down, took the lollipop out of her mouth, and warned him seriously, Senior Zhang Cheng, since we've run into each other, I feel I should remind you. I know you're with Su Qingluo now, but if you ever do anything to wrong her, I'll smash your dog head in. Lin Baiwei had never seen Su Qingluo so devoted to anyone before. She was even considering giving her first time to Zhang Cheng. She didn't want to see her good friend get hurt. Don't worry, Senior Lin, I'll protect Qingluo with my life. Zhang Cheng promised earnestly. This wasn't just talk, it came from the bottom of his heart. I hope you mean what you say. By the way, Qingluo is short on money lately. As her boyfriend, you should take good care of her and not let her suffer, understand? She's out of money. Zhang Cheng frowned upon hearing this. How could the daughter of the Su family possibly be broke? He had a nagging feeling that Su Qingluo was hiding something from him. Yeah, her parents have frozen several of her bank cards. She's almost out of money for food. Didn't you know? Lin Baiwei asked in surprise. She had assumed Zhang Cheng was already aware, which was why she reminded him. After all, such a big matter should have been shared with her boyfriend, right? Zhang Cheng was taken aback. So Su Qingluo really was hiding something from him, and something so significant. But he kept his composure and said calmly, now I know. But don't worry, you'll take good care of her. I won't let her suffer at all. Su Qingluo was his fiancée, his future wife. How could he ever let her suffer? That's what I like to hear. Do you know Qingluo was even planning to go live stream to earn money to buy you a birthday present? I've never seen her so devoted to a guy. If you let her down, watch out for your head. Lin Baiwei warned again. She's going to do live streaming to make money. Zhang Cheng exclaimed in shock. Su Qingluo had never mentioned any of this to him. Yes, she's really going all out to buy you a gift, Lin Baiwei nodded. Zhang Cheng's body trembled slightly upon hearing this. He never expected that this silly girl would resort to live streaming just to buy him a gift. Alright, we have to go, but I still have faith in you. Lin Baiwei said, popping the lollipop back into her mouth. Yi Shiming waved goodbye to Zhang Cheng. After they left, Zhang Cheng, still rooted to the spot, immediately took out his phone and dialed Su Qingluo's number. He had to confirm such a major issue. The phone rang only a few times before Su Qingluo answered. Hey little brother, did you miss me? Came her sweet charming voice. Qingluo, are you out of money? Zhang Cheng asked tentatively. There was a noticeable pause on the other end, but soon she responded with a laugh. Silly, and the heiress of the Su group. How could I possibly be out of money? Zhang Cheng realized she was still trying to hide it from him, so he said, your roommates Lin Baiwei and Yi Shiming already told me. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your dorm. After saying this, Zhang Cheng hung up. From the hesitation in Su Qingluo's voice, he was certain Lin Baiwei and Yi Shiming hadn't lied to him. Su Qingluo really was out of money. No wonder she had said she would work at a restaurant during the National Day holiday. So Su Qingluo really had no money left, and it wasn't just about experiencing life. Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered that day when, after meeting her mother, Su Qingluo had mentioned working at a restaurant and even talked about having a child. It all clicked into place. Su Qingluo had been bearing everything silently on her own. What a fool I am. I should have realized this sooner. Since she was ready to use pregnancy to defy her parents, they would definitely cut off her financial support. Zhang Cheng's eyes reddened, moved by Su Qingluo's devotion. With a girl who loved him so deeply, how could he ever let her lose? Listening to the dial tone from the phone, Su Qingluo silently regretted telling Lin Baiwei and the others about her financial situation. That Lin Baiwei. She muttered under her breath, then slipped on her shoes and ran downstairs. By the time she came out, Zhang Cheng was already waiting there. Su Qingluo walked slowly toward him, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Qingluo, why didn't you tell me you were out of money? Zhang Cheng asked, slightly annoyed. He took out a bank card from his pocket and pressed it into her hand. There's 10 million in here. Buy whatever you want. Don't go through the trouble of live streaming. It would make me feel like a useless boyfriend. Su Qingluo's eyes reddened, moved by his sincere gesture. But I wanted to earn money for your birthday gift on my own. Tears glistened in Su Qingluo's eyes. Silly girl, you are the best gift heaven has ever given me. With you, what more could I want for my birthday? Zhang Cheng pulled her into his arms. Those words broke through her defenses. She was utterly overwhelmed with emotion, letting the tears flow freely down her cheeks. She felt that choosing Zhang Cheng was the right decision. Even if the entire Su family opposed it, she would marry him. As night fell, Zhang Cheng led Su Qingluo into the Jinhao Hotel. Fortunately, it wasn't the weekend, so few students were there to rent rooms, and they went unrecognized. Otherwise, the campus forum would have exploded by tomorrow. Even so, Su Qingluo kept her head down, afraid of being spotted. Though she was openly together with Zhang Cheng, matters like renting a room still made a girl shy. Truth be told, Zhang Cheng was also nervous, fearing recognition, but he forced himself to stay calm. Holding Su Qingluo's hand, he quickly approached the front desk of the Jinhao Hotel and handed over his VIP card. Hello, ID like a deluxe king room, Zhang Cheng said, feigning composure. The receptionist glanced at him, and the lowered head of Su Qingluo instantly understanding the situation. She had seen it many times before. Would you like a themed room or a standard king room? Zhang Cheng was taken aback. A themed room. This hotel really knew how to play. He instinctively looked down at Su Qingluo and asked, Qinglu, which one do you prefer? Up to you. She replied, too embarrassed to answer directly, leaving the choice to Zhang Cheng. Then a standard king room, but a good one. Price is no issue, Zhang Cheng said earnestly. He didn't want to let Su Qingluo down. If they were staying, it should be in comfort. Alright, got it. That'll be 1,200, but with the VIP discount it's 600, the receptionist said proficiently. No problem. Zhang Cheng was about to pay, when Su Qingluo suddenly spoke up. How much for a monthly stay? The receptionist was stunned. A monthly stay for a king room. That was quite bold. But it was the client's privacy, so she calculated seriously. For a month it's 18,000, but we can offer it for 15,000. Su Qingluo turned to Zhang Cheng and said, Little brother, let's go with the monthly plan then. We can just come directly from now on. She figured since they would be together for the next month anyway, it was better to rent by the month, allowing them to come anytime and avoid repeated check-ins. Alright, whatever you say. Monthly it is, Zhang Cheng agreed and paid. Here are your room keys, room 601. Take the elevator on the left after you exit, the receptionist said warmly. Thanks. Zhang Cheng thanked her and led Su Qingluo toward the elevator. Soon they arrived at room 601 on the 6th floor. Zhang Cheng used the key card to open the door and quickly stepped inside. Only after entering did Su Qingluo finally breathe a sigh of relief. We're finally in the room, little brother. Did any classmates see us? Su Qingluo asked nervously. Probably not. It's not the weekend, so we're likely the only students here, Zhang Cheng replied, inspecting the room's decor. The 5-star king room was indeed well appointed. The bed was European-style, soft, bouncy, and large enough that 2 people could toss and turn without falling off. Though it couldn't compare to the waterbed at the Jinhuang Hotel, it was still quite impressive. The bathroom glass was semi-transparent, allowing a faint silhouette of anyone bathing inside, a hazy allure more captivating than full transparency. Let me try the bed first. Su Qingluo exclaimed, throwing herself onto the large bed, delighted by its soft bounce. This bed is so springy, so soft, I love it. Zhang Cheng also lay down to test it. Indeed, it was soft and warm, much cozier than a waterbed. The 5-star hotel bed is really nice. Lying on the bed, they exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew intimate. Su Qingluo's lips gradually moved toward Zhang Cheng's, and he naturally met hers. Soon they were kissing. Su Qingluo parted her lips, and their souls seemed to entwine. Zhang Cheng instinctively wrapped his arms around her, and they began to roll across the bed. Fortunately, the large bed was spacious enough for all their movements. Just as their kiss reached its peak, a phone call interrupted them. Su Qingluo quickly sat up. It's my phone, she said, her cheeks flushed. She checked the caller ID. It was her mother. Seeing this, her expression changed. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. Mom, what's the matter? Su Qingluo tried to keep her voice steady. It's been 5 days. Have you made up your mind? Isn't life hard without money? If you come back for the arranged meeting during the National Day holiday, it'll unfreeze your bank card, her mother gently pressed. She believed her daughter, unaccustomed to hardship, would relent after 5 days without funds. But Su Qingluo remained resolute. I won't come back for any arranged meeting. Give up on that idea. I will only marry Zhang Cheng in this life. With that, she hung up, her eyes reddening with hurt and sorrow. Zhang Cheng had heard everything, confirming his suspicion that Su Qingluo's mother was forcing her into this rebellion. Seeing her tearful, he pulled her into his arms with tenderness. Little brother, I only have you now, Su Qingluo sobbed, holding him tightly as tears streamed down. Don't worry, Qingluo. By the end of the year, I'll go to your home to propose. They'll beg me to honor the engagement, Zhang Cheng reassured, patting her back. Really? Will they truly agree to our marriage? Su Qingluo choked out. Yes, and then we'll be able to marry properly, Zhang Cheng said, gently wiping away her tears. Su Qingluo nodded, full of confidence in him, then said shyly, I'll go take a shower first. She stood and walked toward the bathroom. Zhang Cheng watched through the semi-transparent glass as she began to undress. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng swallowed hard. This bathroom design is really tempting, he thought, forcing himself to calm down. He took out a few Dragon Tiger pills from his system space. Should I take 1 or 2? With my increased stamina, now maybe I don't need them. Otherwise Qingluo won't be able to handle me, he deliberated. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Su Qingluo silently recalled the techniques Lin Baiwei had taught her. Soon she emerged wrapped in a towel, like a celestial maiden fresh from a bath, breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Cheng was stunned. Qingluo, you're so beautiful, he couldn't help but praise. Who could resist such a woman? After a night of passion, both were utterly exhausted before drifting off to sleep. The gentle morning sun streamed through the transparent window, casting its glow upon the large bed, while the air was thick with lingering affection. Su Qingluo lay nestled in Zhang Cheng's arms, deeply asleep, when suddenly her long lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Realizing she was in Zhang Cheng's embrace, Su Qingluo couldn't help but close her eyes again to savor this fleeting bliss. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, her cheeks burned with warmth. I never thought Baiwei's advice would actually work, Su Qingluo thought to herself with a shy blush. The memory of Zhang Cheng's robust physique and enduring stamina made her face flush red. So being a woman could be quite wonderful, especially as Zhang Cheng's woman. Soon Zhang Cheng also awoke, and his first sight was Su Qingluo completely unclothed, still resting on his chest. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Both had thoroughly enjoyed themselves the night before. Though Zhang Cheng hadn't used the Dragon Tiger pill, the stamina attribute rewarded by the system had significantly strengthened him. Gazing at Su Qingluo's sleeping beauty visage, Zhang Cheng couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. To his surprise, the moment their lips met, Su Qingluo responded with fervent passion. "You're awake," Zhang Cheng exclaimed in slight astonishment. "My prince husband woke me with a kiss." Su Qingluo replied with a sweet smile, her words dripping with tenderness. "When did your lips become so sweet?" Zhang Cheng couldn't help but reach out and affectionately tap her delicate nose. "My lips have always been sweet. Taste them if you don't believe me," Su Qingluo said with a coy pout, then tilted her head, pressing her rosy lips toward him. Zhang Cheng, captivated by those luscious thin lips, didn't hesitate and kissed her. Both were still completely unclothed, and as they kissed, they instinctively embraced again. After a long kiss, Zhang Cheng suddenly sensed trouble brewing and quickly pulled away. "Qingluo, if we keep this up, things will get out of hand. Let's get up. I have a class this morning," Zhang Cheng said nervously. He knew his own limits all too well, and Su Qingluo, that little enchantress, was far too alluring for him to resist. "I recall you have class at 10 on Thursday mornings, don't you?" Su Qingluo showed no intention of getting up, or in fact, she even straddled Zhang Cheng. "How do you know I have class at 10 on Thursday?" Zhang Cheng asked in mild surprise. This was his schedule. How did Su Qingluo know it? "I memorized your class schedule long ago. How else would I find you?" Su Qingluo said with a playful grin. Zhang Cheng sighed, inwardly astonished that Su Qingluo had committed his entire schedule to memory. "I do have class at 10, but don't I need to wash up and have breakfast?" Zhang Cheng said, feeling things were about to spiral out of control, with Su Qingluo perched on him. Seeing that her coquettish pleas were futile, Su Qingluo relented, though she was also concerned about Zhang Cheng's well-being. "Fine, but we'll continue tonight." Su Qingluo finally climbed off Zhang Cheng. "That's more like it. Come on, let's get washed up. The day after tomorrow is National Day. We'll have plenty of time then," Zhang Cheng said, gently ruffling Su Qingluo's hair with affection. "That's true." Su Qingluo daydreamed blissfully. Being with Zhang Cheng made everything feel like happiness. Meanwhile, at the Su family's grand villa, Su Qingluo's parents were deeply troubled by their daughter's stubbornness. "That girl Qingluo must be bewitched. She'd rather go without money than bend to our will. It's infuriating." Su's mother Zhongli flopped onto the sofa in exasperation. She had hoped cutting off their daughter's allowance would make Su Qingluo submit, but the girl remained unyielding. "The day after tomorrow is National Day. Young Master Chen flew back from abroad just to see her, and she refuses to even meet him," Zhongli said anxiously. They had already arranged everything with the Chen family. How would they explain if her daughter didn't show up? Su Qingluo's father Su Guozhen frowned at this, feeling they could no longer indulge their daughter's whims. He tossed aside the newspaper in his hand and fixed a stern gaze on the butler old Su, who stood nearby. "Old Su, take 2 bodyguards and bring our daughter back from Tianhai University. We can't let her have her way any longer. Go." "Yes, sir." Butler Su acknowledged and left. If gentle persuasion failed, then force would have to be used. At noon, before Zhang Cheng's class ended, Su Qingluo was already waiting early at the door of his classroom, anticipating their lunch together. The students inside the classroom looked on, their hearts brimming with envy and resentment. What virtue did Zhang Cheng cultivate in his past life to earn the favor of school beauty Su? "Woo, my goddess is no more. They flaunt their love at the classroom door every day. I can't take it." The students, especially the boys, could only silently envy and grumble in their hearts. Soon the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Zhang Cheng packed his things and quickly walked out of the classroom. "Zhang Cheng, let's go have lunch together." Su Qingluo, ignoring the many onlookers, directly and affectionately linked her arm with his. The sight made Zhang Cheng's classmates drool with envy, especially the boys. "All right, but you don't have to wait outside my classroom every time," Zhang Cheng gently reminded her. He feared arousing the collective ire of his peers, so he wanted Su Qingluo to avoid openly flaunting their relationship at the classroom door. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go." Su Qingluo nodded, her eyes filled with Zhang Cheng, her face radiant with happiness. Everyone watched the pair leave, their gazes burning with envy and jealousy. After leaving Tianhai University, Zhang Cheng did not take Su Qingluo to the cafeteria this time, but instead headed to the Shuidi Lao restaurant across the street. Eating at the cafeteria daily could become tiresome, so occasionally dining at Shuidi Lao offered a pleasant change. Zhou Qing was also present today. Seeing Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo holding hands, she immediately greeted them warmly. "Brother Zhang, Miss Su, it's been a few days, and your bond has grown even deeper." Zhou Qing saw at a glance that their relationship had advanced another step. It seemed the sea cucumbers and lamb she had given them last time had worked their magic. Indeed, those foods had played a certain role. "Sister Zhou, please find us a seat. We're starving," Zhang Cheng said, rubbing his stomach. "There's an empty private room right now. Follow me." Zhou Qing offered, personally leading the way. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo followed her into the room and casually ordered several ingredients. Zhou Qing once again brought Zhang Cheng several kidney-nourishing and aphrodisiac foods, such as sea cucumber seahorses and pork kidneys. Sister Zhou, you're at it again. Zhang Cheng was slightly speechless at the sight of these items. I'm just looking out for Miss Su. Eat up quickly. Zhou Qing teased with a smile, glancing at Su Qingluo as she spoke. The latter's pretty face flushed. By now she knew the purpose of these foods. Thank you, Sister Zhou, we won't hold back. Su Qingluo expressed her gratitude on behalf of Zhang Cheng. She also wanted Zhang Cheng to replenish his strength, as in the days ahead their daily activities would surely drain his energy. Nourishing his body would be beneficial. See, Miss Su understands. Eat up. If it's not enough, I have more, Zhou Qing said before leaving. Zhang Cheng, have some sea cucumber to build up your strength. Su Qingluo immediately cooked a sea cucumber for him and placed it in his bowl. I really should replenish myself, let's eat. Zhang Cheng didn't stand on ceremony. Nourishing his body would only benefit him, especially since he had a long road ahead of plowing and sowing. The lunch was hearty, and both ate with great satisfaction. But just as they stepped out of Shuidi Lao, an impeccably dressed old man flanked by 2 bodyguards approached Su Qingluo. Missed the master requests your return home, Steward Su said sternly. Su Qingluo's expression shifted at the sight of him. She hadn't expected her parents to send the old steward to fetch her. I'm not going back. Tell them to give up hope, Su Qingluo declared firmly. She knew full well why her parents wanted her back and was determined not to go with Steward Su. However, Steward Su was not about to leave empty-handed this time. Miss, if you refuse, please forgive our impertinence. With a wave of his hand, 2 bodyguards in black suits emerged from behind him. These bodyguards exuded a cold, imposing aura, their stern faces hidden behind sunglasses, clearly not to be trifled with. Su Qingluo's face paled at the sight of her father's 2 bodyguards. These were professional bodyguards, each could take on 3 or 4 ordinary men. That her father had sent both of them showed his determination to bring her back. Despair washed over Su Qingluo, but she was not ready to be taken without a fight. Without a second thought, she grabbed Zhang Cheng's hand and tried to run. But one bodyguard reacted swiftly, blocking their path the moment she moved. Miss, you can't escape. The master sent 2 bodyguards with me. He's made up his mind. Come back with me, Steward Su urged again. I said I'm not going back. Move aside. Su Qingluo grew angry. Miss, since you want cooperate, forgive our rudeness. Steward Su waved his hand again, and the 2 bodyguards moved to grab Su Qingluo, but Zhang Cheng, who had been silent, stepped forward to shield her. If you want to take Qingluo, you'll have to go through me first, Zhang Cheng declared coldly. How could he stand by and watch Su Qingluo be taken away even by her father's bodyguards? He also wanted to test just how much the system's gift of enhanced strength had empowered him. Who do you think you are to meddle in the Su family's affairs? Steward Su roared angrily. I'm her future husband. Do I have the right or not? Zhang Cheng shot back loudly. Future husband? Steward Su frowned, realizing this was likely the young lattice boyfriend. He then ordered the 2 bodyguards, take care of this arrogant brat first. With an overbearing demeanor, Steward Su was determined to teach this defiant youth a lesson. Following Butler Zu's orders, the 2 bodyguards rolled up their sleeves and prepared to teach Zhang Cheng a lesson. Seeing this, Su Qingluo's delicate face turned pale with fright, and she immediately grabbed Zhang Cheng's arm. Little brother, you should leave quickly. You can't fight these 2 bodyguards. Let me handle this myself. Su Qingluo spoke with great concern. She had witnessed the prowess of her father's bodyguards before. Each one could easily take on 4 men, their combat skills exceptionally refined. Now that both were approaching, Zhang Cheng stood even less of a chance. To prevent him from getting hurt, she was ready to compromise. It was a last resort. Yet Zhang Cheng remained resolute, showing no intention of backing down. I won't let anyone take you away from me, not unless I'm dead, he declared, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Su Qingluo. Su Qingluo was once again moved by the firmness in Zhang Cheng's eyes. But reality was cruel. Zhang Cheng was no match for these bodyguards. But they're too strong, you'll get hurt. She tried to persuade him, but Zhang Cheng was already striding toward the 2 men. If you want to take Qingluo away, you'll have to defeat me first, Zhang Cheng declared with unwavering resolve. Sorry, but we must take the young miss with us. Since you insist on blocking our way, we have no choice. One of the bodyguards flexed his wrist, his expression stern, and threw a punch straight at Zhang Cheng. The punch was swift, precise, and powerful, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Su Qingluo was so terrified, she dared not open her eyes, remembering how this very punch had felled many before. Yet Zhang Cheng caught it, effortlessly gripping the bodyguard's fist firmly in his palm. Your strength is mediocre. Zhang Cheng held the fist tightly, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. The power attribute granted by the system had proven useful. Brat, you're asking for trouble. The bodyguard was astonished that Zhang Cheng had caught his punch so easily, but he refused to admit defeat. He tried to pull his fist free from Zhang Cheng's grip, only to find to his horror that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break loose. Zhang Cheng's hold only tightened, causing a sharp pain in his fist. How is this possible? How can this kid be so strong? My punch carries 200 pounds of force, yet he's completely neutralized it. A bead of sweat formed on the bodyguard's forehead, and the pain in his fist intensified. Seeing that he had the bodyguard's fist under control, Zhang Chung didn't hesitate. He drove his foot into the man's stomach. The immense force sent him flying several meters away, tumbling across the ground before he collapsed. Pain. It hurts. The bodyguard writhed on the ground, groaning in agony, unable to rise and continue the fight. It all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Butler Su Qingluo and the other bodyguard registered what had occurred, the deed was done. When they came to their senses, they were utterly stunned by the scene before them. How is it possible? This kid actually kicked one of the master's bodyguards flying. Butler Zu's eyes were wide with shock. These were professional bodyguards, top-notch in both strength and combat skills, yet they couldn't last a single round against Zhang Chung. How could he not be astonished? Su Qingluo was equally dumbfounded. Little brother is amazing, she murmured, her mouth agape. Her little brother was incredible. He had kicked her father's bodyguard flying with a single blow. She had seen how formidable these bodyguards were, but against Zhang Chung they seemed utterly outmatched. Is this all the strength you have to be a bodyguard? Zhang Chung dusted off his hands with an air of nonchalance, then turned his gaze to the remaining bodyguard. Now it's your turn. His taunt enraged the other bodyguard, who believed his comrade had simply been careless. He resolved to strike with full force, giving no quarter. You're asking for death, brat. The remaining bodyguard let out a cold shout and lunged at Zhang Chung, launching a short-range elbow strike. The move was swift and precise, leaving no time for reaction. Zhang Chung had only been enhanced in strength, not agility or martial arts, but his mind remained calm. He knew he couldn't outmatch the bodyguard in combat technique, so he charged at the oncoming man as well. He grappled him in a bear hug, even as the bodyguard's elbow slammed into his stomach, causing searing pain. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chung held tight and slammed the man to the ground. Both crashed to the floor, and Zhang Chung used his strength to seize the bodyguard's hands. If their power had been equal, they would have been locked in a stalemate, and the bodyguard's combat experience might have turned the tables. But Zhang Chung was far stronger. With a forceful twist, he dislocated the bodyguard's wrists. A piercing scream of agony rang out. Seizing the moment, Zhang Chung kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying across the room. In just a few minutes, Zhang Chung had sent both men flying with a single kick each. Butler Su stood there utterly dumbfounded, his heart trembling with fear. Who was this kid? He had taken down two of the master's professional bodyguards in no time. His strength was terrifying. Butler Su swallowed hard, a flicker of fear in his eyes, as he sensed this mission was doomed to fail. Su Qingluo, on the other hand, was both surprised and delighted by her little brother's prowess. Little brother, you're amazing. Well done. Su Qingluo broke into applause, a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Seeing the two bodyguards writhing on the ground in pain, Zhang Chung finally relaxed. He had appeared bold, but in truth he had only won through sheer brute force. If they had attacked together from the start, he might not have prevailed. Moreover, the bodyguards were highly skilled in combat. Had Zhang Chung not endured the pain of that elbow strike, he wouldn't have overcome the second one. Even now his stomach still ached, though he didn't show it. Having dealt with the bodyguards, Zhang Chung approached Butler Su. Do you still intend to take Qingluo away? He asked calmly, his tone brooking no dissent. Having witnessed Zhang Cheng's might, Butler Su had long lost his earlier bravado. Cold sweat trickled down his back. If even two bodyguards couldn't defeat him, how could an old, frail man like him stand a chance against this handsome young man? A single remark from Zhang Chung sent Steward Su into a panic. The two professional bodyguards were no match for him. How could an old man like himself stand a chance against this young man? What exactly are you trying to achieve by stopping me from bringing the young lady back? Steward Su asked in terror, his back drenched in cold sweat. Fearing that Zhang Chung might knock him out with a single punch, he still sought to uncover Zhang Cheng's intentions to report back. Qingluo doesn't want to return, so no one can force her. It's as simple as that. Zhang Chung initially considered teaching the old steward a lesson, but seeing his age of over 60, he feared a punch might kill him. He abandoned the idea, but left a warning before departing. This time I'll spare you because of your age. If there's a next time, you'll never stand again. Having said this, Zhang Chung took Su Qingluo's hand and walked toward Tianhai University in plain sight. Only after Zhang Chung had disappeared into the distance did Steward Su finally breathe a sigh of relief, his back soaked with the cold sweat of fear. That brat dared to hold the young lad's hand. It seems he's her boyfriend. I must report this to the master. Steward Su wiped the cold sweat from his brow and quickly departed. Back on campus, Su Qingluo's admiration for Zhang Chung grew even stronger. Little brother, you're incredible. Even my father's two professional bodyguards couldn't beat you. When did you become this strong? Su Qingluo's eyes sparkled with excitement and a hint of adoration. Her husband being so powerful naturally delighted her. They underestimated me, I only won by luck, Zhang Chung replied with a modest smile. This was somewhat true. If they hadn't been careless or had attacked together, he might not have prevailed. Anyway, my husband is the best. By the way, are you hurt? Su Qingluo asked with concern, snapping back to reality. No, how could they possibly harm me? Zhang Chung feigned calmness, though his stomach still ached from an elbow strike he had taken earlier. I don't believe you. I saw that bodyguard hit your stomach. Let me see. Su Qingluo's expression turned serious. A professional's elbow strike could easily cause injury. I'm really fine. Zhang Cheng didn't want Su Qingluo to worry. Let me see, she insisted relentlessly. But we're on campus. Many classmates will see. Zhang Cheng made another excuse, but Su Qingluo was determined. She lifted his shirt and saw a bruise on his stomach. Seeing the bruise, Su Qingluo's heart ached and her eyes reddened instantly. Those rotten bodyguards. They'll make father fire them. She grabbed Zhang Cheng's hand and dragged him toward the infirmary. Qingluo, where are we going? Zhang Cheng asked in confusion. To the infirmary for medicine. Su Qingluo replied without looking back. While Zhang Cheng was getting treated, Steward Su returned to the Su family villa with the 2 injured bodyguards. Master, the young lady refused to come back, Steward Su reported nervously. She refused to. Su Guozhen's face darkened with anger. Glancing at the injured bodyguards, he frowned. What happened? How did the 2 professional bodyguards I sent end up like this, eh? Not only Su Guozhen, but also his wife Zhang Li was curious. How could 2 professionals be beaten so badly? The young lady seems to have a boyfriend. It was him who beat up the bodyguards. Steward Su reported truthfully. This shocked Su Qingluo's parents. What? Our daughter has a boyfriend. Zhang Li's expression changed. She knew her daughter's aloof personality well. In her freshman year, she had rejected dozens of suitors. How could she have found a boyfriend just a month into her sophomore year? Yes, and that young man was extremely arrogant. He said he was the young lad's future husband, and no one had the right to take her away. Steward Su recounted everything he knew. Oomph. Su Guozhen snorted, clearly displeased by this. That brat is truly audacious, daring to dream of being my daughter's husband. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think him a pushover. Su Guozhen stood up with a livid face, exuding an aura of authority. As a prominent figure in Tianhai City, dealing with a college student would be effortless for him. However, Zhang Li feared escalation and quickly intervened. Guozhen, let me investigate our daughter's situation first. It's best not to make a big fuss. After all, the Qin family wouldn't want to hear about our daughter having a boyfriend. Su Guozhen saw the logic in this. If news reached the Qin family, it would jeopardize the marriage alliance. He agreed with Zhang Li's suggestion. Fine. Go as soon as possible to understand the situation and handle it discreetly. The Qin family must not find out. Young Master Qin arrives in Tianhai on the afternoon of the 2nd, and he'll arrange their meeting on the 3rd at the latest. Su Guozhen said with a frown. His plan was already set and nothing would stand in his way. Alright, I'll go personally tomorrow to see our daughter. Zhang Li replied with a furrowed brow. Inside the infirmary of Tianhai University, Su Qingluo was carefully applying bruise medicine to Zhang Cheng, her delicate face full of concern. When I get back, he'll make father fire those 2 bodyguards, and that Steward Su too, for hurting my husband. Su Qingluo muttered softly while tending to him. Zhang Cheng felt a surge of happiness seeing her worry. What if you can't go back, he suddenly asked. Su Qingluo's body trembled slightly before she replied. If I can't go back, then I won't. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Her words made her intentions clear. She would elope with Zhang Cheng if necessary. Touch Zhang Cheng resolved not to let things come to that. He wanted to marry Su Qingluo in a grand ceremony, not sneak away in secret. By the way, Qingluo, tomorrow's National Day holiday. Let's head back to Tianshan Villa tonight. Are you still working at the new branch of Shuidaleo tomorrow? Zhang Cheng suddenly asked. Of course. Since it's my husband's business, how could the boss lady not help? Su Qingluo replied with a sweet smile. Let's go together then. Sister Zhou just messaged me saying they're short-handed at the new store. Zhang Cheng said. Even better. We'll help at the store during the day and head back to Tianshan Villa at night to make babies. Su Qingluo daydreamed blissfully. It would be a wonderful and fulfilling day. That evening, Su Qingluo and Zhang Cheng hailed a taxi carrying some daily necessities and groceries as they moved into Tianshan Villa once again. This was their 2nd visit, and with the National Day holiday, they planned to stay for 7 days. Zhang Cheng, you're injured. Sit and rest. They'll make dinner. Su Qingluo pushed him onto the sofa and carried a bag of groceries into the kitchen. A young lady like you. Can you actually cook? Zhang Cheng asked worriedly. Cooking is simple. I've watched our housekeeper do it. It can't be that hard. Su Qingluo rolled up her sleeves ready to take on the challenge. Zhang Cheng was speechless. Watching someone cook didn't mean she could do it. Sure enough, screams soon erupted from the kitchen. Up. Zhang Cheng rushed in to find a half-cooked fish flopping on the floor while smoke billowed from the oil pan. The fish had clearly jumped out of the pan, and Su Qingluo was shrieking as she tried to catch it, looking utterly disheveled. Zhang Cheng shook his head in dismay. Qingluo, let me handle this. You just sit tight. He grabbed the fish from the floor and saw that its belly hadn't even been cleaned. How could anyone cook a whole live fish like this? Zhang Cheng, I can do it. You go rest. Su Qingluo insisted stubbornly. She wanted to make something delicious for him since he was injured. Just as Zhang Cheng was at a loss, the system suddenly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a new mission. Option 1, let Su Qingluo continue cooking. Reward random attribute 1. Option 2, tell Su Qingluo to rest. Reward God level culinary skill, 1 million cashback per meal. Zhang Cheng was surprised. This time the attribute reward was an option 1. Even the system seemed to disapprove of Su Qingluo's cooking and wanted her to stop. Zhang Cheng was about to agree when a thought struck him. He encouraged Su Qingluo instead. "Qingluo, if you want to try, go ahead." The system chimed in immediately. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Strength 1. With the added strength, Zhang Cheng's power increased. Seeing that Zhang Cheng was willing to let her try again, Su Qingluo regained her confidence. "Little brother, go rest on the sofa. Dinner will be ready soon." She pushed him out of the kitchen again. A faint, imperceptible smile crossed Zhang Cheng's lips as he walked away with the fish. A few minutes later, a burnt smell and smoke wafted from the kitchen. Zhang Cheng's heart leaped with joy as he rushed over again. "Qingluo, what's wrong?" he asked with feigned concern. "I've burned the fried eggs," Su Qingluo said with a grimace. "Qingluo, let me take over." Zhang Cheng urged again. "No, I can do it. Go wait outside," she insisted stubbornly. The system chimed once more. "Ding. Host has triggered the mission for the second time. Reward multiplied by Option 1, let Su Qingluo continue cooking. Reward random attribute 1. Option 2, tell Su Qingluo to rest. Reward God-level culinary skill, 10 million cashback per meal." A sly smile flickered across Zhang Cheng's face as he spoke to Su Qingluo. "Qingluo, go ahead. He'll wait outside." The system responded instantly. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Agility 1. Satisfied with the attribute boost, Zhang Cheng obediently returned to the living room sofa. Minutes later, flames suddenly flared up in the kitchen, followed by Su Qingluo's scream. "On fire!" Zhang Cheng, who had been monitoring the kitchen, dashed over immediately. "Qingluo, what happened?" he asked with concern. The pan's on fire." Su Qingluo, her face smudged with soot, pointed at the blazing flames in the pan, her face pale with terror. She was far from her usual goddess-like appearance. Zhang Cheng quickly grabbed a lid to smother the fire, and it soon died out. Before Zhang Cheng could speak, the system eagerly announced. "Ding. Host has triggered the mission for the third time. Reward multiplied by 10 with an additional bonus. Refusing again will no longer trigger the same mission. Option 1, let Su Qingluo continue cooking. Reward random attribute 1. Option 2, tell Su Qingluo to rest. Reward God-level culinary skill, 100 million cashback per meal, random attribute 10. Zhang Cheng was overjoyed at the rewards. Even the system couldn't bear to see Su Qingluo cook anymore. Anyone would know what to choose now. Zhang Cheng quickly said, "Qingluo, let me handle the cooking. You go rest outside." "All right." Su Qingluo wanted to persist, but the thought of nearly burning down the pan made her relent. If she continued, she might burn down the entire kitchen. As she left, the system chimed. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Rewards God-level culinary skill, 100 million cashback per meal, limited to 7 days, once daily. Strength 3, agility 4, stamina 2, intelligence 1. By exploiting this bug, Zhang Cheng had struck it rich. The 10 random attribute points significantly enhanced Zhang Cheng's physical abilities. Now, even facing 2 bodyguards simultaneously, he would have no fear. Besides the physical boost, he instantly mastered God-level culinary skills, earning 100 million cashback daily. With the 7-day National Day holiday, he could fully utilize the cashback period. Empowered by the God-level culinary skill, Zhang Cheng quickly prepared a series of delicious dishes: sweet and sour carp, braised pork, boiled cabbage, and a bowl of egg drop soup. 3 dishes and a soup perfect in color, aroma, and taste. As he finished cooking, the 100 million cashback was instantly deposited into his account. "It's ready, Qingluo. Give it a try," Zhang Cheng said eagerly as he set the dishes on the table. Su Qingluo was amazed by the beautiful presentation of the dishes. "Wow, little brother, your cooking looks incredible and smells divine." Unable to resist, she grabbed her chopsticks and began tasting. "The braised pork is amazing, even better than our housekeeper's. And this sweet and sour carp, absolutely perfect." Su Qingluo couldn't stop eating, her mouth full of food. "Little brother, you're truly versatile. I've hit the jackpot. I'm sticking with you for life." The next morning, Zhang Cheng looked at Su Qingluo, who was still fast asleep, nestled in his arms, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a slight smile. Recalling the events of the previous night, he couldn't bear to wake her, and gently slid his arm out from under her head. Having served as a pillow all night, Zhang Cheng's arm was slightly sore and numb, but compared to Su Qingluo's tenderness, this was nothing. Yet as he prepared to get up, he noticed that Su Qingluo's hand was firmly gripping his pajamas. Seeing this, Zhang Cheng could only force a wry smile. He then carefully pried open Su Qingluo's fingers that clutched his pajamas one by one. But no sooner had he freed her hand than she seemed to stir awake. "Naughty boy, are you getting up?" Su Qingluo squinted, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and stretched lazily in bed. "Sleep a little longer. They'll go make you breakfast." Zhang Cheng said, his voice exceptionally gentle. "Honey, give me a kiss," Su Qingluo coaxed playfully. "You're impossible." Zhang Cheng let out a wry chuckle, then bent down to plant a soft kiss on Su Qingluo's forehead. But she was clearly not satisfied. "Kiss me on the lips," she demanded again, her tone still playful. "All right." Zhang Cheng smiled helplessly, then leaned in to kiss her tender lips once more before straightening up, his eyes brimming with affection. "There, now I'll go make you breakfast. What would you like?" "Anything my husband makes, he'll love." Su Qingluo replied, her face beaming with happiness. Good, then sleep a bit more. He'll call you when it's ready. Zhang Cheng said, his voice full of doting love. With that, he headed straight to the kitchen downstairs. Soon he had prepared breakfast congee with greens and lean pork egg pancakes and soy milk. Just as he finished cooking, Zhang Cheng received another cash rebate of 100 million yuan from his culinary efforts. Although the rebate was limited to once a day, earning 100 million just by cooking was still quite remarkable. After finishing, he intended to go wake Su Qingluo, but she had already come downstairs on her own, clad in a pink nightgown. It smells so good. Naughty boy, what did you make? Su Qingluo said, sniffing the air. Clearly she had been lured downstairs by the aroma of the food Zhang Cheng had prepared. Her mouth was watering, and she looked like a little glutton. I made your favorite congee with greens and pork and egg pancakes. Come on, eat up. Zhang Cheng set the breakfast on the table. Thank you, dear husband. Su Qingluo, overjoyed that he had made her favorite meal, happily ran over to him, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a loud kiss on his cheek. That's your reward. Zhang Cheng smiled, his face radiating sweetness. Eat up quickly. Afterward, we need to head to the new EveryDay branch to help out, he said matter-of-factly. Okay. Su Qingluo nodded, then began to savor the breakfast he had made for her. After just one bite, she found the congee incredibly delicious. This congee with greens and pork is amazing. And these egg pancakes too. Naughty boy, how did you make them? They're even better than the ones from the breakfast shop outside school. Just threw it together. I'm glad you like it, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. He himself felt that the food he now made was incredibly tasty. Divine culinary skills were indeed no small feat. With such skills, if he opened a restaurant business, would absolutely be booming. However, Zhang Cheng was currently more keen on investing, as it was a faster way to make money. After breakfast, he took Su Qingluo to the EveryDay branch in Taihe International Shopping Center. It was the first day of National Day, and the Taihe International Shopping Center was packed with people. The newly opened EveryDay had a long queue waiting from early morning. Zhou Qing, the general manager, had to step in personally, as they were severely short-staffed. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo's arrival was a timely relief for Zhou Qing. Sister Zhou, we're here to help out, Su Qingluo said sweetly. Miss Su, you're a lifesaver. You and brother Zhang Cheng can handle the guests in the waiting area. Zhou Qing quickly assigned them. Both Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were exceptionally good-looking, making them perfect for welcoming guests in the waiting area. It might even attract more customers. No problem, Sister Zhou. Leave the guests in the waiting area to us, Zhang Cheng said with great earnestness. Then I'll leave it to you. Here are the aprons for our service staff. Put them on. Zhou Qing handed an apron to each of them. Without hesitation, they both put them on. Truly, those with good looks look good in anything. In an instant, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo became the face of EveryDay. Many passers-by, upon seeing such an attractive couple, immediately gravitated toward the restaurant. EveryDay's waiting area was quite spacious, designed as a dedicated zone. It was equipped with tables and chairs for waiting guests, as well as leisure items like game consoles, chess sets, and origami cranes. There were even baby rockers and cribs, making it very professional. Complimentary and delicious snacks were also provided. So guests waiting there never grew impatient. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo's job was simply to serve tea and water to these waiting customers. Though the task was simple, their pleasing appearance drew an ever-growing crowd to the waiting area, many of whom came specifically to see them. Some even began shipping them as a couple, and a few uploaded videos of them online. However, as they were working diligently, Su Qingluo's phone suddenly rang. Seeing it was her mother, she initially wanted to hang up, but after a moment's hesitation she answered. Mom, what do you need? Su Qingluo asked calmly. Dear daughter, where are you? It's the holiday, why haven't you come home? Mom misses you and wants to see you, and I have something to give you. Zhang Li's tone was no longer as aggressive as before, but carried a hint of familial warmth. Su Qingluo's heart softened. After all, she was her mother. After a brief hesitation, she told her mother her current location. I'm at the EveryDay in Taihe International Shopping Center. Okay, Mom will come find you right away. After hanging up, Zhang Li's expression immediately changed, and she ordered the driver to head straight to Taihe International Shopping Center. Su Qingluo didn't think much of it, believing her mother had finally had a change of heart. She even planned to introduce Zhang Cheng to her. Half an hour later, Zhang Li, adorned in jewelry and carrying a designer bag, hurried toward the EveryDay entrance. However, the moment she arrived, she saw her precious daughter serving tea and water to others, doing such menial work. Her face turned pale with anger, but due to the crowd she refrained from lashing out on the spot. Qingluo, what are you doing here? Zhang Li asked, suppressing her fury. Mom, I'm just helping out here, Su Qingluo answered truthfully. Helping out? You mean working? How can a daughter of the Su family do such lowly work in a place like this? Come with me right now. Zhang Li grabbed Su Qingluo's arm, trying to pull her away, but Su Qingluo resisted. Mom, I don't want to leave. The store is very busy right now, and there are still many people waiting for me to serve them. Su Qingluo didn't want to just walk away. That would be too irresponsible. You? Zhang Li was about to explode when an unfamiliar voice interrupted her. Auntie, if Qingluo doesn't want to leave, please don't force her. Hearing this, Zhang Li turned her head instinctively and saw an exceptionally handsome young man standing beside Su Qingluo, looking at her daughter with a very telling gaze. Who are you? What business is it of yours what goes on between me and my daughter? Zhang Li scolded angrily. I am Su Qingluo's fiancé Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng confessed directly. What? My daughter's fiancé? Zhang Li was utterly stunned by Zhang Cheng's words. Zhang Cheng's words startled Su's mother Zhang Li. What nonsense are you spouting? My daughter has no fiancé. If you dare speak recklessly again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Li roared in fury. With so many people present, this young man dared to fabricate being her daughter's fiancé. Wouldn't that ruin her daughter's reputation? I'm not lying. I am indeed Su Qingluo's fiancé with a marriage contract as proof. Zhang Cheng declared confidently. Since he had encountered them, he wanted to gauge the Su family's stance on this marriage. A marriage contract. Zhang Li suddenly recalled something, frowning as she pressed. What's your name? My name is Zhang Cheng. My father is Zhang Zhuahai of the Zhang family from the capital. And he does this ring a bell? Zhang Cheng said calmly. Zhang Li was greatly shocked, never expecting the Zhang family's descendant to dare approach her daughter so openly. A surge of anger swelled within her. But with so many people around, she couldn't vent her fury. I remember now. So you're the Zhang family's descendant. But I need to speak with my daughter first. I'll talk to you separately later. Zhang Li suppressed her anger and turned to Su Qingluo. Qingluo, come with me. I have questions for you. Su Qingluo was uneasy, not knowing what to do. She glanced at Zhang Cheng, and upon seeing him nod, she mustered the courage to follow her mother for a talk. They went to a cafe near the underwater restaurant and found a private booth. The atmosphere between mother and daughter was tense. Neither touched the coffee before them. Zhang Li stared coldly at Su Qingluo, her expression darkening. When did you start seeing Zhang Cheng? Zhang Li asked coldly. She hadn't believed Butler Su when he said her daughter had a boyfriend, but now it seemed true, and this boyfriend was indeed her daughter's nominal fiancé. Just a few days ago, only last week, did we reconnect, Su Qingluo said weakly. Hearing it was only a week, Zhang Li breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they hadn't yet reached an irreversible stage. Break up immediately. You're not suited for each other, Zhang Li pressed aggressively. Su Qingluo grew agitated upon hearing she had to part with Zhang Cheng. I won't break up. Zhang Cheng and I have a marriage contract. I want to marry him. Su Qingluo declared stubbornly, her eyes reddening. Marry him? What can he give you? Following him will only lead to hardship. When you're broke, he'll bring you to work at this underwater restaurant doing the most menial jobs. Zhang Li was furious seeing her daughter working menial jobs at the restaurant, wishing she could slap Zhang Cheng. Such a useless man would only make her daughter suffer. Who says I'm suffering with Zhang Cheng? I came here because Zhang Cheng invested in this new branch of the underwater restaurant that opened today. They were short-handed, so I came to help. Also, he gives me plenty of pocket money, and he bought me a villa worth 500 million. Su Qingluo tried desperately to convince her mother to approve of their relationship, but Zhang Li couldn't believe a word. A villa worth 500 million. Huh? Zhang Li sneered. In all of Tianhai City, the only villa worth that much is the one on Tianshan Peak. Even your father can't afford it. How could a poor student like him? You can't even make up a plausible lie. Why not say he bought the moon for you? Zhang Li was exasperated. A poor college student investing in a restaurant. Buying a 500 million villa. She would never believe it. It's true. Zhang Cheng is incredibly wealthy. Also, he's an amazing painter. One of his paintings is worth over 1 million. He sings and cooks wonderfully too. Mom, you have to believe me. Su Qingluo pleaded. But Zhang Li refused to believe anything except what she saw with her own eyes. That was her daughter working menial jobs at the underwater restaurant with Zhang Cheng. Wealthy my foot. I've thoroughly investigated the Zhang family's situation. They're bankrupt, hiding everywhere with debts piling up. I advise you to leave him now. He's just sweet-talking you to get money. Zhang Li said emotionally. Mom, I'm telling the truth. Zhang Cheng is really rich. Su Qingluo was anxious. Why wouldn't her mother believe her? Enough. Don't say another word. I only believe what I see. You working here with Zhang Cheng doing the most degrading jobs. A daughter of the Su family will never stoop to such disgrace. Zhang Li softened her tone as she continued, you have only one choice, break up immediately. There's no other option. Hearing her mother still forcing her, Su Qingluo's tears streamed down. I will marry no one but Zhang Cheng in this life. If you want me to break up with him, dream on. With that, she wiped her tears and ran out of the cafe. Zhang Cheng was waiting at the cafe entrance, worried about Su Qingluo pacing back and forth. When he saw her running out in tears, he knew the conversation with her mother had failed again. Zhang Cheng, let's go. Su Qingluo grabbed his hand to leave, but Zhang Li, who had followed, called out, Zhang Cheng, you can't leave yet. Now it's my turn to talk to you. Zhang Li wanted to speak with him alone. Since she couldn't persuade her daughter, she would try to convince Zhang Cheng to leave. Qingluo, wait for me outside. We'll be right back. Zhang Cheng comforted her and followed Zhang Li into the cafe, back to the same booth. As they sat opposite each other, the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhang Cheng, I know the Su and Zhang families once had a marriage contract, but that's in the past. Besides, your father is dead. The Su family won't recognize this engagement, Zhang Li stated bluntly. She didn't want to beat around the bush. Andy, let me be frank too. Even without the contract, I will marry Su Qingluo, Zhang Cheng replied directly. Since you're being straightforward, so will I. You. Zhang Li was enraged, but quickly calmed down. Name your price. How much will it take for you to leave my... Seeing that persuasion failed, Zhang Li decided to use money. She assumed Zhang Chen clung to her daughter solely to swindle money from her. So she straightforwardly asked him to name his price, hoping he would take the money and leave. The most direct approach she could think of. Tell me, how much do you want to leave my daughter? Zhang Li said coldly. Zhang Cheng shook his head inwardly. Annie, do you think him with Qing Luo for money? He replied calmly. Isn't it? Everyone knows your Zhang family went bankrupt, drowning in debt, and you and your mother are hiding at your maternal grandparents' home. Zhang Li, convinced she knew Zhang Cheng well, urged impatiently, stop dawdling. Name your price. I don't want to waste time on you. Zhang Cheng glanced at her icy, haughty expression. She was certain he was after money. He shrugged and said, Auntie, I'm not short of cash now. To be honest, I'm worth at least tens of billions. Zhang Li couldn't help but scoff. Who are you fooling? If you're worth tens of billions, they'll crawl out of here. She sneered, then impatiently pulled a checkbook from her bag, scribbled a number, tore it off, and tossed it indifferently before him. Hey, race, $1 million. That's a fortune for you. Take it and leave my daughter, or don't blame the Su family for being rude. Zhang Li pressed aggressively. Zhang Cheng looked at the $1 million check on the table, almost amused. Was she treating him like a beggar? $1 million. He could earn 100 million just by cooking a meal now. Why would he care about $1 million? Auntie Qing Luo and I are truly in love. I want to take this money. He pushed the check back to her. Not enough. And you bring up true love. Zhang Li fumed, thinking he wanted more. She wrote another $1 million check and tossed it again. 2 million should be enough, right? Take it and disappear. I never want to see you again. Faced with her humiliation, Zhang Cheng's temper flared. Auntie, I respect you, so I've been patient. I told you I don't need money. I'm worth tens of billions. Do I lack your 2 million? He shifted his tone, his gaze firm. Qing Luo and I are truly in love. Whether you agree or not, I will marry her. Seeing him unmoved, Zhang Li slammed the table and stood up angrily. I tell you, as long as I'm alive, my daughter will never marry a penniless loser like you, she shouted, pointing at him. Zhang Cheng's emotions surged. He rose abruptly, his expression cold, and spoke slowly, word by word. Auntie, fortunes change. Don't look down on a poor youth. Today you ignore me, tomorrow it'll be beyond your reach. Qing Luo will be my wife. With that, he turned to leave, then paused, remembering something, and looked back to remind her. By the way, Annie, I advise your Su family to transform quickly. All assets tied to real estate will eventually crash. Don't come begging me when you go bankrupt. Beg you? What a joke. I'd jump off a building or die outside before begging you. Zhang Li shuddered with rage at his curse of their downfall. She snapped, let me tell you, with or without this engagement, my daughter Su Qing Luo will never marry you. Fine, let's wait and see. By years, and the answer will come. Zhang Cheng left the room. His warning about the Su family's risk wasn't random. He genuinely intended to caution them. Earlier, while reviewing the investment analysis report gifted by the system, he had specifically checked the Su Group's investment potential. Expecting a real estate giant worth over 400 billion to have high potential, he was shocked to find it scored only 38. Not even a passing 60, meaning the Su Group wasn't worth investing in. The detailed report revealed that in the past decade, the Su Group had exclusively focused on real estate, rarely diversifying. Such a single-line business amplifies risk, especially in China, where the golden age of real estate has passed. Overcapacity means supply exceeds demand, shrinking profit margins. Moreover, as the market becomes more regulated, the era of easy money is over. Crucially, policies to protect homebuyers have restricted developers' capital flow. Finally, the report showed the Su Group's debt reached a staggering 350 billion, an extremely dangerous signal. With 400 billion in assets and 350 billion in debt, a delay in capital recovery from any project could trigger a chain reaction leading to bankruptcy. When Su Qing Luo said her father couldn't afford a 500 million villa, she was honest. Despite the group's 400 billion valuation, the debt was immense. Su Guozhen couldn't afford a 500 million villa because he lacked that much liquid capital. To survive this critical period, the Su Group must transform. Sticking to the old ways is akin to waiting for death. By years, and it would be clear whether the group lives or dies. Zhang Cheng's warning was well-intentioned, but to Zhang Li it sounded like a curse. She despised him even more. Su Qingluo, anxiously waiting at the cafe entrance, rushed up as Zhang Cheng emerged. Zhang Cheng, what did my mom say? Her eyes were full of concern. She knew her mother's summoning him alone meant trouble. Your mom and I had a pleasant chat. Don't worry, we won't be separated. The wedding will go ahead at year's end as planned. He took her cold, nervous hand. Really? Mom agreed to our engagement, she pressed anxiously. Not yet, but soon. In a while they'll be begging us to proceed with the wedding. Zhang Cheng affectionately patted her head, then took her hand and led her away. Zhang Li was infuriated by Zhang Cheng and her own daughter. This trip had been a complete waste, only adding to her resentment. Returning to the Su family villa, she sat down on the sofa with a cold expression, her mood thoroughly sour. Su Guozhen frowned as he saw his wife return with such displeasure. Well, have you looked into our daughter's situation? Su Guozhen couldn't help but ask. I have. She's indeed in a relationship, Zhang Li replied, her face darkening. What? She's really seeing someone? Su Guozhen's expression shifted instantly. If their daughter had a boyfriend, how could he introduce her to young Master Chun? Have you found out who he is? His name is Zhang Qing, a descendant of the Zhang family, the very boy she's betrothed to. He's practically her nominal fiancé. I have no idea how they ended up together. Zhang Li said coldly. A descendant of the Zhang family. Su Guozhen's mind raced as his face grew solemn. So he's the one betrothed to our daughter. This complicates things. He had planned to use his influence to drive away any boyfriend, but now that seemed difficult. Su Guozhen's mother, Su Qingluo's grandmother, had always supported honoring the betrothal. Forcing Zhang Qing away might displease the old lady. It's indeed tricky. I spoke to him alone. He's stubborn, refusing both soft and hard approaches. He claims he'll marry our daughter, no matter what. A penniless, powerless brat like him, wanting to marry Qingluo. Clearly he's after the Su family's wealth. Zhang Li fumed. Did you try bribing him? Su Guozhen suddenly turned. The best way was to make Zhang Qing withdraw voluntarily, so the old lady couldn't object. I did. I offered him a check for 2 million, but he not only refused, but claimed he's worth over 20 billion and doesn't need the money. It drives me mad. Zhang Li's anger flared as she spoke. Over 20 billion. That kid sure knows how to brag. The Zhang family is bankrupt. How could a college student amass over 20 billion? Utterly ridiculous. Su Guozhen scoffed, refusing to believe Zhang Qing had that much money. Exactly. And my daughter said he bought her a 500 million villa. Isn't that just a lie? He's leading our daughter astray. Zhang Li wore a worried expression, fearing that her daughter would be corrupted by Zhang Qing. In her eyes, Zhang Qing was nothing but a braggart, not a single truthful word passing his lips. Her daughter spending time with such a person would inevitably go astray. Thus she was deeply concerned. A 500 million villa for our daughter. It seems she's been thoroughly deceived by Zhang Qing's sweet talk. We need to bring her back soon. Su Guozhen said, growing anxious. A college student couldn't afford a 5 million villa, let alone one worth 500 million. Exactly. That kid is utterly unreliable. Not a single honest word, all lies. And I saw with my own eyes he had our daughter working at a restaurant serving tea and water. Isn't that infuriating? Zhang Li's heart ached at the thought of her daughter serving others. What? Our daughter doing such menial work? Su Guozhen's heart clenched at the news of his precious daughter working outside. Yes, I saw it myself. Our daughter must never marry that Zhang Qing or shall be doomed to a life of hard labor. Zhang Li said, her voice laced with pain. Then recalling something she added, by the way, that brat not only lies through his teeth, but also cursed our Su family's real estate business, saying it won't last unless we restructure and well go bankrupt before year's end. He even claimed well come begging him for help. Can you believe the audacity? He really said that. Su Guozhen raised an eyebrow, more startled than angry. Only he knew that the Su family's prosperity was a facade teetering on the brink of collapse. His plan to marry their daughter into the Chen family was to secure investment for the Su group and stave off bankruptcy. The Chen family was the financial titan of Tianhai City with immense wealth. An alliance through marriage would greatly benefit the Su family. However, Su Guozhen had kept the Su group's predicament from the rest of the family to spare them worry. Unaware of this, Zhang Li dismissed Zhang Qing's words as nonsense. Yes, that's what he said. That boy whose own family's business went under now curses ours. We must find a way to make him leave our daughter or shall be ruined by him. Su Guozhen silently nodded, agreeing that having their daughter with young Master Chun was best for the Su family. But how to make Zhang Qing leave willingly? That was a vexing problem. By evening, Zhang Qing and Su Qingluo returned to their villa atop Tianshan Mountain. Exhausted from a day's work, Su Qingluo collapsed onto the sofa. Zhang Qing, I never knew working could be so tiring. My feet are killing me after just one day. Let me get you some hot water to soak your feet. Zhang Qing said, his heart aching for her. Such a delicate beauty, yet she had toiled all day. It was a lot for her. Let's soak together. Su Qingluo said eagerly. All right. Zhang Qing agreed, and soon brought over a large basin of hot water. Here, test the temperature. Su Qingluo slowly peeled off her white stockings, revealing her fair, delicate feet, and dipped them in. It was a bit hot, and she instinctively pulled back. Still too hot. I'll add some cold water, Zhang Qing said with concern. No need, hot water is best for soaking. Su Qingluo bit her soft lip and gradually lowered her feet back into the basin. Once both feet were submerged, she let out a contented sigh. So comfortable. Zhang Qing, put your feet in too, let's soak together. All right. Zhang Qing removed his shoes and socks and immersed his feet in the hot water. After a day's work, though not as exhausted as Su Qingluo's feet were slightly sore. The hot water soothed them considerably. Su Qingluo playfully pressed her soft white feet onto Zhang Qing's insteps, a smug look on her face. Zhang Qing was silently amused, but didn't stop her adorable antics, letting her feet rest on his. The scene was heartwarming, yet Zhang Qing felt a pang of pity for Su Qingluo. Qingluo, let's not go back to the restaurant tomorrow. Your parents might send someone again. He worried she'd overexert herself, and with her parents now aware of their whereabouts, trouble might arise. All right, Su Qingluo agreed reluctantly, not wanting another argument with her parents. Then a thought struck her. Naughty little brother, what should we do for the remaining 6 days of our holiday? How about I take you out to play? Where would you like to go? Zhang Qing wanted to show her a good time, but she declined. I don't feel like going out. Why don't we just stay in the villa for 6 days and make a baby? The daytime incident of her mother forcing her into a blind date had stirred her up again, so Su Qingluo resolved to become pregnant with Zhang Cheng's child as soon as possible to see how they could still pressure her. It must be said that Su Qingluo was exceptionally resolute about being with Zhang Cheng. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng put on a hesitant expression. Seeing that Zhang Cheng was wavering, Su Qingluo immediately deployed her cajoling tactics. Honey, let's just give it a try. I checked the weather forecast. It's going to rain for the next 6 days of the holiday, so there's nothing fun to do outside anyway. How about it? Su Qingluo grabbed Zhang Cheng's hand and shook it in a coquettish manner. When a goddess acted cute, Zhang Cheng really found it hard to resist. He hadn't expected this girl to be so desperate to have a child with him, and he was even slightly moved. After washing his feet, Su Qingluo snuggled into Zhang Cheng's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, and cajoled him again. Honey, is it okay now? Just say yes, please. MWA. Su Qingluo leaned in and planted a firm kiss on Zhang Cheng's cheek, her eyes brimming with longing. Her pitiful gaze was one that no man could bear to refuse. All right, since you're begging me like this, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Zhang Cheng said, kissing her tender lips. Seeing that Zhang Cheng had finally agreed, Su Qingluo rejoiced inwardly. Thank you, dear husband. Let's go buy some groceries tomorrow, so we won't have to go out for 6 days. Su Qingluo wrapped her arms around Zhang Cheng's neck, happily planning. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Cheng readily agreed, reaching out to affectionately tap her delicate nose. That night, after bathing, Su Qingluo changed into a pink sexy lace nightgown and sat in front of the mirror to admire herself. That little rascal definitely won't be able to resist my allure. Su Qingluo secretly reveled in her thoughts, fantasizing about the wonderful time she would share with him. She even spritzed on some perfume, a French Louis rose fragrance said to awaken primal instincts. She was very serious about having a child. Just after applying the perfume, Zhang Cheng returned from his bath. Su Qingluo eagerly stood up and walked over to him. Little rascal, do you like my new nightgown? As she spoke, Su Qingluo deliberately twirled around. The nightgown was already extremely short, barely covering her curvaceous bottom, and the spin exposed everything beneath it. Fortunately, they were in the room, and only Zhang Cheng could see. It must be said that Su Qingluo was not only beautiful in the face, but also possessed a flawless figure. With curves in all the right places, and especially a pair of fair, delicate long legs that were straight and shapely, she was incredibly eye-catching. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but stare in awe. Su Qingluo would have been a femme fatale in ancient times. It's beautiful, but isn't it a bit too short? He said somewhat dazedly. Su Qingluo giggled, then leaned close to his ear, parting her red lips to whisper softly. Little rascal, I wore it just for you. Isn't a little shorter better? The ambiguous, intimate atmosphere made Zhang Cheng swallow hard. He hadn't expected this little vixen to tease him. How could he hold back any longer? He immediately scooped Su Qingluo up and carried her toward the bed. Around 9 the next morning, Zhang Cheng awoke from his slumber, thoroughly exhausted from being tormented by Su Qingluo the previous night. Opening his eyes, he found Su Qingluo nestled in his arms like a kitten, sleeping soundly and sweetly, still using his arm as a pillow as she always did. Zhang Cheng could only offer a wry smile at this. Seeing that Su Qingluo was still asleep, he refrained from disturbing her, gently sliding his arm out from under her head, then lifting the blanket and climbing out of bed. Carefully, he tucked the covers back over Su Qingluo. Recalling the wildness of the previous night, Zhang Cheng felt a quiet sense of reflection. Staying at home had one advantage: for the next 6 days, he could earn money every day simply by cooking, raking in 100 million daily. Soon Zhang Cheng had prepared breakfast. Wonton noodles and egg pancakes. Both were Su Qingluo's favorites. Just as he finished cooking, Su Qingluo came downstairs, rubbing her sleepy eyes. It smells so good. What delicious food have you made, little brother? The little foodie Su Qingluo didn't even need Zhang Cheng to call her. She followed the aroma down. Today I made wonton noodles and egg pancakes, all your favorites. Come and try them. Zhang Cheng waved at Su Qingluo. Hearing that her favorite dishes were ready, she immediately ran over excitedly, just like a little foodie. Such fragrant wonton noodles. They look absolutely delicious. Su Qingluo sniffed the aroma, then immediately grabbed her chopsticks and began eating. After just one bite, she wore an expression of pure bliss. These wonton noodles are amazing, little brother. How did you make them? They're even better than the wonton noodles I had at 5-star hotels before. Su Qingluo said, devouring them heartily, disregarding her image entirely, as the wonton noodles Zhang Cheng made were simply too delicious. If it's good, eat more. And here are the egg pancakes. Zhang Cheng said, pushing the egg pancakes towards Su Qingluo with a face full of adoration. Now I realize that not going out to play was truly a wise choice. Staying at home and enjoying such delectable food every day. This is pure happiness. Su Qingluo said, her face brimming with contentment. She silently thought to herself that she had truly stumbled upon a treasure of a husband, a huge gain. Watching Su Qingluo feast with abandon, Zhang Cheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. While Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were eating, Chun Jingsha, or the young master of the Qin family, also returned to Tianhai City from abroad. What's more, this fellow, led by his father Qin Xiangdong, immediately went to visit Su Qingluo's parents, bringing along numerous lavish gifts. A luxurious Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the Su family villa. Su Qingluo's parents, upon hearing the commotion, personally came out to greet them. "Brother Qin, young master Qin, why didn't you inform us in advance? I would have prepared a banquet to welcome you," Su Guozhen said with a smile. "No need for such trouble, brother Su. As soon as my son got off the plane, he wanted to come and see your precious daughter," Qin Xiangdong replied with a laugh. Upon hearing that young Master Chun wanted to see their daughter, Su Guozhen and Zhang Li's expressions immediately soured as their daughter was not at home. "I'm terribly sorry, but my daughter has gone on a holiday trip. How about coming in and sitting down first?" Zhang Li said with some apology, then warmly ushered them into the house. "Gone on a trip, huh? Oh, no matter. Even if I can't see your daughter, meeting my in-laws first is just as good," Qin Xiangdong said with great tact, then had his son Qin Jingshuo come forward to pay respects to Su Guozhen and Zhang Li. "Uncle, auntie, I brought these specially from abroad. I hope you like them," the impeccably dressed Qin Jingshuo said, handing over several gifts. Zhang Li took the gifts with delight, glanced at them, and immediately beamed with joy. These gifts were all high-value luxury items, such as Chanel perfume, a Cartier gold bracelet, and more. Just these few gifts alone were worth over $1 million, showcasing the sincerity of the Qin father and son. "You've spent so much on us. We truly feel embarrassed." Zhang Li said, her face full of happiness. This was the kind of son-in-law she wanted. Handsome, from a good family, and generous enough to give gifts worth millions on a first meeting. He was far superior to that impoverished Zhang Cheng. "It's only right. By the way, Annie, when will Qingluo be back?" Qin Jingshuo asked after a moment's thought. This question caught Su Guozhen and his wife off guard. "That girl is running wild, and we have no idea where she is." Zhang Li could only continue weaving her lie to brush him off. "That's fine. After the National Day holiday, he'll be starting a stint as a lecturer in the finance department at Tianhai University. I can meet her there on campus," Qin Jingshuo said, seemingly very polite. "Is that so? That would be wonderful. Since you're going to Tianhai University, you can keep an eye on that girl for me." Zhang Li suddenly grew cheerful at this news. They had been worrying about how to make Zhang Cheng leave their daughter, but now with Qin Jingshuo around to oversee her, perhaps that poor boy Zhang Cheng would back off on his own. "To be honest, Uncle and Annie, my role as a finance lecturer at Tianhai University is just a front. Mainly my father wants me to investigate the university's financial situation as he plans to invest in it. Since Qingluo is there too, we can have more opportunities to interact," Qin Jingshuo said with a hint of pride. "So it's about investing in Tianhai University. That's excellent. A very shrewd move. Tianhai University is second only to Qingbei, especially its finance department, which is undoubtedly a top-tier program nationwide. Investing in this university will ensure a steady stream of finance talent for the Qin Group in the future." Su Guozhen nodded in admiration. "Indeed, brother Su. I'm also thinking about the future of the Qin Group. After all, those who win talent win the world." Qin Xiangdong laughed heartily. The group chatted pleasantly for a long time, and even stayed for lunch at the Su residence. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that the Chun father and son took their leave. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce, the expressions of the Chun father and son suddenly shifted. "Jingshuo, after you get to Tianhai University, besides negotiating the investment, you need to find a way to win over Su Qingluo quickly. That way, when we negotiate with the Su family, we'll have another card up our sleeve," Qin Xiangdong warned with a serious face. "Only then can we be more certain of acquiring the Su family's assets at a low price." "Don't worry, father. I have plenty of experience with women. No girl I've set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp," Qin Jingshuo replied with confidence. Qin Jingshuo was known as a Casanova. No girl he fancied had ever truly escaped, though their fates were invariably tragic, used, and then discarded. But I've heard that Su Qingluo has a rumored boyfriend at Tianhai University. It's all over the campus network. Keep an eye on that when you get there," Qin Xiangdong specifically reminded him. "I've already looked into that. It's a freshman named Zhang Cheng. He's just a bit handsome, but has no money or influence. Dealing with him would be far too easy. Besides, I used to be the student council president at Tianhai University, and I still have juniors there. A small fry like him is no match for me." Qin Jingshuo said, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, belying his refined exterior. That's for the best. The real estate industry is about to undergo a major shakeup. We must swallow up the Su family's assets by the end of the year. Once we launder them, we'll make tens of billions," Qin Xiangdong said, lighting a cigar with a smug expression. "Father, you're truly brilliant. The Su family thought they could get us to invest at a high price. How naive. When we take over their assets at a low price and leave the debts to Su Guozhen, we'll pocket tens of billions for nothing," Qin Jingshuo praised. "It seems your years abroad weren't wasted. The Su family wants to use our investment to prolong their survival, so we need to exploit that mindset and squeeze them dry. Whether the Su family goes bankrupt or not is none of our concern," Qin Xiangdong said. The Qin father and son exchanged a knowing smile, oblivious to the fact that poor Su Guozhen and his wife were still eagerly hoping their daughter would marry young Master Chun. During the National Day holiday, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo stayed in the villa. Apart from buying daily necessities and groceries, they remained atop the mountain. One day as Zhang Cheng sat basking in the sun, Luo Wen rushed over to find him. Chairman, the investment company you asked me to register is all set. Luo Wen excitedly handed the registration documents to Zhang Cheng. Cheng Luo, investment well done. From now on you're the general manager of this investment company. Zhang Cheng glanced at the registration documents and was quite satisfied with the company's name. It was a combination of one character from his name and one from Su King Luo's, the implication self-evident. He had personally instructed the name to be chosen this way. Thank you, Chairman. Luo Wen felt a surge of excitement upon being promoted to general manager. By the way, how are the negotiations going with the 10 companies I assigned you to invest in? Zhang Cheng inquired, recalling something. 2 of them have reached an agreement, but the asking price is a bit high. Meituan wants a 3 billion investment for only 15 of the shares, and Didi wants 5 billion for just 20. It seems outrageous, so I haven't responded yet. In Luo Wen's view, both were startups asking for 3 or 5 billion, while offering too few shares. Hardly worth it. But Zhang Cheng smiled and said agree to them. He'll transfer 30 billion into the company account. Sign the investment agreements quickly and handle the remaining 8 as soon as possible. According to the Systems Investment Analysis Report, these 2 companies had high potential. Acquiring such stakes for 3 or 5 billion was a massive gain. Seeing Zhang Cheng's resolve, Luo Wen nodded. Understood, Chairman. They'll get on it right away. Good. Also expand our company by hiring more staff. I want our investment firm to reach a valuation of 1 trillion by year-end. You can't manage it all alone, Zhang Cheng said seriously. With the Systems Investment Analysis Report, Zhang Cheng was confident of reaching 1 trillion by year-end. But Luo Wen's jaw dropped in disbelief. Chairman, isn't that a bit too ambitious? There's only 4 months left until the end of the year, Luo Wen couldn't help but say. Even Warren Buffett couldn't create such a miracle in such a short time. The sooner the better. I have over 1,000 companies to invest in, and I want our reach to span the globe. Your top priority now is to recruit financial investment talent, Zhang Cheng stated confidently. Relying solely on Luo Wen to negotiate deals was too slow. He needed to assemble a team to accelerate the process. Seeing Zhang Cheng's confidence, Luo Wen couldn't help but feel his blood boil with enthusiasm. He never imagined his boss had such grand ambitions, to invest globally. If it succeeded, their investment firm might become the world's largest. No problem, Chairman. He'll start building the team right away. Luo Wen turned to leave, but Zhang Cheng called him back. By the way, Tianhai University seems to be seeking external financing recently. Go check it out personally. The Systems Investment Analysis Report updated in real time, and whenever a new potential organization showed interest in funding, it appeared promptly. Zhang Cheng had been reviewing the report these past few days and noticed Tianhai University had appeared with high investment potential. That's why he decided to invest in it. Moreover, after investing in Tianhai University, his firm would never lack financial talent. No problem, Chairman. Leave it to me, Luo Wen said before turning and leaving. Handling so many tasks was indeed demanding for him, but Zhang Cheng's generous pay and trust filled Luo Wen with drive. After Luo Wen left, Zhang Cheng stretched and returned to the villa. Su Qing Luo was sitting by the window, absorbed in painting. She truly loved painting and often spent her free time doing it. Zhang Cheng walked over curiously. When he saw the canvas, he was secretly astonished. The painting was of him, the very scene of him sitting outside in the sun. So Su Qing Luo had been watching him from the window and painting him. Silly brother, have my painting skills improved? Su Qing Luo turned her head playfully, her face begging for praise. They have, but you made me look ugly, Zhang Cheng teased. Silly brother, I'm serious. Tell me what needs improvement, she insisted earnestly. Su Qing Luo was genuinely serious about painting. Ding. New mission triggered. Option 1, guide Su Qing Luo in painting. Reward 100 million in investment funds. Option 2, refuse to guide her. Reward random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng couldn't believe a mission had popped up. It was practically free money. He made his choice. Since you're so sincere, I'll give you some pointers. Zhang Cheng began offering serious advice. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reward 100 million in investment funds. Su Qing Luo listened attentively, growing more admiring of her future husband with each word. Her eyes lingered on his handsome profile, unable to look away. After finishing his guidance, Zhang Cheng instinctively looked down, meeting Su Qing Luo's watery eyes. Their gazes locked, and the atmosphere grew intimate and tender. Su Qing Luo bit her soft lips, then leaned in involuntarily. Zhang Cheng didn't resist, responding with practiced familiarity. But mid-kiss, a sharp ringtone shattered the moment. Zhang Cheng quickly pulled apart. It was his phone. Glancing at the caller ID, he was slightly surprised to see it was his mother. It's my mom, he said, and quickly answered. His mother's voice came through. Zhang Cheng, I want to come see you during the holiday. Sure, I'll pick you up when you arrive. Zhang Cheng quickly agreed. Now that he had money, he should indeed bring his mother over to enjoy life, so she wouldn't have to endure disdain at his uncle's house anymore. He also wanted his mother to meet her future daughter-in-law. After hanging up, Su Qing Luo immediately grew nervous. She was about to meet her future mother-in-law. Upon hearing that her future mother-in-law was coming, Su Qingluo became extremely nervous. Zhang Cheng, will your mother dislike me? She asked, her voice filled with anxiety. Although she had met Zhang Cheng's mother when she was a child, she hadn't felt anything then, but now that she was older, she had become nervous instead. You are so beautiful and adorable, how could she possibly dislike you? Besides, we are already betrothed, she will surely like you. Zhang Cheng comforted her gently. Really? Then how about we go shopping later? Su Qingluo immediately thought of buying gifts to win over her future mother-in-law and leave a good impression. Just as Zhang Cheng was about to reply, the system's voice rang out. Ding, host has triggered a new task. Option 1, accompany Su Qingluo shopping. Reward 100 times cashback on spending for the goddess. Option 2, refuse to accompany Su Qingluo shopping. Reward random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng was already accustomed to triggering tasks at any moment, but this 100 times cashback on spending for the goddess was quite useful to him now. Alright, I'll go shopping with you later. Zhang Cheng immediately nodded in agreement. As soon as he spoke, the system's reward arrived. Previously, there had also been a cashback reward for spending on the goddess, but it was only 10 times. This time, it was 100 times. After receiving the reward, Zhang Cheng promptly checked it. 100 times cashback on spending for the goddess, valid for 24 hours with a maximum cashback of 1 billion. Zhang Cheng was secretly astonished when he saw this description. Although the validity period was much shorter, the cashback limit had increased many times over. With this cashback buff, today was all about shopping. However, before that, Zhang Cheng decided to buy a car first. After all, he had to pick up his mother from the airport tomorrow. He couldn't possibly take a taxi. Moreover, with the cashback effect in play, it would be a waste not to spend lavishly during this time. With this in mind, Zhang Cheng turned to Su Qingluo and said, Qingluo, let me buy you a car first. Buy me a car, but I don't know how to drive. Su Qingluo was somewhat surprised. Why would Zhang Cheng suddenly want to buy her a car? I know how to drive. I got my driver's license during summer break. Let's go, Zhang Cheng said, pulling Su Qingluo along as they walked out. This was essentially buying a car for himself under Su Qingluo's name. Since he was buying a car, it had to be a good one that could seat multiple people. Zhang Cheng quickly thought of a Maybach. He would buy that. Luxurious, classy, and top-notch. Picking up his mother in it would definitely astonish her. Soon Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo took a taxi to the Maybach 4S store in Tianhai City. Su Qingluo didn't know much about cars, so she didn't understand whether a Maybach was expensive or not. She just knew that since Zhang Cheng liked it, she would follow along. This was a high-end luxury car. Only the wealthy could afford to shop here. Zhang Cheng was dressed very ordinarily, looking like someone who couldn't afford a Maybach, but the salesperson there didn't look down on him. Instead, she warmly came forward to greet them. Sir, miss, are you here to see the cars? Do you need me to introduce them to you? The salesperson was a pretty young lady dressed in a professional uniform and stockings. Her attitude was very friendly with no hint of condescension. Zhang Cheng nodded, inwardly satisfied with the service here. Qingluo, which car do you like? Pick one, and he'll buy it for you. Zhang Cheng said after scanning the 4S store. You want me to choose, Su Qingluo asked in surprise. Yes, whichever one you like, well, buy that one. Zhang Cheng nodded seriously. Then he'll pick that red one. Su Qingluo looked around the store and immediately set her eyes on the red Maybach. Alright, well, buy that one. Just as Zhang Cheng finished speaking, an unfamiliar young man suddenly appeared before them. Are you Su Qingluo, the heiress of the Su family? Chen Jingshua looked at Su Qingluo with delight. He had come to see cars today, but never expected to encounter the Su family's heiress here. Although Chen Jingshua had never met Su Qingluo in person, he had seen her photos. Moreover, Su Qingluo was so beautiful that she immediately caught everyone's attention the moment she entered. Thus, Chen Jingshua recognized her at a glance. Who are you? Su Qingluo frowned slightly, not recognizing him. Feeling nervous, she instinctively grabbed Zhang Cheng's arm, as if his presence gave her a sense of safety. My name is Chen Jingshua, the young master of the Chen Group. Your mother originally arranged for us to meet during the National Day holiday, but she said you had gone traveling. Have you returned from your trip now? Chen Jingshua said with a friendly smile. I didn't go traveling, that was a lie my parents told you. Su Qingluo paused for a moment, then suddenly added, since we've met, let me make things clear to you. I already have a boyfriend, and we're getting married by the end of the year, so don't waste your efforts. Su Qingluo felt it necessary to clarify this to avoid wasting everyone's time. However, Chen Jingshua seemed unfazed. Your boyfriend? This poor guy next to you. Chen Jingshua sneered as he looked Zhang Cheng up and down. Seeing his ordinary attire and mediocre demeanor, he became even more convinced that Su Qingluo's rumored boyfriend was just a poor nobody. As the young master of the Chen Group, dealing with a powerless and penniless poor guy would be a piece of cake for him. Yes, he is my boyfriend. We will get married and have children in the future, so I advise you to give up on this idea. Su Qingluo reminded him again. She really didn't like this Mr. Chen that her mother had arranged for her. But Chen Jingshua clearly had no intention of giving up. Winning over Su Qingluo would increase their leverage in negotiations. Qingluo, didn't you just say you liked that red Maybach? They'll buy it for you. Chen Jingshua said, pulling out a bank card from his pocket, intending to use a financial offensive. As he spoke, he shot a provocative glance at Zhang Cheng. I'm going to hit on your woman right in front of you. What can you do about it? Seeing this, Zhang Cheng curled his lips slightly and said calmly, "Sorry, we'll pay for the car ourselves. No need for your concern." "How you'll pay?" "This is a Maybach S450 worth 1.5 million. Can a poor bastard like you even afford it?" Chen Jingshua humiliated him bluntly. "What I buy is none of your damn business." Zhang Cheng shot him a cold glare, then took out a bank card and handed it to the saleswoman. "Swipe the card. He'll take 5 of these cars." This statement left everyone present stunned, especially the saleswoman, who stammered as she spoke. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy 5 of these Maybach S450 models?" "Yes, 5 of them." "Swipe the card now and put all of them under Su Qingluo's name." Zhang Cheng said nonchalantly. With 100 times cashback, spending money here was the same as anywhere else. Buying 5 cars directly saved him the trouble of spending elsewhere. Chen Jingshua was also dumbfounded. Was Zhang Cheng so poor that he was hallucinating? Buying 5 cars? You think you can buy 5? Stop bluffing. Let's see how you get out of this. Chen Jingshua firmly believed that Zhang Cheng absolutely couldn't afford the 5 Maybachs, so he turned to the saleswoman and urged, "What are you standing there for? Since he said to swipe the card, go ahead." Chen Jingshua even followed her, eager to watch Zhang Cheng make a fool of himself. Unfortunately, when the saleswoman took the card to the store's finance department to swipe it, the transaction went through successfully. Beep, transaction successful. When that crisp sound rang out, Chen Jingshuo's face turned extremely ugly. After the swipe succeeded, Zhang Cheng immediately received a system rebate of 750 million. This was a 100-fold rebate. Spending 7,500,000 netted him 750 million. This time Zhang Cheng had undoubtedly made a killing. Meanwhile, Chen Jingshuo's face darkened as he never imagined Zhang Cheng could actually afford 5 Maybachs. That was a full 7,500,000, an amount ordinary people could never afford. How is this possible? His family is clearly so poor, how can he still pay so much? Chen Jingshuo muttered in disbelief, deeply unwilling to lose to Zhang Cheng in front of Su Qingluo. Zhang Cheng, however, remained composed. After retrieving his bank card, he glanced at Chen Jingshuo and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Chen, please stay away from Su Qingluo from now on. She is my wife." Hearing this, Chen Jingshuo clenched his fists tightly. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. "Zhang Cheng, don't get too cocky. After the National Day holiday, they'll be taking up a post as a finance lecturer at Tianhai University. We'll see who comes out on top then." Chen Jingshuo spat these words hatefully before turning to leave. "I'm ready anytime," Zhang Cheng shouted after his retreating figure. This only fueled Chen Jingshuo's rage. The insolence was too much to bear without teaching him a lesson. Su Qingluo watched with growing concern. "Zhang Cheng, he's the scion of the Qin group. By offending him like this, won't he seek revenge on us?" Her delicate face was etched with worry. Who will be taking revenge on whom is yet to be seen. Zhang Cheng smirked slightly, then shifted the topic. "Come on, let's take the new car for a spin." As he spoke, he took Su Qingluo's hand and led her toward the red Maybach. The saleswoman immediately followed. "Sir, here are the keys. The remaining 4 cars are not in stock at our 4S store and will need a few days to arrive." The saleswoman's attitude had grown far more respectful than before. "No problem. Preferably make sure the colors of the other 4 cars are all different. If that's not possible, switching them all to black works too." Zhang Cheng instructed after a moment's thought. With so many Maybachs, he couldn't possibly use them all himself. He decided to award them to high-performing employees in the future. This would boost their motivation while also earning their gratitude toward him as their boss. "Of course, no problem, sir. Please come with me to handle the paperwork," the saleswoman said enthusiastically. "All right, Qingluo, sign your name." Zhang Cheng told Su Qingluo. "Are you sure you want me to sign?" Su Qingluo still couldn't quite believe it. It was one thing for the villa to be in her name, but now even 5 luxury cars were being registered under her. This husband was simply too good to be true. The saleswoman looked on with envy, wishing she could have a husband like that. "Yes, go ahead. What's mine is yours, so signing your name is the same," Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile. In truth, the rebate required Su Qingluo's name. It only activated when spending was on her behalf. Otherwise, the system might reclaim the 750 million rebate. "All right then. Honey, you're so good to me." Su Qingluo was deeply moved. Any woman would be touched by such gestures. Cars and a house all under her name. Soon the car purchase formalities were completed. Zhang Cheng took the keys and drove off directly. This was his first car in life, and a luxury one at that. Finally have a car. From now on we won't have to take taxis when we go out, Zhang Cheng said excitedly from the driver's seat. Then let's go shopping now." Su Qingluo was overjoyed. Just as Zhang Cheng was about to start the car, he noticed she hadn't fastened her seatbelt. He couldn't help leaning over to help her. Seeing him lean in, Su Qingluo thought he was going to kiss her. She secretly closed her eyes, her heartbeat quickening. To her surprise, Zhang Cheng was only helping her with the seatbelt. "Qingluo, why did you close your eyes?" he asked with a chuckle. Su Qingluo had been full of anticipation only to realize she had misunderstood. Nothing. She tried to cover up her embarrassment, her cheeks flushing. But no sooner had she spoken than Zhang Cheng leaned in and kissed her directly, silencing her. Su Qingluo was completely caught off guard. She was kissed breathless, her eyes widening slightly, her heart racing, and her blush spreading all the way to her ears. This naughty little brother had become such a flirt. After a long kiss, Zhang Cheng straightened up with a mischievous grin. "You bad boy, you've learned to tease me." Su Qingluo pouted playfully, her face still red. Zhang Cheng didn't reply, but simply said with a smile, "I'm going to drive now." Qingluo, hold on tight. With that, he started the engine, and the car sped off. It was Zhang Cheng's first time driving since getting his license, but he quickly got the hang of it. Half an hour later, he parked smoothly near the AG&C shopping park by Tianshan Villa. The remaining 250 million in the spending quota would be swiped here. "We're here. Now let's start buying everything." "Qingluo, don't hold back. You'll pay," Zhang Cheng declared with bravado. The remaining rebate quota was 250 million, meaning he needed to spend 2,500,000 here to max it out. "Today we're buying gifts for my future mother-in-law. He'll pay. I still haven't used the 10 million you gave me last time," Su Qingluo said, pulling out the bank card Zhang Cheng had handed her earlier. Zhang Cheng grew anxious. If she paid, how could he swipe his card? "No, let me pay this time." "You can pay next time," Zhang Cheng insisted. He still had 2,500,000 to spend, so there was no way he would let Su Qingluo pay. But this time she was unusually adamant. "No, this is for my future mother-in-law. I have to pay." Zhang Cheng was slightly taken aback when the system's voice rang out again. "Ding host has triggered a new mission. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's request. Reward 10 million in cash and a tenfold consumption rebate card. Option 2, reject Su Qingluo's request. Reward random attribute 1. Seeing another chance to earn money, Zhang Cheng immediately chose to agree. "Alright, you pay tonight then." Zhang Cheng agreed, but he had his own plan in mind. Su Qingluo would buy gifts for his mother, while he would secretly buy gifts for her. This way he could honor her wish while spending the remaining quota. Zhang Cheng felt incredibly clever. As soon as he spoke, the system chimed in again. "Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward 10 million in cash and a tenfold consumption rebate card valid for 3 days, maximum rebate of 1 billion. Receiving this reward, Zhang Cheng was secretly amazed. The system was getting more generous by the day. "That's more like it. Let's go." Su Qingluo cheered up and linked her arm with Zhang Cheng's as they headed into the shopping center. Late in the evening, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo finally emerged after finishing their shopping. At one point, Zhang Cheng made an excuse to use the restroom and secretly bought Su Qingluo a complete set of Cartier jewelry, spending 2,500,000. In doing so, he had exhausted the remaining 250 million quota. Back home, Zhang Cheng finally dared to bring out the Cartier jewelry set. "Qingluo, I have a gift for you." "What is this?" "You bought me something again." Su Qingluo complained softly, but her eyes sparkled with delight. "A complete set of Cartier jewelry. Do you like it?" Zhang Cheng opened the box, revealing a dazzling array of jewelry before Su Qingluo's eyes. Gold bracelets, necklaces, earrings. The entire Cartier collection. So beautiful. As a girl, how could Su Qingluo not adore such jewelry? "Let me put it on you," Zhang Cheng said, taking out a necklace and fastening it around her neck. "Stunning. With this on, you look like a princess," Zhang Cheng said admiringly. Truly, Su Qingluo was naturally beautiful. With just a touch of jewelry, she radiated like royalty. Su Qingluo was also thrilled with the Cartier set. "Honey, you're just too good to me." Su Qingluo gazed at Zhang Cheng with stars of adoration in her eyes. He had bought her a car and a house, and now Cartier jewelry. He was truly the best husband in the world. Little did she know Zhang Cheng was merely spending money through her to earn rebates, though his affection for her was genuine. "Silly girl, you mean everything to me. Who else would I be good to if not you?" Zhang Cheng's sweet words moved Su Qingluo to tears. "You bad husband, you've made me cry. Tonight I'm going to reward you properly." Su Qingluo set, her eyes red with emotion as she took his hand and led him to the bedroom. At 10 in the morning, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo waited anxiously at the airport, ready to welcome his mother Lin Lifen. Su Qingluo had risen early that day, her heart fluttering with nervousness as she spent the entire morning preparing, terrified of leaving a poor impression on her future mother-in-law. "You little rascal, take a look. Is my makeup too heavy today?" Su Qingluo asked Zhang Cheng for the third time. "Not too heavy, just right, and very beautiful." Zhang Cheng reassured her again. Then, "Is my skirt too short? Will auntie dislike it?" Su Qingluo asked again, her voice tense. Zhang Cheng glanced at her white skirt, which reached her knees, and grasped her cold, small hand to comfort her. "Qingluo, don't get so worked up. My mom will love you." "Really?" Su Qingluo couldn't help but remain anxious. "Really? She adored you when you were little, and it's the same now that you've grown up," Zhang Cheng reassured her once more. "I hope so." Su Qingluo tried to calm herself, but the nervousness still lingered. Soon a plainly dressed middle-aged woman emerged from the airport, pushing an old worn suitcase, her face etched with travel fatigue. Spotting her, Zhang Cheng immediately strode toward her. Su Qingluo followed closely behind. "Mom, I'm over here." Zhang Cheng quickened his pace. Lin Lifen noticed her son, a faint smile breaking through her weary expression. "Son, I finally see you. It's been a month. How have you been at Tianhai University?" Lin Lifen couldn't help but shower him with concern. "I've been great. Mom, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Su Qingluo. Zhang Cheng said, taking Su Qingluo's hand. After steadying her nerves, Su Qingluo greeted her sweetly. Hello, Auntie. Lin Lifen's expression shifted at this. She pulled Zhang Cheng aside and asked quietly, son, you have a girlfriend. Yeah, isn't she beautiful? She's even the campus belle of Tianhai University. Zhang Cheng boasted proudly. You little brat, how can you have a girlfriend? You're already engaged. How can you casually date someone and betray your fiancée Xiao Yao? Go find an excuse to break up with her immediately. Lin Lifen said sternly. Zhang Cheng found this amusing. I won't break up. I've fallen in love with her, and am going to marry her by year's end, he declared earnestly. You? Lin Lifen raised her hand to strike him in anger. Seeing his mother about to hit him, Zhang Cheng laughed and explained, Mom, this Su Qingluo is Su Yao. She changed her name. What? This pretty girl is Su Yao. Lin Lifen turned to look at Su Qingluo, standing not far away, her face full of astonishment. She remembered Su Yao as a chubby little girl. How had she become so stunning? Yes, she's your future daughter-in-law, Su Yao. Go ask her if you don't believe me. Zhang Cheng said with a grin. I will, don't think you can fool me. Lin Lifen walked over to Su Qingluo and asked warmly, Young lady, what's your name? Auntie, I'm Su Qingluo. She replied, a bit nervous, knowing this middle-aged woman would be her future mother-in-law. Miss Su, what was your name before? Lin Lifen pressed on, unwilling to give up. I used to be Su Yao, Auntie. When I was little, I often ate the dishes you made, Su Qingluo said sweetly. You're really Xiao Yao. Do you remember what you drew on the wall of my house on your 10th birthday? Lin Lifen wanted to confirm Su Yao's identity, as she wouldn't accept her son dating any other girl, nor would she be easily fooled by Zhang Cheng. Su Qingluo thought for a moment, then blushed as she said, I think I drew two little birds, saying one was the little rascal and the other was me. Hearing this, Lin Lifen was overjoyed. That's right, you are my Xiao Yao. She scrutinized Su Qingluo, her eyes brimming with delight at her beauty. I never imagined that chubby little girl would grow up so gorgeous. Truly, a girl changes 18 times before womanhood. My son is so lucky. Lin Lifen was deeply fond of Su Qingluo, holding her hand tightly. In her heart, she had long considered Su Qingluo her daughter-in-law. Auntie, let me carry your luggage. Su Qingluo offered, eager to impress Zhang Cheng's mother, but Lin Lifen refused. How could I let a delicate girl like you handle the luggage? Let my son do it. Lin Lifen glanced at Zhang Cheng, who sighed wryly, and picked up the suitcase. All right, Xiao Yao, let's go. It's been so long. Let's have a good chat. Lin Lifen said cheerfully. Sure, Auntie. Su Qingluo replied, linking arms with Lin Lifen as they walked out, looking for all the world like a mother and daughter. Only Zhang Cheng was left behind, pitifully lugging the suitcase. Once you have a daughter-in-law, you forget your son. He sighed and followed, though he was secretly pleased to see them getting along so well. Lin Lifen was slightly surprised to see a brand new luxury car waiting for them. Xiao Yao, is this car yours? It's new. It must be expensive, right? Lin Lifen knew her son had no money, so she naturally assumed Su Qingluo had bought it given the Su family's wealth. The red color also suggested it was a woman's car. Auntie, Zhang Cheng bought it for me, Su Qingluo said as she accompanied Lin Lifen into the back seat. My son bought it for you. Where did he get so much money? Lin Lifen was taken aback. Mom, I made a lot from stock trading. So don't go back to the capital, stay in Tianhai City. Zhang Cheng had already prepared an excuse. You made money trading stocks. Lin Lifen looked incredulous. Of course. I'm majoring in finance. Investing and managing money is a breeze. Zhang Cheng said as he stepped on the accelerator and started the engine. Really? Lin Lifen was still skeptical. It's true, Auntie. Zhang Cheng is very wealthy now and has invested in many companies. Su Qingluo chimed in helpfully. With Su Qingluo's confirmation, Lin Lifen tentatively believed it, though she assumed the earnings weren't huge, just enough for a car. Little did she know her son had also bought a villa worth 500 million. Standing atop Tianshan Mountain, Lin Lifen stared at the magnificent villa, utterly stunned. Son, did you earn this villa too? Yes, Mom, you'll live here from now on. From Monday to Friday, Qingluo and I have classes at Tianhai University, but we'll come back on weekends to be with you, Zhang Cheng said, leading Lin Lifen into the grand villa. Auntie, please stay. This villa is so big but feels lonely with just the two of us. With you here, it'll be much livelier. Su Qingluo also urged her. Seeing both of them persuade her, Lin Lifen decided to stay. After all, she had no place in the capital anymore, and living with her family had only brought scorn. Once inside the villa, Su Qingluo immediately brought out the things she had bought the night before. Auntie, I bought a lot of gifts for you. See if you like them. Su Qingluo handed Lin Lifen a large bag. Inside were jewelry, ginseng bird's nest, and clothes worth thousands. All carefully chosen by Su Qingluo for her future mother-in-law. I love them. As long as you bought them, Auntie loves them all. Lin Lifen was delighted by the thoughtful gifts, cherishing the sentiment behind them. By the way, I have something for you too. Lin Lifen slipped a red jade bracelet off her wrist and placed it in Su Qingluo's hand. Xiao Yao, this blood jade bracelet is an heirloom of the Zhang family and a token of betrothal. I'm entrusting it to you today. Lin Lifen said solemnly, signifying her approval of Su Qingluo as her daughter-in-law. This is too precious. I can't. Su Qingluo tried to decline, but Lin Lifan refused. This blood jade bracelet is only passed down to the Zhang family's daughter-in-law. Are you saying you don't want to be one? Lin Lifan said with a smile. Su Qingluo blushed deeply, then silently accepted the bracelet, tacitly agreeing to be the Zhang family's bride. That's right. Tonight Mom will make dumplings for you. Lin Lifan was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Su Qingluo's face turned even redder at this. Joyful moments always pass swiftly. Su Qingluo and Lin Lifan were enjoying each other's company when the National Day holiday came to an end. After the holiday, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo returned to Tianhai University, while Zhang Cheng's mother Lin Lifan stayed alone in the Grand Villa. Zhang Cheng handed her a bank card telling her to spend freely and promised to bring his wife Tobe to visit her on the weekend. Only then did Lin Lifan agree to house sit for him. To keep a low profile, Zhang Cheng did not drive his Maybach back, but opted for a taxi to Tianhai University. Just as Zhang Cheng was seeing Su Qingluo off at her dormitory building, Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran hurried down. They were both surprised and delighted to see Su Qingluo. Qingluo, you're back, just in time. Let's go to the basketball court to watch the hunks play. The sports department is going head-to-head with the basketball club, and I heard that the campus heartthrob Lin Defeng is playing. Lu Yanran said with great excitement, clearly admiring the campus heartthrob Lin Defeng. Lin Baiwei was also slightly thrilled, as the boys from the sports department were all robust and fit, just her type. However, Su Qingluo was reluctant to go. Her heart belonged to Zhang Cheng, and she had no interest in other boys. I think he'll pass. You go watch the basketball game. Come on, even Shermang is going. Why don't we ask Zhang Cheng to join us? Just come along to cheer for Senior Lin. Lu Yanran urged enthusiastically. It was clear that Lu Yanran was quite smitten and wanted to root for the campus heartthrob Lin Defeng. Qingluo, just go with Zhang Cheng. Consider it making up the numbers. Lin Baiwei chimed in. Su Qingluo hesitated, having no interest in the basketball game, but she turned to look at Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, do you want to go watch the basketball game? As soon as she spoke, Zhang Cheng heard the system's prompt. Ding host has triggered a new mission. Option 1, go watch the basketball game with Su Qingluo. Reward, God-level basketball skills, 1 million cash for each point scored. Option 2, refuse to go with Su Qingluo. Reward, random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng hadn't expected to trigger another mission. The reward of God-level basketball skills and 1 million cash per point was excellent. Although Zhang Cheng wasn't interested in basketball, he nodded in agreement. Since your roommates are so eager to watch, let's accompany them. Once the choice was made, the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding, congratulations to the host for making a choice. Reward, God-level basketball skills, 1 million cash for each point scored, no upper limit, valid for 1 game. Zhang Cheng was overjoyed upon hearing this. Wow, 1 million cash for every point scored. This money is too easy to make. Too bad it's only valid for 1 game. As Zhang Cheng was getting excited, the God-level basketball skills were infused into him instantly, making him a basketball prodigy. Lu Yanran was thrilled when she saw Zhang Cheng agree. Qingluo, look, Zhang Cheng has agreed too. Let's go together. As she spoke, Lu Yanran pulled Su Qingluo towards the gymnasium. Zhang Cheng had no choice but to follow. Upon arriving at the gym, he saw that quite a crowd had already gathered, many of them girls. It seemed the campus heartthrob Lin Defeng was indeed popular. Lu Yanran was the most enthusiastic, dragging them all to the front row. When she saw Lin Defeng on the court, she could barely contain her excitement. Go Senior Lin. She cheered. Lin Baiwei was also watching with fervor, though not specifically for Lin Defeng. She was there to admire the boy's muscles. Yi Shermang and Su Qingluo were the calmest, having merely been dragged along by their roommate to make up numbers. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but scan the basketball court, noticing the sports department and basketball club teams locked in an intense match, both sides tall and athletic. The score was temporarily in favor of the basketball club, 30-24. As Zhang Cheng's gaze swept the court, he was surprised to spot a familiar face. Hey, isn't that Chun Jingshua playing on the court? He remarked in astonishment. Wasn't Chun Jingshua supposed to be teaching at Tianhai University? Why was he playing basketball here? Lu Yanran overheard him and asked curiously, Zhang Cheng, do you know Senior Chun too? Senior Chun. Is he also a graduate of Tianhai University? Zhang Cheng asked in surprise. Yes, he used to be the president of the Tianhai University basketball club. After graduating, he went abroad to study. He probably came back today to catch up with the current club members, Lu Yanran replied instinctively. So he's the former club president, Zhang Cheng realized. As they chatted, a whistle suddenly blew. Someone on the court was injured. The so-called campus heartthrob Lin Defeng had twisted his ankle and was lying on the ground, unable to get up. The girls cheering for him immediately grew worried, and Lu Yanran's face also showed concern. The game paused as Lin Defeng lay on the ground, clutching his ankle in agony. His teammates gathered around him while Chun Jingshua held the basketball with an indifferent expression. It was he who had forcefully bumped into Lin Defeng from behind, causing the latter's injury. Your captain is done. Send in a replacement. Chun Jingshua said provocatively. The sports department members were angry, but dared not speak up. They all knew Chun Jingshua was the young master of the Chun group, and the former club president, not someone to be trifled with. Rumor had it that the Chun Group was in the process of acquiring Tianhai University. If the deal went through, offending Chun Jingshua today might lead to being expelled on some pretext later. That was a consequence they couldn't afford. Lin Deflin felt a pang of resentment, but saw no other way. They had to substitute someone, but who? The sports department had few basketball players, and their skills were mediocre. Even if they sent someone in, they wouldn't stand a chance against the basketball club. What's the matter? No one left. If no one's stepping up, you might as well concede, Chun Jingshua taunted again, holding the ball. The team members couldn't help but speak up. Captain, maybe we should just give up. Chun Jingshua is not someone to mess with, and your foot is injured. After careful consideration, Lin Deflin agreed. Even if they substituted, they would likely lose anyway, and the basketball club's dirty tricks might injure his teammates as well. Alright then, well. Just as Lin Deflin was about to concede, a voice suddenly rang out. How about letting me give it a try? This drew the attention of everyone present, and they all turned to look at the source of the voice. They soon saw a handsome young man step onto the court. It was Zhang Cheng. When Chun Jingshua saw Zhang Cheng, his eyes blazed with fury. What a small world. Chun Jingshua immediately walked over as Zhang Cheng approached. Kid, I didn't expect to run into you here. What a small world and a bitter enmity. Chun Jingshua said, holding a basketball, his face twisted with malice. Yeah, I didn't expect to meet you here either, Zhang Cheng replied calmly. Since we've met, how about a game? Unknown, Chun Jingshua taunted. Having been the president of the basketball club in college and often playing abroad, he was confident in his skills. Unknown, Zhang Cheng hadn't expected this challenge. What? Scared? Chun Jingshua bounced the ball, provoking him again. No problem, let's do it. Zhang Cheng smirked slightly. Unknown counted as a competition, which might earn him shooting rewards. Though the gain was small, teaching Chun Jingshua a lesson was acceptable. Seeing Zhang Cheng agree, Chun Jingshua grinned, confident in his basketball prowess. Since it's a match, shouldn't we have a stake? He said, a sly plan forming in his mind. Sure, what's the bet? Zhang Cheng replied casually. Earning some extra cash from Chun Jingshua wouldn't hurt. The loser leaves Tianhai University. How about it? Dare you? Chun Jingshua proposed. He wanted to expel Zhang Cheng from Tianhai University, indirectly driving him away from Su Qingluo. This would allow him to make a move on her. No problem, but the stake's too small. Besides that, the loser pays the winner 100 million, Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile. Kicking Chun Jingshua out of Tianhai University was too easy. Zhang Cheng wouldn't be satisfied without taking something from him. Chun Jingshua hadn't expected such a high bet, 100 million at the start. But it suited him perfectly. Oh, why refuse? Easy money. He nodded in agreement. Very well, as you wish. I meant in US dollars. Zhang Cheng added, seeing Chun Jingshuo's quick acceptance. With his god-level basketball skills, he was sure to win and wanted to squeeze more from his opponent. At the mention of US dollars, Chun Jingshuo's eye twitched slightly. He hadn't expected such a huge bet. Refusing would seem cowardly, and he believed he couldn't lose. No problem, as you wish. After saying this, he turned to the crowd and announced loudly. Everyone here bear witness. Zhang Cheng and I will have an unknown basketball match. Whoever scores 5 points first wins. The loser must leave Tianhai University and pay the winner 100 million US dollars. I ask everyone to be our witness. This announcement stunned the crowd. They couldn't believe anyone would dare make such a bet with the heir of the Chin Group. It seemed like a sure loss. They feared he might even lose his chance at a diploma. Su Qingluo was deeply worried, while Lu Yanran and Lin Baiwei silently clenched their fists for Zhang Cheng. Qingluo, maybe you should call Zhang Cheng back. This bet is too risky. Lu Yanran said anxiously. After all, she had brought him here, and she'd feel guilty if he lost. Yes, Qingluo, hurry and call him back. He's up against the Chun Group's heir. Win or lose, Zhang Cheng won't come out well. Lin Baiwei chimed in. Su Qingluo initially wanted to persuade Zhang Cheng to back out, but seeing the confidence in his eyes, she chose to trust him. I believe Zhang Cheng can win. Su Qingluo said firmly. Qingluo, this isn't the time for bravado. The key is that he's facing the Chun Group's heir. Either way, Zhang Cheng will suffer. Lin Baiwei urged again. In her view, Zhang Cheng was just an ordinary person, while the Chun Group was Tianhai City's leading financial conglomerate with immense wealth and connections. Manipulating a common college student like him would be a breeze. Lu Yanran was also anxious, but Su Qingluo once again chose to trust Zhang Cheng. I believe he can win. What's so great about the Chun Group? My little brother is even more formidable. Lu Yanran and Lin Baiwei sighed inwardly, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. Lu Yanran even regretted bringing Su Qingluo and Zhang Cheng to the basketball court. Lin Defeng limping came forward to advise Zhang Cheng on the high stakes. Brother, I appreciate you standing up for me, but the bet's too big. This is between him and me. It's none of your concern. Just be our witness. Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile. All right, then good luck. Lin Defeng shook his head and stepped back, seeing Zhang Cheng's resolve. Many in the crowd, especially the basketball club members, were skeptical of Zhang Cheng's chances. But Zhang Cheng paid them no mind. Kid, are you ready? Well, alternate defense and offense. First to 5 points wins. Got the rules. Chun Jingshua said confidently. Got it. Let's begin. Zhang Cheng replied calmly. Fine, I'll let you attack first. Chen Jingshua tossed the ball to Zhang Cheng, who caught it casually, and said, "Then him coming." With that, he jumped and shot from beyond the three-point line. The move caught Chen Jingshua completely off guard. He never expected Zhang Cheng to shoot so abruptly, and the crowd was equally stunned by his unorthodox play. That shot was too casual, though it can't go in. Chen Jingshua thought, and the crowd agreed. The shot was too careless, as if Head just tossed it away. Lu Yanran and Lin Baiwei also doubted it, while only Su Qingluo watched the ball nervously. A few seconds later, the ball swished through the net. A perfect nothing-but-net shot. What? It went in. Chen Jingshua was stunned, and the crowd was left speechless, all amazed by Zhang Cheng's shot. How could it be so easy? From beyond the three-point line, a casual toss, and it went in. The crowd was awestruck. Lu Yanran and Lin Baiwei could hardly believe it. It actually went in. Qinghua, is Zhang Cheng really good at basketball? Lu Yanran couldn't help asking. I don't know, I've never seen him play. But the way he shot just now was so cool. Su Qingluo's eyes sparkled with admiration. She suddenly found herself liking basketball. All because her little brother played so brilliantly. Zhang Cheng casually tossed the ball, and it swished through the hoop. At the same time, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations, host, for scoring a basket. You have received a cash rebate of 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng felt a secret thrill. Indeed, even an unknown match could yield cash rewards. Zhang Cheng's successful shot left the crowd stunned, especially Chen Jingshua, who never imagined Zhang Cheng could be so lucky. Kid, nice luck. Now it's my turn to attack. Chen Jingshua turned, retrieved the ball, and moved to the offensive position. Luck is also part of strength. Zhang Cheng smirked slightly. Is that so? Then let's see if your luck or my strength prevails. Chen Jingshua retorted, beginning to dribble frantically, swaying his body left and right. He moved with practiced ease, employing various feints to shake off Zhang Cheng. The audience was dazzled, but it had to be said, Chen Jingshuo's dribbling was highly professional, almost to the level of a pro. Seeing Zhang Cheng seemingly fooled, Chen Jingshuo smirked. In the face of absolute strength, luck was no match. Yet just as he forcefully broke through, Zhang Cheng crouched low, his right hand striking with precision, and the ball was in his grasp. Chen Jingshua had breached Zhang Cheng's defense, but the ball was gone. How is this possible? Where's my ball? Not only was Chen Jingshua shocked, but everyone else was taken aback. The steal was incredibly fast. What a quick interception. That's comparable to a professional basketball player. Lin Defeng observed, quietly amazed. The others were also stunned by Zhang Cheng's rapid steal. But even more astonishing feats were to come. After the steal, Zhang Cheng decisively jumped for a three-point shot. Swish! The ball sailed cleanly through the net. 2 consecutive baskets filled Su Qingluo with excitement. Go Zhang Cheng, you're the best, she cheered, jumping up. Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran were already dumbfounded. Incredible! His basketball skills surpass even Lin Defeng, the school heartthrob. Lu Yanran had thought Lin Defeng was the best player at their school, but now she realized Zhang Cheng was even better. Lin Baiwei was equally astonished. Qingluo, your Zhang Cheng is amazing. Has he trained before? I don't know, I'll ask him later. Su Qingluo was already filled with admiration. Seeing her man shine on the court made her happier than anyone. She suddenly found basketball quite interesting. That's 2 baskets already. Zhang Cheng looked at Chen Jingshua, a slight smile on his lips. Chen Jingshuo's face darkened. If the first shot was luck, the second revealed a hint of Zhang Cheng's true ability. Again, Chen Jingshuo reluctantly tossed the ball to Zhang Cheng. Now it was Zhang Cheng's turn to attack. Let's continue. Zhang Cheng began dribbling, but this time Chen Jingshua defended earnestly, leaving no opening. Yet he underestimated Zhang Cheng. The ball slipped between Chen Jingshuo's legs, and in the next second Zhang Cheng followed, through breaking his defense entirely. What a... Chen Jingshua exclaimed in disbelief. By the time he reacted, Zhang Cheng had caught the ball and leaped for a shot. Swish! The ball swished through the net again. That was the 3rd basket. This time Zhang Cheng displayed his superb dribbling and exquisite footwork. The crowd erupted in excitement. So handsome. This junior is amazing at basketball. Even Lin Defeng's female fans began praising Zhang Cheng. Lin Baiwei and Lu Yanran also found Zhang Cheng's playing style incredibly cool, even cooler than Lin Defeng. Qingluo, your Zhang Cheng looks so cool on the court. Does he have any brothers? Lin Baiwei asked, her eyes sparkling. Su Qingluo was lost in admiration for Zhang Cheng's moves. So handsome. My little brother is just too cool. Her eyes were full of adoration. Even Lin Defeng and his friends felt respect for Zhang Cheng's skills. Chen Jingshuo's face was the most grim. It's my turn to attack. He grabbed the ball, urgently ready to strike. He couldn't afford to lose again. After 3 consecutive baskets by Zhang Cheng, another loss would mean defeat in this match. Alright, bring it on. Zhang Cheng gestured casually. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Jingshua began dribbling, using his body to bump Zhang Cheng, and even stepping on his foot. Clearly desperate, he resorted to dirty tricks. Lin Defeng saw this and thought, not good, Chen Jingshua is up to his old tricks again. But they all underestimated Zhang Cheng. His physique, enhanced by the system, was incredibly strong. An ordinary man couldn't knock him over. Zhang Cheng straightened up slightly, and Chen Jingshua was thrown back a few steps. His dribbling faltered, and Zhang Cheng easily stole the ball. Then with a swift turn he leaped gracefully and shot without hesitation. Swish! The ball swished through the net again. 4-0. The crowd cheered once more. Zhang Cheng's turn and shoot was so stylish coupled with his handsome face that it captivated all the girls, some even screaming boldly. Lin Defeng was quietly amazed. His lower body is so stable, his dribbling is highly professional, and his shooting is incredibly accurate. This guy is a natural for basketball. I must recruit him for our school team. Chen Jingshua was utterly shocked by Zhang Cheng's skill. How can this kid be so good at basketball? He couldn't believe it. He had intended to embarrass Zhang Cheng, but ended up being humiliated instead. A real reversal of fortune. Zhang Cheng remained calm, looking at Chen Jingshua with a slight smirk. One last ball, my turn to attack. He picked up the ball and walked back. Chen Jingshua had no way out now, he had to stop him at all costs. I won't let you score this one. Chen Jingshua was determined to use any means necessary to block the shot. Is that so? You can't stop me. Zhang Cheng dribbled forward, and despite Chen Jingshuo's blocks, and even grabbing his shirt he pressed on. But Zhang Cheng's strength was immense. Even with his shirt being pulled he charged forward like a bull, leaping powerfully toward the hoop for a dunk. Rip! The shirt tore, revealing Zhang Cheng's solid muscles and well-defined abs. The sight drew screams from the girls. But the climax was yet to come. Zhang Cheng slammed the ball into the hoop with such force that it knocked Chen Jingshua to the ground. The ball bounced off his head, leaving him dizzy. Landing on his feet, Zhang Cheng looked down at Chen Jingshua and said calmly, "You lost." Chen Jingshua could never have imagined losing 0-5 to Zhang Cheng, a defeat that filled him with bitter resentment. "You lost. According to our agreement, you owe me $100 million and you must leave Tianhai University." Zhang Cheng said indifferently. "You bastard, just wait. I won't let you off easy." Chen Jingshua scrambled to his feet, a vicious glint in his eyes as he tried to leave, but Zhang Cheng grabbed him. "Hand over the $100 million first, or you're not going anywhere today." Zhang Cheng's voice was icy. Others might fear young Master Chen, but Zhang Cheng certainly did not. Chen Jingshua initially thought about reneging, but with so many witnesses present, backing out would ruin his reputation. So he had no choice but to swallow his pride for now, planning to find a way later to force Zhang Cheng to cough up the money. "Fine, give me an account number, and I'll have someone wire it to you immediately." Chen Jingshua gritted his teeth. Inwardly, he was determined to find an opportunity to make Zhang Cheng return the money, or he would never be able to swallow this insult. "That's more like it," Zhang Cheng said as he added Chen Jingshua on WeChat and sent him a bank account number. Though reluctant, Chen Jingshua still instructed someone to transfer $100 million to him. After receiving the transfer, Zhang Cheng was overjoyed. Besides earning this $100 million, he also got a $5 million rebate. Not bad at all. "All right, you can leave now," Zhang Cheng said, thoroughly satisfied. "Just wait, kid. They'll make you regret crossing me." Chen Jingshua spat out these words hatefully before swiftly leaving the basketball court. Zhang Cheng ignored him and prepared to leave as well. To his surprise, a swarm of girls suddenly surrounded him. "Junior, your basketball skills are amazing. Let's add each other on WeChat. Hey handsome, teach me how to play. Can I get your contact info?" At least 7 or 8 bold girls encircled Zhang Cheng, leaving him speechless. Seeing this, Su Qingluo pouted with jealousy. After all, he was her man. She immediately rushed to Zhang Cheng's side. "Sorry ladies, this guy is already taken. Don't get any ideas," Su Qingluo declared, then grabbed Zhang Cheng and ran off. She didn't want those girls swarming around him. Her man belonged only to her. Once outside the basketball court, Su Qingluo slowed down. "Those girls are so shallow, throwing themselves at any handsome guy they see," she said, still a bit jealous. "Qingluo, are you jealous?" Zhang Cheng asked with a slight smirk. "Jealous? How could I be jealous?" Su Qingluo denied it stubbornly, but then noticed Zhang Cheng's torn shirt revealing his toned abs, which only fueled her jealousy. "Go change your clothes. You're exposed." "Still saying you're not jealous?" Zhang Cheng laughed, taking her hand. "Fine, I am jealous. You're mine." Su Qingluo pouted with a playful frown. Yes, I'm yours. Now, forever, and even after death." Zhang Cheng leaned down and gently kissed her on the lips. Su Qingluo's heart instantly felt as sweet as honey, and she brightened up. "That's more like it. Now go change your clothes before everyone sees." Su Qingluo didn't want other girls to see her boyfriend's physique. "Whatever you say. He'll go change then." Zhang Cheng smiled and headed to the dormitory. Su Qingluo also returned to her dorm, but as soon as she entered, Lu Yanran blocked her way. "Qingluo, your Zhang Cheng is incredible at basketball. Would he be interested in joining the school team?" Lu Yanran asked eagerly. Su Qingluo recalled the scene of 7 or 8 girls surrounding Zhang Cheng and tactfully declined. Zhang Cheng probably wouldn't like to join the school team. She didn't want him to steal the spotlight again, lest those girls keep coveting her man. "Qingluo, dear sister, I beg you, please help me convince him. It would be such a waste if his talent didn't go to the team." Lu Yanran pleaded pitifully. Su Qingluo sensed something off. Lu Yanran had never called her dear sister before. "Yanran, something's not right today. You're begging me like this and calling me dear sister. What's really going on?" Su Qingluo was sharp. Lu Yanran had never been this insistent, which clearly meant she had an ulterior motive. What could be going on? I just don't want Zhang Cheng's basketball talent to go to waste. Lu Yanran spoke, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. Obviously her push for Zhang Cheng to join the team had another purpose. No, you definitely have a scheme. Su Qingluo stared intently at Lu Yanran, determined to uncover the truth. What scheme could I have? Lu Yanran tried to defend herself, but Lin Baiwei couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. After the game, Yanran rushed to find the school heartthrob Lin Defeng. He said if she could convince Zhang Cheng to join the team, he'd be her boyfriend. This revelation made Lu Yanran blush furiously. Su Qingluo instantly understood why Lu Yanran had been so desperate. So you want Senior Lin to be your boyfriend? That's why you're begging me. Su Qingluo realized. Qingluo, please help me convince your Zhang Cheng. I want a sweet romance like yours too. Lu Yanran begged again, pitifully shoving various snacks into Su Qingluo's hands. It seemed she was going all out to become Lin Defeng's girlfriend. Seeing Lu Yanran so humble, Su Qingluo felt it would be rude to refuse. Alright, I'll call and ask. She pulled out her phone and dialed, putting it on speaker. The call connected quickly, and Zhang Cheng's voice came through. Honey, missing me already? Su Qingluo had the speaker on, and that honey made her blush. He never called her that normally, but now he did at the worst time. The other 3 girls in the dorm were suddenly fed a huge dose of couple affection, and Lu Yanran watched with envy. She also wanted a sweet romance. Zhang Cheng, my roommates are here, and it's on speaker. What are you calling me? Su Qingluo said, red-faced. Even better if they're there. Honey, let's go to Heideleo tonight. Bring your roommates along. Zhang Cheng directly invited them. He had just made 100 million from Chen Jingxua, so treating them to a meal was fitting. Great. Zhang Cheng, you're reliable. I'm with you. Lin Baiwei immediately supported. Lu Yanran also wanted to agree, but she had something more important. Zhang Cheng, you're so good at basketball, how about joining the school team? Lu Yanran couldn't help asking. Join the school team? Zhang Cheng was taken aback. He had no time for that now. He was busy making money and boosting his status. So he had to politely decline. Actually, I'm not that into basketball, so I probably won't join. Lu Yanran's face fell with disappointment. Lin Baiwei, knowing how she felt, put an arm around her shoulder to comfort her. Yanran, you should find a man like Zhang Cheng, who only has eyes for Qingluo. That's how you'll find happiness. Not someone like Lin Defeng, who doesn't care about you at all. Even if Zhang Cheng joined the team, and you dated Lin Defeng, you'd still end up losing. Lin Baiwei's words were the truth. If someone doesn't like you, forcing it will only hurt yourself. I know I'm fine. Lu Yanran quickly recovered. She hadn't held much hope anyway. Composing herself, she added, come on, Zhang Cheng is treating us to dinner. Why are you standing around? Su Qingluo was relieved to see Lu Yanran bounce back. Let's go then. To Heideleo. While they were enjoying their meal, Chen Jingxua had returned to his place, his face dark with anger. Zhang Cheng, once I invest in Tianhai University, just wait and see how I deal with you. Chen Jingxua was waiting to finalize his investment in the university. Then he would have a say there, and could easily expel Zhang Cheng, while also finding a chance to get close to Su Qingluo. But his plans were rosy, a reality might not cooperate. While eating at Heideleo, Zhang Cheng received a call from Luo Wen. He stepped out of the private room to answer. Luo Wen, what's up? Zhang Cheng asked seriously. Chairman, I found out that the day after tomorrow is when Tianhai University opens for public financing. It'll be an open bidding process. Do you want to participate? Luo Wen's voice came through the phone. Which companies are bidding for investment? Zhang Cheng asked instinctively. Chen Group, Hongwen Group. Luo Wen listed a long string of 8 groups, all quite powerful. It seemed many were eager to invest in Tianhai University. Hearing about the Chen Group, Zhang Cheng immediately responded. Of course he'll participate. Come with me the day after tomorrow. He still had over 3 billion in investment funds to use, so he needed an opportunity. Yes, Chairman. Luo Wen agreed promptly. After hanging up, Zhang Cheng returned to the Heideleo private room. Su Qinghua, Lin Baiwei, and the others were having a great time, and while he was out they had ordered several bottles of wine. Now all 4 girls were a bit drunk. Su Qingluo and Yi Shiming with low tolerance were already passed out on the table. Lu Yanran was still coherent, but Lin Baiwei was the most impressive, several empty bottles in front of her, yet she remained the soberest. Seeing Zhang Cheng enter, she greeted him. Zhang Cheng, we're about done. Let's head back. Take care of Qingluo. Lin Baiwei said, hoisting Yi Shiming onto her back and heading out. Lu Yanran could walk on her own, so no help was needed. Only Su Qingluo was slumped over the table drunk. Zhang Cheng shook his head. Can't hold your liquor, yet you still drink. He sighed but obediently picked her up. As he did, Su Qingluo murmured drunkenly, Zhang Cheng, take me to the Jinhao Hotel. Even in her stupor, she hadn't forgotten her desire to have a child with him. Not today. You're too drunk. Go back to the dorm and rest well, Zhang Cheng said gently. No, I want to go to the Jinhao Hotel. Still drunk, Su Qingluo wrapped her arms around his neck and started acting coy. Zhang Cheng smiled bitterly. Just then the system's voice rang out again. Ding. New mission triggered for host. Option 1, accept Su Qingluo's request. Reward double investment rebate. Option 2, refuse Su Qingluo's request. Reward random attribute 1. A new task had been triggered, and this time the reward was something Zhang Cheng could actually use. Without much hesitation he agreed. Alright, I'll listen to you. Tonight, they'll take you to the Jinhao Hotel. Zhang Cheng's eyes were filled with nothing but adoration. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for making your choice. You have received a double investment rebate limited to 72 hours. Seeing that the double rebate was valid for 72 hours, Zhang Cheng was quite satisfied. This way, investing in Tianhai University would yield double the returns. Not only would the investment cost him nothing, but he would also make a profit, which delighted Zhang Cheng immensely. In the private room, Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and Yi Shimeng had all returned to their dormitories. As for the remaining Su Qinghua, Zhang Cheng carried her horizontally in his arms and headed toward the Jinhao Hotel. Fortunately, it wasn't the weekend, so there were hardly any students heading to the Jinhao Hotel. Otherwise, they would have been seen. Zhang Cheng had already subscribed for a monthly package, so he took the room card and went straight up to the suite. As soon as he entered the room, he laid Su Qingluo down on the bed. After carrying her for so long, his arms were a bit sore. Good thing my body has been enhanced by attributes, or I really wouldn't have been able to carry her this long. From the Haidaleo restaurant to the Jinhao Hotel, the distance was over 1 kilometer. Carrying someone for that long was still quite a challenge. Carrying her for so long has made me sweat. I'll take a shower first. Zhang Cheng glanced at Su Qingluo lying on the bed, then went to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Su Qingluo, her eyes hazy with drunkenness, lay on the bed and drifted off to sleep. By the time Zhang Cheng came out of the shower, Su Qingluo was already fast asleep, not even having taken off her dress. Looking at the sleeping Su Qingluo, a faint smile curled at the corner of Zhang Cheng's mouth. If you can't hold your liquor, why drink at all? Zhang Cheng shook his head helplessly, then pulled the covers over her. After changing into a pair of pajamas, he slipped into the bed as well. Since Su Qingluo was already asleep, Zhang Cheng had no desire to disturb her. He simply held her quietly and slept through the night. At 2 in the afternoon, the financing bid conference for Tianhai University commenced. Chen Jingshua, accompanied by a beautiful female assistant, arrived at the university's large conference room, where many wealthy investors eager to invest were already waiting. Gao Lu, the president of Tianhai University, personally attended and presided over this year's financing conference. After casually taking a seat, Chen Jingshua calculated silently in his mind. Zhang Cheng, once I secure a seat on the board of Tianhai University, I'll have you expelled from this school. And everything you've taken from me, I'll make you spit it back out. Chen Jingshua was determined to win this financing bid. But soon a familiar figure appeared in the conference room. When Chen Jingshua saw Zhang Cheng also entering the room, his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? How did this brat end up here? Chen Jingshua couldn't believe it. This was an investment bidding conference. How could Zhang Cheng, an unknown nobody, be present here? After all, the investment firms present were all major conglomerates from Tianhai City. Just as Chen Jingshua spotted Zhang Cheng, the latter also noticed him. Truly, enemies were bound to meet. Zhang Cheng curled his lips slightly at the sight of Chen Jingshua and even went over to greet him. Master Chen, what a coincidence. You're here too. What a coincidence indeed. Chen Jingshua replied coldly upon seeing Zhang Cheng. Are you also here to invest in Tianhai University? Zhang Cheng asked, knowing full well the answer. Obviously. Chen Jingshua retorted icily. Well, I'm sorry, but you might have come all this way for nothing. Zhang Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile. What do you mean? Chen Jingshua frowned, his voice low. Exactly what I said. See you around. With a light chuckle, Zhang Cheng led Luo Wen to another seat. Chen Jingshua clenched his fists as he watched Zhang Cheng, trying to compete with our Chun group in financial strength. You're not qualified yet. Chen Jingshua was determined to win this investment. This time he would not lose to Zhang Cheng again. Soon President Gao Lu stood at the front of the conference room and announced in a loud voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this time Tianhai University is offering 20 of its shares. The minimum bid for financing is 100 million. The funds raised from this financing will be used for the expansion of the university and the establishment of a state-of-the-art science laboratory. In the conference room, including Zhang Cheng, there were 9 investment firms. Apart from Zhang Cheng, the other 8 were all well-known investment groups in Tianhai City. The bidding begins now. Each increment must be no less than 100 million, the president announced loudly from the front. As soon as the words were spoken, representatives from the investment firms present began to raise their bids one after another. 200 million, 400 million, 600 million. The investment amount kept climbing. Seeing this, Chen Jingshua directly shouted his bid. 1 billion. His Chun group had plenty of money, and this time his dignity was at stake. He had to secure a seat on the board of Tianhai University no matter what. The bid of 1 billion made many of the investment firms present back down, unwilling to bid further. However, a few groups still raised their offers. 1.1 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion. Only 3 investment firms continued to raise the stakes. Chen Jingshua noticed that Zhang Cheng had not made a single move from the start, completely ignoring him. How could someone of his lowly status participate in a bidding war of this level? 2 billion. Chen Jingshua arrogantly announced an astronomical price, then cast a smug glance at Zhang Cheng. President Gao Lu's face lit up with joy when he heard Chen Jingshuo's bid of 2 billion. This price was already higher than he had anticipated. The Chen Group truly had deep pockets. With the 2 billion bid on the table, the other investment firms dared not raise their offers any further. If no one else wants to bid, it'll begin the countdown, the president said, both anxious and eager. But just as he finished speaking, a voice cut through and overshadowed his. 4 billion. The bidding price had doubled, directly leaving everyone in the room utterly astounded. The moment the 4 billion bid was announced, every gaze in the conference room converged on the source of the voice. Even Chen Jingshua instinctively looked over, but when he realized it was Zhang Cheng who had placed the 4 billion bid, his face was a mask of shock and disbelief. Impossible. How could that Zhang Cheng kid bid 4 billion? Is he deliberately driving up the price against me? Chen Jingshua simply could not believe that Zhang Cheng could afford such a sum. Not only he but all the other investment magnates present were equally incredulous, for Zhang Cheng was an utter unknown in the investment circle. Even the principal was uncertain if Zhang Cheng truly intended to bid 4 billion and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you really bidding 4 billion?" "Yes, I'm bidding 4 billion. Hurry up and call the count," Zhang Cheng replied with a composed expression. After all, he possessed a buff that doubled his investment returns. The higher his bid, the greater his profit. Had he not feared that an astronomically high price would terrify them, he would have bid 10 billion outright. Hearing that Zhang Cheng truly intended to pay 4 billion, the principal was overjoyed. This was several times higher than his estimated price. A fantastic deal. A fantastic deal. Since this gentleman is indeed bidding 4 billion, I shall begin the countdown. Principal Gao Lu announced loudly, 4 billion first call. 4 billion second call. As the countdown began, Chen Jingshua grew inwardly anxious. He was determined to secure this investment in Tianhai University. Only by winning a seat on the board could he gain the authority to expel Zhang Cheng. But if he failed even in this investment, he would have no means to deal with Zhang Cheng, and that was a humiliation he could not swallow. With this thought, Chen Jingshua clenched his fists and against his will raised his hand to bid for 0.1 billion. When Chen Jingshua announced this price, his voice lacked confidence. His father had authorized a maximum of 3.5 billion, 4.1 billion had already exceeded that limit. Yet for the sake of pride, he gritted his teeth and continued to raise the bid, determined to secure the board seat and expel Zhang Cheng. Seeing Chen Jingshua raise the bid, the principal grew excited once more. Young Master Chen bids 4.1 billion. Is there any higher? At this price, who would dare to top it? But no sooner had the principal spoken than Zhang Cheng raised his hand again. 6 billion. Another increase of 2 billion. This astronomical figure sent shockwaves through every investor present. Just who was this Zhang Cheng that he could casually throw 6 billion into acquiring shares of Tianhai University? This price was 5 times the premium. This was no investment, it was a deliberate loss. When Chen Jingshua heard Zhang Cheng bid 6 billion, he was utterly astounded. Could this guy really be so wealthy? He's probably trying to drive up the price against me, hoping he'll pay through the nose. If that's your game, he'll just drop out and let your scheme backfire. Chen Jingshua assumed Zhang Cheng was deliberately targeting him. He thought Zhang Cheng wanted him to pay several times the amount for Tianhai University's shares. Principal Gao Lu, seeing Zhang Cheng bid 6 billion, trembled with excitement. This was 5 times his estimated price. Yet he also began to worry whether this unknown investor could actually produce 6 billion. But for now he had to follow the normal procedure. 6 billion first call. Principal Gao Lu announced from the podium. The room fell silent, no one raised the bid. 6 billion second call. 6 billion third call. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, on successfully acquiring 20% of Tianhai University's shares. Principal Gao Lu shouted with elation. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Cheng's lavish expenditure. As soon as the bid ended, a system voice rang in Zhang Cheng's ears. Ding! Investment bid of 6 billion, investment rebate of 12 billion received. Seeing the rebate of 12 billion credited to his account, Zhang Cheng rejoiced inwardly. Not only had he netted a profit of 6 billion, but he had also secured 20% of Tianhai University's shares. From now on, he would be a member of its board. What a massive gain. Chen Jingshua, convinced that Zhang Cheng's high bid was meant to drive up the price against him, felt a smug satisfaction for not following suit. He believed he had thwarted Zhang Cheng's plan. Trying to make me a fool. Impossible. Let's see how you come up with that 6 billion. Chen Jingshua waited to see Zhang Cheng make a fool of himself. In his view, Zhang Cheng could never produce 6 billion. He stood up and said to Principal Gao Lu, Principal Gao, I suspect that Zhang Cheng is making a fraudulent bid. He doesn't have 6 billion. I recommend a re-auction and a permanent blacklist for this man. Chen Jingshuo's words caused an uproar. The other investors too were highly skeptical that this obscure nobody could come up with 6 billion in investment funds. Even they, the investment magnates of Tianhai City, might not be able to raise such a sum. How could Zhang Cheng? Principal Gao Lu himself had doubts about Zhang Cheng's financial capability. Blinded by the staggering 6 billion bid, he had now calmed down and begun to worry. He quickly approached Zhang Cheng. Mr. Zhang, will your 6 billion investment be paid in installments or in one lump sum? Principal Gao Lu probed tactfully without openly questioning Zhang Cheng. Chen Jingshua also walked over sneering. Zhang Cheng, you made the 6 billion bid yourself. Go ahead, pay up. Clearly Chen Jingshua intended to humiliate Zhang Cheng, convinced he couldn't afford the enormous sum. Such a small amount is nothing to me. He'll pay it in full. It's not like I lack the means, Zhang Cheng said with a slight smirk. Beside him, Luo Wen discreetly wiped his brow. He knew that their Chengluo investment company only had 3 billion in funds. Raising 6 billion seemed difficult, yet he secretly hoped his boss could pull off a miracle. Hi, you're putting on a show for me. Fine, then show us the 6 billion. Chen Jingshua taunted again. Principal Gao Lu also grew anxious. Mr. Zhang, here is our school's account. Please transfer the 6 billion to this account. Principal Gao Lu handed Zhang Cheng a business card with the finance department's account details. No problem. Let's do it now. Zhang Cheng took the card, pulled out his phone, and began transferring the money. Watching Zhang Cheng's act, Chen Jingshua couldn't help but sneer. Let's see how long you can keep up this charade. When you can't pay the 6 billion, how will you explain yourself? He secretly rejoiced, anticipating that when Zhang Cheng failed to pay, he could accuse him of disrupting the auction, get him blacklisted by Tianhai University, and have him permanently expelled. But he was in for a disappointment. After completing the transaction, Zhang Cheng looked up at Principal Gao Lu and said, all done. I've transferred the 6 billion. Please have your finance department verify it. You think you can transfer 6 billion that easily, like it's 60 bucks? Chen Jingshua refused to believe that Zhang Cheng could have transferred 6 billion in such a short time. Yet as he spoke, Principal Gao Lu's phone rang. It was the finance department. The principal nervously answered, and a trembling, excited voice came through the line. Principal Gao, someone has just deposited 6 billion into our account. Has the investment deal been finalized? At these words, Principal Gao Lu, who had harbored doubts, was instantly overjoyed. It's in. It's in. Principal Gao Lu exclaimed repeatedly in excitement, then warmly grasped Zhang Cheng's hand. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your generous investment in our university. From now on, you are a member of the Tianhai University Board of Directors. Principal Gao Lu's ecstatic confirmation proved beyond doubt that Zhang Cheng had indeed transferred 6 billion. Chen Jingshua, witnessing this, was rendered utterly speechless with shock. Chen Jingshua could never have imagined that Zhang Cheng actually possessed 6 billion, and it seemed he could produce it with effortless ease. This made Chen Jingshua doubt Zhang Cheng's background for the first time. Just what is this kid's origin? How can he so easily produce 6 billion? Chen Jingshuo's eyes were filled with astonishment. Not just him, but the other investment tycoons present also grew curious about Zhang Cheng's background. Someone who could casually produce 6 billion was certainly no ordinary person. The happiest person on site was undoubtedly Principal Gao Lu. His initial estimated investment amount was 1.5 billion, but now he had secured 6 billion, several times more. This thrilled him, and his gaze toward Zhang Cheng shifted entirely. Young Master Zhang, let's go sign the contract. From now on, you'll be a member of the board of Tianhai University. Principal Gao Lu said warmly. Someone who could casually invest 6 billion surely had an extraordinary background. Principal Gao, being shrewd, knew that keeping this patron satisfied would ensure Tianhai University never lacked funds. All right, let's go sign the contract. Zhang Cheng nodded, then, as if recalling something, turned to Chen Jingshaw. By the way, young Master Chen, we had a bet earlier. Since you lost, you can no longer enter Tianhai University. Hearing this, Chen Jingshuo's face darkened. He had originally planned to invest in Tianhai University and then expel Zhang Cheng to restore his dignity. Little did he expect to lose, even in the investment contest. Don't worry, I won't set foot in Tianhai University again, but this matter between us is far from over. Chen Jingshua practically gritted his teeth as he spoke. He simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. After saying this, he turned and left in fury. Satisfied with Chen Jingshuo's departure, Zhang Cheng then went with Principal Gao to sign the investment agreement for Tianhai University. With Zhang Cheng's 6 billion investment, his Chengluo investment company would hold 20 of Tianhai University's shares, and Zhang Cheng would join the board. In a sense, Tianhai University now belonged to Zhang Cheng as well. After signing the contract, Principal Gao Lu warmly clasped Zhang Cheng's hand again. Young Master Zhang, for someone so young to be so extraordinary, you must be from a prestigious family. Principal Gao probed. Eager to curry favor with such a wealthy benefactor, he was also deeply curious about Zhang Cheng's background. Before today, he had never heard of a figure like Zhang Cheng in Tianhai City. Sort of. To be precise, I'm still a student at Tianhai University, Zhang Cheng said with a smile. The principal was slightly taken aback. Young Master Zhang is a student at our Tianhai University. Really? Principal Gao asked in disbelief. He never imagined that such a wealthy benefactor was actually a student here. Of course it's true. I'm a freshman in the finance department. What a coincidence. It seems fate has brought you to Tianhai University. Principal Gao flattered him profusely, then continued with a fawning tone. Young Master Zhang, how about we have dinner together tonight? All right, no problem. Zhang Cheng agreed after a moment's hesitation. After all, he had to show respect to the president of Tianhai University, and he might need his help in the future. That evening Principal Gao personally hosted a banquet for Zhang Cheng with Luo when accompanying them. All three drank to their heart's content, especially Principal Gao, who in his drunken state insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng found this utterly speechless. After the feast, Principal Gao staggered back, while Zhang Cheng asked Luo when to stay. Luo went over the next 2 days' schedule, all the companies we plan to invest in. I want to negotiate in person, Zhang Cheng said with utmost seriousness. With only 2 days left of his investment return double effect, he wanted to invest in as many companies as possible to maximize his profits. No problem. Should I schedule all of them? Luo couldn't help asking. Meeting with over a dozen companies in 2 days seemed too tight. Schedule them all. Starting tomorrow morning, we'll close an investment deal every 2 hours. The faster the better. Zhang Cheng urged impatiently. He couldn't afford to waste this double return opportunity. All right, I'll arrange it now. Luo left to make the arrangements. After he was gone, Zhang Cheng stepped out of the restaurant. The cold wind sobered him up slightly. He then walked toward the Jinhao Hotel. While drinking with Principal Gao, Su-Ching Luo had sent several WeChat messages asking when he would return. Unable to leave, Zhang Cheng had to ask her to wait for him at the Jinhao Hotel. At that moment, Su-Ching Luo was soaking in the bathtub of the Jinhao Hotel suite, surrounded by fragrant rose petals. Naughty boy, making me wait alone in the hotel. When you get back, I'll have to punish you, she murmured playfully. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Seeing it was Zhang Cheng, she answered immediately. Naughty boy, when will you be back? She asked, growing a bit impatient. I've left the restaurant. They'll be at the Jinhao Hotel in 10 minutes. Zhang Cheng's voice came through the phone. All right, I'll wait for you. I have a surprise for you, Su-Ching Luo said mysteriously. What surprise? Zhang Cheng couldn't help asking. You'll find out when you get here. Su-Ching Luo hung up and stepped out of the bathtub. Her flawless figure was completely bare, with crystal water droplets clinging to her milk-white skin. She grabbed a towel and dried herself off. Then, wrapped in a white towel, she walked into the bedroom and opened a bag she had secretly brought. Inside was an alluring set of lingerie. Weibo says wearing this can make your husband more interested in you. I wonder if it's true, she mused. Su-Ching Luo blushed as she looked at the semi-transparent lingerie. After a moment's thought, she put it on. Once dressed, her charm was indeed heightened. Just then the doorbell rang. After confirming it was Zhang Cheng through the peephole, she opened the door. Zhang Cheng, why are you so late? Su-Ching Luo pouted. Seeing her in the semi-transparent lingerie, Zhang Cheng swallowed hard. Locking the door, he pulled her into his arms. Is this the surprise you mentioned? Zhang Cheng was indeed aroused by her. Do you like it, eh? Su-Ching Luo asked, her face reddening. Yes, you're so beautiful tonight. Zhang Cheng carried her toward the bed. Having drunk earlier, and with Su-Ching Luo so alluring, how could he resist? After a night of wind and rain, they shared several moments of passion, and it was only in the early hours that they fell asleep in each other's arms. When the alarm clock rang, Zhang Cheng and Su-Ching Luo were both still deep in slumber, but the relentless sound of the alarm forcibly roused them. It's 7 o'clock, Ching Luo. We need to get up quickly, I have class this morning. Zhang Cheng glanced at his phone and hastily began to dress. Aside from attending class, he also had an investment to make today. That was the real priority. Su-Ching Luo rubbed her sleepy eyes. Though she was extremely reluctant to get up, she had no choice but to rise for her morning classes. However, as she dressed, she noticed the translucent lace nightgown on the bed, which instantly reminded her of last night's frenzy, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. It seems that Blogger was right. This nightgown really worked. Last night, the little rascal was much more proactive. Su-Ching Luo secretly resolved to buy more sexy lingerie online later to enhance their intimacy. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Cheng was busy negotiating investment deals. The double return effect on investments had only 2 days left, which gave Zhang Cheng an opportunity to rake in money, so he didn't want to miss this perfect chance. For 2 consecutive days, Zhang Cheng invested in 18 companies, agreeing to whatever investment amounts they proposed. He even wished they would demand higher prices so he could earn even more investment returns. Among the 18 companies Zhang Cheng invested in were Hengdao Real Estate, Dazhong Tianhai Airlines, Mailing Catering Group, Baike Ling, and others. These were all enterprises with high investment potential spanning various industries. In 2 days, Zhang Cheng invested over 50 billion, and the investment returns yielded over 100 billion. Not only that, he also acquired shares in these 18 companies. This was the most audacious thing Zhang Cheng had done since birth, and also the most profitable. After this frenzy of investments, Zhang Cheng's net worth instantly soared to over 200 billion, and Shengluo Investment Company became a well-known investment firm in Tianhai City. After 2 days of frantic investing, Luo was completely in awe of Zhang Cheng. In Zhang Cheng's hands, money was no longer money. As long as the other party had investment potential, he would spare no expense to secure the deal. To reward Luo, Zhang Cheng gifted him a Maybach luxury car worth 1.5 million. This was the extra Maybach Zhang Cheng had bought earlier. Presenting it to Luo now moved him to tears. Chairman, you are truly the most business-savvy entrepreneur I have ever met. I will follow you for life, even through fire and water, Luo declared resolutely. With such a generous boss, it was impossible for him not to succeed. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. Continue to ramp up investments. Zhang Cheng encouraged him, filling Luo Wen with excitement. With money in hand, Zhang Cheng had Luo Wen vigorously develop the company and continue investing in other high-potential ventures. Zhang Cheng's wealth skyrocketed daily. While investing aggressively, he still made time for his studies at university. Of course, he also found time to accompany Su Qingluo, though usually only in the evenings. This routine continued until the end of October. One day after finishing her morning class, Su Qingluo returned to the dormitory with her 3 roommates, chatting happily about which TV drama was the best to watch. But as soon as she entered the dorm, Su Qingluo felt a wave of nausea and an urge to vomit. Dropping her textbooks, she rushed to the bathroom. Yet leaning over the sink, she retched for a long time without bringing anything up. I feel terrible. Why have I been wanting to throw up lately? Could it be gastritis? Su Qingluo splashed water on her face, feeling uneasy. Lin Baiwei, the most observant roommate, noticed Su Qingluo's frequent dry heaving over the past few days and had a foreboding feeling. She followed Su Qingluo into the bathroom. Qingluo, have you been feeling like vomiting, but unable to bring anything up lately? Lin Baiwei asked with a furrowed brow and a serious expression. Yes, for 2 or 3 days now. I keep feeling nauseous, but can't vomit. Maybe it's gastritis. They'll go to the hospital tomorrow. Su Qingluo felt it was necessary to see a doctor as the constant dry heaving was untenable. Upon hearing this confirmation, Lin Baiwei's face grew somber, and she closed the bathroom door. She did this to prevent Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran outside from overhearing, as such private matters were best kept among as few people as possible. Qingluo, you might be pregnant. Lin Baiwei warned seriously. Pregnant? Su Qingluo was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help asking, does pregnancy cause dry heaving? Having never been pregnant, Su Qingluo didn't know the symptoms, but Lin Baiwei seemed very knowledgeable. Yes, pregnancy can cause dry heaving. By the way, have you been eating more and feeling sleepy lately? Lin Baiwei pressed on earnestly. Come to think of it, yes. I felt drowsy in class, and have been eating more than usual. Su Qingluo replied after a moment's thought. Hearing this, Lin Baiwei's heart sank, and she asked one final question. How long has it been since your last period? Over a month, Su Qingluo said after thinking. Oh my god, Qingluo, you might really be pregnant. They'll go buy a pregnancy test for you, Lin Baiwei said, turning to leave. Su Qingluo wanted to ask how Lin Baiwei knew so much about pregnancy, but the words died in her throat. Half an hour later, Lin Baiwei returned to the dorm with a pregnancy test kit, just as Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran had gone out to eat, leaving only Su Qingluo. Hey, race the test. Follow the instructions and take it quickly. Lin Baiwei handed the test to Su Qingluo, seeming even more anxious than her. Baiwei, thank you. Su Qingluo was deeply moved by her concern. Go take it now? If you're pregnant, it's a big deal. Lin Baiwei urged impatiently. She had once experienced the bitter taste of pregnancy during her school days, and she didn't want Su Qingluo to suffer the same painful memory, which was why she was so caring. However, unlike Lin Baiwei's anxiety, Su Qingluo actually hoped she was pregnant. That way her parents couldn't tear her away from Zhang Cheng. Taking the pregnancy test, Su Qingluo followed the instructions. I have to wait half an hour for the result. She waited in the bathroom, both nervous and expectant. Soon half an hour passed. When Su Qingluo saw the 2 lines on the test, she was both shocked and overjoyed. Great, I'm finally pregnant. My little rascal and I are going to have a baby. Su Qingluo stared at the 2 lines on the pregnancy test, both astonished and overjoyed. After over a month of trying, I'm finally pregnant. Now my parents can't separate us. She thought gleefully. Lin Baiwei, waiting outside the bathroom, grew worried after nearly an hour and knocked on the door. Qingluo, have you finished? How many lines are there? Lin Baiwei was deeply concerned, fearing that her friend might be pregnant and suffer the same misfortune she had endured. As she spoke, Su Qingluo stepped out of the bathroom. Well, are you pregnant? Lin Baiwei pressed anxiously. It looks like 2 lines, I think I am. Su Qingluo replied, handing the test stick to Lin Baiwei, her delicate face glowing with excitement and joy. What? You're really pregnant? Lin Baiwei felt a momentary dizziness as she saw the 2 lines on the test. Her expression darkened. Didn't I tell you to take precautions? Didn't you and Zhang Cheng use any protection? Su Qingluo instinctively shook her head. No. She had deliberately avoided precautions, hoping to force her parents' hand. Pregnancy would make it impossible for them to tear her apart from Zhang Cheng. Hearing this, Lin Baiwei let out a despairing sigh. How could you ignore my advice? Was it Zhang Cheng who insisted on skipping precautions? I knew it. Men are all the same, caring only about their own pleasure, disregarding a girl's health. Lin Baiwei fumed with anger. In matters of love, women always ended up at a disadvantage. Once in a relationship, a woman's IQ dropped to 0. She would agree to anything the man said, only to swallow the bitter consequences alone. But Su Qingluo's response took Lin Baiwei by surprise. It was my decision not to use protection, Su Qingluo said, touching her belly with a hint of relief in her eyes. She had wanted to conceive Zhang Cheng's child. Lin Baiwei was stunned, speechless. Qingluo, are you out of your mind? You're a college student. What about your studies? Your future? What if Zhang Cheng abandons you? Lin Baiwei's words tumbled out in panic. She never imagined Su Qingluo grown as she was hadn't considered any of this. What Lin Baiwei feared most was that Su Qingluo would end up like her, pregnant then dumped, forced to undergo an abortion alone in despair. I've thought it all through. I did this willingly, Su Qingluo said earnestly. The truth was Su Qingluo had indeed chosen to get pregnant voluntarily, while Zhang Cheng was the reluctant one. But Lin Baiwei saw it differently. She was certain that Zhang Cheng, that wretched man, had sweet-talked Su Qingluo into skipping precautions for his own pleasure with no regard for her health. You're still defending him. Falling in love has turned your IQ negative. Lin Baiwei sighed. Su Qingluo reminded her too much of her former self. Then she felt a pang of guilt. After all, she had lent Su Qingluo the VIP card for the Jinhao Hotel. Baiwei, I swear I did it willingly. That brat didn't force me. Su Qingluo tried to explain, but Lin Baiwei brushed her off. Enough, don't make excuses. Call Zhang Cheng now. It's his child after all. He needs to know. If he dares to shirk responsibility, it'll make him pay. Lin Baiwei clenched her fists. She loathed men who used women and then discarded them. She had been through it once, and the scars ran deep. She didn't want Su Qingluo to suffer the same agony. All right, let me call that brat, Su Qingluo said cheerfully, pulling out her phone to share the joyful news. At that moment, Zhang Cheng was in his dorm reading investment books. He picked up the call casually. He never expected Su Qingluo's first words to deliver such a shock. Brat, I'm pregnant. Her voice came through with a hint of delight. Zhang Cheng's mind went blank with astonishment. Though he knew the odds were high after all their efforts, actually hearing the words still left him reeling. He'll be right there. We'll talk in person, he said, hanging up. His heart pounded with a mix of nervousness and anxiety. He took several deep breaths, but couldn't calm down. Am I really going to be a father? This is too fast. I'm still a freshman. He forced himself to steady his nerves and rushed toward the girls' dormitory. Su Qingluo grew nervous at the news of Zhang Cheng's arrival, but more joy and excitement filled her heart. Lin Baiwei, however, worried that Zhang Cheng might abandon her. What did he say? She asked. He said we'll talk in person. He's on his way. Su Qingluo replied honestly. Good. Let's see if he'll take responsibility. Come on, I'll take you to meet him. Lin Baiwei, acting like an older sister, took Su Qingluo's hand and led her out. Su Qingluo was her closest friend, and Lin Baiwei wouldn't allow any man to bully her. Soon Zhang Cheng arrived breathlessly at the girls' dormitory, where Lin Baiwei and Su Qingluo were already waiting. Zhang Cheng, I'm pregnant. The test showed 2 lines, Su Qingluo said joyfully as she saw him. Really? Are you sure? Zhang Cheng felt a surge of excitement, suddenly recalling that the system had promised him 1,000 billion if Su Qingluo got pregnant. But why hadn't it activated yet? Could it be a false alarm? Lin Baiwei grew irritated. The test already confirmed it. How could it be false? Are you trying to dodge responsibility? She said, her voice trembling with emotion. Su Qingluo nodded, confirming the truth. Why would I dodge responsibility? Let's go to the hospital for a checkup, Zhang Cheng said, taking Su Qingluo's hand and leading her out. Su Qingluo wanted to be sure as well, and Lin Baiwei, still uneasy, followed along. They hailed a taxi at the school gate and headed straight to Tianhai People's Hospital, where they registered at the obstetrics and gynecology department. After a series of tests, the doctor held up the report and said seriously, she is indeed pregnant, with twins. But I see you're college students. What are your plans for these 2 children? Su Qingluo was overjoyed at the news of twins. That brat was amazing, hitting the mark twice in one go. Lin Baiwei, however, shot a cold glare at Zhang Cheng, waiting for his answer. Zhang Cheng was equally thrilled by the twins. Without hesitation, he replied, we're keeping them. The moment he spoke, the system's voice finally rang out, ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward 1,000 billion in cash. The system's reward had finally arrived. 100 billion, enough to invest in numerous companies and further skyrocket Zhang Cheng's net worth. Su Qingluo was overjoyed that Zhang Cheng agreed to let her have the child. Zhang Cheng were going to be parents and twins at that. Su Qingluo's face lit up with excitement, her heart full of dreams for the future. However, Lin Baiwei sighed inwardly, thinking how naive and youthful she was. Qingluo, you're still a student with classes to attend. If you have a child, what about your studies? And how will you ever get married in the future? Though Lin Baiwei was satisfied with Zhang Cheng's sense of responsibility, Su Qingluo was still a college student. Having a child now would derail her education and youth. Even the female obstetrician felt that a college student having a child at this stage was irresponsible toward her own future. But Su Qingluo was resolute. It's fine. I can take a leave of absence and resume my studies after giving birth, she said with unwavering determination, having already planned her future. But having a child out of wedlock during school could harm your reputation. What if? Lin Baiwei dared not finish her sentence. She wanted to say, what if Zhang Cheng abandons you? And with a child, it would severely impact your future marital happiness. The female obstetrician also found Lin Baiwei's words sensible, noting that college students today often act without considering the consequences. Just then Zhang Cheng stepped forward with a firm gaze. Don't worry, I won't let Qingluo bear a child out of wedlock. By the end of the year, I will marry her and hold a grand wedding. These words stunned Lin Baiwei. You You want to marry Qing Luo by the end of this year. Lin Baiwei's mouth fell open in disbelief. She never expected Zhang Cheng to be so responsible, still a freshman, yet boldly declaring his intent to marry Su Qing Luo. But marriage wasn't just about two people who would involve their families. Lin Baiwei felt that Zhang Cheng hadn't thought this through. Was marriage that simple? Yet Zhang Cheng replied earnestly. Yes, by the end of the year he'll hold a grand wedding and marry Qing Luo. He had already decided to marry her by year's end, and the pregnancy only strengthened his resolve. Su Qing Luo was deeply moved upon hearing this. Zhang Cheng, let's have these two children then, Su Qing Luo said, holding his hand with joy and anticipation. Lin Baiwei shook her head silently. Since the two had made their decision, she chose not to persuade them further. Yet she envied Su Qing Luo for finding a man who was both loving and responsible. After leaving the hospital, Su Qing Luo, one hand on her belly and the other linked with Zhang Cheng's arm, was beaming with happiness. Zhang Cheng, do you hope for boys or girls? Su Qing Luo gazed at him tenderly. One boy and one girl. The boy as handsome as me, the girl as beautiful as you, Zhang Cheng replied softly. Great, so there'll be a dragon and phoenix pair. Su Qing Luo began to envision a beautiful future, even planning to search online for nice names for the babies later. But Zhang Cheng had his own ideas. Before the wedding, he wanted to propose to Su Qing Luo. Though just a formality, he didn't want her to have any regrets. Nor did he want to treat her casually just because she was pregnant. With that in mind, he spoke to Su Qing Luo. Qing Luo, go back with Baiwei for now. I have some things to take care of. He'll find you tonight. Okay. Without suspicion, Su Qing Luo waved goodbye and hailed a taxi, with Lin Baiwei heading back to Tianhai University. Without Zhang Cheng present, Lin Baiwei couldn't help but speak up. Qing Luo, with something this big, aren't you going to tell your parents? This question had been on her mind, but she had held back earlier because Zhang Cheng was there. A girl getting pregnant during school was a serious matter. I will, but not until the end of the year. I won't tell them for now. Su Qing Luo's eyes dimmed slightly. She knew her parents wouldn't approve of her marriage to Zhang Cheng, so she'd delay until the year's end. Oh, you're so foolish. Is Zhang Cheng worth it? If he ever leaves you, he can just walk away while you'd be left pregnant, your youth and future ruined. Lin Baiwei sighed again. It's worth it. Everything is worth it for Zhang Cheng. Su Qing Luo touched her belly, her eyes unwavering. Lin Baiwei sighed quietly, wondering if Su Qing Luo was devoted or simply naive. As Su Qing Luo and Lin Baiwei returned to Tianhai University by taxi, Zhang Cheng went alone to the city's largest jewelry store. He planned to propose to Su Qing Luo on campus that night. Even though she was pregnant, he wanted her to know how much he valued her, that not a single ceremony would be missed. Upon entering the store, a sales assistant immediately approached him. Sir, what kind of jewelry are you looking for? I want the most expensive ring you have, for a lady, Zhang Cheng said earnestly. The most expensive ring. The sales assistant paused, then grew excited. A big spender had arrived. Yes, hurry and get it for me. I have other things to do. Zhang Cheng was eager to return and set up the proposal scene. One moment, sir. He'll get it right away. The assistant went to the counter and retrieved the store's prized ring, Eternal Love. Sir, this Eternal Love ring is our most expensive, priced at 1.8 million. It was personally designed by the European master muse. Zhang Cheng was instantly captivated by the dazzling red gemstone and decided to buy it on the spot. Wrap it up. As he spoke, Zhang Cheng handed over his bank card. This would be the ring for his proposal tonight. Certainly, sir. The assistant was thrilled that he didn't even haggle. Soon the assistant packaged the ring. After obtaining it, Zhang Cheng called President Gao Lu, asking him to arrange a proposal setup on the sports field. As a major shareholder of Tianhai University, it was easy for him to organize such a scene. With everything done, Zhang Cheng returned to Tianhai University. Once there, he privately met Lin Baiwei, asking her to bring Su Qing Luo to the sports field that evening. You're going to propose to Su Qing Luo at 8 tonight. Lin Baiwei was shocked. She never imagined Zhang Cheng was so serious. Yes, I prepared the ring, and the setup is already being arranged. I just need you to bring Qing Luo to the field. Zhang Cheng paused before continuing. The time is 8 tonight. Don't tell Qing Luo yet. I want it to be a surprise. Seeing the ring in his hand, Lin Baiwei was touched by his earnestness and nodded in agreement. All right, I'll bring her there at 8. I hope you won't make Qing Luo regret her choice today. With Lin Baiwei's consent, Zhang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was set, and all that remained was the final act. It was 7 in the evening. After becoming pregnant, Su Qing Luo and Zhang Cheng no longer needed to go to the Jinhao Hotel, so tonight Su Qing Luo planned to stay in the dormitory. Lin Baiwei glanced at the time, and then said seemingly casually, by the way, I heard that over at the sports field they've set up a lot of roses, balloons, and candles. Could someone be planning a confession? I heard about it too. Since this afternoon, people on the campus network have been discussing it, and lots of live photos have been uploaded, Lu Yanran said, also quite gossipy. Flowers, balloons, candles. How romantic. If anyone confessed to me like that, I'd definitely say yes. Yi Sherming couldn't help but say enviously, her heart bursting with girlish fantasies. However, Su Qing Luo wasn't interested in this. She was more concerned about the 2 babies in her belly. Seeing that Su Qing Luo wasn't engaging, Lin Baiwei rolled her eyes and suggested, how about we go to the sports field and check it out? See who's confessing to whom. Great idea, let's go. Lu Yanran, the biggest gossip, immediately threw on a jacket eager to head out. I want to go too. I wonder if the guy is handsome. Yi Shiming said, her voice tinged with envy. Seeing Su Qingluo still silent, Lin Baiwei couldn't help but urge, Qingluo, come with us. I'm not going. I want to get some rest early, Su Qingluo replied. Su Qingluo had no interest in watching someone else's confession. She'd rather stay in the dorm and video chat with her bratty little brother. Besides, now that she was pregnant, she needed to rest early. Only by taking care of her own health could the babies develop healthily. Lin Baiwei grew anxious seeing Su Qingluo's reluctance. Zhang Cheng had gone to all this trouble to set up a grand surprise for Su Qingluo, and if the leading lady didn't show, how could the proposal proceed? Come on, just for a little while. We'll be back soon, it won't affect your rest, she pleaded. Lin Baiwei tugged at Su Qingluo, trying to persuade her. As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran. Though unaware of Zhang Cheng's proposal, surprised, they stood up and joined in the coaxing. Qingluo, just come along and join the fun. Besides, it's only a little past 7 now, it definitely won't mess with your sleep, Lu Yanran urged. You'd be ashamed to miss such a romantic scene. Come on. Yi Shiming added, her eyes sparkling with envy. Alright, fine. Let's go take a look. Su Qingluo finally relented under their persistent coaxing and agreed to head to the sports field. Seeing her consent, Lin Baiwei felt a secret thrill. Then let's hurry over. It starts at 8, she said. Lin Baiwei pulled Su Qingluo and walked out quickly. How do you know it starts at 8? Su Qingluo couldn't help but ask. Realizing she'd slipped up, Lin Baiwei quickly made an excuse. I just guessed. Isn't 8 in the evening the usual time for confessions? I heard it's the time with the highest success rate. Really? Is that some kind of superstition? Su Qingluo looked puzzled but didn't press further. That's not the point. Let's get to the sports field quickly or we'll miss it, Lin Baiwei said, deftly changing the subject as she pulled Su Qingluo toward the field. Yi Shiming and Lu Yanran hurried along, curious to see who would be making the confession tonight. At the sports field, the ground was covered with a sea of flowers. Red candles were arranged into a heart shape and balloons filled the entire area. It had become a scene of pure romance. Countless students had gathered there, taking photos and watching, their eyes filled with envy. How romantic. Who's confessing? I'm so envious. If someone put this much effort into confessing to me, I'd definitely say yes. Who do you think it is? I really want to know. The onlookers buzzed with chatter. On the campus network, countless related posts were being made, and someone was even live streaming the confession at Tianhai University on Douyin. When Lin Baiwei led Su Qingluo to the field, even she was stunned by the romantic and grand spectacle before them. What a huge effort. This sea of roses alone must have cost tens of thousands. And the candles and all these balloons filling the field. Lin Baiwei marveled at Zhang Cheng's dedication. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming were even more excited by the sight. Wow, so romantic. When will someone confess to me like this? Their eyes brimmed with envy and longing. Su Qingluo also felt a quiet admiration for whoever had gone to such lengths, transforming the field into something so beautiful and romantic. Qingluo, is the sports field beautiful tonight? Lin Baiwei asked almost instinctively. She was the only one present who knew it was Zhang Cheng behind the confession. It is beautiful. The boy must care deeply for the girl to put in this much effort, Su Qingluo replied. Absolutely. Look at these roses. They must have cost tens of thousands. And the lights, the candles, the balloons covering the field. With such meticulous preparation, he must be deeply in love with her, Lin Baiwei said, unable to hide the envy in her voice. She truly envied Su Qingluo for having someone who loved her so much. Su Qingluo nodded, agreeing with Lin Baiwei's words. For now, she only thought the setup was beautiful, and the boy had put in a lot of thought. She was merely an onlooker enjoying the spectacle. At the same time, she was a little curious about who would be making the confession. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the time finally arrived. The crowd of onlookers began to stir. It's 8, why hasn't the confession started? Where's the main character? Yeah, it's 8 already. I'm dying of anticipation. I'm live streaming, and everyone in the stream is waiting too. The crowd grew impatient. Lin Baiwei checked the time. It was exactly 8, and she too began to feel anxious. Just then a rain of petals began to fall from the sky. The rose petals drifted down like a gentle drizzle, and the onlookers gasped in amazement. Wow, it's a petal rain. So many rose petals. Everyone cried out in surprise. Then the speakers on the field began to play a heavenly melody that resonated across the entire space. I hold you tightly in my arms, cradle you in my palms. Who can say that the one I truly love is you? In the pure world of love, you are my only one, never ever doubt it. I take you as my very heir. As the beautiful song played, a handsome young man emerged slowly from the shadows of the field. He held 99 roses in one hand and a microphone in the other, dressed in a black suit. In the next moment, all the lights on the field converged on this handsome young man. His extraordinary good looks, the romantic atmosphere, and the angelic voice instantly electrified the crowd. On the playground of Tianhai University, Zhang Cheng, holding 99 roses in one hand and a microphone in the other, walked affectionately and gracefully toward the center of the field. His handsome image, heavenly voice, and the romantic atmosphere instantly electrified all the students present, especially the girls. They all let out a collective gasp. Wow, so handsome, such a romantic guy. He's too handsome, right? And he sings so beautifully. Who is he yet? Who is he confessing to? I wish it were me. He's really handsome. Even my live stream is going wild. He's definitely the new campus heartthrob. The onlooking crowd was instantly captivated by Zhang Cheng's charm, wishing they could throw themselves into his arms. Many students pulled out their phones to record videos of Zhang Cheng, and some even started live streaming on Douyin. The number of viewers in the streams kept growing, all drawn by the handsome Zhang Cheng. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming were also stunned. Isn't that Zhang Cheng? Qing Luo, is he confessing to you? Lu Yanran couldn't help but turn and ask, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Ye Qing Luo, is he surprising you? Yi Shiming also couldn't resist asking. Su Qing Luo was already shocked by Zhang Cheng's actions, as she never expected that tonight's confession was from him. Only Lin Baiwei remained clear-headed. Qing Luo, what are you waiting for? Go, Lin Baiwei said, gently pushing Su Qing Luo toward the center of the field. Su Qing Luo instinctively stepped forward a few paces and soon reached the center of the field. When the onlookers saw Su Qing Luo emerge, they erupted in another wave of exclamations. Wow, it seems to be campus beauty Su. Is the handsome guy confessing to her? A handsome man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. The guy is handsome, the girl is beautiful. They're so perfect together. Wait, isn't campus beauty Su already dating this junior? Why a confession? What do you know? Last time she pursued him, now the roles are reversed, and he's romantically confessing to her. So playful. I'm so envious of this couple. They're a perfect match. My live stream is exploding as so many people want to ship them. They already have a fan group. Everyone looked at Su Qing Luo and Zhang Cheng with envy, raising their phones to capture this beautiful and romantic moment. Su Qing Luo was already moved to tears by Zhang Cheng's actions. She never imagined that after she became pregnant, he would still do something so romantic for her. After singing a song with deep affection, Zhang Cheng stopped right in front of Su Qing Luo and first offered her the bouquet of 99 roses. Qing Luo, today, I have something very important to say to you. Zhang Cheng said tenderly into the microphone. Thanks to the microphone, every word Zhang Cheng spoke could be heard by the entire crowd on the playground. Su Qing Luo, already tearfully moved, instinctively reached out to accept the flowers from Zhang Cheng. Seeing her accept the bouquet, Zhang Cheng took out a small, exquisite gift box from his pocket and knelt on one knee. The onlookers, seeing Zhang Cheng kneel on one knee, exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, is Zhang Cheng confessing or proposing? No way, no way. Are they going all out even as students? Oh my god, is it really a proposal? Even Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming hadn't expected Zhang Cheng to go this big, but they were genuinely happy for their sister Su Qing Luo. Lin Baiwei watched the scene with reddened eyes. She recalled her own sorrowful past and silently marveled at how Su Qing Luo had found true love. Su Qing Luo was so moved, she couldn't speak, covering her mouth as tears glistened in her eyes. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Cheng slowly opened the delicate gift box, revealing a dazzling ring. Though it was night, the strong lights on the playground were all focused on Zhang Cheng. So when the ring appeared, everyone gasped again. Oh my god, it really is a proposal. He even has the ring ready. Is this moving so fast? A proposal already? I'm so jealous. It's the eternal love ring worth over 1,000,000 yuan. So the junior is rich, handsome, and wealthy. No wonder campus beauty Su pursued him from the start. I wish I had pursued him too, but Su Qing Luo got there first. Countless female students were filled with envy. Su Qing Luo, even more surprised that Zhang Cheng was proposing, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming from her eyes. Qing Luo, marry me, Zhang Cheng said with utmost sincerity, holding the ring out to Su Qing Luo. As his words fell, the crowd couldn't help but chant excitedly, marry him. Marry him. Marry him. The scene was so romantic and beautiful that everyone wanted to see the lovers united. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming also shouted loudly, Qing Luo, say yes. Both of them were immensely envious, wishing they too had a boy who loved them so deeply. Lin Baiwei sincerely blessed Su Qing Luo, knowing that having such a devoted boy was a lifetime's fortune. Su Qing Luo, moved speechless by the proposal, could only nod vigorously. I do. Su Qing Luo said, her face streaked with tears of joy. As she spoke, the crowd cheered with excitement, blessing Zhang Cheng and Su Qing Luo. The handsome man and beautiful woman were a real-life dream couple. Relieved that Su Qing Luo had accepted, Zhang Cheng took out the ring and gently slid it onto her finger. The ring fit perfectly, looking beautiful on Su Qing Luo's hand. After putting on the ring, Zhang Cheng stood up and, seeing Su Qing Luo's tear-streaked face, gently wiped her tears with his hand. Overcome with emotion, Su Qing Luo threw herself into Zhang Cheng's arms, hugging him tightly. The onlookers cheered again and then chanted in unison, kiss her, kiss her, kiss her, kiss her. Lu Yanran, Yi Shiming, and even Lin Baiwei couldn't help but join in, so envious were they of Zhang Cheng and Su Qing Luo. To find true love at such a youthful age was truly rare. Su Qing Luo was a bit shy, but at that moment she too wanted to kiss Zhang Cheng. She tilted her head up slightly, gazing at him with loving eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted gently, and he kissed her tenderly. As their lips met, a beautiful rain of petals fell from the sky, elevating the romantic proposal to its climax. After the successful proposal, Zhang Cheng began to prepare for the wedding, though the specific date was set for the end of the year. During the weekend, Zhang Cheng took Su Qingluo to the Tianshan villa, planning to first inform his mother about her pregnancy, as this was a significant matter that could be concealed from the Su family, but not from his mother. Moreover, as time passed, Su Qingluo's belly would inevitably grow larger, and returning to the villa would make it impossible to hide from his mother. It was better to reveal it early. Additionally, both of them were novices, completely unaware of the precautions needed during pregnancy. In the villa's living room, Zhang Cheng held the somewhat nervous Su Qingluo as they stood before his mother Lin Lifen. "Mom, I have something important to tell you," Zhang Cheng said, slightly tense. "What is it? Why so serious?" Lin Lifen rarely saw her son so solemn and couldn't help but focus her attention. "Mom, Qingluo, she's pregnant. With my child." Zhang Cheng hesitated before blurting out. "What? Xiao Yao is pregnant?" Lin Lifen suddenly stood up from the sofa, her face filled with shock. "It's true. She's pregnant," Zhang Cheng confirmed nervously. "Auntie, I really am pregnant." Su Qingluo also nodded anxiously. Seeing this, Lin Lifen was furious. "You scoundrel. Xiao Yao is still in school, and you got her pregnant. Are you ruining her?" She grabbed a broom and chased after Zhang Cheng, never imagining that her reckless son would have gotten her daughter-in-law pregnant so early. Zhang Cheng had no choice but to dodge while running. "Mom, I know I was wrong," he pleaded. Su Qingluo also ran over and stood in front of Lin Lifen. "Auntie, it was my choice. Don't blame Zhang Cheng," she said, her eyes full of protectiveness. "Sai, you two young ones are too naive." Lin Lifen was merely putting on an act. She couldn't bear to hit her son. However, Su Qingluo's pregnancy was indeed a headache, as she was still in university. "Mom, Qingluo is carrying twins. You'll be a grandmother soon," Zhang Cheng added. "What? Twins?" Lin Lifen was both shocked and delighted, secretly praising her son's capability for hitting the mark twice at once. "Yes, twins. We've already been to the hospital for a checkup." "Hey, raise the report," Zhang Cheng said, handing the medical report to Lin Lifen. She quickly took it and examined it, confirming the twins, which filled her with joy again. "They really are twins. It would be a shame to abort them," Lin Lifen remarked regretfully. "Mom, we never considered abortion. We want to have the babies," Zhang Cheng said, suddenly gripping Su Qingluo's hand tightly, a gleam of determination in his eyes. "Auntie, I also want to have the babies," Su Qingluo chimed in, her eyes equally resolute. This was the result of their long efforts, and she couldn't bear to give them up. Lin Lifen didn't want to abort them either, especially since they were twins and the flesh and blood of the Zhang family. But she had a major concern. "Xiao Yao, do your parents know about this?" she couldn't help asking. Although the two were engaged, such a significant event still needed to be communicated to Su Qingluo's parents. "No, I didn't dare tell them." Su Qingluo shook her head. Despite her earlier thoughts of rebellion, she now found herself too afraid to confess to her parents. "How can you not tell your parents about something so important?" Lin Lifen exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Cheng already had a plan. "Mom, I was thinking of visiting her family to propose at the end of the year," he shared his idea. "By the end of the year. By then Xiao Yao's belly will be showing. How will she face others? Her classmates will see her growing belly at university. What will they think?" Lin Lifen said angrily. As an elder, she considered matters more thoroughly than Zhang Cheng. After careful thought, Zhang Cheng said, "Maybe we could have Qingluo take a leave from school to rest at home. That way she can focus on the pregnancy and avoid others' stares." "Nonsense. The priority is to propose now. Are we supposed to wait until her belly is huge? How will her parents view us?" Lin Lifen was very sensible. "Propose earlier." Zhang Cheng was astonished. He had never considered that. Even Su Qingluo was taken aback. "Yes, we must propose with dignity. Although Xiao Yao is pregnant now, we must not mistreat her or deceive her parents, or they'll think we played tricks," Lin Lifen insisted seriously. Su Qingluo actually wanted to marry Zhang Cheng sooner, but she feared her parents' disapproval. Now, however, she had to go all out. Since the rice was already cooked, they would have to agree whether they liked it or not. Rather than living in fear, it was better to resolve this knot in her heart quickly. With that thought, Su Qingluo suddenly looked up at Zhang Cheng and pleaded, "Zhang Cheng, why don't we visit my parents earlier? I'm pregnant now, so they'll have to agree." Zhang Cheng was about to respond when the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host, a new mission has been triggered. Option 1, agree to visit the Su family to propose early. Reward investment funds of 200 billion yuan with a double investment return. Option 2, refuse to visit the Su family to propose. Reward random attribute 1. Zhang Cheng was secretly pleased to see the system mission triggered, as his current status was still somewhat lacking for proposing to the Su family. But this system mission seemed to offer him an opportunity. Without hesitation, Zhang Cheng agreed. "Alright then, let's go propose to the Su family early." As soon as he spoke, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for making a choice. Reward investment funds of 200 billion yuan, with a double investment return valid for 72 hours. Zhang Cheng was thrilled to see the double return's validity period of 3 days. Last time he had earned several hundred billion from this double investment return effect. Now with the same reward and a larger investment fund, Zhang Cheng was confident he could double his net worth to over $1 trillion. Su Qinghua, seeing that Zhang Cheng had agreed to propose to her family, suddenly grew nervous, wondering if her parents would consent. After November, the real estate industry in Tianhai City grew increasingly difficult, especially with the impending implementation of property taxes plunging the sector into a deep freeze. Su Guozhen had been unable to sleep for several nights, consumed by anxiety, as his 400 billion real estate empire teetered on the brink of collapse. But how could Su Guozhen accept bankruptcy? He arranged a meeting with Chun Xiangdong, chairman of the Chun Financial Group, seeking financing. In a lavish private room at the Tianhai Grand Hotel, Su Guozhen prepared a sumptuous banquet to host Chun Xiangdong. "Brother Su, what brings you to invite me today?" Chun Xiangdong asked, feigning ignorance. In truth, he had long investigated the Su family's impending bankruptcy and was waiting for Su Guozhen to take the bait. "Brother Chun, to be honest, the real estate business is tough now. I want to pivot." As he spoke, Su Guozhen poured Chun Xiangdong a glass of wine. "A pivot is good. The real estate industry is overdue for a change. If you don't adapt, you'll be done for." Chun Xiangdong replied with a smile. "Yes, but pivoting requires substantial capital. Didn't you mention wanting to invest in our Su Group last time?" "Perfect timing. Our Su Group is at a turning point. If you invest, it's a surefire profit," Su Guozhen said, flatteringly refilling Chun Qiangdong's glass. The latter had been waiting for Su Guozhen to say just that. "Brother Su, to be honest, our Chun Group isn't doing well either. We're short on liquid assets." Chun Xiangdong deliberately stalled, aiming to make Su Guozhen anxious. "Brother Chun, your Chun Group is Tianhai's premier financial company. How could you be short on funds?" Su Guozhen said with a forced smile. "We have some money, but it must be used wisely." Chun Xiangdong mused, then coaxed, "Brother Su, since you want to pivot, why not sell off some assets? That way you can offload hot potatoes and gain liquidity. Two birds with one stone." Su Guozhen had indeed considered selling some real estate to free up cash, but no one was willing to buy now, and the Su family was heavily in debt. Any reduction in assets would trigger massive debt collection from banks. This could lead to an early collapse. "To be honest, Brother Chun, no one wants to take over real estate now," Su Guozhen said, his face etched with worry. Hearing this, Chun Xiangdong smirked coldly, then played the Good Samaritan. "If others won't, the Chun Group can help. Well, buy your Su family's real estate." Su Guozhen was overjoyed, thinking he had found a true friend. But Chun Qiangdong's next words sent him into a deep freeze. "However, our Chun Group is also struggling." While only by at 30 of market value, Chun Xiangdong finally revealed his true colors. Buying at 30 was nothing short of highway robbery. Su Guozhen thought Chun Xiangdong was joking. Who would buy at 30? That would be sheer exploitation. Awkwardly, he said, "Brother Chun, don't kid around." "Brother Su, I'm not joking. Some of your properties in Jiangnan and Jiangbei aren't profitable. I'm being generous by offering 30, Chun Xiangdong sneered. Su Guozhen, seeing the old fox's demeanor, knew he wasn't joking and felt a surge of anger. The Su Group owed 350 billion yuan. Selling at 30 would yield, at most, 120 billion, not even enough to cover bank debts. Su Guozhen now realized Chun Xiangdong was merely exploiting his plight. "Brother Chun, 30 is too low. Can you go higher?" Su Guozhen swallowed his anger, trying to negotiate. On the verge of bankruptcy, he had no choice but to endure. "Brother Su, I'm only offering 30 out of respect for you. For anyone else, I wouldn't even give 10. Chun Xiangdong seemed to have Su Guozhen cornered. In Tianhai, no one dared to take over the Su Group because Chun Xiangdong had secretly instructed them, forcing Su Guozhen into a dead end and compelling a low-price sale. As the city's leading financial group, the Chun Group commanded respect. Su Guozhen clenched his fists, finally seeing Chun Qiangdong's true face. "Brother Chun, you're taking advantage of my misfortune." Su Guozhen's fists tightened. "Yes, I am," Chun Xiangdong admitted arrogantly. "And let me tell you, the reason no big player in Tianhai will invest in you." "What?" "Chun Xiangdong, I considered you a brother, and you want to devour me." Su Guozhen snarled. "I don't want your flesh, just your real estate at a low price. Your best bet is to accept, or bankruptcy will be far worse." Chun Xiangdong laughed and walked away. Watching him leave, Su Guozhen angrily smashed a wine glass on the floor. Reeking of alcohol as he left the hotel, he felt utterly cornered. Whether he accepted the low-price offer or not, bankruptcy was inevitable. The 350 billion debt weighed on him like a leaden cloak, driving him to thoughts of suicide. Back at the Su Villa, Su Guozhen's wife Zhang Li saw him reeking of alcohol and couldn't help but complain. "Why did you drink so much? The doctor told you to cut down. Don't you care about your health? What does it matter? We're going bankrupt." "Good health is useless," Su Guozhen slurred, collapsing onto the sofa in despair. "Bankrupt? Don't talk nonsense. Our Su family is fine. How could we go bankrupt?" Zhang Li said, annoyed. Perhaps emboldened by drink, Su Guozhen decided to stop hiding the truth and shouted. "The real estate industry is changing. Property taxes are coming. Our stock price has plummeted, banks have stopped lending, and the capital chain is about to break. We might go bankrupt tomorrow." Zhang Li panicked. "What? Why did the bank stop lending?" "Go to the Chun Group. You're always calling Chun Xiangdong your brother. Now's the time for him to help. Don't mention him. That bastard made the bank stop lending and forbade other financial firms from investing. He wants to buy our assets at rock-bottom prices, pushing me to the edge, Su Guozhen roared in fury. How could this be? Zhongli slumped onto the sofa in despair. Just then the old butler hurried in. Sir, madam, the young lady is back. She seems to have brought her boyfriend and a middle-aged woman. She finally remembers to come home, and she brings that poor boy too. This is rebellion. Call them in, Zhongli said, venting her pent-up anger. Su Qingluo stood anxiously at the door, her palms damp with nervous sweat. Though she had resolved to defy her parents, the reality of the moment made her tremble. Zhang Cheng gently squeezed her hand and whispered soothingly, "Don't worry with me here, your parents won't object." Su Qingluo nodded, thinking that since the deed was done her parents would have no choice but to accept. Soon the old butler Su hurried out, casting a fearful glance at Zhang Cheng, evidently intimidated by his earlier display of force. "Miss, the madam requests your presence inside," the butler said. "Understood." Su Qingluo nodded and led Zhang Cheng and his mother Lin Lifan inside. Su Qingluo's parents sat on the sofa with grim expressions, offering no welcome to their guests. "You wretched girl, you finally remember to come home." Zhang Li scolded furiously at the sight of her daughter. "Mom, I'm back now," Su Qingluo replied nervously. "You come back alone and bring this poor boy with you. What's the meaning of this?" Zhang Li's gaze shifted to Zhang Cheng with undisguised disdain. "Mom, Zhang Cheng is my fiancé. I brought him and his mother to meet you." Su Qingluo pulled Zhang Cheng and Lin Lifan forward. "Why bring these destitute people here? We're not of the same ilk," Zhang Li said venomously, her eyes full of contempt for Zhang Cheng and Lin Lifan. The harsh words stung even the composed Zhang Cheng, who would have left immediately if not for the marriage proposal that lay ahead. "Mom, I brought them here to discuss something very important." Su Qingluo suddenly said, her voice tense. "What important matter?" Zhang Li asked instinctively. Su Qingluo glanced at her mother and father on the sofa, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage. "Mom, Dad, I'm pregnant with Zhang Cheng's child." The words struck Su Guozhen and Zhang Li like a thunderbolt, leaving them stunned. After a long pause, they came to their senses. "What? Pregnant? This is no joking matter." Zhang Li couldn't believe it. Her daughter, so beautiful and refined, was meant to marry a wealthy and powerful man. How could she be pregnant already? Even Su Guozhen rose from the sofa in fury. "Qingluo, are you really pregnant?" Su Guozhen's anger sobered him considerably. What father wouldn't be enraged to learn his daughter was with child? "Yes, and it's twins. We've had a checkup." He raced the report. Su Qingluo pulled out several medical reports and handed them over. Su Guozhen and Zhang Li took them with trembling hands. Confirming the twins, their faces turned ashen as if the sky were falling. This was their daughter, beautiful, accomplished, destined for a wealthy husband. Now she had been ruined by a poor boy. Zhang Li's entire body shook with rage as she held the report. "You wretched boy, poor as you dare to play tricks." Zhang Li instantly understood how her daughter had become pregnant. Zhang Cheng, knowing they would never consent, must have used despicable means to seduce her and get her pregnant. Now he came to coerce them into agreement with the pregnancy. At this thought, Zhang Li wanted to slap Zhang Cheng. Su Guozhen, even angrier, rolled up his sleeves and approached Zhang Cheng. "You brat, daring to mess with me. They'll beat you to death." Su Guozhen, eyes bloodshot, swung a palm at Zhang Cheng. What father wouldn't be furious at such a situation? The blow, fueled by alcohol and rage, was powerful, but Zhang Cheng easily blocked it with his hand. "Uncle, Aunt, please don't be upset. Let's sit down and talk calmly," Zhang Cheng said, understanding their feelings. "Talk calmly? What right do you have to talk to us?" Su Guozhen raised his other hand to strike, but Zhang Cheng caught it effortlessly, much to Su Guozhen's chagrin. "Uncle, you're no match for me. I suggest we sit down and discuss this rationally," Zhang Cheng urged again. "You've gotten my daughter pregnant, and you want to talk rationally." Su Guozhen roared, struggling in vain against Zhang Cheng's grip. Su Qingluo hurried over. "Dad, Zhang Cheng and I are engaged. We're supposed to marry by year's end anyway. Being pregnant now isn't so bad," Su Qingluo explained nervously. "Nonsense. Who acknowledges that engagement? I tell you, it's absolutely impossible." Su Guozhen shouted furiously. Using underhanded tactics to force them into honoring the engagement was out of the question. "That's right, our Su family doesn't recognize this betrothal," Zhang Li added. Seeing her parents' firm refusal, Su Qingluo's eyes welled with tears. "Whether you agree or not, I'm marrying Zhang Cheng. I'm carrying his child. Who else could I marry?" Su Qingluo said stubbornly through her tears. "Get an abortion. I won't let this boy become our son-in-law." Su Guozhen bellowed. Lin Lifan grew anxious upon hearing this. These were the Zhang family's flesh and blood. Even if Su Guozhen and Zhang Li didn't care, she did. In-laws, Qingluo is carrying twins. Aborting them would be such a pity, and it would harm her health. "Shut up. Who are your in-laws? We don't have such destitute in-laws. The child must be aborted." Zhang Li cursed. "Yes, it must be aborted." Su Guozhen echoed. Su Qingluo was reduced to tears, unsure of what to do next. Zhang Cheng, however, remained calm, having prepared thoroughly before coming. "Uncle, Aunt, don't rush to decide. First, take a look at my betrothal gifts." He released Su Guozhen's hands. "Betrothal gifts? What could a poor boy like you possibly offer?" Su Guozhen scoffed disdainfully. Uncle, please see for yourself. Zhang Cheng smiled faintly, then took out his phone to call Luo Wen, who was waiting outside. Luo Wen, bring everything in. Outside the Su family villa, several business vehicles were parked. Luo Wen, along with over a dozen employees from Chengluo Investment Company, waited inside the cars, which were loaded with 18 lavish and expensive gifts. Upon receiving Zhang Cheng's call, Luo Wen promptly responded. All right, boss. They'll have them bring everything inside right away. After hanging up, Luo Wen rolled up his sleeves and shouted to his subordinates. Brothers, move everything into the house. At his command, the employees began methodically carrying the luxurious gifts from the vehicles into the Su family villa. Meanwhile, Su Guozhen and his wife Zhang Li still wore expressions of snobbish disdain. With your poverty-stricken appearance, what kind of decent betrothal gift could you possibly produce, eh? Zhang Li snorted, her face full of contempt. Su Guozhen also showed no kindness, appearing completely unwelcoming. Soon Luo Wen entered first, carrying a gift. It was a chest of gold bars, 18 in total, worth $1 million. Boss, the gold bars are inside. Shall I open it? Luo Wen asked tentatively. Su Guozhen and Zhang Li were slightly startled upon hearing about the chest of gold bars. Could a poor kid afford gold bars? A whole chest? They simply couldn't believe Zhang Cheng could afford such things. However, Zhang Cheng replied calmly, open it. Yes, boss. Luo Wen responded, then opened the chest. Instantly, 18 gleaming gold bars were revealed before everyone's eyes. Su Guozhen and Zhang Li were shocked again to see the real gold bars, but soon dismissed them as fake. Ridiculous. The Zhang family had long gone bankrupt. How could a poor kid produce gold bars, let alone 18? They must be counterfeit. A chest of fake gold bars, and you dare to present them? How laughable, Zhang Li sneered. Luo, when displeased, stepped forward to argue, but was stopped by Zhang Cheng. Bring in the other gifts as well. Zhang Cheng instructed. True or false, they would soon find out. There was no need to quibble here. Yes, boss. Luo, when acknowledged, then waved to those behind him. Bring them all in. As his words faded, employees began bringing in the lavish gifts one after another. 8 sets of Cartier jewelry. Each time an employee set down a gift, Luo Wen announced it loudly and opened the box for Su Guozhen and Zhang Li to see clearly. 8,800,000 in cash. A jade guanyin statue. A Porsche 918 Spider. A villa in Eugen Garden. 18-piece gold jewelry set. A luxury estate in Europe. With each gift, Luo Wen announced, Su Guozhen and Zhang Li's hearts skipped a beat. Every item was worth over $1 million, some even tens of millions. Other luxury gifts might be fake, but 8,800,000 in cash was absolutely undeniable. As the pile of lavish gifts in the living room grew, Su Guozhen and Zhang Li were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? So many luxurious gifts. The Zhang family went bankrupt long ago. How could a freshman from a poor family afford such expensive presents? Zhang Li was incredulous. Su Guozhen was also stunned by the array of gifts. He could doubt every single item, but not the 8,800,000 in cash. Counterfeiting cash was a crime. A quick glance confirmed the cash was real. These gifts must be worth at least several hundred million. How could this poor kid manage that? Su Guozhen was utterly shaken by the opulence before him. Yet an even greater shock awaited him. Zhang Cheng pulled out an investment agreement and handed it to Su Guozhen, stating calmly, Uncle, I heard your Su group is facing some cash flow difficulties, so I've prepared this special gift for you. I hope it meets your satisfaction. Su Guozhen was still reeling from the luxurious display. When Zhang Cheng mentioned another gift, he was momentarily at a loss. Uncle, why don't you take a look? I'm sure you'll find it very interesting, Zhang Cheng said with a slight smile. Su Guozhen snapped back to reality and took the document from Zhang Cheng. The previous gifts had already stunned him. What could this so-called grand gift be? Zhang Li, curious, also leaned in. After flipping through the document, both were trembling with shock. Invest 200 billion in our Su family. Is this real? Do you have that much capital? Su Guozhen's voice quivered with astonishment. Zhang Cheng had shocked him repeatedly, but at this moment, he desperately hoped it was all true. If so, the Su group could be saved. 200 billion would enable a successful transformation, a true lifeline. Zhang Li, seeing the investment agreement, was also speechless with shock. She wanted to dismiss the agreement as fake. How could a poor kid have so much money? Yet deep down, she desperately wished it were true, for then the Su group wouldn't go bankrupt. Of course it's real. 200 billion invested in your Su group, but I want 40% of the shares, Zhang Cheng stated calmly. He had 200 billion in investment funds plus an investment rebate buff, which he decided to apply entirely to the Su group. Additionally, acquiring 40% of the Su group shares would be a huge gain. Su Guozhen and Zhang Li were so excited they could barely speak. Their group was saved. Yet they still harbored some doubt about Zhang Cheng's actual capability. Zhang Cheng, is this Chengluo Investment Company yours? Su Guozhen's tone had softened completely. Glancing at the contract, he felt the company name sounded familiar. He had often heard about Chengluo Investment in Tianhai City's business circles, making large investments and appearing quite wealthy. This time Zhang Cheng remained silent, but Luo Wen spoke up first. Boss is the chairman of our Chengluo Investment Company. There's no need to doubt this agreement. It's just a small investment from us. These words made Su Guozhen's body tremble. He looked at Zhang Cheng anew, realizing he had completely underestimated him, and now deeply regretted his earlier arrogance. Zhang Li also recalled what Zhang Cheng had said to her at Taihe Shopping Center. Could everything he said before be true? Was that Tianshan villa really his? At the thought, Zhang Li too regretted the humiliating words she had spoken to Zhang Cheng and his mother. Uncle Annie, are you satisfied with my betrothal gift? Zhang Cheng's lips curled into a faint smile, his face radiating confidence. Su Guozhen and Zhang Li, witnessing this, felt utterly ashamed. Moments ago they had looked down upon Zhang Cheng for his poverty, yet now with a single gesture he had presented an investment of 200 billion and gifts worth hundreds of millions. Such an extravagant betrothal gift was likely unparalleled anywhere in the world. Satisfied, of course we're satisfied. Nephew, we were just joking with you earlier. Don't take it to heart. Your uncle apologizes to you. Su Guozhen immediately broke into a beaming smile, stepping forward to ingratiate himself, his expression shifting as swiftly as light. Yes, your aunt apologizes to you, as well, Zhang Cheng. Don't hold it against us. Zhang Li also hurriedly offered her apologies. Now as she looked at Zhang Cheng, she suddenly found this son-in-law incredibly handsome. The more she looked, the more pleasing he became. Su Qinghua, observing her parents' rapid change of heart, was inwardly astonished, but since they had agreed it was for the best, and a secret joy blossomed within her. Great, mom and dad aren't opposing it anymore. Finally, I can be with Zhang Cheng openly and honestly. Satisfied is good. Zhang Cheng's lips curled slightly upon hearing this. It was all within his expectations. Seeing this, Zhang Li promptly called out to Steward Su. Steward Su, quickly prepare the banquet, serve the finest dishes. I want to feast my son-in-law and his mother. Zhang Li's address had even changed. As she spoke, she stepped forward and warmly took the hand of Zhang Cheng's mother, Lin Lifen. My dear-in-law, please have a seat. You have truly raised an exceptional son. For my daughter to marry your son is the greatest fortune of 3 lifetimes. Zhang Li instantly transformed, becoming effusive and attentive, a stark contrast to her earlier disdain and coldness. This unsettled Lin Lifen, but she couldn't help asking, Sister Zhang, does this mean you agree to the marriage between our children? My dear-in-law, what are you saying? The 2 children have been betrothed since childhood. Isn't it only right that they marry? Zhang Li said with earnest sincerity. And you don't mind about Xiao Yao's pregnancy? Lin Lifen pressed further. Pregnancy was only a matter of time, and with twins I couldn't be happier. If anyone dares to suggest terminating it, he'll have their head. Zhang Li declared with a stern expression. Just minutes earlier she had sworn to end the pregnancy, and now she was threatening anyone who dared to suggest it. A resounding slap in the face to her own earlier stance. Su Guozhen, witnessing this, also stepped forward quickly. Yes, Xiao Yao's pregnancy is a good thing. They were going to marry anyway. Clutching the investment agreement, Su Guozhen felt overjoyed, and then instructed Steward Su to retrieve his treasured bottle of Lafite, aged for years. The expression of this future father-in-law was now completely different from before. Now he was even grateful that his daughter was pregnant, for if Zhang Cheng had called off the engagement, all would have been lost. As long as you don't oppose it, that's fine. We came today precisely to discuss the marriage of our children. Lin Lifen breathed a secret sigh of relief upon seeing that neither of them objected. Discussing the marriage is wonderful, we must proceed promptly. I am very fond of Zhang Cheng. This child is truly exceptional. For my daughter to marry your son is an immense blessing. Su Guozhen declared with a hearty laugh. Su Qinghua was overjoyed to hear her father praise Zhang Cheng so highly. Her earlier anxiety had been entirely replaced by delight. As for Zhang Cheng, he smiled and said, Uncle, Auntie, let's verify the marriage contract. Let's set the wedding date. As he spoke, Zhang Cheng produced a marriage contract from his person. It was the very betrothal agreement made between Zhang Cheng and Su Qinghua when they were children. Su Guozhen, upon seeing Zhang Cheng request to verify the contract, broke out in a cold sweat, for he had no idea where he had tossed it. Zhang Li's heart was also pounding with anxiety. She too had no clue where the contract was. After learning of the Zhang family's bankruptcy, they had completely disregarded the betrothal, never anticipating that Zhang Cheng would make such a triumphant comeback. Look, Xiao Yao is already pregnant. There's no need to verify the marriage contract. Su Guozhen said, thoroughly embarrassed. They no longer possessed the contract, and thus couldn't verify it. The marriage contract must be verified. It was left to me by my father, and holds great significance. Zhang Cheng deliberately intimidated them. This. Su Guozhen glanced at Zhang Li at a loss for what to do. Su Qinghua also grew anxious, and urged them. Quickly go find the marriage contract. Alright, well, go find it immediately. Su Guozhen and Zhang Li hurriedly responded, and then dashed off to the second-floor room to search for the contract. Su Qinghua wanted to join the search, but Zhang Cheng held her back. Let them search. Whether they find it or not, I will marry you. Zhang Cheng said with profound tenderness. Hearing this, Su Qingluo's eyes brimmed with love. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Su Guozhen and Zhang Li frantically rummaged through everything. The marriage contract they had once disregarded was now their lifeline. Why for did you put the marriage contract? Su Guozhen asked, growing anxious after searching several boxes without success. How should I know where it is? Weren't you the one keeping it? Zhongli replied, equally flustered. What do you mean I was keeping it? I clearly gave it to you for safekeeping. Su Guozhen said somewhat exasperated. When did you ever give it to me? Back then you despised them for being poor and tossed the contract aside carelessly. Now that it's lost you blame me. Zhongli retorted angrily. You didn't despise them for being poor. With your snobbish nature you have no right to criticize me. Now look, the contract is gone. If he refuses to honor the betrothal, won't we be completely ruined? Su Guozhen was now filled with deep regret. He should have kept the marriage contract safe. Now that it was lost, if Zhang Qing didn't acknowledge the engagement, the billions in betrothal gifts and the 200 billion investment would all have to be returned. Worse still, the Su family might face bankruptcy. Blame me. Weren't you the one who loved wealth and despised poverty, trying to curry favor with the Chen family and marry our daughter off to young Master Chen? Now it turns out they were scheming against you while the poor boy you looked down upon has become our only hope. And you call me snobbish. Zhongli shot back without backing down. Marrying a wife like you has been the worst misfortune of my life. Su Guozhen was sweating profusely from anger. The loss of the marriage contract felt like the sky was falling. He had never imagined that the contract he once wouldn't even glance at would become the Su Corporation's lifeline. Marrying you has been the worst misfortune of my life. Zhongli retorted without restraint. The couple erupted into a fierce quarrel in the bedroom over the missing contract. Just then an elderly woman leaning on a cane shuffled in. Stop arguing. The marriage contract is with me. Standing at the doorway at that moment was none other than Su Qingluo's grandmother Qiu Fang. She had been living with her son and daughter-in-law, but upon hearing the commotion, she stepped out of her room only to find them locked in a heated argument over a marriage contract. This infuriated Qiu Fang. I've told you time and again to uphold your word, and now you remember to honor the betrothal, she scolded, striking her son with her cane. The blow landed on Su Guozhen, causing him a slight sting. Mother, I know I was wrong. It'll change from now on. But where is the contract? Su Guozhen quickly begged for mercy. Though he was the chairman of a 400 billion conglomerate outside before the old lady, he was merely a son. Mother, I admit my fault too. Zhongli, seeing this, also hurriedly confessed to avoid a similar beating. She was somewhat intimidated by the old lady, as well, then asked with feigned concern, Mother, where did you put the contract? Let us see it. This marriage contract was crucial to their future, and they couldn't afford any mishaps. I have it here. When I saw the news of the Zhang family's bankruptcy, I knew you'd have second thoughts, so I hid it, the grandmother said, pulling out a red marriage contract from her person. The very one signed by both families years ago. It must be said that the grandmother was truly prescient. Had she not kept it safe, the contract would likely have been lost by the couple. Su Guozhen and Zhongli lit up with excitement at the sight of the intact contract. With it, Zhang Cheng, their golden son-in-law, was securely theirs. Their Su Corporation would avoid bankruptcy, and they might even ride their son-in-law's coattails to greater heights. It really is the contract. Thank goodness Mother kept it, or we'd be in a bind today. Su Guozhen thought with relief, knowing that otherwise Zhang Cheng might reclaim the betrothal gifts and the 200 billion investment. Zhongli also breathed a sigh of relief. With the contract, everything could be smoothed over. Look at the two of you. When others are wealthy and powerful, you grovel to secure an engagement. When the Zhang family fell, you wanted to break it off. And now that they've risen again, you're eager to revive the betrothal. The grandmother scolded them mercilessly. Su Guozhen and Zhongli dared not talk back and had to endure it. Go downstairs now. I haven't seen Xiao Cheng in years, she said, casting them a disdainful glance before heading downstairs with her cane, her eyes filled with anticipation. She hadn't seen Zhang Cheng in a decade and missed him dearly. Su Guozhen and Zhongli obediently followed her down. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo were waiting below. Seeing her grandmother descend, Su Qingluo's face lit up with joy as she rushed forward. Grandma, you're here. Su Qingluo was very affectionate with her grandmother. In the entire Su family, she was closest to her grandmother, who was also the only one who supported her betrothal and had even secretly ordered a wedding dress. I was planning to visit you at school the other day, but now you've brought Xiao Cheng along. What a pleasant surprise. How did you two meet? The grandmother asked with a smile, curious about how the two young people had reconnected after 10 years apart. Grandma, we met at school. I had to chase after him every day or he wouldn't have recognized me, Su Qingluo said, happily holding her grandmother's hand. Well, you used to be a chubby little girl, and now you're so slim. How could Xiao Cheng possibly recognize you? The grandmother teased cheerfully. Grandma, I'm not too slim, but this figure is just right. Su Qingluo pouted playfully. In truth, Su Qingluo's figure was indeed perfect, but in the eyes of the older generation, she was still too thin. They couldn't appreciate modern young women's aesthetic. After a bit of playful coaxing, she led her grandmother to Zhang Cheng and said with eyes full of love, Grandma, this is my bratty little brother. Isn't he handsome now? The grandmother beamed at Zhang Cheng. As she looked him over, he quickly greeted her, Grandma, long time no see. Hearing that familiar term, Qiu Fang was overjoyed. As a child, Zhang Cheng had always called Qiu Fang Grandma along with Su Qingluo, and he still used the same address now. How could that not delight her? It has been a long time. 10 years, and our Xiao Cheng has grown more handsome, a perfect match for Xiao Yao. The grandmother was deeply moved and happy, then recalled something and added, "By the way, I heard Xiao Yao is pregnant, is that true?" This made Su Qingluo both shy and nervous. She was pregnant before marriage, and her grandmother was very traditional. She feared a scolding. Zhang Cheng was also a bit embarrassed, having gotten his fiancée pregnant before marriage. "Yes, Grandma, that's why we came early to propose," he explained honestly. "A pregnancy is wonderful. I'm going to be a great grandmother." Xiao Feng laughed joyfully with no intention of scolding Su Qingluo. She had always been the only one in the Su family to support the marriage between Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. Now that Xiao Yao was pregnant, she was even happier. Su Qingluo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that her grandmother wasn't angry. "We'll have an early engagement according to the contract and marry at the end of the year. You'll need to alter the wedding dress I ordered for Xiao Yao, or it won't fit her by then," the grandmother said, glancing at Su Qingluo's belly with a smile. "All right, well, follow your plan, Grandma. We'll get engaged first." Zhang Cheng nodded. His mother Lin Lifen also agreed with Xiao Feng's suggestion. Since it's an engagement, it can't be done casually. The grandmother then turned to Su Guozhen and said sternly, "Guozhen, go book a hotel and have it decorated. We'll hold the engagement tomorrow. It must be grand." "Right away, mother. I'll see to it immediately." Su Guozhen dared not refuse and promptly left to handle the hotel arrangements himself. He was also eager to secure Zhang Cheng, his golden son-in-law. "That's more like it," the grandmother muttered, then turned to Zhang Cheng and Lin Lifen. "Lifen, you and your son should stay here tonight. I haven't seen you in ages and have much to discuss. Tomorrow we'll go to the hotel together for the engagement." "As you wish, ma'am. Well, follow your arrangements," Lin Lifen agreed. With that, the marriage proposal came to an end. Despite some bumps along the way, the outcome was perfect. Not only had Su Guozhen and Zhang Li consented, but the grandmother had also given her approval, even overlooking her granddaughter's premarital pregnancy. Next came the engagement. Early the next morning, Zhang Cheng drove his mother Lin Lifen to the airport to welcome his maternal grandfather and uncle's family. After deciding on the engagement the previous night, Lin Lifen had immediately shared the good news with them. After all, it was a momentous occasion involving family, so how could she not invite them? In the past, Zhang Cheng and his mother had lived under others' roofs and endured the disdain and cold looks of his uncle's family. But now with newfound wealth, Zhang Cheng felt he could finally hold his head high before them. At the airport exit, Zhang Cheng and Lin Lifen waited briefly before spotting his grandfather and uncle's family. Though advanced in years, the grandfather was still hale and hearty, and he had always been kind to Zhang Cheng and Lin Lifen. Otherwise, he would never have taken in the destitute mother and son. However, the uncle and aunt were rather snobbish, constantly belittling them, and their son Lin Haodong often humiliated Zhang Cheng as well. As soon as the two families met, Aunt Guoyun sneered. "Lifen, wasn't your Zhang Cheng's marriage contract with the Su family supposed to be at the end of the year? Why the early engagement?" Clearly she was envious. In her eyes, the Su family was a billionaire clan worth 400 billion. She had assumed the Su family would call off the marriage after the Zhangs went bankrupt, never expecting an early engagement. This surprised her and stirred jealousy, as an alliance with the Su family meant Zhang Cheng and his mother would rise in status. The two young people met at university and sparked, so they decided to move the engagement forward with the wedding still set for year's end. Lin Lifen explained simply. "Is that so? Could it be that he got the girl pregnant, and the Su family had no choice but to agree to an early engagement? Your son certainly has his ways." Aunt Guoyun quickly deduced why the Su family had consented. She believed Zhang Cheng had gotten their daughter pregnant, forcing them to honor the betrothal. Lin Lifen's face darkened at the remark. Though it was true, the word stung. Seeing Lin Lifen's silence as confirmation, Guoyun grew even more contemptuous of the mother and son. Zhang Cheng had intended to stay quiet, but couldn't hold back. "Aunt, my engagement to Su Qingluo involved a formal betrothal gift, not just what you're implying." "Betrothal gift? What could you two possibly offer? Don't tell me you're marrying into the family." Aunt Guoyun taunted again. In her mind, Zhang Cheng and his mother had no money, while the Su family was a wealthy clan. Given the marriage contract, she assumed the Su family would likely make Zhang Cheng a Livian son-in-law, especially since the Sus were said to have only one daughter, reinforcing her suspicion. "You'll find out whether I'm marrying in or not at the ceremony." Zhang Cheng frowned, unwilling to explain further. Guoyun wanted to jeer again, but grandfather Lin Wan interrupted. "Enough. Today is Zhang Cheng's happy engagement day. Let's go and support him. Stop spouting nonsense in public and making a spectacle," the grandfather said with displeasure. Guoyun finally fell silent. "Grandfather, the car is waiting outside. Let's head over. They'll carry your luggage," Zhang Cheng offered, taking the bags. "Good." Lin Wan nodded, his eyes filled with joy. This grandson, though not wealthy, was filial and hardworking, far surpassing his grandson Lin Haodong. Once in the car, cousin Lin Haodong touched the luxury vehicle with envy. "Zhang Cheng, this is a Maybach, right? It must cost at least 1.5 million. Did the Su family buy it for you?" he blurted out. Before Zhang Cheng could answer, Aunt Guoyun chimed in. "He's the Livian son-in-law now, of course. He gets a luxury car." Her tone was sharp and bitter, but her eyes hid envy. She even thought about having her own son marry into a wealthy family, so she could bask in the glory, noticing Lin Lifen's stylish, expensive clothes. She assumed it was all thanks to Zhang Cheng's status as a Livian son-in-law. I bought this car myself, Zhang Cheng said casually before stepping on the gas. You? Can you afford 1.5 million? Could believe that. Lin Haodong scoffed. Not just him, but Uncle Lin Xiangdong, grandfather Lin Wan, and Aunt Guiyun all doubted it. Zhang Cheng stopped trying to save face. How could you afford a car like that with your meager funds? Aunt Guiyun sneered again. Believe it or not, Zhang Cheng replied coldly. If they weren't his relatives, he would have ignored them entirely. Soon he drove them to Tianhai Grand Hotel and checked them into their rooms. The engagement ceremony is at noon on the top floor. I need to change into my suit. Make yourselves at home, Zhang Cheng said before leaving. He couldn't stand his aunt's family any longer. They had been taunting him all the way. If not for his mother and grandfather, he would have put them in their place. Aunt Guiyun couldn't resist a parting jab behind his back. Olivian's son-in-law acting all high and mighty. What's so great about him? He only got where he is by shady means. Exactly, he's just a kept man, cousin Lin Haodong added with envy. Their mercenary attitudes were repulsive. Meanwhile, in the top-floor dressing room of Tianhai Grand Hotel, Su Qingluo had already donned her pink gown, looking stunningly beautiful. When Zhang Cheng entered, her face lit up with joy. Zhang Cheng, you're back. Did you pick up grandfather and the others? Su Qingluo asked with concern. Yes, Zhang Cheng replied, his eyes roaming over her outfit, captivated by her beauty. Qingluo, you look gorgeous today, he praised. Of course. Now go get changed. The ceremony will start soon, she said with a hint of pride. All right. Zhang Cheng nodded and went to change. Truly fine clothes make the man. Dressed in a custom suit, Zhang Cheng looked even more handsome. When he emerged, Su Qingluo's cheeks flushed with admiration. Handsome brother, you're so dashing, she gushed, her eyes sparkling. MIA. Zhang Cheng glanced around the empty dressing room and pulled Su Qingluo into his arms. She didn't resist, already captivated by his charm. From now on, you're my husband, she cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew tender. Their lips instinctively drew closer, but just as they were about to touch, the dressing room door swung open. Grandmother entered leaning on her cane. Xiao Yao Xiaocheng, the ceremony is about to start, hurry along. She then noticed the young couple embracing, about to kiss, and smiled with contentment. Startled, Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo quickly pulled apart, blushing. Grandma, we know. Su Qingluo replied, her cheeks crimson. Then go on. You can continue after the ceremony. They'll keep watch for you. Grandmother chuckled. This only deepened Su Qingluo's blush. Zhang Cheng Boulder extended his hand to her. Let's go, my lady wife, he said with tender eyes. Su Qingluo gazed at him lovingly and placed her hand in his. Their engagement ceremony was finally about to begin. On the top floor of Tianhai Grand Hotel, Su Guozhen had reserved the entire floor for the occasion, as his daughter's engagement ceremony naturally demanded a grand celebration. To this end, he had specially arranged 28 luxurious banquet tables, inviting numerous relatives and friends. Zhang Cheng's maternal grandfather, uncle, aunt, and their family arrived at the top floor as promised before the banquet began. Seeing the opulent decoration of the engagement scene, they sighed with emotion. This engagement ceremony is truly extravagant. There's even a live band and an artificial fountain. This must have cost a fortune. Aunt Guiyun exclaimed, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. An engagement ceremony this lavish would cost at least 10 million. Uncle Lin Xiangdong estimated roughly 10 million. Such a grand gesture. The Su family is indeed generous. Li Fin and her son seemed to have truly latched onto a wealthy family this time. Aunt Guiyun felt somewhat resentful. She had always believed that Zhang Cheng had used underhanded means to latch onto the wealthy Su family, and was convinced that he had entered the family as a son-in-law to get them to honor the marriage agreement. However, this notion was soon to be thoroughly refuted. Zhang Cheng, holding Su Qingluo's hand, slowly entered the engagement venue, and many immediately came forward to offer congratulations. In the present day, Zhang Cheng was the chairman of Cheng Luo Investment Company, with a net worth approaching $1 trillion, making him a highly sought-after figure in Tianhai's business circles. Those tycoons all wanted to build a good relationship with him, hoping that if they ever needed funds in the future, he might invest in their companies. Chairman Zhang, congratulations on your engagement. Chairman Zhang, happy engagement. Chairman Zhang, congratulations on your engagement. A group of tycoons came forward one after another to offer their congratulations, encircling Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. These tycoons, each worth at least $1 billion, were all powerful and influential figures, yet today they were all flattering Zhang Cheng. Even Su Guozhen, upon seeing Zhang Cheng and his daughter emerge, scurried over eagerly. My good son-in-law, you're here. You look incredibly handsome today. Even those male celebrities can't compare to you, Su Guozhen said, flattering him obsequiously. Of course, Zhang Cheng was indeed handsome, especially after changing into a custom-tailored suit today, which made him even more dashing. Dad, am I not beautiful? Su Qingluo pretended to be a bit jealous, saying that ever since her father had a son-in-law, she, as his daughter, had been neglected. Beautiful, of course you're beautiful. My daughter is also very lovely. Truly a perfect match, a couple made in heaven, Su Guozhen quickly praised. That's more like it, Su Qingluo said with a hint of pride. Hearing this, the assembled tycoons also laughed and chimed in with flattery. Indeed, Miss Su and Chairman Zhang are a match made in heaven. Absolutely, I think so too. They are so well suited for each other. The aunt's family, seeing Zhang Cheng being flattered by so many tycoons, was secretly astonished, especially Aunt Guiyun. How did Zhang Cheng become so successful? Livian's son-in-law, yet so many people come to flatter him. Aunt Guiyun couldn't understand. Typically, Livian's sons-in-law were looked down upon, and no one would bother to flatter them. Moreover, Su Guozhen, his father-in-law, had a fawning expression. This was completely contrary to the image she had imagined of Livian's son-in-law being despised by his father-in-law. At that moment, someone sitting at their table overheard Aunt Guiyun's words and couldn't help but speak up. Who said Chairman Zhang is Livian's son-in-law? Where did you hear that? Isn't it true? The groom is a poor boy. Would the wealthy Su family fancy him? If he's not Livian's son-in-law, what is he? Aunt Guiyun said reluctantly. The groom is a poor boy. Your words are truly ignorant. The groom Zhang Cheng is the new big shot in Tianhai's investment circle with a net worth nearing $1 trillion. He even invested in the Su family's group, otherwise the Su family would have gone bankrupt. The person paused, and then couldn't help but continue. I also heard that it was Chairman Su who begged Chairman Zhang to marry his daughter, and even had his daughter deliberately pursue Chairman Zhang at university. Although this statement contained some rumors, it left the aunt's family utterly stunned. What? The groom is a trillionaire. The Su family was invested by him. How is that possible? This time not only Aunt Guiyun was shocked. The grandfather, uncle, and cousin were all stunned speechless. In their impression, after the Zhang family went bankrupt, Zhang Cheng and his mother lived a life of dependency, and he had to earn money by working summer jobs to pay for college. How could he become a trillionaire after just 2 or 3 months of college? That's too absurd. How is it impossible? The groom's Cheng Luo Investment Company is now the premier financial investment firm in Tianhai. Those business tycoons are all desperate to be associated with him. The person explained. Cheng Luo Investment Company. Business tycoons are all flattering him. Aunt Guiyun was completely bewildered. This talk seemed like utter fabrication. But the sight of those Tianhai business tycoons indeed surrounding Zhang Cheng, flattering and ingratiating themselves with him, proved otherwise. This undeniably proved that Zhang Cheng was a trillionaire tycoon. Yes. What relation are you to the groom? The person asked curiously. Guiyun hesitated for a moment before saying somewhat sheepishly, I'm his aunt, and this is his uncle. And grandfather. Upon hearing that they were Zhang Cheng's uncle and grandfather, the person's eyes lit up. So you're Chairman Zhang's grandfather and uncle? I'm Zhang Hao, chairman of ELE. Me. After the meal, could you kindly introduce me to Chairman Zhang? As Zhang Hao spoke, he took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to the uncle and grandfather, promising, if you're willing to help me make the connection, I can give you this much. Zhang Hao extended one finger as he spoke. The uncle's family was already dumbfounded, especially the cousin Lin Haodong. While the adults might not know the reputation of ELE, me as a college student, he was very familiar with it. This was a giant that dominated half of the domestic food delivery market, someone they would never ordinarily have the chance to meet. And now, simply because they were Zhang Cheng's relatives, others were proactively currying favor with them, even offering to give them money. Aunt Guiyun's mind was completely blank at this point. Seeing Zhang Hao extend one finger, she blurted out instinctively, is it 1,000? Zhang Hao shook his head and said bluntly, it's 100,000. If you're willing to introduce me to your nephew, I'll give you 100,000 as an introduction fee. Zhang Hao's food delivery group had been strapped for cash recently. He had come at Su Guozhen's invitation, but his real goal was to get to know Zhang Cheng. And now there were too many people trying to get to know Zhang Cheng, so he had to take a roundabout approach. When the uncle's family heard that Zhang Hao was willing to pay 100,000 just to meet Zhang Cheng, it completely overturned their thinking. Upon hearing this, Aunt Guiyun's legs went weak, and she nearly fell off her chair. Zhang Cheng was truly a big shot. She had just been sneering at Zhang Cheng and his mother at the airport. Now her face was thoroughly slapped, and a wave of regret surged in her heart. The engagement ceremony soon commenced. Zhang Cheng and Su Qinghua, a perfect couple, slowly ascended the stage under the gaze of the gathering, blessed by all. The host, holding a microphone, stepped forward, and after a lengthy string of eulogies, announced loudly, now the groom may kiss the bride. Upon hearing this, Su Qingluo's fair face flushed slightly. In front of so many relatives and friends, she was still a little shy. Zhang Cheng, with a thicker skin, wrapped his arm around Su Qinghua, pulling her into his embrace. He gazed directly into her eyes, making her heart race and her cheeks burn. Then Zhang Cheng slowly leaned in to kiss her. Su Qingluo instinctively closed her eyes. The moment their lips met, countless red rose petals fluttered down from above the stage, elevating the entire engagement ceremony to its climax. The crowd below the stage erupted in applause. After a long while, the two parted. Su Qingluo intimately linked her arm with Zhang Cheng's, her face beaming with happiness and joy. This was the happiest moment of her life. Soon the ceremony concluded, and everyone came forward to offer their blessings. The next afternoon, it was time for the maternal uncle's family to return. Zhang Cheng drove them to the airport himself. Throughout the journey, his aunt's attitude was surprisingly good, completely different from before. Leaving your son Zhang Cheng is truly accomplished, unlike my son who can't do anything right, Aunt Guiyun said with rare flattery. Hearing these words from Aunt Guiyun, Zhang Cheng was slightly taken aback. Since the Zhang family went bankrupt, this was the first time he had heard his aunt praise him. It felt somewhat unfamiliar. Lin Lifan, however, responded with a modest smile. My son is just lucky. Haodong is a good child too. He'll become sensible when he grows up. How could Haodong compare to your son? Handsome, good at investing, and now married to a fairy-like daughter-in-law. I can't envy you enough. Aunt Guiyun flattered again. These sweet words made Lin Lifan a little embarrassed. She had never seen Aunt Guiyun treat her so well. Haodong will also find a beautiful and virtuous wife for you someday, Lin Lifan replied with a smile. They chatted idly for a while in the car, but mostly it was Aunt Guiyun flattering Zhang Cheng and his mother. Zhang Cheng found it quite speechless. It seemed Aunt Guiyun had finally seen his true capabilities, which is why she had changed her attitude. Otherwise she would never have been so nice even if it killed her. After seeing his grandfather, uncle's family, and others off on the plane, Zhang Cheng drove back. On the way back from the airport, Lin Lifan couldn't help but sigh. Society is indeed realistic. When you have money, everyone praises you. Those who once looked down on you now go out of their way to flatter you. Through this engagement ceremony, Lin Lifan had come to see the harsh reality of the world. From Su Guizhen and his wife to his uncle's family, and even the business tycoons at the ceremony, everyone was after Zhang Cheng's money. Mom, that's how society works. The rich have distant relatives in the mountains while the poor go unnoticed in the city. It has always been this way, Zhang Cheng replied with a smile. Zhang Cheng had seen through this society long ago, which is why he had always worked hard. It was just that the system's appearance had accelerated the realization of his wishes. Without it, he might not have been able to marry Su Qingluo by the end of the year. With that, the engagement matter was completely settled. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo returned to Tianhai University, bringing back a lot of wedding candy. When his roommates heard that Zhang Cheng was engaged to the school beauty, Su, they were all stunned. What did you say? You and the school beauty Su are already engaged? Fatty Wang Hao said in disbelief. Not just him, but the other two roommates also wore expressions of shock. They had only known each other for 2 or 3 months, and now they were engaged. Wasn't that too fast? And both of them were still college students. This was completely beyond their imagination. Yeah, we're engaged. Hey, raise some wedding candy for you. We're getting married at the end of the year. You 3 have to come, Zhang Cheng said, handing them several packs of candy. Wang Hao and the others couldn't believe it until they saw the candy in their hands. Zhang Cheng, you're something else. You managed to win over the school beauty Su so quickly, Lin Yang said, his face full of surprise. You got engaged without a word. Bro, that's awesome. You owe us a meal for this, the bespectacled Li Yuanhao said excitedly. No problem. He'll invite King Luo's roommates too. We'll go to the Haida Leo across the street for a hot pot, Zhang Cheng said, after a moment's thought. After all, his engagement to Su Qingluo was a joyous occasion. Treating his roommates to a meal would also be a lively celebration. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Fatty Wang Hao said excitedly. He had heard that Su Qingluo's 3 roommates were quite attractive. Today he finally had a chance to meet them. When Su Qingluo returned to her dorm and told them about the engagement, Lin Baiwei and the others were also shocked. You're engaged to Zhang Cheng. That's way too fast, Lin Baiwei said, utterly astonished. Not just her, but Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming also wore expressions of shock identical to Zhang Cheng's 3 roommates. Both of them were still students. Hearing that they were already engaged would shock anyone. Well, actually, there's something I've been hiding from you all for a long time, Su Qingluo said a little sheepishly. What is it? Lin Baiwei, Lu Yanran, and Yi Shiming all looked over curiously. Actually, Zhang Cheng and I have been betrothed since childhood. We were separated for 10 years and only reunited in college. According to the betrothal, the wedding is at the end of the year. Su Qingluo finally revealed the secret she had buried in her heart. Su Qingluo felt it was time to tell them the truth. This revelation stunned Lin Baiwei and the others again. Oh my god, Qingluo, so you two were betrothed. Lin Baiwei finally understood why Su Qingluo was so sure about Zhang Cheng and even openly pursued him. She was chasing her own fiancé. Qingluo, you kept this from us for so long. You have to treat us this time. You didn't even invite us to the engagement, Lu Yanran complained. Yes, treat us. Make up for the engagement, Yi Shiming chimed in support. Just as they finished speaking, Su Qingluo received a WeChat message from Zhang Cheng. Opening it, she smiled slightly. It seemed this brat was facing the same situation as her. At noon, Zhang Cheng and I will treat you all to a meal. Oh, and hey, raise some wedding candy. You must come to the wedding, Su Qingluo said with a smile, handing each of them a pack of candy. That's more like it. But still, congratulations on your engagement. Lin Baiwei finally offered her blessings with a smile. Congratulations to our school beauty Su on her engagement. May you have a child soon. Lu Yanran and Yi Shiming also laughed and offered their blessings. Hearing their well wishes, Su Qingluo's heart was filled with sweetness. The news of Zhang Cheng's engagement with the campus Belle Su spread like wildfire through Tianhai University. In an instant, the campus forum exploded once again. Posts about them flooded the entire forum. Oh my god, they're moving way too fast. They've only been dating for 2 months and they're already engaged. I'm so jealous of them. Getting engaged while still in school. He's handsome, she's beautiful. They're a match made in heaven. I heard this junior is incredibly wealthy and paid several hundred million in betrothal gifts to the Su family. Really? No wonder the campus Belle pursued him from the start. I thought he was just ordinary. The campus forum buzzed with discussions about Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo's engagement. This couple had developed right before everyone's eyes, and it was no exaggeration to call them Tianhai University's power couple. Most students online envied the couple yearning for such a sweet romance themselves, and many sent their blessings. However, what surprised them even more was that after winter break the couple planned to get married. Zhang Cheng even posted an invitation on the campus forum before the break. Thank you all for your attention this semester. On January 28th, I invite the entire faculty and student body to the largest flower sea park in Tianhai City to attend my wedding with Su Qingluo. This was Zhang Cheng's first post on the forum, and it was an invitation to his wedding with the campus Belle. If the engagement announcement was a bombshell, this was a nuclear explosion. It crashed the campus forum's server, and even outsiders flooded in to post congratulations. Oh my god, I've watched them go from dating to marriage. I have to attend. I'm going to. Such an enviable couple. The campus Belle is getting married. My youth is over. On the forum, both male and female students lamented the end of their youth, having secretly hoped to pursue Zhang Cheng or Su Qingluo if they ever broke up. Who would have thought they'd go straight to marriage, leaving no chance for anyone else? Still, they sent their blessings on the forum. Zhang Cheng invited his 3 roommates to be groomsmen, while Su Qingluo invited her 3 roommates to be bridesmaids. On January 28th, Zhang Cheng booked the largest flower sea park in Tianhai City as the wedding venue. Besides some business associates of Zhang and the Su family, many faculty and students from Tianhai University attended, including the university president himself. The crowd exceeded 10,000, but Zhang Cheng had prepared an abundance of self-service food. Whenever a plate emptied, a server would promptly replenish it, ensuring everyone who came to bless Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo ate to their heart's content. Many students even live-streamed the event on their phones, and on the Douyin platform millions watched this grand wedding. In the restroom, Su Qingluo, dressed in a custom wedding gown, slowly emerged. Zhang Cheng's eyes widened at the sight of his ethereal bride. Naughty boy, do I look good? Su Qingluo felt a surge of joy seeing Zhang Cheng captivated. Beautiful, absolutely stunning, like a fairy descended from heaven. Marrying you is the greatest fortune of my life. Zhang Cheng stepped forward, gently wrapped his arm around her waist, and softly kissed her lips. Naughty boy, we're finally getting married. The promise we made as children is coming true. Su Qingluo leaned into Zhang Cheng's embrace, her eyes full of love. Yes, I said I'd build you a castle and marry you, and I never break my word. Zhang Cheng held Su Qingluo tightly, reluctant to let go. This was the girl he had worked his entire life to win, and now his dream had come true. Our child will be born soon. There will be 2 little versions of us in the castle. Su Qingluo instinctively touched her belly. She was over 3 months pregnant, and her belly was slightly rounded. Fortunately, the wedding gown was specially designed with a white tulle skirt at the waist that perfectly concealed the gentle swell. Yes, our children will surely be as handsome and beautiful as we are. Zhang Cheng checked the time and reminded her, Qingluo, it's time for us to go on stage. Su Qingluo nodded and affectionately linked her arm through Zhang Cheng's as they walked out. The Flower Sea Park was abuzz with voices. The MC stood on stage delivering wedding vows, and after a passionate speech he announced loudly, now let us welcome the bride and groom. As his words fell, a romantic wedding march began, and under the graceful piano melody, Su Qingluo walked out with her arm linked through Zhang Cheng's, her face radiant with happiness. Countless rose petals drifted down from the sky before them, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. The crowd of over 10,000 watched them, envy sparkling in their eyes. Many captured the beautiful moment on their phones, and some even live-streamed it to the Douyin platform, receiving countless blessings. Lin Baiwei and the other bridesmaids watched Su Qingluo get married, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Soon Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo stood at the center of the stage. The MC took the microphone and said loudly, what many don't know is that the bride and groom have been betrothed since childhood. They made a promise of love when they were young, and today is the harvest season. Please look at the big screen. It's a testament to their childhood love. As his words ended, the unaware students were stunned. They never imagined that the campus Belle and junior Zhang Cheng had been betrothed all along. Oh my god, they've been betrothed since childhood. What kind of fairy tale love is this? Childhood sweethearts. I love this couple. Childhood sweethearts reunited. Such a romantic story. The faculty and students showered Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo with blessings. Meanwhile, the big screen displayed photos of Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo as children, carefully preserved by Zhang Cheng's mother Lin Lifan and his grandmother. Played at the wedding, these photos added a touch of romance and love to the ceremony. Su Qingluo looked at the images of herself and Zhang Cheng as children, overwhelmed with happiness. When she saw the photo of their parting, she was already in tears. The entire crowd was moved to tears by that parting photo. They had loved each other so deeply, even as children. Everyone present, including the millions in the live stream, was moved to tears by Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo's love story. Even the MC was choked with emotion. Then he announced again, "Now let the bride and groom exchange rings." As his words fell, an adorable flower child slowly walked onto the stage, handing a pair of wedding rings to Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo. Zhang Cheng took the rings and first placed one on Su Qingluo's finger. Then Su Qingluo placed the other ring on Zhang Cheng's finger, a ring for a lifetime. The crowd watched in envy and excitement, and soon someone started chanting, "Kiss her, kiss her." Amid the waves of chants, Su Qingluo's cheeks flushed, and Zhang Cheng gently pulled her in for a kiss. The moment their lips met, romantic rose petals once again drifted down from the sky. The wedding reached its climax. Zhang Cheng and Su Qingluo's love story had come to a perfect conclusion.